Upon a fateful day, a young woman named Jin Xiaoyu unexpectedly traverses time, only to find herself transformed into a notorious and despised figure of the ancient world, surrounded by a soft, adorable child and a mysterious beggar. Thus begins her journey of farming in this bygone era, where she skillfully navigates through adversities, outsmarts malevolent foes, and leads her family towards prosperity. One fateful day, she uncovers the true identity of the enigmatic beggar and hastily seeks his support, declaring, "No, he is mine." Chapter 1. The failure of tribulation today marks the day of ascension for Jin Xiaoyu, the most promising cub of the Tushan Fox clan, as she faces the heavenly tribulation. Having successfully evaded the first 8 bolts of lightning, only one remains before she can attain her golden body and ascend to the celestial realms, breaking the clan's millennia-old shackles of stagnation. The onlookers, her kin, are confined beyond the ritual platform, oblivious to her plight, though their eager faces ignite a warm surge of hope within her. As the hope of the foxes, she bears the weight of their revival. However, just as she gathers her spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, a small fox cub unexpectedly intrudes upon the ascension platform. The clan, lost in their own joy, fails to notice. Jin Xiaoyu cries out desperately for the cub to flee, warning that it would become a sacrificial offering to the impending lightning strike. Yet, her voice is stifled by the barrier, unheard by all. Panic wells within her as she observes the gathering storm. In a moment of selflessness, she abandons her shield and leaps to shield the frightened cub. With her barrier dispelled, the lightning strikes Jin Xiaoyu's corporeal form with devastating force, akin to a colossal axe cleaving her in twain. Everything fades to silence and darkness. A profound weariness envelopes her as her eyelids grow heavy. When she awakens, it is within the confines of a dilapidated straw hut. Confusion flickers in her cold, clear eyes as she takes in the musty and impoverished surroundings. Struggling to rise, she feels as though a giant stone weighs her down, each attempt to move accompanied by excruciating pain. Amidst the chaos, she hears a cacophony of footsteps and raucous voices. This widow is truly shameless. Indeed, I have never witnessed such audacity at her age. It is no wonder the Zhou family cast her out. The woman spits contemptuously on the ground. Initially, we pitied the young widow, bereaved and with a child, but she has shown herself to be a shameless seductress, attempting to lure the men of others, including the well-off Wang hunter. Her actions drove his wife to despair. Were it not for Wang Qiao witnessing her antics, she might have brought about the death of the Wang hunter's wife. Yet, before the poor woman could awaken, the widow began spreading rumors about her and Wang Qiao. She should take a look in the mirror. She is as grotesque as a pig, foul-smelling and reeking of countless men, who would even glance her way. Alas, she is quite the nuisance. The Wang hunter's household will find no peace as long as she lingers. Indeed, whoever crosses paths with this widow is bound for misfortune. The chorus of insults pierces Jin Xiaoyu's ears, and she struggles to connect her identity with their vicious remarks, finding the widow's reputation utterly detestable. Just then, the door swings open, and a man clad in a tattered blue coat enters. Upon seeing Jin Xiaoyu, disdain washes over his face, and he rolls his eyes mockingly. "Widow Zhou, heed my warning. If you dare to provoke my sister-in-law or my brother again, I will not let this go lightly." Jin Xiaoyu, still reeling from the bewildering situation, is taken aback by her own reflection in the mirror of flesh. She was once the most beautiful fox in her clan, yet now she appears grotesque. The derisive man and the gossiping women outside make her question whether she truly is the object of their scorn. In disbelief, she disregards the man's threats and the jeers of the women, striving to move forward despite her cumbersome form and the pain that accompanies each step. Finally, she reaches the riverbank, and as she gazes into the water, horror washes over her. She raises her head to the heavens, lamenting her fate. "Heaven above, what sins have I, Jin Xiaoyu, committed to deserve a body so repulsive, a visage marred by blemishes, with eyes scarcely larger than slits and lips thicker than a pig's intestine?" The man in the blue coat and the onlookers are taken aback, witnessing the widow oscillate between tears and laughter, utterly bewildered. Has this widow lost her wits? I suspect she has. Oh, the misfortune! The din sends waves of agony through Jin Xiaoyu's head, and at that moment, something profound pierces her consciousness. Chapter 2. Rebirth. The original owner, Jiang Xiaotan, hailed from a relatively prosperous farming family in a neighboring village. She was the cherished darling of her parents, who doted on her throughout her childhood. However, fate took a cruel turn when both her parents passed away when she was merely 15. Following their demise, her elder brother and sister-in-law grew resentful of her, denying her sustenance and warmth, even accusing her of being the cause of their parents' deaths. Jiang Xiaodan, though resilient and defiant against her brother and sister-in-law's maltreatment, found herself cast out into the frigid night during a snowstorm. Fortunately, a compassionate matchmaker from the same village took her in, promising to arrange a good marriage for her. Believing in her good fortune, Jiang Xiaodan followed the matchmaker to meet the man, who would later become her husband, though he was gravely ill. His family, desperate for a bride to bring him luck, cared little for Jiang Xiaodan's reputation. After a mere month of marriage, her husband passed away, and soon thereafter, Jiang Xiaodan discovered she was with child. However, the Zhou family refused to believe the child was her husband's, accusing her of infidelity before casting her out once more. In the days that followed, she resorted to pilfering from the fields to survive. Once her child was born, she shamelessly sought food from others to nourish her little one. Initially manageable, over time, her reputation became the subject of gossip and scorn. Yet, for the sake of herself and her child, she adopted a defiant attitude. Jiang Xiaodan longed for a better life, and even approached the village head for land, only to be rebuffed with accusations of immorality that sullied the village's reputation. Eventually, she resigned herself to her fate. Since everyone deemed her reckless, she decided to pursue the men of others, not only to seduce them, but to replace their wives. Recently, she had set her sights on the village's Wang hunter, a robust man who thrived through his hunts, making him one of the wealthiest in the area. Seizing opportunities to dine at his home, she noted his wife's gentle nature, believing her scheme might succeed. Tragically, the hunter's wife took her own life in despair, leaving Jiang Xiaodan to grapple with the consequences of her actions. Upon unraveling the tumultuous past of Jiang Xiaodan, Jin Xiaoyu found herself overwhelmed with a desire to plunge into the river and succumb to its depths. If she were to endure trials in the mortal realm, it would be preferable to bestow upon her a lineage of nobility, even if her origins were humble. At the very least, she should possess commendable character. Yet, here she was, devoid of any merits, universally scorned, having committed countless misdeeds, leaving her to ponder how she might navigate her existence henceforth. As Jin Xiaoyu languished in her anguish and disbelief, a group of individuals, unbeknownst to her, had trailed her closely. Surely, this widow isn't contemplating a leap into the river. I dare say, she very well might. What a predicament that would be. Please don't perish. What would I do if you did? To her astonishment, this remark was met with a cacophony of derisive laughter echoing from behind. Oh dear, I'm dying of laughter. Could it be that this foolish beggar has taken a liking to the widow? A perfect match indeed. Ha ha ha. I say, Widow Zhou, do not be so choosy. You ought to recognize your own foolishness. At least there is a man willing to have you, albeit a fool, but a man nonetheless. At the very least, you need not fret about a cold bed. During winter you two might as well muddle through life together. Jin Xiaoyu, gripped tightly, found herself unable to extricate herself. After considerable effort, she managed to turn around, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. The individual was clad in tattered garments that barely covered him, his hair seemingly untouched by water since birth, and his face was that truly a human visage? It was smeared with a dark substance. Moreover, his expression seemed somewhat peculiar. Connecting the dots from the earlier remarks about a fool, she wondered if this person was indeed mentally unstable. Who would find her appearance appealing if they were of sound mind? As these thoughts flitted through her mind, she stuck out her tongue in disbelief. The man tightened his grip, and an overpowering stench invaded her nostrils, akin to something foul. Instinctively, she held her breath, straining to break free while retreating 3 steps, only for the beggar to misinterpret her actions as a desire to end her life. He rushed forward to seize her once more, but his foot slipped, and together they tumbled into the water. Oh dear, I'm crushed. A strange voice reached Jin Xiaoyu's ears as she struggled to breathe beneath the weight of the beggar. She managed to shift her position, only to discover a small carp trapped beneath her. She hastily pushed the beggar aside and stood, allowing the little fish to escape unscathed. That was close. The peculiar voice echoed again. Following the sound, she was astonished to realize that it emanated from the very fish she had just freed. Eagerly, she reached out to grasp it. "Let go of me, you wretched widow." The fish flailed in her grasp, accompanied by a voice. Could it be that although she had inhabited the body of this widow, she retained some semblance of magical prowess? Filled with joy, Jin Xiaoyu waved her hands, but no ripples were stirred. In her moment of distraction, the fish slipped from her grasp. "Oh dear, do you see? Is this widow not mad? Just moments ago, she was talking to a fish. Hasn't she been mad for quite some time?" Another voice chimed in, followed by uproarious laughter. Indeed, if she weren't mad, how could she ever fancy that foolish beggar? Jin Xiaoyu was besieged by their jeering remarks, her head throbbing with the noise. She reflected on her previous life, never having endured such treatment. To her dismay, she had not only failed her trials, but had also been thrust into the body of this widow, forced to endure such vile taunts. Just as she felt the urge to retaliate against these gossips, she raised her gaze and encountered a strikingly handsome face. To her chagrin, Jin Xiaoyu was indeed someone who valued appearances. Her days were spent either in diligent practice or clandestinely observing the statue of Xian Zunchangfeng. Although she had never laid eyes on the esteemed figure himself, the mere sight of the statue had captivated the Fox clan members, not to mention the myriad tales surrounding Xian Zunchangfeng. Wait a moment. How could she possibly conflate this foolish beggar with Xian Zunchangfeng? Yet, after the river had washed away the grime, the beggar did bear a slight resemblance to the esteemed immortal, lacking, however, the refined elegance that characterized him. Never mind considering the beggar's faint resemblance to Xian Zunchangfeng. She would overlook his transgression. "You may depart. I shall pretend that our earlier encounter never transpired." Jin Xiaoyu sighed, suppressing her ire as she made her way to the riverbank, wringing out her clothes. Unexpectedly, the beggar seized her from behind, striding boldly before her, his expression grave as he demanded, "Why must we act as though nothing occurred?" Chapter 3. The widow's madness. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback by the question. How could she pretend that nothing had occurred? Was she to believe that something had indeed transpired? Wait, why did the beggar's expression suddenly change, regaining a semblance of clarity? Moreover, his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue of the esteemed Xian Zunchangfeng. "You saved me, and I promise to repay you, so please do not marry anyone else. I shall take you as my bride." The beggar took a step closer, his gaze firmly fixed on Jin Xiaoyu, devoid of any jest. Jin Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. The beggar, when not acting foolishly, possessed a certain charm, albeit one that required overlooking his tattered clothing and grime. Could it be that his mind had indeed become unhinged? Just because he had saved her, he expected her to marry him? Was this some sort of tale? Before Jin Xiaoyu could grasp the situation, the gossipy women behind her began to chime in, relishing the unfolding drama. How fascinating! This foolish beggar has actually set his sights on the widow Zhou. But wait, this widow just married into the Zhou family a month ago and has already given birth. The Zhou family has yet to acknowledge the child. Could it be that the widow's son is the beggar's? Impossible. Don't forget, this beggar fell from Tong Tian 2 years ago, while the widow's child is already 4 years old. Oh, then it seems the widow had been consorting with this beggar long before. They truly are a match made in heaven. Their laughter echoed. How amusing. Yet the widow has lofty aspirations. Although she is not particularly remarkable herself, she dreams of marrying into a good family. I suspect she still harbors feelings for that Hunter Wang. Why would she ever consider this beggar? Indeed, she has a thatched hut to live in. Marrying this beggar would only mean living in a cave on the mountain. Every word struck Jin Xiaoyu like daggers. Insults directed at her and the beggar. Anger surged within her, and she longed to silence them with her magic, only to find her powers ineffectual. Desperately, she tried again, but to no avail. Clutching her head, she howled in frustration, startling the gossiping women. This widow is losing her mind. The beggar, observing her erratic behavior, realized that these women had provoked her. He turned to them, irritation evident in his voice. "Leave her alone. Go away." "Ah, so he is protective now. They really are a matched pair." Jin Xiaoyu could no longer tolerate their taunts. She released her grip on her ears and charged toward the gossips. Feigning an attack with her claws, causing them to scatter in fright. To her surprise, the beggar followed closely behind. "Stay away from me," she shouted in anger. She noticed a fleeting expression of sadness cross his face, but she was too preoccupied to concern herself with it. She slammed the door shut, isolating the beggar outside. Lying on the straw bed, she pulled the foul-smelling blanket over her head and succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and in her dreams, she felt herself growing lighter and lighter, eventually soaring into the air, reminiscent of her first experience of flying with the wind back in Tushan. Jin Xiaoyu marveled at her delicate form and dove down, landing by a crystal-clear riverside. She gazed into the water, comparing her reflection with her own visage. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. She was still the lovely and charming Jin Xiaoyu. Just as she began to feel some relief, a sweet, high-pitched voice broke through her thoughts. "Mother, mother, wake up. Qing'er is bringing food. Mother, get up and eat." To her astonishment, her stomach began to grumble, frightening Jin Xiaoyu. She had not felt hunger since mastering her fasting technique. Occasionally, when tempted by delicious food, she would secretly descend to the mortal realm for a bite. But it was never more than a mere indulgence. The voice grew louder, and her body felt as though it were teetering on the brink of collapse. In the next moment, she plummeted heavily to the ground. "Oh no, who called me?" Jin Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes open, only to be met with the sight of a ragged, malnourished boy of about 3 or 4 years, his skin pale with dark circles under his eyes. Quickly, she surveyed her surroundings and touched her face and legs, realizing that everything she had just experienced was but a dream. She remained trapped in this wretched body of an ugly, overweight woman. An overwhelming desire to perish surged within her, and she began to bang her head against the bed, horrifying Qing'er. "Mother, what is wrong? Are you hungry?" As Qing'er spoke, he mysteriously produced an object from behind him, presenting it to Jin Xiaoyu with pride. "I took this from Wang Erjuzi. His mother baked it for him, and it's still warm. Mother, hurry and eat." Jin Xiaoyu's stomach growled once more, and, disregarding all else, she snatched the roasted sweet potato from Qing'er's hands and devoured it ravenously. "Ouch, it's hot," she exclaimed, holding it awkwardly as she took big bites. After finishing, she felt a little relief in her stomach, stretching her limbs, but finding it challenging to even lift her arms and legs. Her spirits sank again, but she noticed Qing'er staring longingly at the discarded sweet potato skin. When he saw her looking, he mustered a cautious smile and asked, "Mother, can I have it?" Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. "You didn't eat?" Qing'er shook his head, then nodded. "I did, but my stomach is still grumbling." Suddenly, Jin Xiaoyu realized something, moving quickly to pry open Qing'er's hand, only to be startled by the burn marks on his palm. When she gently touched it, he gasped in pain, yet still smiled at her. "It's nothing. I'm not hurt." Tears welled in Jin Xiaoyu's eyes as a wave of emotion washed over her. She pulled Qing'er into her embrace, murmuring, "Good child. I promise I will never hit you again." Chapter 4. The fear of being beaten suddenly. A flood of memories surged within her mind. Jin Xiaoyu recalled the scene. The widow Zhou Xiaodan pretending to care for Qing'er while hoarding all his food. Even when he only wished for a few bites from her leftovers, she would scold and strike him mercilessly. No wonder the child looked at her with such fear. It was not filial piety. It was sheer terror. A profound feeling began to stir deep within her, prompting Jin Xiaoyu to remember her own childhood, when she was bullied by other fox and wolf cubs. Had it not been for the elders recognizing her talent, her days would have remained filled with suffering. Thus, she felt a deep empathy for Qing'er, vowing from the depths of her heart that she would ensure he would never endure such pain again. "Qing'er, listen to me. It was wrong of mother before. I swear I will never strike you again." Qing'er wriggled free from her embrace, his expression one of disbelief. Jin Xiaoyu understood that merely speaking words would not suffice to convince him. Hearing Cheng's stomach grumble again, she began searching the house for something to eat, while saying, "Sweet potato skins are hard to swallow. Eating too many will cause trouble. Let me cook something for you." With a perplexed look on Qing'er's face, she turned the house upside down in search of ingredients, but found not a single grain of rice or a piece of firewood. She smacked her forehead, recalling that this widow, Zhou Xiaodan, was as lazy as a pig, relying on others for food. Each day, she would linger outside kitchens, sniffing for delicious aromas. And if not offered food, she would persistently knock on doors until someone provided her with sustenance, wearing only the patched garments of others. Reflecting on these grim realities, Jin Xiaoyu could only sigh deeply. As Qing'er's face revealed her disappointment, she hurriedly reassured him, "Just wait, Anyang will find something to eat." "Anyang?" I've already searched everywhere. Everyone is afraid of us and would rather eat only one meal a day. This sweet potato was secretly roasted by Heir Juzi's mother, and luckily I managed to spot it. As she spoke, Qing'er displayed a look of despair and helplessness. Observing the bruises on her face, Jin Xiaoyu understood that this child had endured unimaginable suffering for the sake of a meager meal. The blame lay solely with Widow Zhou, whose laziness had led to such a dire situation. In Jin Xiaoyu's view, even if she had previously faced injustice, she should not have descended into such self-abandonment, provoking the villagers to heap scorn and insults upon her. It was no wonder that the gossips found endless amusement in mocking her. Now that Jin Xiaoyu had arrived, as a most ambitious and promising member of the Tushan Fox clan, she would not permit Widow Zhou to continue living in this manner. Nor would she allow poor Qing'er to suffer from hunger and inadequate clothing. After making a solemn vow, she disregarded Qing'er's earnest pleas and resolutely set out in search of food. While she could endure the dry grass, how could Qing'er, still in her growing years, bear such hardship? Today, as harvest was plentiful, with these potatoes and rice, winter would no longer be a concern. Indeed, it was old Sen's idea that proved most fruitful. While digging in the fields yielded nothing, a foray into the village cellar had unearthed a bounty. However, it had been a close call, almost spotted by a human woman wielding a terrifying rat trap. Old Lu had lost his life due to a similar mishap. Following the sound, Jin Xiaoyu finally discovered a burrow. Using Widow Zhou's hefty paws, she dug around a bit and pulled out several rats. What is this? Why is it so large? Is it human? A fat woman. Ugh, how ugly. Help! Help! What does this fat woman want? I recognize her. ISNT she Widow Zhou. We've been to her home, which is even worse than our burrow. It is said that this widow is vicious and lazy, waiting for others to cook for her so she can beg for food. If denied, she shamelessly resorts to stealing. Could it be that if she cannot find food, she will come to steal ours? The rats, dangling by their tails in Jin Xiaoyu's grasp, squirmed uncomfortably, believing she could not hear their insults. Wait, it seems they are cursing Widow Zhou, but I am Widow Zhou now. Jin Xiaoyu decided to ignore their chatter. Finding food was her priority. I ask you, where are the potatoes and rice you mentioned? Jin Xiaoyu stared at the small creatures in her grasp and realized she could understand their speech once again. Despite her loss of magical powers, it appeared she retained the ability to comprehend animal dialogue. Would they understand her words in return? Contemplating this, she felt compelled to test her hypothesis. Before she could, the rodents began chattering again. I knew that widow wanted to steal our food. Wait, how did she understand us? Jin Xiaoyu's heart leapt with joy. It seemed they could comprehend her speech. As the chatter resumed, she quickly interjected, Never mind how I understand you. Just tell me where your food supplies are. If you cooperate, I, your fox grandmother, might spare your lives. With that, she began to poke around the small creatures, well aware of the vulnerabilities of the Tushan rats, having dealt with them frequently. Indeed, after a thorough search, the rats were soon laughing and scrambling to surrender. No rush. One at a time. Jin Xiaoyu felt quite pleased with their compliance, yet she still maintained order. Ultimately, she managed to acquire the potatoes and rice. These tiny creatures had stored quite a few bags, despite their small size. As she hoisted the bags to leave, the cries of the rodents startled her. What we do? Our winter rations have been taken by this fat woman. That means doom for us. But if we don't give it to her, she will surely take our lives. Oh, our lives are so miserable. I miss my father and mother. Listening to the rat's heart-wrenching wails, Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. It dawned on her that these creatures were siblings, having lost their parents, reminding her painfully of her own orphan beginnings. Such is the suffering of children without parents. I will give you this, but do not worry, it is merely a loan. With that, she elegantly turned and departed, leaving the stunned rats behind. Chapter 5. It was not her. It was me who stole. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help me put this down. Jin Xiaoyu beamed at Qing, who looked on with surprise, her heart swelling with joy. Soon, she would showcase her culinary skills, which would surely delight Qing'er even more. Kinga iagali hasht forvat. Assisting Jin Xiaoyu with the bags while showering her with praise. Anyang, you are truly amazing. I've never seen so much food. Although this was meant as flattery, it struck Jin Xiaoyu poignantly. Such a meager amount of food was merely enough for half a month, and yet Qing'er was so overjoyed, revealing just how difficult her life had been. This solidified Jin Xiaoyu's resolve to change their circumstances. However, upon searching the house, she found no firewood, pots, or bowls. Qing'er, sensing Jin Xiaoyu's predicament, scratched his head in frustration and said, "Anyang, does this mean we can't eat?" His head hung low, betraying his disappointment. Jin Xiaoyu quickly reached out to pat his unkempt hair, which had likely gone unwashed for far too long, and reassured him, "Don't worry, Anyang has a plan." Yet what plan could she devise? Without her powers, she could only comprehend the animal's speech. The rats were unlikely to steal cookware. Jin Xiaoyu shook her head, brainstorming solutions. She considered borrowing from a neighbor, but given Widow Zhou's reputation, she feared being mistaken for a beggar, possibly even chased away with a stick. Forget it. I will gather some dry twigs and dirt to build a stove. I will think of another way for the pots. Jin Xiaoyu, ever optimistic, believed she would find a solution, even without her powers. While gathering wood and constructing a makeshift stove, she pondered over alternatives to pots and bowls. Perhaps she could find a large stone to carve, but without her powers, how long would that take? Just then, she looked up to see Qing'er approaching, carrying a large pot, and upon closer inspection, she noticed several bowls inside it. Jin Xiaoyu straightened up and asked, "Where did you get this? You didn't go and steal it again, did you?" She quickly grabbed Qing'er to scrutinize him, relieved to find no new injuries, but still bewildered. Qing'er seemed a bit timid, but managed to look down and rub his hands together, explaining in Yang, "I borrowed it from Uncle Ague." Ague? Jin Xiaoyu momentarily struggled to recall who that was, but after some effort, she remembered that Ague was the foolish beggar. This beggar had come to the village, barely clinging to life, and when Widow Zhou had received an excess of food that day, she had unexpectedly shown kindness and given him some. Since then, he had periodically come to express his gratitude, even claiming he wanted to marry her, which had become quite bothersome for her. Despite her attempts to shoo him away, he remained unperturbed, often appearing when Widow Zhou was ridiculed, only to draw even more mockery upon her. As the week progressed, the widow, Zhou Guofeng, found herself harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the foolish beggar, Ague. Whenever she encountered him, she would unleash a torrent of scathing insults. Paradoxically, the villagers seemed to delight in drawing parallels between her and Ague, which infuriated Zhou Guofeng to no end. In her vexation, she resolved to usurp the position of Wang Liao, whose wife, and marry him instead. Reflecting on past events, Jin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap Zhou Guofeng, or rather, to strike herself. Ague had shown her kindness and gratitude, yet she failed to appreciate his sentiments and treated him so poorly. Furthermore, in her eyes, Ague was quite presentable and more than a suitable match for Zhou Guofeng. But wait, was she not Zhou Guofeng now? Jin Xiaoyu hastily shook her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She knew she, Jin Xiaoyu, was determined to cultivate her celestial path and could not allow mundane emotions to distract her. Although she had to continue living as Zhou Guofeng for the time being, she recognized this as a test from the heavens. Her resolve must remain steadfast. Casting aside distractions, Jin Xiaoyu began preparing a meal using a borrowed pot on the stove. Her culinary skills were renowned across the Fox clan. Despite the absence of certain spices, she managed to find suitable substitutes, tossing in star leaves, moonflowers, and rabbit grass. After half an hour, a pot of potato rice was ready. Qing'er watched in astonishment as this woman, who had previously been prone to anger and violence, now wielded a spatula with such fervor. Could this really be her mother? But who else could it be? Jin Xiaoyu lifted the pot lid, and the tantalizing aroma could no longer be contained, wafting out from the humble thatched cottage. She served a bowl for Qing'er, another for herself, and seeing more left in the pot, she planned to take some to Ague as a token of gratitude for lending her the pot and bowl. However, scarcely had they begun their meal when a large group of people arrived outside, led by a sharp-tongued woman. They forcefully kicked open the door of the thatched hut and pointed at Jin Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "See, I told you things from the village don't just disappear for no reason." With that, they began rummaging through the cottage, quickly uncovering 2 bags of stolen goods. The sharp-tongued woman turned to an elderly man with a cane and declared, "Li Zhang, the stolen items are right before our eyes. We cannot allow this wicked woman to continue her misdeeds. Today it's potatoes and rice, but next time, it could be lives." This statement incited a wave of outrage among the onlookers, who hurled insults and accusations at Jin Xiaoyu and Qing'er, calling them vile, wicked, and undeserving of existence. Qing'er, frightened, instinctively shrank behind Jin Xiaoyu, who shielded him while trying to comprehend the situation. It became clear that the villagers had mistaken her for a thief, and they seemed intent on driving her away. However, these items had been pilfered by rats. And Jin Xiaoyu realized that her explanations would not sway this crowd. As stones began to fly towards them, her anger flared. Without a moment's hesitation, a Gue stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Jin Xiaoyu, and declared, "It was not her. It was I who stole it." Chapter 6. So this is how he looks. Everyone was taken aback by his proclamation, Jin Xiaoyu included. However, their astonishment stemmed from different concerns. Jin Xiaoyu pondered how a Gue had become so clean. Indeed, he looked almost celestial in his newfound cleanliness. Yet, why would he claim responsibility for the theft? The villagers were puzzled by the appearance of such a handsome young man and questioned his connection to Zhou Guofeng. Why would he take the blame for her? In their eyes, a youth of such striking beauty could not possibly engage in such disgraceful acts. The sharp-tongued Qiao Ani, secretly observing a Gue, felt a surge of resentment towards Zhou Guofeng for putting the young man in this position, and she incited the crowd while pushing Zhou Guofeng forward. Jiang Xiaotan, have you done something to the young man? Otherwise, why would he take the blame for you? Jin Xiaoyu stood frozen, realizing that the villagers had not recognized the Gue. After all, he had previously appeared disheveled and grimy. Today, however, he was remarkably clean, his face and neck devoid of dirt, though his clothes remained tattered. As if prompted by a cue, others began to murmur that the handsome young man did indeed seem familiar, although they could not place him. It was a child at the back of the crowd who broke through, exclaiming, "Isn't he the beggar who lives in a cave on the back mountain?" Beggar? As the crowd began to scrutinize a Gue, he displayed his usual silly demeanor, and suddenly they all recognized him. It really is that beggar, a Gue? But how had he become so handsome? Indeed, after cleaning up, a Gue was quite attractive. But what did that matter? He was still a fool. With this remark, the young women who had previously been charmed by a Gue's beauty felt a wave of disgust wash over them. The focus of the crowd shifted due to a Gue, momentarily forgetting the true culprit, Jin Xiaoyu. Just when she thought she might escape unscathed, Qiao Ani yanked her forward, accusing her vehemently. "How dare you entice a beggar for no reason? You must have been drawn to his looks all along, threatening him to do such things. I say, Jiang Xiaotan, have you forgotten you are a widow? Engaging in such shameless acts, do you still have any dignity left?" The young women nodded in agreement, fully supporting Qiao Ani's tirade. It was utterly disgraceful. She just wanted to seduce him because he was good-looking. Surely, it cannot be anything else. This widow is so ugly that even the pigs in the pigsty wouldn't look at her. She must have deceived this fool. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. In an instant, Jin Xiaoyu transformed from a thief into a predatory woman seeking to exploit the handsome but simple-minded youth, igniting the righteous indignation of the villagers. They were on the verge of calling for her downfall. Feeling utterly helpless against these sudden accusations, Jin Xiaoyu recognized the need to defend herself. Although she admitted that a Gue was indeed quite handsome, she reminded herself that her heart was set on the path of cultivation, and even contemplating a celestial partner was reserved for that singular, irreplaceable being, her Longfeng Xianzuan. Recalling the elegance of Longfeng Xianzuan and then glancing at the simple-minded 8 Gue, she quickly dismissed any prior notions of similarity as mere illusions. Jin Xiaoyu steadied her thoughts and began her defense. "Firstly, I have not done anything to him. You all witnessed him stepping forward to admit it himself. Secondly, these items are not stolen by me, but as for how they came to be here, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Lastly, these items were borrowed, and if you're concerned about it, I can write an IOU in front of Li Zhong. I, Jiang Xiaodan, will certainly return them." Qiao Auntie led the laughter that followed, poking Jin Xiaoyu in the forehead as if she were a comical figure. "You? What do you have to repay?" "Very well. If you intend to repay, then return what you have taken from us before." This statement left Jin Xiaoyu blushing with embarrassment. This week, the widow of Zhou had indeed committed sins, and being forced to inhabit her body only compounded her transgressions. However, since she now resided within the form of the widow, the actions of Zhou would naturally fall upon her shoulders. "Very well. I shall return everything I have taken from the village," Jin Xiaoyu declared, rolling up her sleeves and placing her hands firmly on her hips, adopting a serious and earnest demeanor. Everyone was left speechless, speculating whether Jin Xiaoyu had lost her mind or fallen under some malevolent influence. "All right, Li Zhong, how much do you believe she should repay?" The acerbic Aunt Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback by Jin Xiaoyu's words, uncertain if she ought to believe her, and lacking any resolution. She pushed the trembling Li Zhong forward with a cane. Li Zhong gazed at Jin Xiaoyu, then at her dilapidated thatched hut, shook his head, and finally stated, "As long as you move away from Ming Zheng village, everything will be forgiven." Upon hearing this, the crowd regained their composure, vehemently accusing the widow of Zhou of attempting to evade responsibility through deceit, deeming her utterly despicable. They insisted that she must be driven out without fail. Ague, seeing this, became anxious and once again stood protectively in front of Jin Xiaoyu, proclaiming, "I've already confessed that it was I who stole. You should come after me." Although Ague had transformed into a rather handsome young man, the local maidens and wives, initially charmed by his looks, now shook their heads in disappointment at his unwavering defense of the widow, with some even hurling insults at him out of jealousy, accusing him of being a fool for creating unnecessary commotion. "Without the widow's instigation, would you have stolen?" They jeered. It was indeed true that the widow had manipulated the fool into committing theft, thus placing the blame squarely upon her. "Li Zheng, hurry up and expel these two, no? These three, and that little beast as well," someone shouted, even targeting Qing heir for expulsion, demanding that they all be driven out of Ming Zheng village. Li Zheng, burdened by the widow's laziness and the chaos she caused in the village, had long been eager to rid the community of her presence. He resolved to expel her, regardless of whether she starved or froze outside, for no one would dare speak ill of it. Consequently, Li Zheng raised his cane and struck it against the ground with determination, proclaiming, "Today, I represent Ming Zheng village in expelling Jiang Xiaotan, along with her miscreants and the beggar, Ague. From this day forth, they are forbidden from stepping foot in Ming Zheng village." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged forward, some scooping up Qing heir, others dragging Ague, while a few seized Jin Xiaoyu by her arms and legs, intent on casting them all out. Despite Ague's foolishness, he possessed considerable strength and endeavored to protect Jin Xiaoyu and Qing heir. However, he was no match for the sheer number of opponents. His already tattered clothing was further torn, nearly leaving him exposed. Jin Xiaoyu fared little better, being hoisted out as though she were a pig, each jolt making her feel utterly disassembled. Qing heir, frightened, cried out louder and louder, causing Jin Xiaoyu's heart to ache. "Mother, mother!" A surge of fury welled up inside Jin Xiaoyu. With a powerful thrust, she cast off the women attempting to lift her, disregarding their wails as she scrambled to her feet and struck out at any woman who dared approach, delivering resounding slaps. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of slapping. The women, clutching their faces in anger, were none the less hesitant to confront Jin Xiaoyu, who towered over them with a robust physique. First, she snatched up Qing heir to protect her, then reached for Ague and bellowed at the crowd, "Enough. Do you truly wish to drive me out? Then let us settle this matter once and for all." Chapter 7. A meeting with the officials. Jin Xiaoyu was, after all, a rare talent within her clan. Even when she was in tea training, she would assist the clan leader and elders in teaching the village youth, carrying herself with the gravitas befitting her status. Thus, dealing with a few ignorant gossipers and old men was hardly a challenge. It was evident that the crowd was indeed intimidated by her formidable presence. Jin Xiaoyu surveyed the onlookers, nodding in satisfaction before commencing her lament. Given that this was a family matter for the Zhou clan, he had refrained from intervening, letting his wife turn Jiang Xiaotan away under the pretense of illness. He had not anticipated that, after all these years, the widow would remember so clearly. Li Zheng was caught off guard by Jiang Xiaotan's ability to rebut his words, leaving him breathless with indignation. Jin Xiaoyu cast him a sidelong glance, denying him any opportunity to respond as she continued, "Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that Li Zheng truly did not know about this matter. Then, I must ask, is it possible that you also do not remember the following?" She pressed on, "If I wish to borrow something from my own home, I should be able to do so at will. If I choose not to lend it, that is my prerogative, and it is not an offense." Li Zheng, undoubtedly pondering the implications, remained silent, unable to articulate a response, which Jin Xiaoyu interpreted as tacit agreement. Without waiting for him to speak, she interjected, "Li Zheng, you did say that I am unworthy of owning land, did you not?" Li Zheng was rendered speechless by her barrage of inquiries, left aghast at the widow's unexpected assertiveness and articulate speech. Before he could formulate a rebuttal, Jin Xiaoyu continued, "I fail to understand why Jiang Xiaotan is unworthy of land, even if the Zhou family maligns me, accusing me of infidelity. The imperial edict states that even a wayward outsider may claim land if they wish to settle here. So why am I deemed unworthy?" Li Zheng trembled involuntarily under her scrutiny, feeling an unfamiliar sense of trepidation. Jin Xiaoyu recognized that he would not concede his error, and her gaze shifted to the crowd as she declared, "Indeed, before my marriage, I was known for my indolence and my unwillingness to tolerate injustice. Yet, having married into the Zhou family, I intended to live peacefully there. However, just as I lost my husband and found myself with child, I was driven to the brink. You," she pointed at the women before her, who had only hurled insults at her, "you did not seek the truth, but instead sided with the Zhou family, labeling my unborn child a bastard and me a shameless woman. Do you not realize that your words nearly drove me to despair? On several occasions, I contemplated ending my life, and had I done so, you would bear the guilt. But when did this widow begin to seduce men indiscriminately, shamelessly begging for food?" Jin Xiaoyu quickly provided the answer. "You scorned me for my so-called lack of shame, for my alleged seduction of men, for my audacity in asking for sustenance. But have you ever considered that it was your relentless insults and your indifference that forced me onto this path?" With each word, Jin Xiaoyu's fury escalated, and her sense of grievance poured forth, leaving her uncertain whether these sentiments were her own or those of the widow within her. Regardless, she felt compelled to continue. "But I'm a woman too, pregnant and without a place to hide, without food to eat. In the dead of winter, I fought with the village dogs for scraps. I remember that day when the rain poured and my thatched hut leaked. I rolled on the ground in desperation, knocking on your doors, begging for help. Yet no one answered. In the end, I severed my child's umbilical cord with a stone. You chose not to assist me, and while I cannot fault you for your decision, you sat in your homes, hurling insults and slandering me, even peering through cracks to mock my plight. Do you not find your actions utterly unconscionable?" Too many grievances have been bottled up in her heart, and Jin Xiaoyu found herself unwittingly drenched in tears, which cascaded down her cheeks like the surging waters of a river. Although her current dignified appearance seemed somewhat distasteful, she continued to wipe her tears while speaking. Then it dawned on her, "If you accuse me of seducing your men, then I shall indeed seduce. If you claim that I and my child deserve to starve, then I shall fiercely compete for food, not only ensuring our survival, but living well enough to show you." At this point, Jin Xiaoyu wiped her tears with her sleeve, lifted her chin defiantly, and declared, "So do not blame me for becoming what I am now. This is all you're doing, especially you." She paused deliberately, pointing at Li Zheng, and emphasized you. Li Zheng trembled, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly falling, but was fortunately supported by the sharp-tongued Aunt Xiao beside him. In a fit of agitation, Li Zheng coughed uncontrollably, and once he regained his composure, he pointed his cane at Jin Xiaoyu and angrily rebuked, "Nonsense, utter nonsense." Jin Xiaoyu looked at Li Zheng with a cold smile, questioning, "Am I the one spouting nonsense, or is it you who feels guilty? You should know better than anyone. Nevertheless, I am not saying these things to absolve myself. I have stated that I will return what I have borrowed. However, Li Zheng, I must ask you, after occupying my land for all these years, when will you return it to me?" Li Zheng's face turned pale, and his breath became unsteady again. "What nonsense are you spouting now? Are you not aware of the truth? Do you not know if your family's land is more than others?" Upon hearing this, everyone cast peculiar glances at Li Zheng. At over 60 years of age, he had always been highly respected in the village, and this was the first time he had faced such scrutiny. He quickly retorted, "Do not listen to her. This woman is a liar." Just as the crowd began to waver again, Jin Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Am I the liar, or are you feeling guilty? Let us measure your land and see." She knew Li Zheng would not dare to do so. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng indeed felt guilty, but remained obstinate. "You shameless woman, do you think you can confuse right and wrong with just your words? If you continue to speak such nonsense, I will report you to the authorities." These words sent shivers through the ignorant women of the village. After all, in their minds, the government was a sacred institution, an authority, a law. However, this did not intimidate Jin Xiaoyu. With an unwavering smile, she replied to Li Zheng, "Very well. Let us report to the authorities. I am eager to see who the county magistrate will arrest. You, the villain who has occupied my land, or me." As she spoke, Jin Xiaoyu moved forward to drag Li Zheng along to see the officials, shouting, "Let us go report it. My life as Jiang Shao Tan has come to this because of you, and since you intend to drive me away, I fear not those who wear shoes." Li Zheng was unwilling to concede, cursing her while trying to evade her. However, he was no match for the plump Jin Xiaoyu. As she was about to seize him, in a moment of panic, Li Zheng closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and collapsed to the ground. "Li Zheng, what is happening to you?" Aunt Xiao screamed, pointing at Jin Xiaoyu. This wicked woman Jiang Xiao Tan has killed Li Zheng. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback, fearing that she might have truly frightened Li Zheng to death. Seeing this, Aunt Xiao cried and scolded even louder. Jiang Xiao Tan, you dare to kill? Today, it is Li Zheng. Tomorrow, it could be one of us. As long as you, Jiang Xiao Tan, remain, our Mingzheng village will never know peace. We must send Jiang Xiao Tan to see the officials. She must pay for Li Zheng's life. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, began to denounce Jin Xiaoyu alongside Aunt Xiao. Jin Xiaoyu felt somewhat at a loss. If Li Zheng truly died from her scare, there would be no way to cleanse herself of the blame. Just as the crowd was about to drag her away to see the officials, one person stealthily approached Li Zheng, grasped his snowy white beard, and yanked it fiercely. Ouch, that hurts. Who pulled my beard? Li Zheng jumped up, searching angrily for the culprit. Meanwhile, the instigator, Gui, hurriedly hid behind Jin Xiaoyu. Upon seeing this, Jin Xiaoyu finally understood. Li Zheng was feigning death out of fear of going to the officials with her. Li Zheng was fuming, thinking at his advanced age of over 60, he had always been a person of high moral standing. If it became known that he had pretended to faint, it would ruin his reputation. He could not admit to it, no matter what. But he feared that Jiang Xiao Tan, the wicked woman, would beat him to it. Just as it seemed that Jiang Xiao Tan was about to mock him, Li Zheng hastily changed his tone. Enough, you only want land, right? Very well, I can give it to you, but the land in the village is limited, and with the increase in population over the years, there's hardly any left. If you wish for land, you may only go to the back mountain, where you can have as much land as you desire, so long as you can cultivate it. Li Zheng glared fiercely at Jin Xiaoyu, unable to suppress his delight, for the land in the back mountain was saline alkali land, unsuitable for growing crops. But this widow might not know that. As long as she agreed, there would be no chance for her to backtrack. After all, if she refused, she would end up with nothing. Jin Xiaoyu was aware that Li Zheng's sudden concession was not sincere. Yet, understanding that today's events could not be unraveled, she resolved to take whatever benefits she could. Very well, it's a deal, she agreed readily, though she was puzzled about what was wrong with the land in the back mountain. Could there be wild beasts? That would not deter her. Regardless, she was confident that no matter the land, it would not pose a challenge to her, the cleverest of foxes. Seeing her agreement, Li Zheng immediately summoned someone to bring a contract, and after signing, it would be settled. You said it yourself, that the land in the back mountain belongs to me. Is that so? Jin Xiaoyu saw confirmation once more. Li Zheng, somewhat impatient, replied, Yes, as long as you can grow food. Li Zheng signed first, and Jin Xiaoyu followed suit, pressing her handprint beside his. No matter what, from this day forward, she and Qing would finally have land in this village. With land, they could grow food and even build a big house. They would no longer have to endure hunger and cold in their thatched hut. The group of women behind them gasped in disbelief. They all knew that the back mountain was barren, with hardly any grass growing. Yet Jiang Xiao Tan was truly willing to take that land. However, there was indeed little good land left in the village, and Li Zheng was notoriously stingy. If Jiang Xiao Tan insisted on good land, it might threaten their own. This was, in fact, a better outcome. The crowd observed Jiang Xiao Tan, who was not only unbothered but seemed quite pleased, and they suspected she was unaware of the true condition of the back mountain land, prompting someone to mock, Widow Zhou. It's best that you come to your senses. You're strong and healthy. Relying on anyone is not as good as relying on yourself. May you soon cultivate your own land and grow food, so your son can enjoy a better life. Now that you have land, you can no longer come begging. Hearing these flattering words, Jin Xiaoyu found them somewhat grating. However, if they expected to witness her misfortune, they were merely dreaming. Yet, since she was now Jiang Xiao Tan, the debts of the past must be repaid. Taking a deep breath, Jin Xiaoyu reluctantly spoke up. I acknowledge that I have committed numerous misdeeds in the past, yet that was an incarnation of myself that has long since faded. The present me, no longer the gluttonous and indolent Jiang Xiao Tan who merely thought of being a parasite, has adopted a new name, Jin Xiaoyu. This name heralds my rebirth. Rest assured, I will not forget the promises I have made. To all present, anyone from whom I have ever sought a meal or requested something, I vow to repay you doubly. Once I cultivate the land and harvest grain, I shall return what is owed to each household. As she spoke, Jin Xiaoyu pricked her finger and let the blood fall upon the soil, a testament to her vow, signifying her unwavering determination to change. However, she forgot that this was not Tushan. This was the realm of humans, and the sight of her biting her finger in this manner left them utterly bewildered. Initially, they had perceived a change in Jin Xiaoyu, a departure from her former self. Yet now they were convinced they had merely imagined it. It seemed Jin Xiaoyu had succumbed to madness, or perhaps she intended to escape the situation in this manner. Regardless, there was no possibility of sending her away today. Nevertheless, they were eager to witness the moment Jin Xiaoyu beheld the desolate land of the back mountains, where hope would surely elude her. The village chief had already been assisted away by the sharp-tongued Aunt Xiao, and the rest, having enjoyed the spectacle, prepared to depart as twilight approached. Not forgetting to mock Jin Xiaoyu, one remarked, "I say, Xiao Tan, no, I should now call you Xiaoyu. Do not forget your words. I await those 2 bags of rice from you next year." Jin Xiaoyu waved at them reassuringly. She bent down to brush her fingers through her son's unkempt hair, expressing her heartfelt sentiments. "Qing heir, do not worry. Your mother shall not change. I cherish you deeply." Yet, Qing heir suddenly wriggled free from her embrace, stepping back to regard Jin Xiaoyu with caution, gently reminding her, "But mother, the back mountains cannot yield grain." Jin Xiaoyu had anticipated such a response. Yet she clung to hope, for she had heard tales among the fox tribe that nothing was impossible. It all depended on what was sown and the reasons behind it. However, as day waned, she could only wait until tomorrow to investigate further. A meal interrupted had grown cold. Observing her stomach grumbling, Jin Xiaoyu realized she would need to reheat the food, for an upset stomach was always troublesome. Just as she lifted the pot to head to the outdoor stove, she noticed a shadow outside. She had almost forgotten about him. "Are you hungry?" Jin Xiaoyu inquired, recalling how the women had gazed at him with starry eyes earlier. She mused that after being cleaned, a Gui truly was quite charming, though still not quite on par with the most handsome of her kin from the fox tribe. Jin Xiaoyu reminisced about her days in the fox tribe, where, during the warm spring days, she would transform into a dashing young man, attracting the affections of many girls, even stirring the hearts of passing mortal women from the Tushan realm. Those days felt heavenly. Alas, reflecting on those joyous moments only brought tears to her eyes now. A Gui, after a prolonged moment of stunned silence, shook his head, and Jin Xiaoyu did not press further. She placed the pot on the stove and began to kindle a fire, but in her distraction, she accidentally burned her hand, causing her to wince in pain. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, gently blowing on her burn. Although the gesture was clumsy, it did alleviate some of the pain. Jin Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush unexpectedly. It must be the heat, she reassured herself internally. Yet, gazing at the almost celestial Gui before her, she found herself longing for the past, not just for the memories of her kin, but also for the divine. Quickly shaking her head, she reminded herself that she was currently destitute. Even if she had a servant, where could she possibly accommodate him? Furthermore, having such a person nearby might disrupt her resolve. After contemplating this, Jin Xiaoyu withdrew her hand, regaining her cold demeanor as she issued him an eviction notice. "You should leave. I am grateful for today as assistance. But I am a widow, and as the saying goes, a widow's door is fraught with trouble. Besides, I am not worthy of such honor. Once the meal is prepared, I shall have Qing heir bring you some." With that, she turned away, storming into the thatched hut and slamming the door, ignoring a Gui's crestfallen expression. Chapter 9. It would not be good to scare people. Jin Xiaoyu caressed Qing heir's hair and kissed his forehead, reminding him, "Today, take me to see the back mountains." Upon mentioning the back mountains, Qing heir's expression soured, as he seemed doubtful of his mother's ability to cultivate the land for grain. Nevertheless, he always heeded her words. Just as they were about to leave, Jin Xiaoyu recalled another matter. The sun shone brightly today, an opportune time for drying clothes. She could no longer endure the foul odor of the thatched hut, nor that of herself or Qing heir. Thus, she instructed Qing heir to gather some firewood while she went to fetch water from the river. The village women rose early, filling their water jars before noon for cooking and washing. As they chatted merrily, one woman looked up and spotted Jin Xiaoyu, immediately nudging another. "Look, the widow Zhou has come." "Widow Zhou? I heard she has given herself a new name, something with fish in it. What was it? Jean something fish? Marine something fish? Whatever fish it is, just look at her ugly face. Even a glance is nauseating. You find her nauseating, yet that foolish beggar thinks she's a goddess." As they laughed, Jin Xiaoyu approached with a water bucket, fully aware that she was the subject of their earlier gossip. She feigned ignorance, greeting them cheerfully. The women, taken aback by her unexpected friendliness, were momentarily speechless. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and corrected herself. I am Jin Xiaoyu. The bedding at home needs washing. So I came to fetch water. The woman who had initially spoken faltered, then remarked, but you only have one quilt. If you wash it, what will you cover yourself with at night? Before anyone could respond, another chimed in, that is easy to answer, with a man around, who worries about a cold bed? The others joined in the laughter. One even leaned closer, eager to inquire about something more personal, and said to Jin Xiaoyu, I say, Widow Zhou, oops. I mean Jin Xiaoyu, is it true what they say about you and that beggar? Jin Xiaoyu, having intended to greet them in good spirits and bid farewell to her past as Widow Zhou, was taken aback by their incessant gossip. However, she did not blame them. After all, gossip is a human inclination, especially in idle moments. Yet, why should she divulge anything to them? A smile blossomed on her lips as she looked at the woman who had just asked her, Are you truly that eager to know? The woman, seeing hope, nodded eagerly. A single remark rendered the woman blushing furiously, and she retorted angrily, Do not think that by remaining silent we are unaware. Women like you are capable of anything, even forcing their way into another's life. Just look at that beggar. Though foolish, he is not bad-looking. He must have already overpowered someone. This statement sent the other women into fits of laughter. Jin Xiaoyu could reprimand one, but she could not silence them all. Their words belonged to them, and they were free to speak as they wished. Jin Xiaoyu truly wished to cover her ears, but her hands were preoccupied with water, leaving her no choice but to quicken her pace toward the thatched cottage. Unexpectedly, she encountered the last person she wished to see, Wang Luhu. Speaking of Wang Luhu, Jin Xiaoyu felt compelled to inquire with Widow Zhou about how such a brutish man, with a face full of excess flesh, could possibly attract her attention. As she caught sight of Wang Lu, who glancing her way, Jin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, quickly lowering her head and feigning ignorance, intent on avoiding him. To her dismay, Wang Lu who strode directly toward her. Upon seeing Jin Xiaoyu, he was filled with displeasure. His wife had been ill for days, all due to Jin Xiaoyu's meddling. While Jin Xiaoyu seemed to thrive, having become entangled with a beggar, the entire village was now aware of it. Previously, Jin Xiaoyu had no ties with him, but ever since she had pursued him, the villagers often compared him with that beggar. Just earlier, someone had asked him, Wang Luhu, Widow Zhou has discarded you and run off with a beggar. Are you not angry? Damn it. She had tarnished his reputation, and now she expected to walk away unscathed? As Jin Xiaoyu observed Wang Luhu approaching, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Technically, she was now Widow Zhou and should take responsibility for her past actions. After a brief pause, she spoke, I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I apologize to you and your wife. Wang Lu, who stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed that widow, yet she was the one who had initiated an apology. Was this real? Noting his incredulous reaction, Jin Xiaoyu understood that he was momentarily unable to accept her words. But she had not expected him to do so immediately. After another pause, she bowed deeply to him. I sincerely regret my past behavior. Seeing your family thrive, I foolishly thought to take advantage, but I now recognize my folly. Rest assured, I will no longer intrude upon your life. With that, Jin Xiaoyu said no more, bowed once again, and turned to leave. Observing the robust Wang Luhu behind her, she felt a mix of resignation and understanding. It was no wonder he was startled by the contrast between the previous widow and her newly polite demeanor. Clearly, a gradual transition was necessary to avoid further alarming him. Chapter 10. Bathing. Seeing her mother washing clothes with hands reddened and swollen from the cold, Qing'er felt a pang of sympathy and quickly asked, Mother, why not wait until the water is heated before washing? This way, your hands wouldn't be frozen. Without hesitation, she jumped in to help. Jin Xiaoyu, taking the initiative, began to undress Qing'er, startling him, as he feared she was going to scold him again, and he instinctively covered his head and jumped away. Why are you dodging? Jin Xiaoyu pulled Qing'er back, swiftly removing his clothes. In the depths of winter, although it was not yet the coldest time, the temperature was sufficiently low for Qing'er to shiver uncontrollably. Jin Xiaoyu urged him to hurry inside, and obediently, Qing'er jumped into the warm water, instantly enveloped in a soothing warmth. Jin Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and began to scrub Qing'er, who appeared to have not bathed in ages, merely applying gentle pressure. She removed significant amounts of dirt. Qing'er soon realized that his mother had specifically drawn water to bathe him, and his eyes brimmed with gratitude as he fervently promised, Mother, once I finish, I'll boil water for you to have a good wash. Jin Xiaoyu readily agreed, assuring him to wait. After a brief period, Qing emerged from the tub, transformed from a dirty child into a clean and delicate young gentleman. If he were donned a fresh and neat outfit, he would undoubtedly captivate many young girls. Though Qing didn't fully grasp Jin Xiaoyu's words, he recognized the wisdom in them. However, they had no new clothes, as their remaining 2 sets were merely patched-up hand-me-downs. Jin Xiaoyu had already noted that Qing's clothes were rather small, pondering how to procure him a new outfit. Yet, this required money, and she currently had none. It appeared she needed to devise a way to earn a living. While lost in thought, Qing had already climbed out of the wooden tub, and Jin Xiaoyu, fearing he might catch cold, hurriedly urged him to put on his clothes. However, Qing insisted on boiling water so that Jin Xiaoyu could also enjoy a clean bath. Unable to dissuade him, she reluctantly acquiesced. While he heated the water, Jin Xiaoyu took the opportunity to wash the cotton quilt, only cleaning the outer layer of tattered fabric, leaving the cotton inside intact, lest they freeze in the harsh cold. One could certainly feel pity for widow Zhou. Yet the most unfortunate was still young Qing. Watching him busy with boiling water, Jin Xiaoyu vowed to ensure that this child would soon lead a better life. When the quilt was dried, Qing had also brought the water to a boil, imitating Jin Xiaoyu's actions to adjust the temperature before calling her. Jin Xiaoyu was once again moved to tears, determined not to let this obedient child down. "Mother, quickly go wash up inside. I'll keep an eye on things outside," Qing said, wise beyond his years. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and ruffled his now noticeably softer hair before heading indoors. She shed her clothes and attempted to step into the wooden tub. However, even standing in it proved to be a challenge, leading her to wring out a towel and wipe herself down little by little. The warm water opened her pores, enveloping her in an indescribable comfort. Finally, she let her hair down and rinsed thoroughly before emerging. Although she remained as plump as ever, her face still dotted with red blemishes, there was something subtly different about her. Qing approached, scrunching his nose in an effort to express his delight, exclaiming, "Mother, you smell wonderful." Jin Xiaoyu chuckled and tapped his nose, knowing that he was not merely referring to her scent, but rather the comforting aroma of a mother's presence. After washing, Jin Xiaoyu felt invigorated, as if a weight had been lifted, and she quickly promised Qing that they would bathe more frequently. For a clean boy is truly delightful. "Mother, do you really think I'm adorable?" Qing inquired. Jin Xiaoyu nodded. "Of course, my Qing is the most adorable of all." After lunch, Jin Xiaoyu took Qing to the back mountain. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback upon witnessing the barren land devoid of any vegetation. Sensing her dismay, Qing attempted to console her. "It's all right, mother. I will grow up. When I am older, I will learn to hunt in the mountains like Wang Lu Hu, and we won't go hungry anymore." Jin Xiaoyu stroked his hair but remained silent, bending down to touch the soil for inspection. As expected, the soil was peculiar, sparse, and filled with white granules. She vaguely recalled an elder from Tushan, who specialized in agricultural knowledge, mentioning that such land could not yield grains but might be suitable for other crops. However, she could not recall what those might be. In her previous focus on cultivation, she had neglected the importance of grains and remained oblivious to these matters, often treating her studies with indifference, now regretting her past negligence. Jin Xiaoyu and Qing explored the entirety of the back mountain, but could not recall what crops could thrive there. Inadvertently stumbling upon a group of mice she had previously robbed. The little critters had begun hoarding food again and, upon spotting Jin Xiaoyu, froze in fright, scattering their provisions and attempting to flee. "The bandits have returned. We must flee swiftly. Grandmother, I implore you, spare us. Our lives have become unbearable, and the villagers might have discovered our presence. They have purchased copious amounts of rat poison and traps. Just yesterday, Xiao San accidentally ingested some poison and left." The speaker was Xiao Er, who wept bitterly at the mention of Xiao San. Jin Xiaoyu expressed profound sympathy for their plight. Her heart softened, and she released Xiao Li, ordering them to stand in a row. These little mice were surprisingly obedient. However, this scene left Qing utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes as she watched the little mice and her mother, who spoke to them with utmost seriousness, feeling as though she must be dreaming. Jin Xiaoyu gently stroked Qing's head and smiled, saying that this matter was a secret of hers, and that Qing must keep it confidential, although still incredulous. Qing quickly nodded in assurance, promising to keep her mother's secret. Chapter 11. The Glutton with Qing's Promise. Jin Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and began to question them one by one. "What do you know about this land?" The mice stared blankly. momentarily confused until they realized she referred to the saline alkaline soil. They immediately clamored to respond. I know. This land cannot yield crops. Villagers have tried before, but not even a blade of grass could sprout. Yes, I too am aware that even earthworms seldom come here. Jin Xiaoyu's fleeting hope was instantly dashed, leaving her somewhat despondent. The little mice, fearing for their own safety, began to brainstorm solutions. Oh, I remember. I once heard from my great-grandfather that there is another piece of land like this, about 10 miles away. The local villagers seem to have discovered something miraculous that allows plants to take root in such soil. Jin Xiaoyu was invigorated and quickly asked, what was it? However, the previously speaking mouse, Xiaoli, hesitated and struggled to recall. Jin Xiaoyu bent down, employing both intimidation and threats, urging him to remember, warning that if he could not, he would be cooked for dinner that evening. Xiaoli, terrified, trembled and cried, yet the more he panicked, the less he could remember. The others, seeing this, hastily pleaded with Jin Xiaoyu, Grandmother, we have done our utmost. Perhaps we could inquire with the mice in the neighboring village? What do you think? Jin Xiaoyu sighed, realizing she did not genuinely wish to stew any mice, and besides, mouse meat was undoubtedly unpalatable. Since these little creatures had agreed to assist her, her objective was achieved. Jin Xiaoyu nodded at the little mice, stating that it must be done, but do not be lazy. You must hurry. I shall return by this time tomorrow. The little mice scrambled off in a flurry. Watching them scurry away on their tiny legs, Jin Xiaoyu found their antics amusing. Recalling the troublesome rat spirit in Tushan that would pilfer the grain she stored in the rice jar, she felt a sense of poetic justice in her current situation. Jin Xiaoyu felt somewhat helpless. She had once been a cultivator, having forgotten the meaning of hunger, yet here she was in the guise of a widow, laboring daily for 3 meals. Moreover, her appetite was insatiable. Having just finished a meal, she was already feeling hungry again. She had thought that a bag of rough rice and a bag of potatoes procured from the mice would last her through half the winter. Yet only 2 days had passed, and half of it was already gone. Jin Xiaoyu realized that if this continued, she would once again endure hunger. However, she could not control the widow's appetite. For instance, during lunch, she had tried to eat sparingly, setting a goal of just 1 bowl of rice, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless pangs of hunger and devoured 7 bowls. She also knew that Qing Er was concerned she might not have enough to eat, so he had pretended to be full. Contemplating this, Jin Xiaoyu felt an urgent need to devise a plan to gather more food. Additionally, the rotten potatoes and rough rice were devoid of nutrition, and with Qing Er still in his growth phase, this was truly detrimental. Qing Er was unaware of Jin Xiaoyu's pensive state. Despite his stomach pressing against his chest from hunger, he stubbornly held on until his belly betrayed him with a loud rumble. Mother, I'm not hungry, he quickly explained. Jin Xiaoyu looked at her sensible child, recognizing that he wished to spare her further distress. However, as his mother, how could she allow him to go hungry? While stroking his head, she said, wait here. I shall prepare some food. Qing Er leaped with joy, exclaiming that he would gather firewood for her. Jin Xiaoyu glanced at the stove, stopping him. There is still some from noon, you rest. I will cook, and once it's ready, we shall eat. With that, she began washing her hands to prepare the meal. Yet, just as she finished cutting the potatoes, she saw Qing Er had already lit the fire at the stove. By the time she brought the cut potatoes over, he had successfully ignited the flames. Observing his soot-streaked cheeks from the fire, Jin Xiaoyu could only shake her head in resignation. During dinner, Jin Xiaoyu intentionally served most of the potatoes to Qing Er, reserving only a small portion for herself. However, Qing Er poured half of what was in his bowl into hers, prompting Jin Xiaoyu to intervene, exclaiming, what are you doing? Perhaps her tone was too severe, as Qing Er seemed startled, yet he trembled as he explained, Mother, I had enough to eat at noon. I'm not very hungry now. Mother. Qing Er's eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend her intentions. You are at an age where you are growing. It is already inappropriate for you to eat so little. Besides, I'm trying to lose a bit of weight. If I eat too much, how can I slim down? Qing Er rolled his eyes, seemingly weighing Jin Xiaoyu's words, and after a long pause, finally spoke, but I think you are doing just fine as you are, Mother. Jin Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks, feigning to strike him. Seeing his fear, she withdrew, adopting a serious demeanor to inquire, when you grow up and marry, would you prefer a wife like me or one like Wang Luihu's wife? Qing Er was taken aback, appearing as though he had never considered such a question. Under Jin Xiaoyu's gentle pressure, he quickly pondered, and after being reminded to speak truthfully, he finally responded, Mother, Although I really like you as my mother, I would still prefer to marry someone like Wang Luihu's wife." With that, Qing Er retracted his neck, seemingly apprehensive of punishment. As Jin Xiaoyu continued to eat her potatoes, she could not help but acknowledge that hunger made even rotten potatoes seem desirable. After finishing one bowl of rice, she still felt unsatisfied, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qing Er's bowl, sparkling with desire. She struggled to control herself, or rather, to control the widow's appetite. "Why aren't you eating?" Jin Xiaoyu noticed Qing Er's expression was peculiar, as if he were troubled by something. Qing Er glanced up at her, hesitating before finally managing to utter, "Mother, do you still wish to marry Wang Luihu?" Jin Xiaoyu nearly spit out the water she had just sipped, baffled by his sudden inquiry. Upon reflection, she realized her previous question might have led to this misunderstanding. Yet, observing his demeanor, it seemed he did not wish for her to have any connection with Wang Luihu. She was puzzled, as Wang Luihu's family's life was well known in the village. Did he not desire a better life? "Tell me, do you not want your mother to continue doing such things?" Jin Xiaoyu inquired. "But mother, it seems you are not the same as you once were," Qing Er replied. Jin Xiaoyu nodded, acknowledging that he discerned right from wrong, then asked, "Why did you not tell me this before?" After posing the question, Jin Xiaoyu regretted it, realizing it was an obvious fear of punishment. Qing Er's voice resonated, and I understood that my mother truly acted out of concern for me. Her discipline was a reflection of her fear that I might stray off the right path. She had no choice but to resort to such measures. As she spoke, Qing Er lowered her head, her frail shoulders trembling slightly, seemingly on the verge of tears. Jin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had believed this foolish child had a sense of right and wrong, a potential worth nurturing. Yet now she found herself utterly astonished. She exhaled in resignation, attempting to don a maternal smile while gently admonishing Qing Er, affirming that he was indeed a good son, worthy of her teachings since childhood. After saying this, Jin Xiaoyu quickly bowed her head and stuck out her tongue, fearing that if she continued speaking, she might end up biting it. However, to remain silent would be akin to slapping her own face. If she were to admit that the previous Zhou widow was merely selfish and devoid of moral discernment, it would only render Qing Er more pitiable. Qing Er lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Jin Xiaoyu, and with a sob, cried out, "Mother, I knew all these years you have cared for me. I was not mistaken." Jin Xiaoyu, unable to bear the sight of tears before her, quickly embraced Qing Er, offering comfort, assuring him of her affection. After the meal, Jin Xiaoyu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, a state she found quite frustrating. During her time in Tushan, her energy had seemed inexhaustible. Others believed her success stemmed solely from her innate talent, unaware of the immense effort she had invested behind the scenes. Yet now, the most promising and industrious member of the Fox clan had succumbed to the tendencies of a slothful matron, dozing off at the slightest touch of the bed. Jin Xiaoyu tried to will herself to stay awake a bit longer, but her body's instinct proved too formidable. After yawning repeatedly, she could no longer suppress her yearning for slumber. As she stretched her limbs, preparing to embrace the comforting embrace of sleep, she suddenly caught sight of Qing Er stealthily descending from the bed, clutching a thin blanket. "Where are you going?" Jin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, then recalled that Zhou widow had never allowed Qing Er to sleep in the bed, having hogged the already narrow space herself, forcing him to the floor. The thought of her 4-year-old child enduring such harsh treatment filled her with even greater disdain for the Zhou widow, especially in the biting cold of winter, where the floor must have been frigid. Overcome with sympathy, she swiftly pulled Qing Er onto the bed, declaring that from now on, he would sleep beside her. "But mother," Qing Er hesitated to say, feeling that one person was insufficient, yet he could not articulate his thoughts further. Jin Xiaoyu, fully aware of her own ample physique, did not wish to sleep on the cold ground either, but her maternal instincts prevailed. "It's all right. Mother has plenty of warmth to share." She reassured him with a smile, "And this will serve as motivation for me to lose weight so I can hold you closely while we sleep." Qing Er's eyes quickly filled with tears, touched and grateful, as he leaped into her embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, you are so kind." Jin Xiaoyu nodded, internally affirming her own virtue. Then, "Mother, you must strive to lose weight. I await the day you can hold me tightly as we sleep." With that, Qing Er released her and climbed onto the bed, clutching the freshly washed blanket. In a moment, he was snoring thunderously, while Jin Xiaoyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. The ground was icy, and despite the thick layer of straw, the chill was relentless. It was not until the latter half of the night that she finally succumbed to sleep, awakening unusually late, drawn from slumber by the enticing aroma of food. Before she even opened her eyes, the scent led her toward the source. "Mother, it's time to eat." Qing'er's voice rang out. Finally opening her eyes, she saw him carrying a bowl of cooked brown rice porridge, seemingly scalding his hands. As he hurriedly set the bowl on a rickety table, then blew on his small hand, suddenly feeling rather embarrassed. Jin Xiaoyu realized that she had just vowed to be a diligent mother, only to find herself in this predicament. She quickly noticed a new dilemma. Why was there only one bowl? And why was it placed before her? "Mother, I ate too much yesterday. My stomach still feels uncomfortable," he explained, but his stomach grumbled loudly a moment later. Qing'er felt embarrassed, seeking an excuse to cover up, yet Jin Xiaoyu scolded him. "Are you trying to make me gain more weight? Do you wish for me to remain single?" Her sharp tone startled Qing, who immediately shook his head in an attempt to clarify. However, Jin Xiaoyu did not grant him the opportunity to explain, pointing decisively at the bowl of porridge in front of her, commanding him to drink. "Mother?" Qing'er's eyes brimmed with tears. "If you don't drink, forget about recognizing me as your mother." Jin Xiaoyu understood that Qing'er feared being abandoned, and she knew that if she did not assert herself, he might refuse to eat. Qing'er was deeply afraid of being forsaken, so at that moment, nothing could overshadow his underlying fear. He lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. Jin Xiaoyu beamed at his obedience, but as she was about to speak, her own stomach growled, causing her to feel a bit awkward. Qing'er looked up at her, and she felt a flush of embarrassment, ultimately unable to resist, taking a large gulp of water. The two then proceeded to meet the mice as planned. Yet they waited in vain for the little creatures to arrive. Qing even cast a skeptical glance her way, seemingly questioning whether she truly believed the mice would keep their word. Feeling scorned by her own son, Jin Xiaoyu became irritated and, after some effort, located the mice's lair, dragging the disobedient little ones out. The mice were terrified, scattered in chaos, each crying out in distress. "Grandma, we work at night. That's why we haven't risen yet," explained Xiaoyozi. Jin Xiaoyu decided to let this instant slide, but questioned them. "Have you understood the promises you made to me?" The mice exchanged hesitant glances, and ultimately, the weakest among them, Xiao Lu, stepped forward. He first bowed respectfully to Jin Xiaoyu before saying, "Grandma, it's not that we don't want to help. It's just that yesterday, our great-grandfather ate too much and passed away." "What?" Jin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. While they mourned their ancestor, pressing her further seemed rather cruel. Thus, the kind-hearted Jin Xiaoyu did not continue to press the little mice, instead offering a small handful of rice grains she had collected along the way as a token of consolation. The little mice, overwhelmed with gratitude, were surprised to find that this plump woman was not so bad after all. On her way, she encountered several women who had previously accompanied Li Zheng in chasing her. Seeing her approach, they guessed she was headed to the back mountain. One woman pretended to inquire, "Jin Xiaoyu, will you be able to grow crops next year? Do the 2 bags of rice you promised us still stand?" Jin Xiaoyu, feeling vexed, had no desire to engage with them, but they blocked her path. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you ignoring me?" Jin Xiaoyu glanced up, noticing the unmasked derision and disdain in their eyes, which stirred a flicker of annoyance within her. "Why do you regard me with such contemptuous eyes?" The woman seemed startled by the intensity of Jin Xiaoyu's gaze. "Then how should I look at you? With tears of gratitude? Or with the utmost appreciation?" Jin Xiaoyu retorted, her tone sharp. "Have you gone mad?" The woman, unable to comprehend Jin Xiaoyu's words, deemed her increasingly peculiar. "You have lost your mind, and so has your entire family. Let me tell you, I am quite irritated at the moment. If you wish to argue, I shall gladly oblige," Jin Xiaoyu declared, rolling up her sleeves, exuding an air of fearlessness. Indeed, she could apologize to these people, but that would be solely for the sake of Widow Zhou. However, she is Jin Xiaoyu now, and she has done nothing wrong. Why should she be subjected to their mockery? Why indeed? Chapter 13. Those who will be sad will fade away. Jin Xiaoyu displayed a relentless demeanor, rendering these women hesitant to provoke her further. After all, in terms of height, weight, and even shamelessness, they were no match for Jin Xiaoyu. Without a man to oversee her, she was free from constraints. Yet, surrendering so easily left them unsatisfied. So, while they continued to ridicule her, they hastily retreated. Jin Xiaoyu understood that their taunts were mere bravado. They would not dare engage in a real fight. Seeing them attempt to flee while hurling insults, a sudden impulse compelled her to give chase, causing the women to scurry away in fear. Jin Xiaoyu chuckled behind them, lowering her sleeves and wiping her mouth, thinking to herself, "How dare you underestimate me?" Ch'er, too, was laughing heartily alongside her, feeling a sense of vindication, exclaiming, "Mother, you are magnificent." Of course, back in the day, Mother was never one to lose, even when grappling with little wolf cubs. Mid-sentence, she abruptly remembered that she was no longer Jin Xiaoyu, or rather, she was Jin Xiaoyu, but her body and surroundings had changed, plunging her into a sudden melancholy. Ch'er, noticing her change in demeanor, was puzzled, recalling how formidable Mother used to be. Even she, Ch'er, would tremble at the sight of the little wolf cubs. Jin Xiaoyu laughed at Ch'er's words, but quickly realized that the girl was not merely trying to cheer her up. She sensed Ch'er's disappointment and formulated a plan. "Do you wish to prove that you are not afraid of the little wolf cubs?" Jin Xiaoyu inquired. Ch'er blinked, nodding in confusion, not entirely grasping why her mother was asking. "Remember when we parted ways with those mice? You mentioned that when you grew up, you would learn to hunt like Wang the Hunter to support me?" Jin Xiaoyu prompted. "Yes," Ch'er replied, still puzzled by her mother's line of questioning. Jin Xiaoyu, filled with enthusiasm, disregarded the need for further explanation, taking Ch'er's hand and heading back toward the forest. Having been in this world for some time, she had yet to greet the little creatures, informing them that their fox grandmother had arrived, and from now on, this realm would be under her protection. Though not an adept hunter, Jin Xiaoyu remembered her days as a fox cub, occasionally sneaking grapes and worrying about being caught. Thus she possessed some knowledge of hunters' tricks. Moreover, there were elders in Tushan who often recounted tales of a gluttonous little fox that was caught after overindulging in grapes. Reflecting on Tushan, a wave of homesickness washed over Jin Xiaoyu, momentarily overwhelming her. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she casually fashioned some traps. Ch'er, perplexed, asked, "Mother, what are these for?" Feigning mystery, Jin Xiaoyu replied, "You will find out soon enough." With that, she set up a small basket, placing a wilted carrot at the front, securing one end of a rope to the basket, and then pulling Ch'er to hide. After about half an hour, the little rabbit hopped curiously into the vicinity, glancing around cautiously. Once assured it was alone, it boldly approached the basket and bit into the carrot, attempting to escape. However, no one could outpace Jin Xiaoyu's reflexes. With a swift motion, she captured the little rabbit. Jin Xiaoyu emerged triumphantly, declaring, "You see, I have caught you." The rabbit, frantic, scratched at the basket, whimpering, "Oh no, I should have listened to my mother. What will I do? Mother, father, someone save me." Kneeling down to observe the rabbit, Jin Xiaoyu noticed its paws were bleeding from the scratches, and her heart softened. Yet, if she did not capture it, how would she and Ch'er afford their journey? Being a child, Ch'er was naturally curious about the fluffy creature, gently stroking its soft fur and poking its head. "Please let me go. I won't eat any more carrots. My meat isn't tasty. I'm still small, and when I grow up, you can catch me then." The rabbit pleaded desperately. Jin Xiaoyu was not swayed by its pleas, but seeing its pitiful state tugged at her heartstrings. Ultimately, however, she steeled herself, handing the rabbit to Ch'er with strict instructions to keep a close watch. Ch'er nodded eagerly, tying the rabbit's legs with a piece of rope, but one rabbit was hardly enough. Jin Xiaoyu resolved to capitalize on her success. Furthermore, she recalled Ch'er mentioning that last year, Wang the Hunter had caught a wolf and a bear, which had provided sustenance for over a year. Being fluent in the language of animals, Jin Xiaoyu was confident in her ability to locate these creatures and discern their intentions, believing she could rival Wang the Hunter. Yet, despite her efforts, she had seen neither wolf nor bear along the way. Inquiring with birds and squirrels, she learned that wolves and bears had become a rare sight lately. Had they been hunted to extinction by Wang the Hunter? Jin Xiaoyu muttered to herself, refusing to give up. Ch'er, increasingly curious about her mother, could not contain herself any longer, asking, "Mother, how can you understand the animals?" "Why can't I?" Jin Xiaoyu knew Ch'er had been holding this question for a while, and with a smile, she replied, "It is a skill I learned in my dreams. When you grow older, I will teach you." "Really? You will teach me?" Ch'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. After receiving confirmation from Jin Xiaoyu, Ch'er leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Mother, you are amazing. I will be able to talk to the little animals too." Just as she finished speaking, Qing'er glanced at the little rabbit in her hands and curiously asked, "Mother, what is this rabbit saying?" The rabbit had been making a ruckus all along, yet Qing'er could not comprehend its words. Suddenly, Qing'er paused, looking at Jin Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. Jin Xiaoyu sensed that Qing'er had something on her mind and sighed deeply, preemptively stating, "Do you wish for me to release the rabbit?" Without uttering a word, Qing'er nodded firmly. Jin Xiaoyu sighed once more, fixing her gaze on Qing'er. "However, if we let it go, we shall have no meat to eat, and we won't even be able to reach the town. Even if we do, we won't have the money to buy what you desire." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Qing'er's face, yet she resolutely nodded and reassured Jin Xiaoyu, stating that it was all right, for she still had her mother. However, if this little rabbit were to vanish, how sorrowful its parents would be. If Qing'er were to disappear and fall into the hands of evildoers, would her mother be heartbroken? By the time she reached this last question, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, laced with a tentative timidity. Jin Xiaoyu understood that he feared her claiming not to be saddened. Yet how could she possibly not feel sorrow? Although they had only recently met, she genuinely cherished this child, regarding him as her own flesh and blood in her heart. Thus, she embraced Qing'er tightly and conveyed to him that his mother would indeed grieve, perhaps to the point of succumbing to despair. Under Qing'er's earnest pleas, Jin Xiaoyu found herself unable to remain steadfast. Ultimately, she consented to release the little rabbit. Qing'er personally untied the rabbit, her heart aching upon seeing the raw patches where it had been bound. Observing this, Jin Xiaoyu felt equally helpless. She had no intention of harming the rabbit. After all, she had maintained a cordial relationship with the rabbit demon during her time in Tushan. "Little rabbit, be wise and refrain from falling into traps again," Qing urged, waving to it to hurry away. The rabbit, perhaps taken aback by their unexpected kindness, hesitated for a moment in disbelief. However, as it felt its legs regain their freedom, it began to trust in the reality of its release. Jin Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, was instantly elated, tapping the rabbit's head playfully, remarking that this rabbit indeed knew how to show gratitude. With that, she set the rabbit free. The wounds were clearly inflicted by wild dogs, yet there appeared to be additional injuries, as if it had been stabbed by some sharp object. Jin Xiaoyu did not dwell on it, merely thinking that, as a good deed begets good fortune, letting the rabbit go in exchange for this wild boar was a fair trade. This wild boar was quite substantial. She would need Qing'er's assistance to lift it. However, that was of little consequence, for it could fetch at least 2 taels of silver in the town. Qing'er was overjoyed, having never seen such a sum in his life. They had enough to cover a year's expenses upon reaching the village. The two of them merrily carried the wild boar, taking over an hour to reach the edge of the forest. Just as they were about to emerge from the woods towards the thatched cottage, they were pursued from behind. Upon hearing the commotion, Jin Xiaoyu turned to see Wang the hunter, panting and fuming as he approached, accusing them of taking his property. "Yours?" Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, pondering whether the wild boar was indeed targeted by Wang the hunter, which would explain the additional wounds it bore. It seemed that the wild boar had ultimately perished under the assault of wild dogs, and perhaps Wang the hunter had gone after the dogs instead. The 2 wild dogs on his shoulders corroborated Jin Xiaoyu's suspicions. "Who would have thought to encounter you here? You claim this is yours. What proof do you possess?" Jin Xiaoyu retorted, unwilling to return the boar. Logically, it was true that he had first set his sights on it, but he had chosen to chase the dogs. And with 2 wild dogs already in his possession, it hardly seemed unfair for her to claim the boar. "You want proof?" Wang the hunter's demeanor turned hostile. He was the only hunter in the entire village, and all the game in these mountains belonged to him. There was no need for proof. With that, he brandished his bow and knife menacingly. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had expected him to point out the marks on the boar, yet the hunter was brutishly intent on obtaining it through force. Qing'er, having never witnessed such an intimidating display, had already cowered behind Jin Xiaoyu, trembling with fear. The child's terror unsettled Jin Xiaoyu as well. She promptly dropped the wild boar to the ground and, hands on her hips, confronted Wang the hunter. "Wang the hunter, we are all from the same village. Can we not discuss this reasonably? What do you intend by brandishing those weapons? Are you threatening us if we refuse to comply?" Wang the hunter, caught off guard by her audacity, considering she had previously presented herself as submissive, merely found her repulsive. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue. Since the wild boar lay on the ground, he simply hoisted it onto his shoulder and turned to leave. "Put it down. Are you not going to reason with me?" Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed, infuriated. "What sort of reasoning is this? Do you think I will stand idly by? Rest assured, with my mother around, the wild boar will not escape. Jin Xiaoyu declared, refusing to yield. She could not fathom a world where the strong dictated the terms. Qing'er's feet had begun to swell, and Jin Xiaoyu had no choice but to carry him along. However, they were unable to catch up to Wang the hunter. Yet this did not daunt Jin Xiaoyu. She believed that the monk might run, but the temple would remain. She directly carried Qing'er to confront Wang the hunter at his home. As anticipated, Wang the hunter's mother and elder brother and sister-in-law were already waiting for him, having heard he would return from the mountains today. Before the hunter's family could approach, Jin Xiaoyu rushed forward to seize the boar. This wild boar can sustain us for several months, she declared. The sister-in-law's eyes sparkled at the sight of the plump boar, and she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband as they prepared to take it away. The hunter's mother provided cover, lamenting, "Great mountain, your family is doing well while my brother and sister-in-law are struggling to make ends meet. You cannot let your mother starve. After all, you have 2 wild dogs." The hunter's mother was of a gentle disposition, and over the years, her mother-in-law and brother-in-law had often taken advantage of her kindness, yet she had never voiced a complaint. Ultimately, it depended on how Wang the hunter chose to handle the situation. He was always powerless in the face of his mother's tears. Wang the hunter's mother wanted the heart of the pig, the sister-in-law desired the head, and the brother claimed the fattiest part of the belly. As they walked through the village, their actions attracted the attention of onlookers, all of whom gazed with envy and drooling mouths. "Did you just come from Wang the hunter's home?" asked one villager. The sister-in-law called out to the crowd, inviting them to enjoy roasted wild boar that evening, though in her heart she was eager to close the door early. However, the townsfolk understood her words were mere pleasantries, taking no heed. The mere thought of their own household struggling to even afford coarse rice, while others feasted on wild boar, made them salivate. Some could not resist the urge to mock. "I see they must have gone thieving again. Keep your voice down. If they hear you, you'll be in for scolding," someone cautioned. "You may fear him, but I do not. Who does not know that Wang the hunter's mother and brother-in-law are parasites? If it were not for Wang the hunter hunting in the mountains, they would have starved long ago. Yet here they are, enjoying meat while we can only watch," someone lamented. "No matter how distant, she is still his mother. Blood is thicker than water, and she cannot be easily discarded." As their conversation grew more animated, certain remarks reached the ears of Wang the hunter's mother, his aunt, and brother. However, they had long become accustomed to such gossip, and aside from some idle threats, they paid it no mind. When Jin Xiaoyu arrived, carrying Qing'er, she happened upon Wang the hunter's mother and brother awkwardly lifting the wild boar towards their home. "Wait!" Jin Xiaoyu called out urgently from behind, intercepting them. Upon seeing her, the 3 wore expressions of disdain. The sister-in-law even suspected Jin Xiaoyu was attempting to steal her husband, and her anger flared. "What do you want, Widow Zhou? If Wang Dashan no longer desires you, are you trying to set your sights on my husband?" Wang the hunter's mother quickly positioned herself protectively in front of the wild boar, glaring at Jin Xiaoyu. "This is a gift from my son, Dashan. What business is it of yours?" Chapter 15. Well, what do you mean I can't go? As soon as these words escaped her lips, Wang Dasa could not help but burst into laughter. "Everyone, come and listen. This Zhou widow truly does not consider herself an outsider. My brother Dashan has a wife, yet she starts to seduce him at the door. Have you no shame to even glance at your own conduct? What is this? If seduction doesn't work, are you planning to resort to outright theft?" Wang the aunt chimed in, "Though I disdain Shan's wife, I have even less regard for you. You should give up your delusions and take your little bastard and scram before you dirty my eyes." Wang the aunt and Wang Dasa were notorious in the village for their sharp tongues, spewing insults as if they were opening a floodgate. Jin Xiaoyu, despite her typically gentle disposition, felt a surge of anger rising within her, especially since they were not only insulting her, but also defaming Qing'er. A glance at Qing'er revealed her eyes were already red-rimmed, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves, ready to charge at them to defend her mother. "You shall not insult my mother. She is not the person you claim her to be. Where did this little bastard come from? If your mother is not that kind of person, then who is? Everyone knows the sordid deeds she has committed. Do you want us to enumerate them one by one?" Wang Dasa said, pushing Qing'er aside. Qing'er was no match for her, stumbling backward from the shove. Jin Xiaoyu could no longer contain her temper and had no intention of suppressing it any longer. Previously, she had thought the Zhou widow had made a mistake and had merely chosen to let it be. Wang Dasa noticed the color drain from Jin Xiaoyu's face and felt a tremor of fear. After all, she was well aware that she was not a match for the widow, whose wrath could overpower several men. Wang Da Ant shared the same sentiment. If a confrontation was unavoidable, they should at least rally more people to their side, for even if it led to a fatal altercation, it would be easier to shift the blame. What are you glaring at me for? I will tell you, that wild boar was given to me by my brother Deshawn. If you're unhappy, go find Deshawn, but you won't find us. Wang Deshaw retorted, thinking to herself that if Jin Xiaoyu truly went to stir up trouble at Deshan's house, it would be quite the spectacle. Let that little harlot, Deshan's wife, prance around every day. Had she not ensnared Deshan first, she would have been the one marrying him and living a life of luxury. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that her current misfortunes were all due to Sun Xiao Jiao, Deshan's wife. Very well. I will go find Deshan to confront him, but you must not leave. If you do, and secretly consume or hide the wild boar that rightfully belongs to me, whom shall I seek for redress? Jin Xiaoyu declared. Why should we listen to you? We owe you nothing. Besides, just because you claim to have found it does not make it so. Everyone knows what kind of person my brother Deshawn is. Do not lie and think you could take it for free. Wang Deshaw was not easily fooled and awaited Jin Xiaoyu's visit to Deshawn. Whether it is indeed a free claim or not, there will be evidence. When Deshawn arrives, we shall see the truth revealed. However, I do not trust either of you. Jin Xiaoyu glared at Wang Deshaw and Wang Da Ant, seeing the pair inciting the villagers against her. Jin Xiaoyu turned her gaze to the bystanders and smiled. Dear villagers, I, Jin Xiaoyu, acknowledge that I have done many wrongs in the past, but I have long vowed to turn over a new leaf. If today I speak falsely, I would willingly serve the Wang family as a servant. However, if I speak the truth, then what right do others have to take my belongings without consequence? I hope you will bear witness to this. With that, Jin Xiaoyu bowed deeply to the villagers, who were accustomed to her usual antics and were taken aback by her solemnity. They were at a loss for words. Some remarked, this orphan and her mother are indeed pitiable. If what she says is true, we cannot allow her to be wronged. As more and more villagers expressed their willingness to stand as witnesses, the expressions on Wang Da Ant and Wang Desaw's faces began to falter. They grew anxious. What business is this of yours? Go find somewhere cooler to be. Wang Da Ant and Wang Desaw, it is not right to speak like this. Just moments ago, you asked us to be your witnesses. How can you deny it now? Another villager interjected. Moreover, she said that if she wronged you, she would serve you. Are you feeling guilty? Go away. You're the ones feeling guilty. That wild boar was killed by my brother when he went hunting. Who doesn't know he is a renowned hunter? Wang Da Ant and Wang Desaw exchanged glances, realizing that Deshan's hunting prowess was well known, and that the widow was notoriously lazy. She would hardly venture into the woods without tiring quickly. Fine. Since you insist on being our servants, we shall wait and see, Wang Da Ant declared. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and requested the villagers to keep an eye on the situation while she and Xing Er made their way to Wang Deshan, the hunter. Sun Xiao Jiao, the hunter's wife, was in tears, lamenting the theft of a wild boar by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, when she heard Jin Xiaoyu's voice outside. Instantly, her face turned pale, and panic gripped her. Wang Deshan recalled his previous encounter with Jin Xiaoyu in the woods and was momentarily bewildered. The widow had indeed pursued him. Had he known the wild boar would be taken, leading to his wife's tears, he would have simply handed it over to Jin Xiaoyu. However, seeing his wife so shaken, he approached Jin Xiaoyu with a scythe in hand, waving it angrily as he demanded, What are you doing here? What do you mean? What am I doing here? Wang Deshan, you have taken my belongings, and you still refuse to acknowledge it? Jin Xiaoyu replied with a calm, yet firm demeanor. You are speaking nonsense. When have I taken your things? Though you may have seen the wild boar first, it did not die by your hand. Since you did not kill it, whoever picks it up owns it. Yet you, without any regard, simply seized our prize. Jin Xiaoyu was infuriated, recalling Xing Er's worried expression along the way, and she felt a deep-seated loathing towards the man before her. Initially, she had hoped to reason with him, willing to accept half of the boar if necessary. However, Wang Deshan's blatant disregard for her was intolerable. Indeed, he was a well-known hunter, and his reputation was formidable. She had previously erred, and thus felt some guilt towards him, but that was not a valid excuse for her to suffer in silence. Wang Deshan was skilled in hunting, but lacked finesse in verbal exchanges. As he pondered how to drive Jin Xiaoyu away, his wife approached him. Sun Xiao Jiao had overheard the unfolding drama inside the house. Although she did not believe Jin Xiaoyu's claims, she felt it would be harmless to let her have her way, especially since the wild boar was no longer at their home. If you want the wild boar, go ask Wang Da and my mother-in-law, Sun Xiao Jiao retorted angrily. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu stood her ground, waiting for the two to finish their exchange before stating, I understand that the wild boar was taken by Wang de Ant and Wang de Saw. Therefore, I wish to request that Brother Wang de Shan come forth and help me argue my case, to prove that I first saw the boar, and that it rightfully belongs to me. What? You want me to go before everyone and prove that the boar is yours? Wang de Shan was taken aback, shaking his head vehemently. No, I will not go. If I do, it would mean admitting that I stole from the Zhou widow. Jin Xiaoyu seemed to sense his hesitation. After contemplating for a moment, she reassured him, do not worry. I do not wish for you to admit that you took my belongings. I only want to prove that the boar's death was not caused by your blade, but rather a misunderstanding, thus it belongs to me. Jin Xiaoyu earnestly urged the couple to testify on her behalf, yet they were unwilling. Not only would attending offend the Wang family, but Sun Jiao typically avoided any confrontation with her mother-in-law and the Wang family. Jin Xiaoyu discerned that these two individuals would not yield to her pleas. However, she had no intention of conceding defeat. Grasping Qing'er by the hand, she resolutely marched towards the main house. What are you doing? Wang Dashan hurriedly interjected, blocking her path. You are aware of the hardships faced by a widowed mother and her child. That wild boar represents our sustenance for the entire winter. If we lose it, my mother and I may not survive the season. If you deny me a means to live, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, Jin Xiaoyu seated herself resolutely on the ground, her stance indicating that she would not relent until her objective was achieved. Either I remain here, and you cannot allow a mother and child to starve to death, or you can kill me. If you cannot kill me, then I will find a rope and hang myself at your doorstep, serving as a daily reminder of your role in our demise. In terms of obstinacy, Jin Xiaoyu was no less formidable than Widow Zhou. The huntress, Sun Xiaojiao, was infuriated, rolling her eyes and weeping uncontrollably, lamenting the injustices she faced. Wang the hunter, unable to contain his frustration, attempted to strike Jin Xiaoyu, who did not flinch. Strike me, and you shall be responsible for my death. Wang Dashan was beside himself with anger. Having endured his own mother's obstinacy for so long, he found this widow even more challenging. While comforting his wife, he sighed in resignation, Fine, I will go, I will go. Chapter 16. Crying to the heavens upon achieving her goal, Jin Xiaoyu immediately composed herself, urging Wang Dashan to accompany her without delay. After calming his wife, Wang Dashan reluctantly followed Jin Xiaoyu. Several times, Wang Dashan attempted to carry the wild boar away, but with so many people around, he had no choice but to endure. Upon glancing up, he saw Wang Dashan and Jin Xiaoyu approaching together. Aunt Wang, with a crafty glint in her eye, plopped herself down on the ground and began to wail vociferously. Oh, my dear husband, you left us too soon, leaving us as a widowed mother and child. I have poured my heart and soul into raising these children, and now that the second has prospered, he only sees his wife, neglecting me, the mother who has endured so much. While his family feasts on meat and wine, I, the eldest, can barely swallow husks. And today, to be bullied by a widow. I cannot go on living. Perhaps I should join you sooner. With that, Aunt Wang cast a glance at Wang Dashan and pretended to throw herself against the wall. Strangely, Wang Dashan paid her no mind at all. When her initial tactic failed, Aunt Wang raised her voice, declaring, I will no longer live. Yet, Wang Dashan remained unresponsive. At this point, Aunt Wang's embarrassment was palpable as the mocking laughter of the crowd reached her ears. Here she goes again, seeking attention with her theatrics. Who knows what she truly wants? Perhaps to elicit sympathy from her youngest son, Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan was indeed unfortunate to have such a mother. It was recalled that when Wang Dashan married, Aunt Wang had cast him out, leaving him at 15 with nothing but a tattered cotton coat. Had it not been for the Sun family taking him in and teaching him the art of hunting, he would have likely perished from hunger or cold long ago. How ironic it was, for Aunt Wang herself had once proclaimed that she would care for her eldest son while disregarding the youngest. Yet now, watching him thrive, she frequently sought to benefit from him, knowing he had a soft heart and that the huntress, Sun Xiaojiao, was easily manipulated. What nonsense are you spouting? Dashan is my son, raised with my own hands. Does he not know how I have treated him? Do you need to meddle in our mother-son relationship? Indeed, my mother only wishes to strengthen the bond between us brothers. Wang Dashan and his wife chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, as Wang Dashan and Jin Xiaoyu approached, Aunt Wang boldly stepped in front of Wang Dashan, grasping his hand and pointing at Jin Xiaoyu. Dashan, you must expel this woman. She claims that the wild boar belongs to her. Nonsense. How can my Dashan possibly steal from you? Wang Dashan found himself caught off guard by his mother's words. He had intended to clarify the situation. If it was indeed a misunderstanding, he would gladly concede the boar to Jin Xiaoyu. However, his mother insisted on putting him on a pedestal, making it difficult for him to admit any wrongdoing without suggesting he had stolen from Jin Xiaoyu. Thus, he brusquely withdrew his hand from hers, choosing silence instead. Aunt Wang was bewildered, unable to comprehend her son's behavior. Dashin, what are you doing? Has this widow threatened you? Is she making claims on your conscience, compelling you to give her what belongs to your mother? I tell you, this is unacceptable. You are jeopardizing your mother's life. Her eldest son and daughter-in-law were both lazy, unwilling to work, merely hoping to live comfortably off the wild boar. Aunt Wang exchanged glances with them, and they promptly lunged at the wild boar, clutching it tightly, determined not to let anyone take it away. Jin Xiaoyu disregarded this farce entirely, offering a respectful bow to the assembled crowd before turning back to Wang Dashin. Wang the hunter, allow me to explain the situation clearly, and let the villagers serve as witnesses. Do you have anything to say? Should it be proven that she was indeed in the wrong, she would not shy away from accepting the consequences. Seeing that Wang Dashin agreed, Jin Xiaoyu recounted the entire sequence of events. Having clarified everything, she took a deep breath. At that moment, Aunt Wang interjected, "Isn't it obvious? My son Dashin spotted the wild boar first and even struck it once, so naturally it belongs to him." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left perplexed. Someone questioned, "Jin Xiaoyu, I do not quite understand. Since you acknowledge that Wang the hunter saw it first and struck it, why do you still claim the wild boar is yours?" Jin Xiaoyu smiled and turned to address that person. "I understand that many of you may be puzzled, so allow me to illustrate with an analogy. Imagine a man courting a woman. Sunda expresses his interest and pays a bride price. But then he becomes enamored with another woman and forgets about the first. If Sun Air then pays a bride price and marries her, and later, Sunda wishes to reclaim her, asserting his prior claim, whom do you believe she should marry? Sun Air, since Sunda was the one who broke off the engagement. No, it should be Sunda, for he did not return the bride price. I believe it should still be Sun Air, for a woman cannot wait indefinitely. She should marry when the right man comes along. In this instance, the consensus leaned towards Sun Air, as Sunda had abandoned his claim, leaving the woman to wait for years. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and addressed the crowd. Thus, the same reasoning applies here. While Wang Dashin may have spotted the wild boar first and even struck it, he did not kill it. It was the wild dogs that did. Since the wild dogs did the killing, the boar should belong to them. However, as the wild dog did not claim it, I, Jin Xiaoyu, found it. Therefore, should it not rightfully belong to me? As the crowd absorbed her words, they began to see the logic in her argument. Indeed, since Wang Dashin had not taken the boar initially, and there was no claim to it in his name, it naturally fell to Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu nodded and turned to Wang Dashin, who was utterly bewildered, since the boar would inevitably be taken by his brother's family. It mattered little to whom it was given. Very well, I concede that I misjudged the situation and apologize. The wild boar is yours. Wang Dashin readily admitted his mistake. Jin Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. Though she had previously harbored resentment towards Wang Dashin, she was surprised to find him not entirely foolish. Now that he had agreed to give her the boar, she let go of her grievances. However, not everyone was pleased. You must be joking. With a mere analogy, you think you can take my wild boar? What kind of sense does that make? Aunt Wang shouted in anger. Now that Wang Lihua has acknowledged it, why do you still resort to insults? If the item does not belong to Wang Lihua, how can it possibly belong to you? Jin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes at Aunt Wang, previously refraining from confronting her out of respect for her age, yet this did not signify any fear on her part. What I claim as mine is indeed mine. This object was gifted to me by my precious son, Wang Dashin. Since it was given to me, it rightfully belongs to me. If you wish to extort him, you should approach him directly. Why should you demand anything from me? With her anger boiling over, Aunt Wang exchanged glances with her son and daughter-in-law, and they swiftly lifted the wild boar, preparing to leave. Chapter 17. Selling the wild boar. Resorting to bullying when reason fails? Jin Xiaoyu smirked slyly, a glimmer of cunning shining from her squinted eyes. One must understand that when it comes to schemes and deceptions, they are the foremost among foxes, with no one daring to claim the second place. Just as Aunt Wang was calling for Wang Da and Wang Da's wife to carry away the wild boar, Jin Xiaoyu hastily signaled to Qing'er, and the two promptly seized the wild boar, lifting it and making their escape. Naturally, the Wang family was not willing to let this go. How dare they steal in broad daylight? Is there no law? They shouted as they pursued Jin Xiaoyu and her son. In terms of numbers, Jin Xiaoyu and her son were certainly outmatched. However, the wild boar had originally been taken from her by Wang Dashin, and now that he had acknowledged it was hers, he must intervene. While dodging with Qing'er, Jin Xiaoyu called out to Wang Dashan, "Wang Lihua, since you have admitted that this wild boar is mine, shouldn't you help me stop them? Otherwise, your acknowledgement means nothing. Regardless, I will go to your home if it gets stolen." Wang Dashan was taken aback. He had initially chosen to withdraw to avoid trouble, but this widow's words pulled him back in. Moreover, with onlookers present, many found Jin Xiaoyu's argument quite reasonable. Indeed, since it rightfully belonged to Jin Xiaoyu, the Wang family had no right to seize it. However, everyone knew the Wang family's reputation. Why would they let such a tempting morsel slip away? The initial error lay with Wang Lihua, and if the wild boar had truly been taken from him, then it was only right for him to compensate. As Wang Dashan listened to the murmurs around him, he felt increasingly overwhelmed. At that moment, he realized he had been duped. Yet, if he chose to ignore it, Jin Xiaoyu would surely come to his doorstep, and his wife would not stand for it. On one side was his wife, and on the other, his mother and brother. One side was a loving couple, while the other was a family who had cast him aside. Wang Dashan weighed his options carefully. Soon, the scales began to tip. Enough, mother, brother, and sister-in-law. This wild boar is indeed not mine. Since it is not mine, it is unreasonable for you to keep it. You must return it to her. What? You want me to give it to her? You unfilial son. Have you gone mad from hunting? Aunt Wang exclaimed in disbelief. It seems you are the one who has lost your senses. Have you taken advantage of this widow? Wang Da's wife interjected. What nonsense? Wang Dashan replied, displeased. I will not return it. What comes into my hands is mine. If you wish to return something, then return what belongs to your family. Wang Da insisted stubbornly. Your disagreements are your family's internal matters. Regardless, everyone here is a witness that this wild boar is mine, and thus I will take it. Seizing the opportunity amidst the family's quarrel, Jin Xiaoyu quickly signaled to Qing'er, and they hurriedly fled with the wild boar. What initially felt like a heavy burden now seemed light as they ran. After this commotion, Jin Xiaoyu and Qing'er were drenched in sweat, yet they dared not bathe, fearing someone might come knocking. However, as they waited until midnight with no visitors, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Xiaoyu resolved to take Qing'er to the town at dawn to sell the wild boar, exchange it for some money, and buy both of them decent clothing and bedding, along with some rice and vegetables. Observing how thin Qing'er had become, Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of sorrow and silently vowed to do everything in her power to ensure a better life for her child. As dawn broke, Jin Xiaoyu rose groggily, yawning as she prepared breakfast for Qing'er. After their meal, they shouldered the wild boar and set off towards the town. Their village was over 20 miles from the town, requiring an hour of walking, but with the added weight of the wild boar, it would take them 2 hours. The wild boar weighed at least 100 pounds, and Qing'er, at only 4 years old, was unable to bear it, leaving Jin Xiaoyu to carry the burden. After just half an hour, Jin Xiaoyu was panting heavily. Though she appeared robust, her underlying weakness and excess weight made it challenging. Qing'er, feeling sympathetic toward his mother, wished to help, but his limited strength was insufficient. Jin Xiaoyu, recognizing his concern, reassured him, "Mother is not in distress. I must lose weight, so these tasks naturally fall to me. But you look so tired. It's all right. How else will I shed this excess weight?" Jin Xiaoyu replied, pinching the flesh at her waist, which jiggled with her breath. The sight of her burdensome flesh brought tears to her eyes. Just then, the sound of cartwheels rolling behind them caught her attention. Turning to look, she was elated to see Uncle Lu from Mingjing village. She waved eagerly, but upon recognizing Jin Xiaoyu and her son, he quickly changed his route to avoid them. Jin Xiaoyu's voice caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qing'er's bright eyes dimmed with disappointment. He understood that gaining acceptance from the villagers would not be easy. Well, if we cannot rely on others, we must depend on ourselves. With gritted teeth, Jin Xiaoyu hoisted the wild boar and began to run with renewed determination. By the time they reached the town, it was nearly noon. She was drenched in sweat but felt a sense of lightness, reminiscent of her earlier training when her energy increased, bringing her joy. Although it was the most bustling area nearby, it differed from her memories, yet Qing'er was thrilled, bouncing with excitement. Stalls lined the streets, selling masks, sugar figures, and various oddities, as well as street performers and shops offering rice, flour, jewelry, fabric, and medicine, all a dazzling array that lifted Jin Xiaoyu's spirits after being cooped up in Mingjing village for days. Nevertheless, they needed to sell the wild boar quickly. The first shop was more accommodating than the previous one, offering 500 won, equivalent to one tael. Jin Xiaoyu found this price rather low. She had discussed with Qing that the annual expenses for a family in the village were 2 taels of silver, but that was for coarse rice. She recalled villagers saying a wild boar could provide enough fine rice for half a year. Given the current price of 10 won per pound of fine rice, calculating that a pound could last 3 days, the wild boar should fetch at least 1.5 taels. Immediately, she shook her head. The shopkeeper did not press the issue. Jin Xiaoyu had to lead Qing to another shop, but this one only offered 51 more, totaling 551, which still seemed insufficient. Yet, seeing Qing was utterly exhausted, she steeled herself and accepted the offer. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if she had sold it for too much or too little. Yet, every endeavor has its first time. Though she was unaware of the price this time, she vowed to learn the market thoroughly before selling next time. Originally, she intended to inquire if anyone knew what could be grown in the saline alkali land, but along the way, no one had the answer. She noticed that Qing was fixated on the vendor selling sugar figurines by the roadside, so she directly took him over and asked which sugar figurine he liked. Chapter 18. Still Warm. Qing looked at Jin Xiaoyu in disbelief, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. "Mother, are you really going to buy one for me?" The longing in his gaze pierced Jin Xiaoyu's heart, making her more resolute in her desire to treat this child well. A radiant warmth of maternal love blossomed within her as she gently patted Qing's head and earnestly nodded, "Yes, I will buy it. As long as it makes you happy. I am willing to purchase it all." Qing joyfully began to choose, but he found it difficult to decide as he was enamored with each one. Ultimately, he selected a fish-shaped figurine, telling Jin Xiaoyu that it was just like his mother's new name. This remark warmed Jin Xiaoyu's heart, further affirming that this child truly resembled her own son. After strolling through the streets for a while, they visited the rice shop, purchasing 10 pounds of fine rice at 10 won per pound, totaling 100 won. This was essential, as the rice at home had already begun to mold. Although it was still edible, prolonged consumption could lead to poisoning. They also bought 10 pounds of flour at 5 won per pound, costing 50 won in total. Additionally, she purchased some eggs, which were pricier at 15 won per pound. Jin Xiaoyu wanted to buy several pounds, but upon Qing's reminder, she only bought 2 pounds and used the remaining 21 to purchase a hen. Qing would personally raise the hen, ensuring a steady supply of eggs in the future. Jin Xiaoyu beamed at her thoughtful and obedient son, her joy palpable. With fine rice, flour, and eggs in hand, Jin Xiaoyu intended to buy some vegetables as well. However, upon calculating their remaining funds, she realized they also needed to purchase fabric to tailor clothes for both herself and Qing, as well as some pots, bowls, and bedding. After deliberation with Qing, she opted for some inexpensive cabbage and a few vegetable seeds, planning to plant them when the weather warmed up. By the end, out of the 501, only 45 remained. Yet, both mother and son were elated. Qing was already daydreaming about wearing the new clothes his mother would make and snuggling under the new cotton quilt. Jin Xiaoyu was determined to cut the fabric that very night, eager to fulfill Qing's wishes as swiftly as possible. On their way back, they encountered Uncle Lu, who noticed the abundance of goods hanging from Jin Xiaoyu and Qing's arms. He felt conflicted about whether to help them. Jin Xiaoyu promptly offered him 3 won, which made Uncle Lu agree without hesitation. After receiving the money, Uncle Lu's demeanor towards them changed significantly. He actively engaged in conversation with Jin Xiaoyu and Qing along the way, sharing rural tales of strange creatures in the mountains, cows giving birth to human-like beings, and lost children. Qing had never experienced such attention before, and he was beaming throughout their journey. Before long, they arrived at Mingzheng village, where Jin Xiaoyu dutifully handed Uncle Lu the 3 won. Uncle Lu's delight was evident, and he even praised Jin Xiaoyu, saying she seemed like a completely different person compared to before. Jin Xiaoyu merely smiled, not responding, intent on preparing a sumptuous meal to reward her son for accompanying her. She cooked a full pound of fine rice, boiled 6 eggs, and prepared some vegetables. The fragrant aroma of the meal filled their thatched cottage. While Jin Xiaoyu was cooking, Qing watched with wide eyes, a smile creeping onto his face as he swallowed hard in anticipation. Once the meal was ready, Jin Xiaoyu served it in the new bowls in front of Qing, who was so entranced that he forgot to pick up his chopsticks. Observing his reaction, Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, realizing that he was reluctant to eat. Still, she smiled and encouraged him, "Qing, hurry and eat before it gets cold." Qing nodded with a grin, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, frequently glancing at Jin Xiaoyu as if he were in a dream. Jin Xiaoyu took the initiative to serve him more vegetables, saying, Eat more vegetables so you can grow tall and strong. Qing'er nodded and eagerly devoured his meal, never having tasted anything so delicious. A few times, he even bit his tongue, which made Jin Xiaoyu laugh heartily. Once upon a time, their thatched cottage was filled with the sounds of scolding and crashing, but now it was suffused with the delightful scent of food and warmth. After the meal, Qing'er noticed there was still a good amount left. He hesitated for a moment before shuffling over to Jin Xiaoyu, stammering, "Mother, I want." His eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded vigorously. "Go ahead, take some more food, and don't forget to bring the remaining eggs," Jin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, adding a gentle reminder. Qing'er was surprised by his mother's swift agreement and joyfully threw himself at her, planting a kiss on her cheek, prompting Jin Xiaoyu to playfully scold him for being so affectionate at his age. Qing'er stuck out his tongue with a grin before gathering the food, eggs, and the clean pots and bowls to leave. Agu's cave was located at the northernmost part of the village, while Jin Xiaoyu's thatch cottage was at the southernmost end. After Qing'er departed, Jin Xiaoyu began preparing to cut the fabric for Qing'er's clothing. She envisioned the design in her mind before measuring against the clothes Qing'er had outgrown. As she just began to cut the fabric, she glanced outside and realized it was already getting dark. Feeling anxious, she decided to set aside her work and go find him. By the time she reached Agu's cave, the night had deepened considerably. The cave was pitch black, devoid of candles or oil lamps. Jin Xiaoyu could only feel her way inside, calling out, "Agu, it's Xiaoyu. Has Qing'er been here?" Suddenly, she collided with something, and with a thud, she fell in. "Ah!" she exclaimed, only to be caught by something warm. She gripped whatever it was tightly. "Wait, what is this?" Chapter 19, The Space Pearl. Jin Xiaoyu struggled to calm her racing heart as she pushed against the warm object, her eyes widening in surprise. Before her stood an enlarged, handsome face that appeared somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the beggar, Agu? Right? She was in his cave. Glancing downward, her face flushed. The man was without clothes. "You!" Jin Xiaoyu gasped, ready to scream, but a large hand covered her mouth, and it was clear whose hand it was. She attempted to speak, but the owner of the hand held her tightly. Not knowing what he intended to do, Jin Xiaoyu kicked and clawed at his hand in panic. Just then, a voice whispered above her, "Shh." With a firm nod, she managed to regain her composure, allowing Agu to finally release his grip. Jin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anxiety. Once she felt steady, she whispered, "What do you want from me?" In the darkness, Agu appeared flustered, gesturing as if he wanted to say something, but he struggled to articulate it clearly. Suddenly, it dawned on Jin Xiaoyu that he was simple-minded, and she felt foolish for being upset with someone like him. However, it was odd that he was bathing in the dark at such a late hour, which explained how she had inadvertently fallen into the wooden tub. Recalling the earlier embarrassment, Jin Xiaoyu felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She hastily reminded, "I must insist that you keep tonight's events confidential. Should you speak of it, I shall have no choice but to sever your tongue." Perhaps Jin Xiaoyu's words startled Agu, for he quickly shook his head in fear. Only then did Jin Xiaoyu feel a sense of relief. Remembering her purpose for visiting, she inquired, "Has Qing'er come by?" Agu scratched his head and pondered for a considerable time before responding, "Yes, she has been here, dropped off some items, and then departed." Following his gesture, Jin Xiaoyu glanced to the side and noticed pots, bowls, and food laid out. She waved her hand at Agu and, without lingering, turned to leave. Suddenly, she beheld a handsome man emerging from his bath, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, accentuating his perfect physique. His broad shoulders and well-defined chest exuded strength without heaviness, while his powerful arms and long, sturdy legs were captivating. The way he wrapped a towel around himself exuded an unexpected charm. In a moment of daze, the handsome man approached her, and Jin Xiaoyu gazed at him, her eyes sparkling like stars, as if she had entered a dream, yearning for him to extend his strong arms towards her, whereupon she would willingly collapse into his embrace. Xiaoyu, a clumsy, silly remark from Agu jolted her awake. She quickly shook her head and refocused on the man before her, suddenly speechless. How could she have harbored such fantasies about this fool? Jin Xiaoyu, how far you have fallen. Do not forget, your ambition is to pursue Chongfeng Xianzuan. Can you truly justify this infatuation? Even if this fool bears a slight resemblance to Chongfeng Xianzuan, no, he pales in comparison. He is not even worthy of being a mere fingernail of Chongfeng Xianzuan. Filled with annoyance, Jin Xiaoyu disregarded Agu and proceeded to walk outside, her pace quickening with agitation. Qing'er nodded vigorously and then suddenly seemed to recall something, urgently asking Jin Xiaoyu, "Mother, did you go to Agawei's cave?" Agawei said he was taking a bath. Could it be? Qing'er appeared skeptical of her mother's words, turning her eyes to follow the direction Jin Xiaoyu had indicated. It was as if she had discovered something and understood, nodding earnestly like a small adult. "I see, mother. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it." Jin Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words by Qing'er's response. She raised her hand and tapped Qing'er's forehead, warning, "If you dare to speculate recklessly again, beware, I shall punish you by forbidding you food for 3 days." The severity of this punishment frightened Qing'er into raising his hands in surrender. After a brief exchange of playful banter, Qing'er began to yawn repeatedly. Yet he stubbornly resisted, closing his eyes, fearing that if he did, Jin Xiaoyu might vanish again. Jin Xiaoyu reassured him multiple times that she would still be there when he awoke the next day, which finally allowed Qing'er to drift off to sleep in her embrace. Gently, Jin Xiaoyu placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and intended to fetch the fabric she had cut earlier to begin sewing while the night was still young. However, just as she rose from the bed, she heard a small voice calling, "Mother, don't go." Time passed as she sewed, and it was not until she began to feel drowsy herself that she finished folding the 2 garments she had made. Noticing Qing'er's discarded clothes on the floor, she chuckled and shook her head as she bent down to pick them up. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as something fell from the pocket of Qing'er's clothes, a shiny object. Jin Xiaoyu picked it up and held in her hand, feeling a warmth emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the spatial pearl she had seen in Tushan. Yet how could such an item possibly exist in this place? Jin Xiaoyu shook her head, mocking herself for overthinking. Just as she was about to put the pearl away, the world around her suddenly became obscured in a hazy mist. When she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by swirling fog and abundant spiritual energy. As she pushed through the mist, the surroundings gradually opened up to reveal mountains, rivers, and birds fluttering about. Where on earth is this? Is this truly an alternate space? Is it because of that pearl? Such spatial pearls are rare treasures. Even in Tushan, only the clan leader possesses one, and its size pales in comparison to this vast realm, which is also overflowing with spiritual energy. In a surge of excitement, Jin Xiaoyu felt as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Who would have thought that in this remote and desolate place, she would encounter such an extraordinary adventure? Wealth awaits, fortune awaits. As she celebrated, she crouched down to scoop up a handful of water and drank deeply, savoring its refreshing sweetness. A gentle warmth flowed through her body, making her feel lighter. Yet drinking was not enough. She began to shed her clothes and stepped into the water, allowing its soothing currents to wash away her fatigue. The water was indeed as she had imagined, imbued with warmth, instantly opening her pores and cleansing her skin. Jin Xiaoyu soon succumbed to the comfort and drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, the first light of dawn was breaking, and Qing'er was still sound asleep beside her. She stretched lazily, then donned her clothes and prepared to gather firewood for cooking. However, upon discovering that there was no water left in the house, she picked up a yoke and water buckets, setting off towards the riverbank to fetch some. As she arrived at the riverbank and casually glanced ahead, she was startled to see a tall, plump woman staring back at her. "Is that me?" Panic surged in her heart, and she quickly reached up to touch her cheeks, arms, waist, and hands, only to discover that she appeared to have lost some weight, and her once pockmarked skin seemed smoother than before. Jin Xiaoyu felt a mix of joy and confusion, her mind drifting back to the dream she had the previous night. Could it be that the spatial pearl she dreamed of was not merely a figment of her imagination, but a tangible reality? Without pausing to grab the yoke and water buckets, she turned and hurried back home. She had to uncover the truth. If it were real, wouldn't that mean she could continue her cultivation? Would cultivating in a human form perhaps be easier than in her fox form? In Chapter 20, Changfeng Xianzuan, animal cultivation must endure tribulations through lightning tribulations, a harrowing endeavor. Yet, if she were to cultivate in human form, it would undoubtedly be far simpler. As her mother stirred awake, Qing'er murmured her name softly. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Jin Xiaoyu. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? Upon closer examination of herself, it was evident that she had indeed slimmed down, and her skin was smoother than before. If it were not for the water imbued with spiritual energy, how could such a transformation occur? Just as Qing'er began to awaken, still groggy and unable to comprehend her mother's rapid words, Jin Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious. She grasped Qing'er's hand and spoke urgently, Qing'er, let me ask you once more. Do you remember the large pearl I found in your clothes last night? As she spoke, she gestured dramatically. Agüeyes? Jin Xiaoyu's heart halted. However, there was no time to ponder, as she quickly resumed her search. Fortunately, she eventually spotted it in a corner beneath the bed. Mother, Qing'er exclaimed, peeking out from under the bed, eager to hand the pearl to Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu received the pearl and examined it closely. Indeed, it was the same pearl she had found the night before. She closed her eyes, preparing to re-enter the spatial realm, but upon opening her eyes, she found herself still within the thatched cottage. Why is it not working? Panic began to set in for Jin Xiaoyu. Qing'er stared at her in bewilderment, unable to understand her mother's distress. Jin Xiaoyu, too, could not afford to explain. She was consumed by confusion. After discovering the pearl last night, she had immediately entered the space. Why was it impossible today? Wait, did you just say this pearl belongs to Agüey? Jin Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed. How could a beggar possess such a precious pearl? What connection could it possibly have to him? Qing'er nodded. I found it in Agüey's cave. But whether it truly belongs to him, I cannot say. Jin Xiaoyu nodded, her mind racing with contemplation. If this bead truly belongs to Agüey, would she be aware of its intended use? Since she found it, does that mean it is hers? How dare one seize from her the precious Jin Xiaoyu, without even inquiring how to write those 3 characters? Yet, upon noticing the flicker of fear in Qing'er's eyes, she quickly forced a smile, assuring her that she merely wished to play with the bead, insisting that she did not intend to claim it for herself. Really? Qing'er appeared to harbor doubts. Jin Xiaoyu, fearing to taint the child's innocent heart, hastily reaffirmed her sincerity, stating it couldn't be more genuine. Qing'er pondered, finally convinced by Jin Xiaoyu, but insisted that they must first inform Uncle Agüey. Jin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to transform into a fierce widow and teach this child a lesson on obedience. Yet recalling Qing'er's obedient nature and her own vow to be a good mother, she suppressed her impatience. Jin Xiaoyu, overwhelmed, hurried after Qing'er, who, despite her small stature, darted ahead like a swift swallow. Jin Xiaoyu, though considerably larger and clumsier, found herself lagging behind. Villagers witnessed this amusing scene. A large figure chasing a small one, the former desperately pursuing the latter. Whispers began to circulate, with one voice remarking on the wicked woman's unchanging nature, suggesting she had resumed her mistreatment of the child after feigning kindness for a few days. Another chimed in, recalling the wails heard the previous night, condemning her to 1,000 tortures. In that moment, villagers assumed Jin Xiaoyu had reverted to her former malevolent self, murmuring in disappointment. Unaware of their gossip, Jin Xiaoyu was elated to find she was closing in on Qing'er, feeling an unexpected surge of energy. As Qing'er paused, Jin Xiaoyu seized her arm, playfully scolding her for running away. The innate fear within Qing'er caused her to flinch, prompting Jin Xiaoyu to quickly soften her demeanor, assuring her with a smile that she was not upset. Don't run anymore. You're not tired, but your mother certainly is. Mother, you seem different, Qing'er remarked, reassured that her mother would not harm her. After circling around Jin Xiaoyu, she confirmed, Mother, you've lost weight, your skin looks better, and you seem more beautiful. No woman dislikes compliments, and Jin Xiaoyu is no exception. Her spirits lifted, she flashed a broad smile at Qing'er, asking if it was true. Qing'er nodded enthusiastically, mimicking Jin Xiaoyu's manner of speaking, insisting it could not be more genuine. You little rascal. Jin Xiaoyu laughed, though not fatigued. She found herself slightly breathless. They continued their journey at a leisurely pace, and as they walked, Jin Xiaoyu's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Setting aside the question of how to use the bead, if it indeed belonged to Agüey, where might Agüey have acquired it? Though Jin Xiaoyu hesitated to admit it, Agüey bore a striking resemblance to the Changfeng Xianzun, who was said to possess a similar bead, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Could it be that Agüey is the reincarnation of Changfeng Xianzun, undergoing tribulations? Qing'er, do you recall when Agüey last visited? Jin Xiaoyu grasped Qing'er's arm, eager for answers. An immortal? Changfeng Xianzun? Jin Xiaoyu could no longer contain her elation, sprinting toward the cave with reckless abandon. Xianzun. Changfeng Xianzun. Could it be that Agüey is truly Changfeng Xianzun? She reflected on her arduous path of cultivation. Her trials endured in hopes of one day ascending to the celestial realm to meet the esteemed Changfeng Xianzun. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself in this desolate place, and fortune smiled upon her, allowing her to encounter the very being she admired. Xianzun, Xiaoyu is coming. Chapter 21. Xiaoyu's hardship. With fervor, Jin Xiaoyu rushed toward Agui's cave. Yet after scouring the area meticulously, even searching within a mile radius, Agui's presence eluded her. Could it be that Changfeng Xianzun was aware of her unraveling the secret and was deliberately avoiding her? It simply could not be. Observing her mother's distress, Qing'er felt a deep sense of embarrassment, wondering what had come over her mother. Was it possible that the villagers were right and she had been possessed? Noticing the peculiar look in Qing'er's eyes, Jin Xiaoyu sighed heavily, stroking her head while solemnly confessing, "Dear, I have a secret I have yet to share. I am actually a fox spirit, a very powerful one." Jin Xiaoyu genuinely wished to unveil her origins to Qing'er, but as soon as she began, Qing'er's expression morphed into one of disbelief, even resorting to tiptoeing to touch her head. Exasperated, Jin Xiaoyu swatted Qing'er's hand away. "I am not feverish, nor am I speaking nonsense. What I say is the truth." Perhaps her tone was too forceful, as Qing'er retreated once more, displaying the same fear she had shown upon their first meeting. Regret washed over Jin Xiaoyu for her impatience. She took a deep breath and apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you." She pulled Qing'er into an embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. Once comforted, Qing'er also searched the places Ague frequented, but still, Ague was nowhere to be found. Jin Xiaoyu's mood plummeted from the heights of joy to the depths of despair. What had happened? Where had the immortal gone? No. Jin Xiaoyu's thoughts spiraled into a vortex of grievance, and she found herself squatting down, weeping uncontrollably. Her tears spilled forth, articulating all her frustrations. All she wanted was to cultivate diligently and meet Ague, yet she encountered a foolish fox cub. She had saved it, yet was forced into this forsaken place. Why? When she had performed such a noble deed, was she denied the chance to reunite with the immortal? She had yet to express her feelings to the immortal. As Jin Xiaoyu sobbed within the cave, her cries echoed, audible to anyone nearby. Initially curious about the source of the weeping, villagers soon recognized it was Jin Xiaoyu and began speculating. What could she be crying about? It seemed she lost something important, perhaps the fox cub. Another chimed in, no, she must have been rejected after confessing her feelings. This remark ignited curiosity among the crowd, prompting questions about whom she had confessed to. Who else could it be? Surely it's the beggar Ague living in that cave. As memories surfaced, villagers recalled the foolish beggar's infatuation with the widow. But didn't they say he rejected her? Some questioned. Though he may be foolish, he is not unattractive. Just look at Jin Xiaoyu. She is hardly a beauty, and yet she speaks. What a contrast. The questioned individual quickly shook their head, dismissing the notion. Exactly. I've heard that the family of Chao Cheng intends to marry their simple-minded daughter, Irya, to Ague. Perhaps Ague has abandoned Jin Xiaoyu for her? I believe it is highly probable that, despite the simplicity of the Irya, she possesses a beauty that surpasses that of Jin Xiaoyu. Moreover, the Chao Cheng family is among the wealthiest in our village, living a life that is no less prosperous than that of the Wang hunter. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously agreed, firmly believing that it was because Ague had been chosen by the Chao family to marry their simple-minded daughter that Jin Xiaoyu was weeping so pitifully. Jin Xiaoyu, not deaf to the whispers of the women outside, cried even louder as she heard them criticize her. As the conversation grew increasingly heated, her mother's sorrow deepened, and Qing'er's eyes turned red, her tiny fists clenched tightly as she shouted at the women to silence them, proclaiming that her mother was a celestial being, urging them to reflect on their own unattractive appearances before daring to speak ill of her mother. The sudden outburst startled several women into silence, their faces reflecting astonishment as they regarded Qing'er. However, the years of abuse had rendered Qing'er timid, and she instinctively shrank back under their gaze. One of the women, disdainfully curling her lip, remarked that Qing'er should not forget how mercilessly her mother had struck her in the past, suggesting that the kindness she had shown recently was merely a fade intended to attract a suitor. After all, who would wish to marry a shrew? Even the Wang hunter had declined. The woman continued, eager to belittle Jin Xiaoyu, wishing to trample her underfoot. It seems you have taken a liking to Ague as well. With that face of yours, you could squash a fly, she sneered. Just then a cool, icy voice cut through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Upon seeing her mother brimming with fury, Qing'er's eyes sparkled with determination as she readied herself to assist her mother. These women had taken advantage of Jin Xiaoyu's troubled state to indulge in their gossip. But now that Jin Xiaoyu had regained her composure, they were reluctant to continue. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu was not about to let them escape so easily. As they attempted to leave, she swiftly positioned herself in front of them, hands on her hips, her demeanor exuding defiance. What? Are you in such a hurry to leave? We have yet to finish our conversation. Chapter 22. You've soiled my hands, standing a head taller than them. Jin Xiaoyu's robust figure loomed like a mountain, instilling fear. Would they really dare to leave without facing her wrath? Jin Xiaoyu, aware of their tendency to bully the weak, adopted an unyielding stance. Though the widow Zhou Xiaotan was known for her sharp tongue, she was ultimately weak-willed and resorted to insults when outmatched, which had only tarnished her reputation in the village. In contrast, Jin Xiaoyu was educated and capable of reason. She was determined not to let these illiterate women have the final word. Her resolve was clear. She would not easily forgive their insults. The women seemed taken aback by Jin Xiaoyu's refusal to relent, realizing that they had instigated this confrontation. However, they were unwilling to apologize. Exchanging glances, they began to hurl insults at her again, questioning what she intended to do about it. Did we say anything wrong? Aren't you fatter than a pig and uglier than a toad? Wasn't your crying merely the result of being spurned by outwitted? As these words were spoken, Jin Xiaoyu's previously pale face turned an ominous shade of gray, her hands clenching into fists, signaling her readiness to retaliate. One woman even retreated slightly, while another instinctively shielded her face, fearing for her beauty. Observing their reactions, Jin Xiaoyu raised her hand as if to strike. The women cried out, fearing her wrath. But the anticipated slap never came. Instead, she coolly remarked, "To strike you would only soil my hands." The women, who had braced themselves for a fierce confrontation, were taken aback when Jin Xiaoyu refrained from acting violently, allowing them to escape unscathed. Yet, apprehension lingered among them. Was this truly the same widow Zhou, or was she formulating a more sinister plan? Anxiety gripped the women as they contemplated the implications of Jin Xiaoyu's restraint. Initially, she had felt anger towards them, but upon reflection, realized that their insults did not genuinely pertain to her. After all, she was merely inhabiting this body, enduring the pain of its history. Outside, the women continued their murmurs, their voices hushed yet still directed at her, though she could not discern their words. She chose to disregard them, recognizing their right to speak. However, she had more pressing matters at hand, namely, to ensure that the abode of Chong Feng Xianzun was immaculate. Look, has the widow truly lost her mind? She is actually cleaning for a beggar, one woman remarked, peering in with trepidation. I suspect this change in her behavior is quite unlike her usual self. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Could it be that she has gone mad after being rejected by the Wang Hunter? Otherwise, how could she have taken an interest in Ah Gui and even volunteered to assist him? Perhaps she is so desperate for male companionship that she is willing to lower her standards. Laughter ensued as they speculated on the widow's past. Some recalling that she had lost her husband shortly after their marriage, suggesting that her husband had likely been too frail to satisfy her. We should keep a close watch on our own husbands, lest they fall victim to her charms, one woman cautioned, suddenly anxious for her own spouse. Indeed, I must ensure that my man remains vigilant. Jin Xiaoyu clearly has unfulfilled desires. One can only imagine the extent of her hunger for companionship, another added, their gossip spreading like wildfire. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of their malicious rumors and how they tarnished her reputation. After cleaning, Jin Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to the pile of filthy clothing and bedding that belonged to Ague. The sight of the soiled garments and the foul-smelling blankets made her heart ache. Her Xianzun, even if he had descended to the mortal realm and lost his memories, did not deserve such treatment. She resolved to assist him in establishing a normal human life, starting by washing his clothes and providing him with proper bedding. Once she earned enough money, she would ensure he had an ample wardrobe. If her thatched hut were not so cramped, she would have brought him there. Though she had considered allowing him to take her place, she worried that Qing heir, being so young, could not manage the cave alone. Additionally, such a place, steeped in negative energy, was only suitable for someone of the Xianzun's caliber. As she contemplated the 2 lonely years her Xianzun had spent in the cave, living a life devoid of dignity in this desolate world, Jin Xiaoyu lamented her late arrival. In the past, she was uncertain about the reasons for her assignment to this place, but now she has come to understand and accept her purpose. It is undoubtedly the will of the heavens that she is here to rescue the Immortal Lord, assisting him in successfully navigating his tribulations. Although it is said that immortals forget all they have experienced in the mortal realm after their trials, as long as the Immortal Lord can succeed, Even if Jin Xiaoyu faces eternal damnation, it would be of no consequence. As water became scarce, Jin Xiaoyu decided to fetch some from the river, only to recall the water bucket and shoulder pole she had forgotten so early in the morning. Fortunately, her own belongings were sufficiently dilapidated that no one else would claim them. While she busied herself with her ablutions, Qing'er ventured into the nearby mountains to gather branches, crafting a slingshot to amuse herself by hunting birds. Remarkably, she managed to catch a few. Jin Xiaoyu could not help but lavish praise on her talented daughter. Chapter 23. A change is needed. The compliments made Qing'er feel as if she were savoring sweet delicacies, and she vowed to strive even harder. Surprisingly, she had not realized she possessed such an innate talent. It seemed that her mother's previous lessons on throwing stones at other children had a deeper significance. Jin Xiaoyu, at a loss for words to express her admiration, embraced Qing'er tightly, marveling at her exceptional abilities. Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, Qing'er's small face turned rosy. Yet the smile on her lips remained unwavering. When Jin Xiaoyu remarked on her hunger, she felt a pang of guilt, realizing that her own concerns had caused her daughter to go hungry. Observing the wild game Qing'er had caught, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to treat her daughter generously. Throughout their journey, Qing'er appeared preoccupied, as if she had something on her mind, yet she hesitated to find the right moment to speak, stealing glances at her mother instead. Deep down, she longed for a father figure. Over the years, her mother had entangled herself with various suitors, none of whom Qing'er favored, especially the fearsome Wang hunter, whose demeanor unnerved her. If her mother were truly to find a father for her, it should undoubtedly be Uncle Ague. Despite the villagers mocking Uncle Ague as a beggar and saying he was foolish, Qing'er believed in his extraordinary background. Such a handsome man could not possibly be ordinary. He harbored his own secret hopes, wishing to hasten the union between Uncle Ague and his mother before he regained his memories. However, his mother had always looked down upon Uncle Ague. If not for Qing'er's covert efforts to bring food to Uncle Ague and speak favorably of her mother in his presence, he might have already ceased his attention toward her mother. Now, however, it seemed that her mother was finally taking an interest in Uncle Ague, filling Qing'er with joy. Yet, he was left wondering why his mother had not waited for Uncle Ague. Could it be due to the words of the village women? Qing'er felt anxious, fearing that his mother might abandon Uncle Ague, thus shattering his hopes of having him as a father. Unbeknownst to Jin Xiaoyu, her beloved son was grappling with such thoughts. She was elated, having learned that Uncle Ague might be the Immortal Lord Changfeng. She felt as if she were floating, her spirits soaring. She imagined that with a pair of wings, she could take flight, striding with an air of confidence. The light in her eyes never dimmed, nor did the smile on her lips fade. Yet the harsh words of the village women about her, no, about Widow Zhou, still stung, causing her to glance down at herself and touch her face, deepening her unease. Though this body was not her original form, she was indeed inhabiting it. If she were to confess her feelings to the Immortal Lord in this state, even if he agreed, the image of a perfect match would remain far from her dreams. Throughout her journey, Jin Xiaoyu's emotions fluctuated. Regardless, she could not let the Immortal Lord know her heart just yet. She had to wait until she had transformed completely. At the very least, she vowed to shed the excess weight that burdened her. Yet the instinct of this body was overwhelmingly powerful, and it seemed her willpower alone would not suffice. Qing'er, I need to discuss something with you. Jin Xiaoyu hesitated to speak. What is it? Qing'er asked, her large eyes sparkling. In truth, Qing'er was quite lovely, with fair skin, large expressive eyes, and a delicate nose. At times, Jin Xiaoyu gazed at her sleeping daughter and thought that her own form was not so unappealing. It was merely the consequence of years of indulgence under Widow Zhou's influence that had led to her current state. Given time, if she could lose the excess weight and care for her skin, perhaps she could even become a tall and slender beauty. Jin Xiaoyu's original self had been the type to lean on others, often fantasizing about becoming a tall, graceful woman. Perhaps this time, that dream could indeed come to fruition. After some internal conflict, she shamelessly voiced her intentions. I wish to discuss whether I can hold onto this beautiful pearl a little longer before returning it to Uncle Ague. Seeing Qing'er instinctively clutch the pearl tightly, clearly worried that her mother might harbor ulterior motives, Jin Xiaoyu felt both amused and exasperated. She raised her hand and swore. I do not wish to keep it for myself. I have simply never encountered such a stunning pearl and wish to appreciate it for a few more days before returning it to Uncle Ague. Qing'er pondered. her bright eyes darting about as she weighed whether to trust her mother's words, knowing that her mother rarely returned anything she cherished. Jin Xiaoyu's anxiety mounted as she swore and pleaded, nearly stamping her feet in desperation. Yet, Qing'er remained unconvinced. She could not resort to the harsh tactics of Widow Zhou. What did she do? She could not simply reveal the truth, for even if she did, Qing'er might not believe her. Just as Jin Xiaoyu was at her wit's end, Qing'er finally spoke. Can you truly guarantee it, mother? I swear, if I do not return it, let me be struck by lightning. Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed, wishing fervently that the heavens would spare her such a fate. Fortunately, King An nodded in agreement. Very well, I believe you will keep your promise. With that, she willingly handed the pearl over to Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu gazed at the pearl, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she pondered deeply how she could enter the pearl. Chapter 24. The Temptation. Meanwhile, Ague rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet everything before him remained unchanged. He approached, feeling the freshly washed clothes, the pristine cotton quilt, and the impeccably tidy bed along with the dining utensils. Could it truly be the fabled Tianluo girl? No, he quickly dismissed the notion. If such a being existed, why had she not appeared in the past 2 years? Could it be Aunt Chao? Yes, it must be her. In recent days, Aunt Chao had frequently visited, bringing him gifts and suggesting he become her daughter's husband, even inviting him to her home to share meals and converse with her simple-minded daughter, Arya. He found Arya's foolishness unappealing, and the villagers' taunts of him being a foolish beggar further alienated him from them. Despite their insults, he knew he was not foolish. He understood every word they uttered, yet his mind had been growing clearer, and his memories were returning with increasing clarity. He still vividly recalls that upon his arrival, it was the stout woman who offered him half a steamed bun. Without her generosity, he might have succumbed to starvation. A persistent voice in his mind constantly reminded him of the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Yet, how could he express his gratitude? He had heard an elder in the village recount a tale of a scholar who saved a fox, which later transformed into a woman and married him. He mused that expressing gratitude must entail a similar union, but since he was not a woman, it would instead mean taking a wife. Yes, he should marry. Despite her lack of beauty and her notoriously irritable disposition, that woman had, over the past 2 years, frequently sent Qing'er to deliver food to him and keep him company, alleviating his solitude. Just yesterday evening, that woman inadvertently stumbled upon him while he was bathing, falling into the wooden tub. Reflecting on that scene, Ague felt an inexplicable heat coursing through him. It was unbearably warm. He peeled away his garments and splashed cold water on his face. Only feeling some relief once he was sufficiently cooled, he resolved to seek out Aunt Chao and clarify that he could never marry Arya. Aunt Chao's home was centrally located in the village, where vacant space often attracted a gathering of villagers exchanging gossip. Upon his arrival, he overheard their animated conversation. You wouldn't believe it. That widow Zhou went to Ague's cave early this morning to wash and tidy up, but Ague never showed up. Isn't it ridiculous that she would persist despite being snubbed? One woman exclaimed. That can't be right. I recall Ague once declaring he would marry Widow Zhou. Another chimed in. That was in the past. Now Ague is clean and not unappealing. The Chao family has already set their sights on him, intending to betroth Arya to him. Arya is no longer young, though she suffered a head injury in her youth that left her somewhat simple-minded. The Chao family has worried over her for years, but thankfully they are well off. Otherwise, no one would come to propose. Come to think of it, didn't Arya once have a promise to someone? With all this praise, why not let your own son marry her? Don't jinx me. Well, the truth is, Arya isn't interested in my son. She has her eyes set on that fool, Ague. The Chao family told me that ever since she met Ague, she has been clamoring for him. I even saw Ague yesterday. I reckon this marriage is nearly a certainty. Such discussions only serve to highlight how Widow Zhou would be cast aside once again. Indeed, she is a pitiful soul. It's a shame her parents never cared for her. However, she brought this upon herself. We intended to warn her against futile efforts, but she rebuked us instead. Let her continue in her folly. She will soon have her comeuppance. The crowd was engrossed, alternating between speculating on how Chao Cheng's Arya had developed feelings for Ague and deriding Jin Xiaoyu's foolishness in dreaming that Ague would marry her. While he was clearly aiming for greater prospects, Ague had initially been on his way to the Chao household, but found himself halted by their chatter. He soon realized that it was not Aunt Chao who had cleaned his cave, but rather Jin Xiaoyu. They claimed she intended to marry him and even defended her against the gossipers. Agaway felt an unfamiliar urgency at the thought of Jin Xiaoyu being aware of his involvement with Arya. He disregarded everything else and hastened to clarify matters with her. His strides became frantic, drawing the attention of onlookers. "Look, isn't that Agaway?" someone exclaimed. "It truly is. Do you think he overheard us? Let him hear. He is but a fool. What would he do about it?" They laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoyu was preparing to clean a wild chicken that Qinger had brought. She meticulously removed the feathers, cleaned the innards, and salted the meat, knowing that the flavor would be enhanced by the seasoning. Although she had learned from Widow Zhou's memories that locals seldom use salt, she understood its significance for health. Thus, she had saved money to purchase some during her trip to the town. Using it in her cooking not only improved the taste but also provided nourishment. Qinger's hair was a bit dry and yellowed, as was her own, likely due to the lack of salt in their diet. Moreover, she had bought oil, which significantly enhanced the aroma of her dishes. She fondly recalled the first time she had used oil to stir-fry, delighting Qinger to no end. Now, Qinger's palate had become accustomed to her cooking. She would not accept meals from others, eagerly anticipating Jin Xiaoyu's culinary creations. At this moment, Jin Xiaoyu was preparing a soup with a wild chicken, boiling it initially to remove impurities, chopping it into pieces, and adding hot water. Once it boiled, she would incorporate seasonings such as green onions, potatoes, and cabbage, finishing with a dash of salt and other spices, resulting in an enticing aroma. Qinger, Vetting Honglili, could not help but drool, her stomach audibly protesting. Jin Xiaoyu, amused by Qinger's eagerness, chuckled, "Just a little longer, it will be ready soon." Qinger nodded eagerly. Previously, she had been unaware of her mother's culinary prowess, though she had no experience with the dishes served in town or county restaurants. In her mind, her mother's meals surpassed even those prepared by imperial chefs, and she fancied they could rival heavenly cuisine. Chapter 25. A heavy heart. As Jin Xiaoyu's wild chicken soup was finishing, Agaway arrived, panting heavily. From a distance, Jin Xiaoyu spotted him and felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing as if ablaze. Instinctively, she sought to hide, retreating into the thatched hut and locking the door, pressing her body against it. "Ayu, Qinger, are you in there?" Agaway called, knocking on the door. Jin Xiaoyu contemplated denying her presence, but that would only betray her. "Are you home?" Agaway paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Why won't this door budge?" Qinger glanced at her mole, tugging at her sleeve. Jin Xiaoyu, however, gestured for her to be silent, baring her teeth in a silent plea. Agaway, after a futile attempt to push the door open, called from outside, "Wasn't your mother who helped me clean my cave? And didn't you wash my clothes? Wasn't it you who brought me the bedding?" Just as Qinger was about to respond, Jin Xiaoyu swiftly covered her mouth, knowing that remaining silent was their best chance to evade discovery. Yet, she ultimately decided to speak up. "That wasn't me. You must have mistaken someone. Perhaps it was Aunt Chow. Otherwise, you should inquire with her." Agaway was left dumbfounded. The villagers had clearly said that it was Jin Xiaoyu who had taken Qinger to assist him, so why was she denying it? Why suggest he ask Aunt Chow, who had shown no willingness to help him? He recalled Aunt Chow's repeated insistence that he move out of the cave, deeming it filthy and dilapidated. Thus, she wouldn't have helped. Who else in the village would assist him but Jin Xiaoyu? But why was she disavowing her involvement? Agaway found himself perplexed. Could it be that Jin Xiaoyu was aware of Aunt Chow's intentions for him to marry Arya, prompting her to react in anger? "Jin Xiaoyu, I have no intention of marrying Arya. I truly don't. Please believe me." Agaway pleaded desperately, determined to dispel any misunderstandings. Qinger strained to pry her mother's hand away, but had barely made any progress when Jin Xiaoyu preemptively spoke. "Indeed, I recognize that those matters pertain solely to your personal affairs and bear no relevance to me." "How absurd! Jin Xiaoyu, what are you up to?" Deep down, you are evidently concerned, perhaps even excessively so. Agaway's spirits began to dwindle. She initially misjudged the situation. It was not due to this matter that Xiaoyu was avoiding her, but rather, did Xiaoyu simply wish to evade her presence altogether? She attempted once more to force the door open, yet it remained obstinately shut. Agaway was well aware that Xiaoyu was positioned just behind the door, firmly barring her entrance. The sense of disappointment within her heart gradually expanded. Agaway stood silently outside the door. Jin Xiaoyu, not hearing Agaway's voice, felt a surge of anxiety. Cautiously, she leaned to the side to peer out. Was it possible that Agaway had departed? The mere thought of Agaway leaving caused a pang of sorrow within Xiaoyu. Yet, there was nothing she could do. She felt utterly unpresentable. If Ague were still the foolish Ague, it would matter little, but now she was acutely aware that he was indeed the Xianzun. How could she allow the Xianzun to witness her in such an unflattering state? Absolutely not. Upon seeing that Ague remained, Jin Xiaoyu's heart fluttered back to life. However, Ague's expression was so forlorn that it sent waves of pain through her. Jin Xiaoyu, how could you allow the Xianzun to feel sorrow on your behalf? Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage and called out towards the door. Ague, are you still there? Just as Ague was about to turn away, she heard Xiaoyu's voice, and her heart leapt with joy as she quickly replied, I am still here. Jin Xiaoyu could glean nothing from that single word. She flung open the door, stepping outside to finally find Ague, whose figure appeared solitary, desolate, and forlorn. For reasons unknown, witnessing the Xianzun in such a state filled Xiaoyu with a deep sadness. The Xianzun was alone here, and, as a member of the Fox clan, she had not only failed to care for him properly, but had also caused him distress. Xianzun, forgive my humble pride. I merely wish to spare you the sight of my current ungraceful appearance. Xiaoyu stood in place, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. She was filled with self-reproach, wishing she could slap herself. Qing'er, having approached at some point, looked at her with confusion and asked, Mother, why are you like this? Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by sorrow, felt her nose tingle and tears well up. Qing'er, mistakenly believing he had upset his mother, hurried to apologize and wipe her tears, saying, Mother, I am sorry, I will not ask anymore. Although he did not comprehend his mother's intentions, he trusted that her decisions were made for a reason. However, thoughts of Uncle Ague brought a shadow of sadness over Qing'er's heart. Qing'er, one day you will understand your mother's feelings, Xiaoyu sobbed. When will that day come? Qing'er asked earnestly. When you grow up and fall in love with someone, Jin Xiaoyu replied, stroking Qing'er's head with sincerity. Qing'er pondered this statement while scratching his head, failing to grasp its meaning for a long time. After all, he already liked his mother very much. Yet, he still did not comprehend what she meant. Jin Xiaoyu prepared 3 large bowls of wild chicken soup, pushing a bowl toward Qing'er, placing a smaller one before herself, and setting another aside. As Qing'er gobbled down the soup, he asked with confusion, Mother, why 3 bowls? Are you planning to save one for later? Well, once you finish, you can take some to your Uncle Ague, Jin Xiaoyu replied, lowering her head to hide her flushed face. But didn't you just say Uncle Ague isn't welcome? Qing'er questioned, puzzled. If you wanted to give it to him, why didn't you invite him to eat with us instead of making me deliver it? What did I ever say he couldn't come? I merely said not for now. Sigh, the complexities of adult emotions are beyond your comprehension, Jin Xiaoyu sighed, feeling a bit irritable with Qing'er's many inquiries. But didn't you just say Qing'er is grown up? Qing'er asked with wide eyes. Yes, Qing'er is growing up, but not enough. I meant when you are as old as I am, Jin Xiaoyu explained, attempting to impart wisdom to this inquisitive child. You could write a book titled 100,000 Whys with all your questions. Under her insistence, Qing'er promised to remain silent when he visited and to report everything he observed about Uncle Ague faithfully. Qing'er continued to ponder the meaning behind his mother's actions. One moment, she seemed to dismiss Uncle Ague, and the next, she actively assisted him, while simultaneously forbidding him from visiting. Now, she was sending him wild chicken soup. Regardless, he decided to simply comply with his mother's requests while following his own instincts. After leaving Jin Xiaoyu, Ague lay on the impeccably clean bed, inhaling the fresh, clean scent, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yet, the recollection of being turned away earlier weighed heavily upon him. Ague even pondered whether it would have been better to remain as foolish as he had been a few days prior, for at least then he would not feel such sorrow. Yet, he was uncertain of the reason for his distress. Chapter 26. The urgent matter is to earn money upon Qing'er's arrival. Ague lay on the bed, unresponsive. Qing'er called out several times without receiving a reply. Confused, he approached with his bowl of food, only to find Ague staring blankly at the cave's entrance. Uncle Ague, what is wrong? A sense of intuition told Qing'er that something was amiss. Ague's eyes were wide open, yet his thoughts seemed to have wandered elsewhere, lost in a fog filled with mountains and celestial beings floating above the clouds. Among them, one voice rang out joyously, Changfeng, come chase after me. Ague recognized this voice as familiar, desperately trying to pursue its source. Yet no matter how hard he ran, he could not catch up. Suddenly, an eagle appeared from nowhere, pecking at his eyes. A sharp pain coursed through him, and Ague instinctively covered his eyes, letting out a cry. Startled, Qing'er quickly set down his bowl and rushed to comfort Ague. Uncle Ague, what happened? It was only then that Ague awakened, realizing that the person before him was Qing'er. Yet, he remained puzzled. Could it have merely been a dream? But why had it felt so real, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Qing'er sensed that Uncle Ague seemed different somehow. His gaze no longer appeared vacant and foolish. Uncle Ague, do you remember me? He asked, waving his hand in front of Ague's face. Ague grasped his hand, holding it gently in his palm, recognizing Qing. A sigh of relief escaped Qing'er. Thankfully, Uncle Ague still remembered him. Earlier, it had felt as though Ague had transformed into someone entirely different, his gaze towards Qing'er icy and detached, leaving him to fear that Ague had forgotten him upon regaining his memory. Uncle Ague, what happened to you just now? Qing'er inquired hastily. A dream? Qing'er mused, for Ague had been staring wide-eyed just moments before. How could he have been dreaming? Ague, on the other hand, wondered why Qing'er had come. Oh, my mother sent me to bring you some food. She made it herself, and it's still warm and fragrant. Please eat it, Uncle Ague. Qing'er presented the wild chicken soup to Ague. Your mother made this herself? Upon hearing that it was prepared by Jin Xiaoyu, Ague's mood instantly brightened. However, as he reached for the bowl, another thought crossed his mind. Did your mother truly send you here? Qing'er nodded and said, Uncle Ague, I understand that my mother's actions have caused you some sorrow. However, my mother has her own struggles. To be candid with you, Uncle Ague, she has always been worried that she is unworthy of you, feeling that she is too plump and unattractive. Recently, she has been contemplating ways to lose weight, and I believe she intends to meet you only after she feels more confident about her appearance. Ague listened, somewhat incredulous. In his eyes, Jin Xiaoyu was not the epitome of beauty, yet she was far from unappealing. Why would she feel unworthy due to superficial attributes? Moreover, he was merely a beggar, devoid of any past memories. Why did she harbor such thoughts? Qing'er felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that these words were merely fabrications he had conjured on the road, as he truly had no insight into his mother's feelings. Yet, he did not wish to see Uncle Ague in distress, nor did he want such a wonderful person to be unable to fulfill the role of his father. Thus, he felt compelled to help his mother retain Uncle Ague, ensuring he knew she held him in her heart. My mother is a person of great hardship, having endured much to raise me, and she has been bullied by the villagers. She only pretends to be a harsh woman out of necessity, but her heart is kind. Uncle Ague, regardless of what others say about my mother, you will not judge her as they do, will you? Qing'er began to repeat himself, having lost track of how many times he had conveyed this to Ague, yet he remained undeterred. Ague gazed at the frail child and reflected on how Jin Xiaoyu had indeed changed, further convincing him of the truth in Qing'er's words. Jin Xiaoyu had once feigned the role of a harsh woman to protect them from being bullied as a mother and son, and it was likely that she still did the same. However, he yearned to express that he did not care for appearances. What mattered to him was the purity and kindness of Jin Xiaoyu's heart. After all, she had saved him, and he felt it was his duty to care for her. Seeing the sincere expression on Uncle Ague's face, Qing'er knew his words had resonated. Uncle Ague, please eat while it's hot. Do not forget what I have told you, Qing'er said, waving goodbye as he walked out. Yet, Ague grasped his arm, tears welling in his eyes. Qing'er, could you share more stories about Xiaoyu with me? Qing'er stuck out his tongue and made a face. More stories? All of these are tales I've painstakingly altered from what old Zhang in the village tells. Do I have any more left to share? However, seeing Ague's pitiful, tear-filled eyes, he relented. All right, he smiled sweetly and nodded. For the sake of his desire to have a father, he would give it his all. Qing'er endeavored to portray Jin Xiaoyu as exceptionally kind, reaching the point of evoking both divine and human tears. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoyu was tirelessly striving for their livelihood. Previously, her goals had been clear. Now, she was brimming with determination, not solely for herself and Qing'er, but also for the Xianzun. She could not allow the Xianzun to remain in the cave any longer. A grand house must be built swiftly to bring the Xianzun to her, where she would personally care for him, ensuring his every need was met, including bathing. The mere thought of bathing ignited a spark in Jin Xiaoyu's eyes. Recalling the night, she accidentally stumbled into the cave and fell into the Xianzun's bathing tub, feeling the warmth of his breath and seeing the stars in his eyes. She could not dwell on it any longer. The already cramped hut felt as though it were dividing in two, and she worked up a sweat. Yet, she did not feel fatigued. It seemed that ever since she had bathed in the water from the space pearl, she felt an abundance of energy. She resolved to wash again soon. However, the thought of not knowing how to enter the space pearl made her feel disheartened, and her mood soured. After much contemplation, she decided to abandon the thought. Perhaps the more she tried to grasp it, the more elusive it would become. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she surveyed the drafty thatched hut and the meager amount of rice left in the jar. With the weather growing colder by the day, the outlook was grim, either freezing to death or starving. In the past, Widow Zhou had huddled in bed, adding more straw to stave off the cold, while her food sources dwindled to begging from others or gathering tree bark and wild roots. If worst came to worst, they would have to resort to eating grass. Surviving the winter was the primary concern. Spring would bring sustenance, and she would not starve. Yet, she was not Widow Zhou. She could not afford to live in such uncertainty. Jin Xiaoyu lamented that both she and Qing'er had managed to survive, while many perished from hunger and cold in this harsh land. Although she had purchased fabric to make a few sets of clothing, they were all single-layered. And one of the 2 blankets she had bought was given to Ague, leaving her and Qing'er to share the other. In summation, they needed a significant amount of money. But where would it come from? Chapter 27. Sprouting. It is often said that one relies on the mountains for sustenance from the mountains and on the waters for sustenance from the waters. Yet there was no water here. The only source was the small river at the village entrance, which did not offer much. The mountains were plentiful, one after another. It seemed she would need to venture into the mountains for solutions. With her mind set, Jin Xiaoyu felt a sense of calm. Recalling her last encounter with a wild boar, she mused that even if she did not meet a boar this time, encountering a wolf would suffice. Yet, she could not rely solely on luck. It was clear she needed some reliable weaponry. Thus, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to visit the town to purchase arrows and knives when the opportunity arose. As Jin Xiaoyu was well versed in the language of animals, she believed that if she truly wanted to make progress in hunting, it would not be overly difficult. However, recalling her own past as a fox cub, she had been chased by hunters and had witnessed her companions pierced by arrows. The memories caused her to waver, even if she did not confront the foxes. Her friends included many rabbits and wolves. Determined, she swiftly cast aside these impractical thoughts. Yet, at this moment, the mountains were not entirely barren. Perhaps there were still wild fruits to be found. Moreover, she might uncover medicinal herbs to sell in town. The thought of herbs reminded her of the many elixirs within the space pearl. She wondered if they would fetch a good price in human society. However, the potency of these elixirs was astonishing. If consumed by someone without magical abilities, would there be side effects? Furthermore, the space pearl belonged to Changfeng Xianzun. The contents should rightfully belong to him. Would it be inappropriate for her to use them without permission? As she pondered these matters, time seemed to fly. Before she knew it, night had fallen. Cradling Qing'er, she gazed at the space pearl and inadvertently drifted off to sleep. She felt as if she had entered a land of eternal spring, filled with the sounds of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the gentle trickle of clear springs. Jin Xiaoyu quickly opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in mist. As she passed through the haze, she recognized the familiar place. Jin Xiaoyu widened her eyes, taking in the foggy surroundings and the pristine lake beside her. Had she truly arrived? She pinched herself. It hurt. This was real, not a dream. But how had she come here? She seemed to have been holding the space pearl, cradling Qing'er, and then became drowsy, and now here she was. What were the key factors for entering the space pearl? Qing'er? No, she had not been holding him last time. Was it drowsiness? Yes, she had been sleepy then too. So, only when she felt drowsy could she enter the space pearl? But how would she exit? If entering required drowsiness, did waking up mean she would exit? Resolute, Jin Xiaoyu decisively pinched her thigh. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Xiaoyu lowered her head and found herself once again within the confines of the spatial pearl. With relentless enthusiasm, she experimented several times until she finally grasped the method of entering and exiting. In essence, as long as she held the spatial pearl in her hand and alternated between slumber and wakefulness, she could traverse freely. Standing within the spatial pearl once more, Jin Xiaoyu meticulously observed her surroundings. She was aware that this space was vast, yet her arrival point seemed to remain consistent. She attempted to walk, but after covering a considerable distance, she still did not reach an end. Ultimately, she surrendered to her curiosity, shedding her garments and diving into the water to awaken her senses. Remarkably, she felt an invigorating sensation coursing through her body, and her skin appeared significantly smoother. However, she felt that mere washing was insufficient, so she drank copiously from the crystalline spring water in her hands, which exuded a sweet aroma. This water was indeed a treasure. No, everything here was precious. This water undoubtedly contained spiritual energy, benefiting her body immensely, not only aiding in the reduction of excess fat, but also rejuvenating her skin, transforming it from coarse and dark to fair, delicate, and radiant. She frolicked in the lake, indulging herself, until she vaguely noticed something at the lake's bottom. Diving down, she discovered a cluster of medicinal herbs. To her astonishment, the herbs thrived remarkably well in the water. It appeared that these herbs grew in abundance along the lake's edge. Did this mean that the lake water was beneficial not only for her body, but also for the plants? If she were to irrigate her saline alkali soil with this water, would it yield miraculous results? After all, there was hardly any soil at the lake's bottom. Resolutely, she decided to exit the spatial pearl. But then she suddenly pondered how she could carry the water outside. Lacking any vessels, it seemed she could only use her hands to scoop some. Indeed, the water remained in her hands, and she hurriedly poured it into the soil, eager to witness the results. Since she could bring items out of the spatial pearl, could she also put things in? Jin Xiaoyu tried, and to her surprise, it succeeded. She planted the unused seeds within the spatial pearl, wondering which would grow faster, the ones outside or those inside. This water was so exceptional. If used for cooking, it would also benefit Qinger. Thus, she filled a bucket to the brim with the precious liquid to bring along. After completing her tasks, Jin Xiaoyu fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke the next day, her first action was to inspect her body, and she was astonished to find that she had lost yet another circumference of excess flesh. Evidently, her previous experiences were not mere illusions. Every time she soaked in the water, she shed weight, and even the pimples on her face had diminished. Gazing into the bucket of water, she noticed that with the reduction of flesh, her skin had become fair and refined, her eyes appeared larger, her nose more prominent, and even her formerly pale and purplish lips had taken on a rosy hue. Although she could not rival Wang Lihuan's wife, she was certainly not far behind. Given time, she might indeed blossom into a great beauty. At that moment, standing beside the Immortal Lord, she would no longer be mocked as a toad aspiring to mate with a swan. Imagining the days of soaring together with the Immortal Lord, Jin Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile widely. In that smile, she discovered two dimples on both sides of her cheeks, reminiscent of her own from long ago, which she had cherished. She had thought she would never see them again, yet here they were. However, amidst her joy, another thought struck her. With such a significant transformation, she was astonished by her own change. What would others think? In this cramped space, where people were rather dull, if she suddenly appeared so different, they might suspect her of being possessed by a spirit. It seemed prudent to proceed gradually. As dawn approached, she prepared breakfast and called Qinger to wake. Upon seeing her mother, Qinger sensed that she appeared even more beautiful. Jin Xiaoyu feigned modesty, though inwardly she reveled in delight. "All right, wash your hands and let us dine," she urged Qinger. Just as Qinger was about to rise, something startled him, and he pointed incredulously at a spot on the ground, exclaiming, "Mother, look! The seeds we planted yesterday have sprouted." Jin Xiaoyu quickly bent down to examine the soil, astonished to see tiny green shoots emerging where there had been nothing just the day before. Could it be that the water she had scooped had worked wonders? This revelation filled her with joy. If that were true, then a vast expanse of her mountain land could indeed thrive. Just imagine the abundance it could yield. "Qinger, hurry and wash your hands. I must water these little sprouts," she declared, preparing to pour the precious water she had collected from the spatial pearl. Confident that there was an endless supply within, she resolved to use this water for irrigation henceforth. "I'll help you," Qinger offered, but she insisted, "No need. I can manage alone." As Qinger went to wash, Jin Xiaoyu gently poured the water onto the soil, and to her surprise, the texture of the earth began to change gradually. The experience felt truly magical. After their meal, Jin Xiaoyu shared her plans with Qinger. Although she was his mother, she recognized that Qinger, being a boy, would eventually become the pillar of their family, and thus, some matters required his input. Qinger wholeheartedly believed in his mother's foresight, understanding that her preparations were wise. After all, he had enjoyed many days of prosperity alongside her, and had no desire to revert to the humiliating days of begging for food. Though he did not voice it, he had often felt crushed by the scorn of others, being labeled as shameless and a beggar. These recent days felt like paradise. Therefore, When Jin Xiaoyu suggested they explore the mountains for anything valuable, Qing'er readily agreed without hesitation. As they made their way, Jin Xiaoyu led the way, with Qing'er following closely behind. She hoped that her ability to communicate with animals would yield useful insights, but to her disappointment, she had forgotten that most creatures were preparing for hibernation, and very few remained active. Consequently, aside from the birds soaring above, she encountered little wildlife. Now, she was just an ordinary person, devoid of any magical powers to compel the birds to heed her calls. 2 hours passed without any luck, leaving both Qing'er and Jin Xiaoyu disheartened. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu followed some leads and began to understand the general layout of the forest, identifying areas where wolves, wild boars, and bears congregated. However, knowing this did little good. She was no match for them. Just as her disappointment peaked, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils. Following it instinctively, she soon stumbled upon a vast grove of persimmon trees, laden with orange-red fruit that exuded a delightful aroma, tempting her taste buds. She knew that her inherent talents must have a purpose. Despite being perceived as a simpleton, she had a refined palate when it came to flavors. And this was her triumph. From her days as a young fox, she had adored persimmons, especially when transformed into sweet persimmon cakes, a delightful treat during winter when fresh fruits were scarce. Just as she prepared to roll up her sleeves to pick some, Qing'er abruptly pulled her back. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Mother, you mustn't touch those. Eating them could be fatal." "Fatal? Who says that?" Jin Xiaoyu asked, perplexed. The fruit looked utterly delectable, and with such an abundance, it would last them for ages. Uncle Zhang from a village once picked these, and after eating them, he died. Since then, no one in the village dares to touch them, Qing'er explained, smiled gently, recalling how her mother had once relished the fruit without any ill effects. Could it be that the unfortunate demise of that individual was entirely unrelated to the persimmon? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, leading the villagers to mistakenly deem it poisonous. She endeavored to elucidate this to Qing'er. However, the villagers' consensus weighed heavily on Qing'er's mind, causing her some anxiety and frustration as her mother seemed unyielding in her belief. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Xiaoyu recognized that Qing'er had firmly internalized the notion that these persimmons were inedible. To persist in urging her to try them might not be prudent. Thus, she proposed a compromise. "Let me eat one first. If I suffer no ill effects, you shall try one too. If you remain unharmed, it shall serve as proof of their safety." Qing'er pondered this suggestion and, finding it reasonable, acquiesced. Consequently, Jin Xiaoyu plucked a persimmon, wiped it clean, and took a hearty bite. To her delight, it was remarkably sweet, sweeter than any she had tasted before. These persimmon trees must be wild, she mused, for wild fruits possess a distinct quality. She indulged in the fruit, savoring its delightful flavor. Having finished one persimmon, she offered another to Qing'er, saying, "Now that I've eaten, you should give it a try." With wide eyes, Qing'er observed her mother for any sign of discomfort before bravely accepting the fruit. The first bite revealed an odd flavor, but it soon transformed into a delicious revelation. With each subsequent bite, she found herself enamored, finishing the entire fruit and still yearning for more. Jin Xiaoyu, noticing her enthusiasm, handed her another persimmon. As Qing'er munched happily, he inquired, "Mother, why do the villagers insist these fruits are poisonous?" Jin Xiaoyu affectionately stroked Qing'er's hair, imparting wisdom. "Remember, my dear, do not take everything at face value. Many things require personal experience to discern their truth. However, if a multitude has tried something and deemed it unworthy, then it is wise not to assume the role of a hero." Qing'er appeared to grapple with this lesson, tilting her head in confusion. "Mother, what do you mean by experience, and what is this heroism you speak of?" Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of exasperation, realizing that these terms were likely unfamiliar to Qing'er and many others in the Fox clan. Nevertheless, she patiently explained, experience means to engage directly in an activity. Heroism, in essence, is when one insists on doing what others refrain from. Qing'er nodded, though her understanding was tentative. "Enough of that for now. When I earn enough, I will send you to school, and then you shall comprehend these matters fully. For now, let us gather these persimmons. Remember to select only the finest, those that are ripe but free from worms." Jin Xiaoyu's excitement was palpable as she climbed a persimmon tree to begin her harvest. Qing'er, momentarily stunned, contemplated the prospect of attending school, a notion that had once seemed unattainable. He had always yearned for knowledge. Uncle Ague had taught him his own name, Zhou Wangfu, which he had eagerly shared with the village children, inciting their envy. He longed to learn more characters, yet his life, spent alongside his mother in the relentless pursuit of sustenance, had left little room for such aspirations. The revelation that his mother wished to grant him the opportunity to study filled him with overwhelming gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes. As the narrative unfolds, Jin Xiaoyu found herself in a precarious situation, concerned for Qing'er's safety should any predators emerge. In a moment of inspiration, she recalled the spatial pearl. If a water bucket could be stored within, might the persimmons also be temporarily placed inside? Yet, she could not do so in Qing'er's presence. Qing'er, ever obedient, nodded. Jin Xiaoyu slung the basket over one shoulder and clutched her clothing bundle with the other, hastening away until Qing'er was out of sight. Leaning against a sturdy tree, she held the spatial pearl, allowing herself a moment to gather her thoughts before succumbing to drowsiness. Upon awakening, she found herself within the spatial realm, the persimmons having accompanied her. Hastily, she set the persimmons down, pinched her thigh to ensure her wakefulness, and emerged with her basket and clothing. With her face freshly washed, she appeared somewhat flushed, akin to one who had labored under the sun. Trusting in Jin Xiaoyu's words, Qing'er remained untroubled. As night descended, the forest became increasingly perilous, and Jin Xiaoyu wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles. That evening, she prepared a simple meal and began to wash and dry the persimmons, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the abundant harvest. Qing'er, she called, tomorrow I shall make you persimmon cakes. They are simply divine. One bite and your mouth will be filled with their exquisite flavor. Qing'er, intrigued yet puzzled, asked, "Were persimmon cakes, mother?" They are made by peeling the persimmons, exposing them to the sun until dry, then pressing them into a cake-like shape, finally dusting them with a layer of frost. Jin Xiaoyu elaborated, her enthusiasm a testament to her diligent learning. Having once tasted them, she had insisted on learning the recipe from the vendor, who had reluctantly shared it with her. Though only partially understanding, Qing'er felt assured that if his mother deemed it delicious, it must indeed be a culinary delight. As night fell, Qing'er retired early, allowing Jin Xiaoyu ample time to traverse the spatial realm. Upon entering, she was astonished to witness the seeds she had previously sown thriving with remarkable vigor, growing at an astonishing rate. Could it be that the environment here was more conducive to plant growth? As she surveyed her surroundings, she quickly found a large patch of land and scattered the remaining seeds, determined to acquire even more. However, the medicinal herbs appeared unchanged, their vitality perplexing. If they continued to flourish, shouldn't they have withered by now? With each visit to the spatial realm, Jin Xiaoyu unearthed new mysteries. After much contemplation, she left the space, eager to continue her endeavors. The following day, she and Qing'er began the process of making persimmon cakes. Jin Xiaoyu skillfully peeled the fruits while Qing'er spread them out to dry in the sun, which shone brightly, perfect for their task. After several days of drying, the persimmons softened, prompting Jin Xiaoyu to press them firmly until no more moisture was released, awaiting the frost to form. This process was lengthy, and she worried that a sudden rain might ruin their hard work. On one such day, as she tended to the persimmons, she noticed a figure in the distance. Ever since he had heard Qing'er's words, Ague had refrained from seeking Jin Xiaoyu, yet the more he suppressed his feelings, the more he pondered what they were up to. The image of Jin Xiaoyu, portrayed by Qing'er as a kind-hearted yet beleaguered mother striving to raise her son alone amidst misunderstandings, tugged at his heartstrings. Every time he thought of the hardships Jin Xiaoyu endured, he felt a pang of sympathy, and when he heard others speak ill of her, he could not help but defend her. They accused her of feigning innocence, claiming that when alone, she revealed her true nature by mistreating Qing'er. Ague dismissed these notions and quietly observed the duo from outside the thatched cottage, witnessing the industrious pair at work. Qing'er was at a loss for words, while Jin Xiaoyu smiled indulgently, gently ruffling his hair, creating a scene reminiscent of maternal affection. How could their relationship be described as such? In his heart, Ague scoffed, unable to resist staring. Whenever Jin Xiaoyu smiled, two delightful dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her irresistibly charming. Each time he witnessed her laughter, he felt life was indeed beautiful. For a fleeting moment, Ague wished to rush in and join them. However, knowing how strong Xiaoyu's pride was, he refrained from causing her any distress. Jin Xiaoyu had long noticed the Xianzun outside and yearned to rush forward and embrace him warmly. Yet she feared that her current appearance might frighten him, so she resisted the urge. while Agaway secretly watched Jin Xiaoyu. He was unaware that she was also covertly observing him. Their gazes, however, skillfully evaded each other, leading to an unbroken cycle of ignorance until an unpleasant voice interrupted. Agaway, concerned about the influence of the Chao family on Xiaoyu, patiently tried to persuade them, yet the Chao family was determined to force Agaway into marrying their foolish daughter, Arya. When Jin Xiaoyu rushed out, she saw the Chao family twisting her Xianzun's ear and dragging him away. How dare they treat Xianzun in such a manner? Jin Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched, and she readied herself to chase after them to rescue Xianzun. Chapter 30. Rescuing Xianzun to Mother. I will go with you. Yet this time, obedient Qing'er refused, fearing that the notorious shrew of the Chao family would harm his mother, as she was known to even strike her own husband. Jin Xiaoyu shook her head, glancing at the persimmons scattered around the courtyard. If you go too, what will happen if someone comes to steal our things? Besides, you are still young. You wouldn't be able to help me. Qing'er tilted his little head in contemplation, seeming to grasp the reasoning. Nonetheless, he remained anxious, his eyes darting to a stick in the corner. He hurriedly ran over and handed it to his mother. Take this. Mother. Jin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming affection for her son. However, she was not a widow seeking to escape the village, as she was merely going to reason with them. No need. I will win them over with virtue. Do not worry, I will not be at a loss. She did not take the stick but affectionately patted Qing'er's soft, fluffy head before departing. Qing'er watched his mother with concern, as if he had unsaid words. He nodded vigorously, understanding that he must learn to trust her. The Chao family had long anticipated Jin Xiaoyu's attempt to create a disturbance. Not only did they foresee it, but they also pulled Agaway's ear as they weaved through the village, their mouths never idle. In their narrative, Agaway became a scoundrel who had taken advantage of their family, while cavorting with a widow. The villagers were already aware of Jin Xiaoyu's infatuation with Agaway, speculating that she had seduced him, thus inciting the wrath of the Chao family. They barricaded the door, knowing the widow was strong and didn't want her to break through. Chao Cheng handed Agaway over to his daughter Arya and began devising a plan to block the entrance. Halfway through, he reconsidered, deciding to let her in to showcase her shrewish behavior, confident that they were in the right. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoyu had followed her memories to locate the Chao family home. The Chao family was among the wealthier households in Mingjing village, known for Chao Cheng's carpentry skills. Families from nearby villages sought him out for wedding cabinets and the like, allowing him to amass a significant fortune, once making him the village's undisputed wealthiest. However, in recent years, since when the hunter began hunting in the mountains, there was a subtle trend of surpassing the Chao family. With no sons, only a foolish daughter, Arya, and Chao Cheng aging, despite his ailing health. They were adamant about finding a son-in-law. Previously, Arya had been married but suffered greatly in her in-law's household. Thus, this couple was determined to find a compliant suitor without roots. Since Agaway had cleaned up and become presentable, the Chao family had taken an interest. After introducing Arya to Agaway, she was quite pleased. They believed that if they did not mind Agaway's lack of wealth, the matter was settled. However, they had also learned of Agaway's connection with Jin Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, they approached Agaway under the guise of benevolence, bringing him to their home, publicly declaring that he had agreed to the arrangement and had accepted gifts from their family. In reality, Agaway had accepted nothing and had not consented at all. Yet, the Chao family's persuasive tongue could turn the dead into the living, as they spread tales in the village that Agaway not only took their belongings but had also sullied their daughter. Thus, Agaway became the Chao family's assured son-in-law. By the time Jin Xiaoyu arrived at the Chao household, the courtyard was already filled with onlookers, their necks craned to witness the spectacle, all intentionally summoned by the Chao family to bolster their stance. As soon as Jin Xiaoyu entered, before she could utter a word, a basin of water was thrown at her. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, allowing her to dodge just in time and avoid becoming a drenched chicken. Thanks to the space divine water she had soaked in for several days. Otherwise, given her previous weight, the Chao family might have truly succeeded in their scheme. The Chao family, taken aback by Jin Xiaoyu's evasion, wore a grim expression, glaring at her. Which wind blew you here? Tell me which wind. Jin Xiaoyu remained unfazed, her expression still cheerful as she regarded her adversary. If there was anyone in the 10 villages known for twisting logic, it was the wife of Chao Cheng. In her youth, she was a master manipulator, and with age, her ability to articulate a logic had only sharpened. Confident that Jin Xiaoyu was no match for her, She was determined to make her laugh today and cry tomorrow. With this in mind, the Chao family's arrogance swelled as they looked down upon Jin Xiaoyu, their demeanor exuding an air of righteousness. Jin Xiaoyu, drawing from the memories of the widow, had gleaned enough understanding of this woman to recognize her intentions to force her into retreat and discredit her. Initially, she had only sought to rescue Xianzun from her clutches, but now her resolve shifted. She was compelled to engage in a debate with this woman. If you fancy someone, you should bring him home to be your foolish daughter's husband. Have you asked if he is willing to accept your area? The Chao family was momentarily taken aback, then defiantly raised her chin, looking down at Jin Xiaoyu. Of course he is willing. If he weren't, why would he come to my house and eat and drink? Jin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, delivering a scornful glance. By your logic, anyone who has eaten or drunk at your house must be your son-in-law. Then doesn't that mean everyone in this yard is your son-in-law? Jin Xiaoyu raised her voice, laughing. At her remark, the crowd inside and outside the courtyard erupted in laughter. The villagers, with time to spare, enjoyed a good jest. Some even shouted at the Chao family, "How about I come to your house to be your son-in-law?" After the insults, it dawned on her that she had fallen into Jin Xiaoyu's trap. Her brow furrowed. She glared at Jin Xiaoyu, refusing to back down. Stop your nonsense. I'll tell you the truth. Agaway has shared a bed with my area. If he does not marry my daughter, does he intend to marry you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Jin Xiaoyu's expression shifted, her body instinctively recoiling. Xianzun, no, it cannot be. How could Xianzun possibly be interested in a fool? Yet, Xianzun had lost his memory. Perhaps his spirit was also lacking. What if the Chao family took advantage of that? Jin Xiaoyu dared not pursue the thought further. Seeing Jin Xiaoyu silent, the Chao family's confidence swelled. Hands on her hips as she pointed at Jin Xiaoyu. Widow, everyone says you've changed, so you should reason with us. Now that you understand, will you cease your pursuit of Agaway? In the near future, Agaway will marry my area, and I will surely invite you to celebrate with us. Jin Xiaoyu raised her head to glance at the Chao family, only to be scorched by the malevolent grin etched upon their faces. Could it truly be real? A wave of grievance surged within her heart, transforming into warm tears that began to gather in her eyes. Her hands hung limply at her sides, instinctively clenching into fists. Just as the Chao family was reveling in their triumph, preparing to expel Jin Xiaoyu while announcing the news of their daughter's impending betrothal to Agaway, a voice suddenly emerged from within the house. Xiaoyu, do not believe her. Chao Cheng and Heir Ye had originally conspired to keep Agaway confined within the house. But they could not withstand his yearning to see Jin Xiaoyu and explain himself. Finally breaking free, he stepped outside to find Jin Xiaoyu standing in the courtyard, her eyes rimmed with red and her body trembling. A flicker of concern crossed his face. Xiaoyu, I did not discuss it halfway, Agaway stammered, a rosy hue blooming on his fair complexion. Strangely, the mere thought of those events made him feel odd, evoking memories of that fateful night when Xiaoyu accidentally tumbled into his bathing tub, causing his cheeks to flush and his heart to race as if something were about to leap forth. Seeing the urgency in Agaway's attempt to explain himself, Jin Xiaoyu felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively wanting to slap herself. Jin Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? How can you believe whatever they say? Do you not know who the Immortal is? He is a being who remains untouched by the affections of countless divine maidens. Would he truly take a fancy to that foolish and unattractive area? In an instant, clarity washed over Jin Xiaoyu, and her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. As she sighed in relief, the Immortal remained unblemished, which was indeed wonderful. Witnessing the tender exchange between Agaway and Jin Xiaoyu, the Chao family seethed with fury, raising a finger to point at them as they began to scold. Agaway, if you say there was nothing, then there was nothing. But you have taken advantage of my daughter. Do you think you can just walk away? I'll tell you this. Either sever ties with this widow and obediently become my son-in-law, or prepare to face the authorities and languish in prison. She refused to believe that anyone would not fear the law. Onlookers could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Agaway and Jin Xiaoyu. Regardless of the truth behind Agaway and Heir's circumstances, the Chao family was notorious for their unreasonable antics. If they reported this to the authorities, it was likely that Agaway would find himself in dire straits. Agaway, with his straightforward nature, was determined to dispel any misunderstandings. But before he could voice his thoughts about not fearing the law, Jin Xiaoyu beat him to it. Very well, let us go to the authorities. It is said that they possess a special method to ascertain whether or not a couple has engaged in such activities. But if the truth does not align with your claims, you should be guilty of slander, a serious charge that could lead not only to imprisonment, but also to corporal punishment. The officials who administer such punishment are known for their ancestral skills, and you may never rise again. I'm not afraid of you. Jin Xiaoyu agreed wholeheartedly with her own words. Since you are willing to report this, let's do so. Villagers, bear witness. Who is a donkey? Let us go to the authorities together. She turned to the only villager who had been to the authorities. Uncle Nyo, I entrust this matter to you. Do not worry, I will cover the travel expenses. Is 10 won sufficient? Uncle Nyo, initially eager to watch the spectacle, found an unexpected opportunity for profit and nodded vigorously. Enough. Then let us go together. You bring your area, and I will accompany Ague, Jin Xiaoyu declared, moving to pull the Chow family along. At that moment, the Chow family was paralyzed with fear. Reporting to the authorities? No. She shook her head furiously, not wanting to face corporal punishment. But what if Jin Xiaoyu was merely trying to intimidate her? She could not simply succumb to fear. Jin Xiaoyu understood that the Chow family would not be easily frightened, but she had another tactic in mind, so she turned to Arya, insisting, "You must come with me." Upon hearing this, Arya immediately objected, attempting to bite Jin Xiaoyu's hand while screaming, "I do not want to go to the authorities. I do not want to face punishment." You do not wish to face punishment either? Then explain why you cannot utter the words you shared with Ague. Jin Xiaoyu believed that Arya would comprehend her. Though Arya was somewhat simple-minded, she was not entirely foolish. She merely lacked the sharpness of others. "Yeah, be quiet." The Chow family, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, attempted to silence her daughter, but Jin Xiaoyu was quicker. She pulled Arya aside and instructed Ague to restrain the Chow family, asking Arya again, "Speak up quickly. If you do not, I will take you to see the authorities right now." I and Ague, we did not. Arya glanced at her mother, who signaled her to be quiet. Yet, she stammered, "Mother wanted us to do that, and she even got Ague drunk, but Ague kicked me away." At this revelation, the crowd erupted with laughter. The Chow family's ineptitude was evident. In her desperate attempts to marry off her foolish daughter, she had resorted to such antics. Whoever said this was unprecedented. Thankfully, Ague did not act on it. Otherwise, with a mother-in-law like that, life would be unbearable. Voices rose from the crowd. "If you seek a good match, come to me. If Ague is unwilling, I am willing. You scoundrel, be quiet." They would to even look at you. In the midst of the clamor, the Chow family felt her dignity slipping away, her face burning with humiliation. For over a decade, she had been the one to bully others. When had she ever been the target? Her hatred for Jin Xiaoyu reached a boiling point as her gaze fell upon a broom. Raising it high, she aimed it at Jin Xiaoyu and Ague. Jin Xiaoyu saw the move, but was a moment too late. Regretting her earlier joy for not having noticed sooner, she was suddenly shoved aside by Ague. The Chow family summoned all her strength, the broom striking Jin Xiaoyu with painful force. The immortal Jin Xiaoyu watched in fury as the Chow family unleashed a barrage of blows upon Ague's back, gritting her teeth in anger, ready to rush to his aid, only to be pushed back by Ague. "I will kill you. I will kill you, shameless wretches. You have sullied my daughter's and my reputation." Even at this juncture, the Chow family continued to rant. Yet the villagers no longer defended her. Instead, they rebuked her for her excessive behavior. When she had first approached, she was fearless, brandishing the broom to drive people away. "You dare speak? Try it." Someone truly got struck and, grimacing in pain, shouted at Chao Chung, "You should control your wife." Chao Chung hung his head in despair, afraid to speak. "What kind of family are you? We no longer require your assistance in making cabinets." Upon hearing this, the Chow family erupted with rage. The cabinet-making business had sustained their family. If no one came to them in the future, how would they survive? All of this stemmed from Jin Xiaoyu. Exhausted from running, Jin Xiaoyu finally released Ague's hand when the Chow family failed to pursue her. Chapter 32. Not what she imagined. "I am exhausted, utterly spent." Jin Xiaoyu gasped, vigorously patting her chest to regain her breath. Indeed, the Chow family was formidable. Their strikes could truly be lethal. Fortunately, she was swift on her feet. With this thought, she hurriedly turned to the Immortal, pulling him close to inspect him meticulously. "Immortal, are you unscathed? If you were injured because of me, it would be unforgivable." Thankfully, the Immortal had only sustained minor injuries, but that was still enough to cause Jin Xiaoyu concern. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon a withering plant by the riverbank. recalling that Widow Zhou had once used this type of herb to treat external wounds. Desperate times call for desperate measures. She plucked a handful, chewed it, and then spat it out to apply it to the Immortal Lord's injury. The medicine is incredibly effective. The Xianzun will soon recover, Xiaoyu said while applying the medicine. Alas, the Xianzun's chest is indeed broad, almost exactly as she had imagined. As Xiaoyu applied the ointment, she became somewhat entranced until she noticed a heavy breath above her head. Suddenly, she was seized and pressed closer. What does this mean? Xianzun? Xiaoyu's heart raced, her mind grew muddled, and her bright, piercing eyes had nowhere to land, ultimately fixating on the feet of herself and the Xianzun. Oh, the Xianzun's shoes are quite tattered, though her own are hardly better. It seems she must earn some money to buy new shoes for both the Xianzun and herself. Yet, the proximity of their toes was striking, bending her toes. She indeed made contact. Xiaoyu's heart leaped with delight. Could this be considered an intimate touch? It was then that she realized her hand was resting on something exceedingly warm. She fiddled with her fingers and thought, why does this thing keep pulsing? Stealing a glance upward, she gasped. It was indeed the Xianzun's chest. Smacking her forehead with her other hand, she suddenly recalled that she had been forcefully pressed against it by the Xianzun. Could it be that while she secretly yearned for the Xianzun's affection, he was also inviting her advances? Just as this thought surfaced, she quickly shook her head. Jin Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Even though the figure before her was not the complete Xianzun, he still exuded an air of celestial grace. How could she harbor such base thoughts about him? Filled with regret, her gaze inadvertently swept across the water, startling her with the reflection of a blade. Is this the image of a pig and a handsome man, perhaps representing herself and the Xianzun? And her hand resting on the Xianzun's exquisite form gave off a distinctly flirtatious vibe? No, this is not the scene she had envisioned. Covering her face with her hands, tears began to flow uncontrollably. No, she could not face the Xianzun again. With that, she fled in a panic, disregarding Agui's bewildered expression. Agui remained stunned for a moment before turning to look in the direction Xiaoyu had run. Why did Xiaoyu flee? He slapped his head in frustration, realizing that his earlier actions must have frightened her. No, he must show Xiaoyu that he was not a dissolute person. He genuinely wished to care for her and Qing'er. Thus, Agui shouted for Xiaoyu to wait, pursuing her. Many villagers witnessed this scene, collectively affirming that Jin Xiaoyu and Agui were indeed a pair of affectionate lovers. Upon seeing Agui's approaching figure, they hastily locked their doors, ignoring his knocks and telling him it was not yet time for a meeting. Not yet time for a meeting? Agui was taken aback, recalling that Qing'er had mentioned Xiaoyu feared she was unworthy of him. But he was not concerned in the slightest. Yet, Xiaoyu was eager to convey, if you wish to see me again, leave. When I lose weight and become beautiful, I will naturally come to meet you. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback by Agui's persistence, hastily shouting back. She also wondered how the Xianzun could find her appearance appealing. Was it solely because she had saved him? The Xianzun had always been a paragon of virtue. It was reasonable for him to be grateful to the widow Zhou who had rescued him. However, this seemed unrelated to affection. Moreover, it was she, Jin Xiaoyu, who was not deserving of his gratitude. For reasons unknown, Jin Xiaoyu's heart grew restless, and she felt waves of discomfort. She, who never fixated on trivial matters, found herself inexplicably trapped in her thoughts. I must not dwell on this. It was only after Agui left that Jin Xiaoyu expended considerable effort to clarify her mind. The immediate priority was to earn money to improve her and the Xianzun's circumstances. After tucking Qing'er under the covers, Jin Xiaoyu entered the space again, discovering that the previously planted vegetables had grown even more lush, with some already bearing fruit. A thought resurfaced. Would these fruits soon ripen and wither? If so, they must be consumed promptly. Moreover, seeds must be saved for replanting. At this rate, if seeds were planted today, they could be harvested in a day or two. Fresh vegetables daily would be delightful. Yet, such a plan seemed burdensome. Daily planting would be necessary. If only she could cultivate some woody plants, what would that entail? While pondering, Jin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the persimmons she had laid out in the yard. She retrieved some seeds and tossed them into the space. This time, she did not rush to leave but stayed to watch, and sure enough, not long after, the seeds sprouted. Overjoyed, Jin Xiaoyu leaped and squealed. Realizing her exuberance might have been too loud, she quickly covered her mouth and exited the space, finding Qing'er still blissfully asleep. It seemed that whatever she did in the space would go unnoticed by those outside. This was indeed splendid. It was not until a wave of drowsiness washed over her that Jin Xiaoyu reluctantly left the space, collapsing onto the cozy cotton blanket and hugging Qing air for a nap. Just before drifting off, she inadvertently glanced outside, noticing that the branches that had been swaying in the wind were still suspended in midair, precisely where they had been before entering the space. Surely this could not be mere coincidence? Or was it that time had not changed? Yet she had been in the space for what felt like an eternity. With numerous questions swirling in her mind, Jin Xiaoyu yawned and succumbed to sleep. The next morning, while Qing air remained asleep, Jin Xiaoyu entered the space again, only to discover that the previously green fruits had now ripened, and the persimmon tree she had planted had grown to half her height. Chapter 33. Mushroom sauce. This discovery delighted Jin Xiaoyu immensely. When Qing air awoke and saw her mother's smiling face, he too felt a surge of happiness. Their current life was akin to a dream, to the extent that he pinched himself each morning to confirm he was not dreaming. Children are often forgetful. During these days spent with Jin Xiaoyu, witnessing her growing optimism made him forget the widow, Zhou, entirely, believing his mother had always been this way. In the following days, the two busied themselves drying persimmon cakes at home, perfectly timed with the frost of the season, which had coated the cakes in a thick layer of frost, making them utterly tempting. The next day, Jin Xiaoyu planned to visit Jin Shan once more, leaving Qing air at home to watch over the persimmon cakes, both to ensure no one would covet them, and because she could not easily enter the space with Qing air in tow. Initially intending to gather more persimmons, she was instead captivated by clusters of mushrooms. She recalled that these mushrooms were edible, and the mushroom sauce made from them was delicious, one of her favorite dishes. She remembered the first time she had tasted it at the chief's place, where he had secretly hidden a small jar. After unintentionally sampling it, she had been unable to stop, savoring it little by little until the jar gleamed from her efforts. The chief had been furious but had not truly punished her. Feeling guilty, she had to learn how to make it herself and present a jar to the chief. Jin Xiaoyu's cravings were indeed reminiscent of Widow Zhou's. Perhaps that was why she found herself in the body of the Widow Zhou. Regardless of the reason, her insatiable appetite and eagerness to learn had certainly provided her with the means to survive in this desolate place, and she was determined to thrive. She recalled the words of her former teacher, who had warned that her obsession with indulgent pleasures would lead to a loss of ambition. Now, she longed to inform her teacher that the very passions she once reveled in were now salvaging her life and enhancing her existence, while the righteous path her teachers advocated had proven utterly ineffectual. The mushrooms she found appeared even fresher than those she had purchased in the mortal realm, and after tasting one, she confirmed their exquisite quality. She delicately harvested them, placing them into her spatial pouch, and continued to gather more into her basket. Jin Xiaoyu gleefully perched on the edge of a cliff, sampling a few mushrooms, which were delightfully sweet with a hint of tartness, making them a perfect appetizer. Despite the difficulties of reaching them, she collected as many as she could, though some were simply out of reach, provoking a sense of melancholy that she chose to ignore. Nevertheless, the journey had proven worthwhile, and with the spatial pearl in her possession, she had no fear of future shortages. By the afternoon, the path was deserted, and she hurried home, having not seen Qing for most of the day, a feeling of longing creeping in. However, she found herself missing Xianzuan even more, an emotion akin to trepidation upon nearing home, yet she felt a desire to secretly observe him from a distance. She intentionally took a detour to his cave, hoping for just a glimpse. Since discovering that Agui was Xianzuan, she found every gesture of his to be perfect, every expression captivating. Just as Agui nearly spotted her, she hurriedly concealed herself and vanished. From a distance, she spotted a small figure crouched before a thatched hut, glancing around eagerly. As she approached, the figure stood up, revealing Qing, who waved excitedly and dashed towards her. "Mama!" Qing's sweet voice was the perfect remedy for Jin Xiaoyu's fatigue. With a smile, she lifted her basket to embrace him, playfully chiding, "Slow down, be careful not to trip." Jin Xiaoyu felt as though her secret was exposed, and she awkwardly sought a diversion, but it was too late. "I know. Mama must have been sneaking off to see Uncle Agui," Qing proclaimed, his expression adorably mature. Jin Xiaoyu feigned annoyance, playfully tapping his forehead, causing him to shut his eyes in mock fear, while she pretended to be angry. "What nonsense?" "Nonsense? It's not nonsense," Qing thought to himself, clearly recognizing that the direction was indeed towards Uncle Agui's home. "Oh, why is Mama's face so red?" In the warm glow of the setting sun, the two figures, one tall and one short, one plump and one slender, slowly disappeared into the thatched hut, casting a golden sheen upon its humble exterior. Laughter soon echoed from within, and Ague, concealed in the shadows, watched the silhouettes flitting about, the sounds of joy causing his lips to curve into an envious smile, longing to join them. Xiaoyu, don't keep me waiting. That evening, Jin Xiaoyu prepared 2 dishes using the vegetables from her spatial pouch and mushrooms gathered from mountains, creating a feast so delectable that even she, who had vowed to lose weight, could not resist second helpings. Ultimately, she resolved to soak in her spatial pearl later that night. After dinner, she offered some jujubes to Qing'er, who gazed curiously at the small fruit. Mama, I've seen this before, but I've never eaten it. Can we eat this? Of course, Jin Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. Without hesitation, Qing'er picked one up and tasted it. Hey, this is quite delicious. The first bite is a bit sour, but it has a sweet aftertaste. Mama, can I have some more? He asked, scratching his head and reaching for her. Sure, take as many as you like. Jin Xiaoyu generously handed him a handful, advising, it's good for digestion, especially after a big meal, but don't overindulge, or you might have too much stomach acid. Qing'er nodded, though he only partially understood, believing that Mama's words must hold wisdom. When she saw him carelessly tossing away the pits, she quickly gathered them up. These were treasures that could be planted in her spatial pearl, ensuring a future supply. After some playful moments, Jin Xiaoyu began making mushroom sauce, preparing the ingredients she had previously acquired from the town. The first step was to wash and chop them, then saute them in vegetable oil until the moisture evaporated, followed by adding seasonings and refrigerating them. Qing'er watched curiously, asking what she was making. Jin Xiaoyu promised him that he would be the first to taste it once it was ready. His big, round eyes sparkled with delight at her kindness. Why am I so good to you? She teased. Qing'er giggled, wanting to help, so she assigned him the task of washing the ingredients. Due to limited jars at home, she could only prepare 2 large pots, which she allowed to cool before transferring into jars, perfect for a side dish. Chapter 34. Doing business once Qing'er was asleep. Jin Xiaoyu ventured into her spatial realm with the jujube pits. The persimmon tree had grown to her height, and the previously stored mushrooms were sprouting anew. Strangely, the other mushrooms remained as fresh as the moment they were harvested, while the ripe fruits showed no signs of decay. Jin Xiaoyu pondered, biting her finger in contemplation. Could it be that the fruits, once ripe, would not immediately fall and rot? Did this space possess a preservation function akin to some kind of earthly machine? Determined to test her hypothesis, she gathered the ripe fruits and set them aside, planning to return the following night for further investigation. Previously, she had suspected that time spent in the spatial realm did not affect her time in the mortal world, so she had paid close attention to her surroundings. After all, there were no time-keeping devices here. She relied solely on her intuition and the position of the sun. Indeed, upon entering, she found Qing'er rolling over while outside. Leaves rustled in the breeze. When she emerged, he was in the midst of the very same motion. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Time in this space remained unchanged, regardless of how long she lingered. As she caressed the spatial pearl, she marveled at its true value. No wonder Xianzuan had achieved such status at such a young age. She scolded herself for her thoughts about Xianzuan. He had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, forming a golden core before the age of 100 and ascending at 300, an extraordinary talent rarely seen among the Fox clan. The clan elders often compared her to Xianzuan, lamenting that although she was also a remarkable talent, she paled in comparison to Changfeng. Growing up in such comparisons had instilled in her a sense of rivalry, a desire to ascend before Xianzuan did. Yet now, her spirits sank at the thought. Regardless, her pursuit of cultivation was ultimately for Xianzuan. Now that she could see him whenever she wished, perhaps once she slimmed down and became more beautiful, they could become partners in the path of cultivation. In this realm, such a bond was akin to marriage, a union of 2 souls. In a few years, they could even have a chubby little child, as understanding and adorable as Qing'er. Lost in these thoughts, Jin Xiaoyu found herself drooling. The night slipped away, and she quickly roused herself, seizing the moment to soak in her spatial pearl, shedding excess weight and achieving a more refined complexion, before comfortably curling up to sleep beside Qing. The following day, she nearly overslept, roused only by Qing'er's gentle call. She had been lost in a dream where Xianzuan wore a grand red wedding gown to marry her, lifting her veil with tender care. Xianzun, my Xianzun. Xiaoyu is eager to marry Xianzun. Jin Xiaoyu, unable to contain her excitement, lifts the veil herself, and puckers her lips for a kiss. Suddenly, she opens her eyes, and upon seeing the face before her, feels so embarrassed that she wishes to vanish into the ground. Qing'er stares blankly at Jin Xiaoyu, exclaiming that her mother is so fond of her that she must kiss her every morning. Jin Xiaoyu hastily finds an excuse and affectionately pinches Qing'er's cheek, planting a kiss on it. Qing'er's cheeks flush instantly. Her mother is simply wonderful. Qing'er nestles in her mother's embrace for a while before rising. Jin Xiaoyu presents the mushroom sauce and dried persimmon cakes she prepared yesterday, inviting the little foodie Qing'er to taste them. With eager anticipation, she asks for Qing'er's opinion. Qing'er chews vigorously, first savoring a piece of persimmon cake, then a spoonful of mushroom sauce, and enthusiastically nods at Jin Xiaoyu, declaring it delicious. With Qing'er's endorsement as a culinary connoisseur, Jin Xiaoyu gains confidence in her cooking skills. She resolves to take her wares to the town. Despite never having sold anything before, she recalls having observed that if one shouts loudly and clearly explains the benefits of the goods, it works wonders. It would be best to let people sample first. As long as someone buys, many others will surely follow. She decides to leave Qing'er at home, for carrying so much would be exhausting. Alone, she can also access her space bead and seize opportunities to retrieve items. By the time she arrives at the town, a sizable crowd has gathered. She finds a food stall and displays her goods alongside some pre-sliced persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce for sampling. After a while of no one showing interest, Jin Xiaoyu realizes she must take action. Clearing her throat, she begins to call out, "Mushroom sauce persimmon cakes. If they're not delicious, you don't have to pay. Taste before you buy." Her voice, soft and melodious, cuts through the cacophony of other vendors, quickly garnering attention. Especially the offer of tasting before purchasing entices many, who indulge in the samples and find them irresistible. Once a few begin to buy, others follow suit. Although some claim the goods are poisoned, the fact that everyone who tasted remains unharmed dispels the rumors. By noon, all her items are sold out. Although many persimmon cakes remain, Jin Xiaoyu considers the day a resounding success, earning enough to provide for herself, Qing'er, and a Gui, with some savings left for future housing needs. Content with her accomplishments, she decides to stop there. Jin Xiaoyu joyfully carries her basket to buy essential cooking supplies like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, as well as sugar. She believes coating the persimmon cakes with sugar would make them even more delectable, albeit a tad pricey at 20 coins per pound. Nonetheless, she grits her teeth and purchases some. Lastly, she visits the fabric store to buy cloth, cotton, sturdy fabric for shoe soles, as well as quilts and paper for sealing windows. Passing by the meat stall, she remembers it has been a while since Qing'er had meat, so she buys 2 pounds of pork, a chicken, and a goose. Such extravagant spending at the market draws attention. Jin Xiaoyu cautiously gathers her purchases and hurries away to a secluded spot to rest briefly, placing her goods into her space while keeping only the less valuable items in hand. When the onlookers arrive and find her goods gone, they angrily lament, accusing her of theft, claiming it was their month's wages she stole. Jin Xiaoyu feigns distress, and they genuinely believe she has been outmaneuvered by a competitor, leaving in a huff. Once they depart, Jin Xiaoyu wipes her tears and smiles, making her way toward Mingzheng village. Since losing some weight, her stamina has improved. She no longer feels fatigued, and sweating feels invigorating. It is precisely for this reason that she chose to come alone. She could not bear to see Qing'er endure such hardships, and would have certainly hired a cart otherwise. On her way, she calculates her earnings. Today, she made 3 taels of silver from selling persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce, spent 100 coins on essentials, 1 tael on fabric, and 300 coins on meat, leaving her with 1 tael and 100 coins. 1 tael reserved for future housing expenses, and the remaining 100 coins for her and Qing'er's daily needs. Approaching Mingzheng village, she retrieves her items from her space, carrying 2 large baskets toward her thatched cottage. Chapter 35. The stolen goods. The villagers gaze enviously as she approaches with her bountiful load. This widow from Zhou has truly transformed. She rises early to forage in the mountains, and it seems she has discovered some treasure to exchange for such an abundance of goods. What do you know? She must be delivering gifts. Gifts? Who else could it be but a Gui? Have you forgotten how Jin Xiaoyu went to Chao Cheng's house to snatch him away? The widow Zhou is quite audacious. Given Chao Cheng's temperament, he surely would not let her off easily. After all, when has someone coveted a person without successfully acquiring them? Even Chao Cheng did not initially fancy her, yet she stubbornly clung to him until he accepted her as his wife. One must admit, Chao Cheng's discerning eye has proven fruitful. He has built quite a fortune from making cabinets, and the Zhou family has benefited from his success. Indeed, we are of similar age, yet she hardly appears to be over 30. She looks like someone in their early 20s. However, it has been several days since, and there has been no news from Chao Cheng's family. Are they perhaps plotting something grand? Most likely. Just then, Aunt Wang strolls by, catching wind of the women's chatter. She glances at Jin Xiaoyu and snorts. I suspect the money she spent on those goods was stolen. It's not easy to earn money in the mountains. My Dashan has returned empty-handed after numerous attempts, not even catching a single rabbit. With her character, how could she consistently stumble upon good fortune? Upon hearing this, the others freeze momentarily. Then, someone chimes in, where did she steal from? Surely, she hasn't been pilfering from our village? The past misdeeds of the widow Zhou are not forgotten. Although she once merely bullied and extorted, who knows if she has adopted new methods of wrongdoing. At that moment, Jin Xiaoyu approaches and overhears the gossip, rolling her eyes in frustration. If she allows them to continue their wild speculations, who knows what rumors will arise. While she can endure it herself, Qing Er will surely be upset, and Xianzun will certainly take issue with it. Determined to address the matter, Jin Xiaoyu halts and turns to face the gossiping women. My money is clean. Besides, which family in the village has surplus funds for me to steal? She asserts her point with conviction, believing it would quell the gossip, only to have one woman challenge her. Who says there is none? Everyone knows my Dashan is the wealthiest in the village. Last time, you stole the wild boar from my Dashan. This time, it's likely the same. Jin Xiaoyu slightly turns to regard Aunt Wang, who wears a discontented expression, poised to provoke her. The onlookers observe the brewing conflict between Jin Xiaoyu and Aunt Wang, their expressions eager for entertainment. Villagers are often like this. When the widow Zhou was impoverished, they hoped Jin Xiaoyu would refrain from bringing shame upon the village. However, now that Jin Xiaoyu thrives, even surpassing them, their envy grows, prompting them to wish for her misfortune. Aunt Wang, known for her unreasonable demeanor, is a formidable opponent, and her confrontation with Jin Xiaoyu promises to be quite the spectacle. Jin Xiaoyu was quite displeased with Wang Shenxi's shameless demeanor, as she seemed to expect to indulge in free provisions without any qualms. She mistakenly believed that a few casual words from her would intimidate Jin Xiaoyu. But she was gravely mistaken. Wang Shenxi was momentarily taken aback, while those around her cast dubious glances in her direction. Indeed, since Wang Liehu had gone several days without a successful hunt, where would the funds come from for Jin Xiaoyu to pilfer? Did Wang Shenxi truly think she could rely on mere words to extort something for nothing? In her youth, Wang Shenxi had depended on her siblings and sisters-in-law to survive, and later resorted to shamelessly asking Wang Liehu for support, living a life of idleness not just for herself, but also for her eldest son's family. Were it not for Wang Liehu's occasional concessions out of some lingering affection, her circumstances would hardly surpass those of the previously destitute widow Zhou. Now, with Wang Shenxi attempting to swindle Jin Xiaoyu, it was conceivable that she might target them in the future. Upon this realization, others began to feel less inclined to side with Wang Shenxi. Unaware of their thoughts, Wang Shenxi sensed that they were likely mocking her, attributing all her misfortune to Jin Xiaoyu. At this moment, she felt that her dignity had been thoroughly tarnished by Jin Xiaoyu, and she was nearly driven to confront her physically. However, before she could utter a word, Jin Xiaoyu spoke again, asserting her financial integrity and warning Wang Shenxi against any attempts to slander her in pursuit of her possessions, declaring that she would not be intimidated. This declaration stunned not only Wang Shenxi, but also the others present. Lu Jia's aunt, who had always had a contentious relationship with Wang Shenxi and was also Lu Xiaoru's aunt, could not help but scoff, realizing that someone had finally stood up to Wang Shenxi. It was clear that while Wang Shenxi believed she could command respect simply by being in the presence of her son, there were those who were undeterred by her threats. Although her words were somewhat coarse, Jin Xiaoyu found them refreshing and cast a glance at Lu Jia's aunt. Wang Shenxi, seething with anger, especially at the fact that this person belonged to the family of her least favorite daughter-in-law, longed to lash out at her. But she was still facing Jin Xiaoyu and could not afford to create more enemies. Regretting her earlier actions, she wished she had never driven Wang dashing away. For if he were the one supporting her now, her life would be far better. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Jin Xiaoyu had once been adamant about marrying Wang Dashan. Yes, she could use this to intimidate her. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Shenxi purposefully adopted an air of superiority, brushing off the dust from her clothes while mockingly declaring that she had no regard for Wang Dashan's wife, but that not just anyone could enter the Wang family. To do so, one must first show respect to her as the matriarch. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Jin Xiaoyu. The people present were still absorbed in the previous discussion and failed to grasp the shift in topic. But Lu Jia's aunt caught the essence of Wang Shenxi's words and felt a surge of anger. Being clever, she knew how to respond in a way that would benefit her. Following Wang Shenxi's gaze to Jin Xiaoyu, she sneered, reminding her that everyone knew widow Zhou had already taken up with the Gui. This revelation momentarily stunned Wang Shenxi. The village had been rife with gossip about this matter, and she had heard whispers. Yet, she believed that even if it were true, it was only because Jin Xiaoyu had faced rejection from her son. Should her son show her even the slightest kindness, Jin Xiaoyu would surely abandon a Gui for him. As the prospective mother-in-law, she felt justified in exerting authority over Jin Xiaoyu, expecting her to curry favor. With this in mind, she felt her stance had become even more secure. With a cold mockery, she spat, "I say, do not dare to compare that fool with my son." Hearing such disrespect towards her beloved Xianzun, Jin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. In that moment, she was consumed with the urge to slap Wang Shenxi across the face. Xianzun was sacred and untouchable in her eyes. Even a fleeting glance from another was a blemish upon his celestial grace, let alone an insult. Moreover, how could Xianzun possibly be inferior to Wang Liehu? In terms of appearance alone, Xianzun far surpassed the rugged hunter. Not to mention his demeanor. How could she have stooped so low as to compare Xianzun to such a coarse figure? Jin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. While she could endure insults directed at herself, she would never tolerate disparagement aimed at Xianzun. Just as she was about to retort, Lu Jia's aunt interjected, pointing out that Wang Shenxi's son owed his very sustenance to his father-in-law's family. Though a Gui had once been foolish due to an injury, he was now healed and far more astute. Did Wang Shenxi not notice the throngs of village girls who were now vying for his attention, even those from neighboring villages? In terms of looks, could her son, with his brutish frame and unkempt beard, truly compare? Even if her son excelled in hunting, winning a girl's favor could not solely depend on that. Wang Shenxi's face turned an array of colors as she seethed internally, wishing to lash out at Lu Jia's aunt. However, knowing that Lu Xiaoru's family had considerable influence over Wang Dashan, she hesitated, fearing that offending Lu Jia's aunt would bring repercussions from her son, potentially depriving her of future advantages. Yet, she quickly found a point to counter. "So, you believe my son is unworthy of your niece?" She retorted. "Very well, say that in front of Dashan. If you nod, I will have him divorce Lu Xiaoru, and we shall part ways without further entanglements." Wang Shenxi felt a surge of satisfaction. If Lu Xiaoru were divorced, everything Wang Dashan hunted would belong to her and her eldest son's family. Regardless of Lu Jia's aunt's stance, as long as she continued to speak ill of Dashan, Wang Shenxi could embellish the tale until the whole village knew. Should Dashan become angry, she would be one step closer to her goal. Wang Shenxi did her utmost to provoke Lu Jia's aunt, hoping to incite her into a blunder. Yet, Lu Jia's aunt was no fool. Regretting her earlier slip of the tongue, she refrained from further comment. Jin Xiaoyu's words struck Wang Shenxi like a series of slaps, leaving her utterly humiliated. Wang Shenxi's face flushed crimson with rage. Meanwhile, Lu Jia's aunt felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. "You, widow Zhou, were the one so eager to marry my Dashan that you nearly drove Lu Xiaoru to despair. If you do not apologize today, I will ensure you never step foot into the Wang family again. I thank you for your concern, but the threshold of the Wang family is far too high for me to cross. I, Jin Xiaoyu, cannot aspire to such heights, so do not harbor any delusions." She retorted, "You, a harbinger of misfortune, should take a good look at your own foolishness. A rotund figure with a toad-like visage. I would consider it an act of mercy to grant you the opportunity, yet your lack of gratitude will leave you with regrets." Jin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and replied sternly, "Indeed, you are correct. I am a wretched husband, both plump and unattractive, but so what? I still find your son beneath my notice." Wang Shenxi was so infuriated that she felt dizzy, her hands trembling as she attempted to slap Jin Xiaoyu. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu swiftly seized her hand, gripping it firmly. "I show you respect due to your age, but should you continue to disrespect me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Jin Xiaoyu's fierce demeanor left the onlookers in shock. Wang Shenxi had never been subjected to such humiliation and was nearly overcome with rage. With the whispers and pointed fingers surrounding her, she could no longer bear to remain in the vicinity. As she departed, the others scattered like birds. Just as Jin Xiaoyu was about to leave, she was called back by Lu Jia's aunt. What is it? While Lu Jia's aunt had aided her, Jin Xiaoyu was well aware that she was merely being used as a pawn and felt no gratitude towards her. Jin Xiaoyu felt a sudden flutter of anxiety at her words, but after taking a moment to steady herself, she rose and continued her way towards the thatched cottage. Before she reached the door, she spotted Qing'er standing on a stone at the entrance, peering outside. Upon seeing her, Qing eagerly rushed over. "Mother, why did you buy so many things? You must be exhausted from the journey. Let me help you." "No need. My strength is ample," Jin Xiaoyu replied. Upon returning to the cottage, Jin Xiaoyu began preparing dinner. Noticing Qing'er fixated on the chicken and goose, she decided to slaughter a chicken first, intending to nourish Qing'er. As Qing'er watched her mother stuff the half-cooked chicken with various vegetables, her mouth watered in anticipation. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and reminded her that delicious food requires patience. Qing'er obediently complied, though she could not stop drooling. Once the meal was ready, Qing'er could no longer resist pinching off a small piece, exclaiming in delight, "Mother, this is so delicious." Jin Xiaoyu was pleased to see her daughter enjoy the food. After the meal, she insisted that Qing'er deliver some to Ague. Ague was naturally delighted, even though he did not understand where Xiaoyu acquired the money. He trusted her cleverness and believed she had her own means. However, he felt uneasy as a man, always relying on women for care. Thus, he resolved to procure some household items to ensure a better life for Xiaoyu and their child. While one side was filled with joy, the other was shrouded in gloom. Lu Xiaoyu dismissed her words as mere nonsense, having long understood the nature of her mother-in-law. Moreover, Aunt Wang had just visited, clarifying matters. This mother-in-law seemed intent on making life difficult for the Wang family, even scheming to take advantage of widow Zhou and hoping to have her marry to Shan in her stead. "I'm speaking to you. Don't pretend you can't hear me. I assure you, I will not leave empty-handed today." With that, Aunt Wang began rummaging around the house. However, Wang Dashan had foreseen his mother's visit before heading into the mountains to hunt and had hidden away anything of value. Despite Aunt Wang turning the house upside down, she found nothing but a handful of rough rice. "I refuse to believe there's nothing left," she muttered, setting the rough rice aside and continuing her search, only to be met with disappointment. She could only curse under her breath as she departed with the rough rice. Lu Xiaoyu made a pretense of stopping her, but was no match for Aunt Wang. She didn't genuinely wish to obstruct her, knowing that preventing Aunt Wang from succeeding would only prolong their troubles. It was merely a handful of rough rice. Once Lu Xiaoyu and the others had completely left, she opened the cellar to retrieve the fine rice and continue preparing dinner. Meanwhile, in the thatched cottage, Jin Xiaoyu transformed the remaining mushrooms into mushroom sauce. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was getting late, and Qing'er was yawning behind her, yet she persisted in helping. Jin Xiaoyu, feeling reluctant, said, "Qing'er, you should go to sleep. I can manage on my own." However, Qing'er protested, "Mother, I can still help." Jin Xiaoyu feigned a stern expression. "Are you ignoring my words?" Sensing her mother's seriousness, Qing'er quickly replied, "I will obey, mother." "Good girl, now hurry to bed. Have I not told you to cultivate the habit of going to sleep early and rising early?" Jin Xiaoyu instructed. Qing'er nodded. "Then I'll go to sleep now and help you in the morning." "Yes, good." Jin Xiaoyu smiled, nodding in approval. It took her about an hour to complete the mushroom sauce, and upon seeing the jars filled with it, Jin Xiaoyu felt a great sense of joy. She entered the space and discovered that the fruits she had harvested the previous night remained as fresh as ever. It seemed the space pearl truly preserved freshness, and the vegetables that had borne fruit continued to thrive. This indicated that the space pearl accelerated growth, but did not cause immediate wilting once maturity was reached. The persimmon tree she had planted had also grown tall and appeared ready to blossom and bear fruit soon. Such delightful news left her overjoyed. The following morning, Jin Xiaoyu set out for the town market with her freshly made mushroom sauce and persimmon cakes. Thanks to the previous day's buzz, her appearance caused quite a stir as soon as she left the village. As she passed by, several women behind her began to chatter. "Have you heard? Widow Zhou has been going to town every day to sell things for money. Apparently, it's some kind of sauce and cakes." "I know. It's mushroom sauce made from wild mushrooms from mountains, and the persimmon cakes are made from the inedible persimmons. Aren't wild mushrooms poisonous?" Didn't Oldly get poisoned after eating persimmons? Really? The listeners were astonished. The speaker nodded. Of course it's true. My sister from a neighboring village recognized her when she went to town yesterday and told me all about it last night. If this can be sold for money, why shouldn't we sell it? We can't let Widow Zhou pocket all the profits. You're right. The resources from the mountains don't belong solely to her family. They belong to the village, to all of us. If she sells them for profit, how can she keep it all to herself? All right, let's wait here today. Upon reaching the village entrance, Jin Xiaoyu cheerfully hung the space pearl from her arm and walked toward Mingjing village. In the clearing at the village head, a crowd had gathered, gossiping animatedly. From afar, someone spotted Jin Xiaoyu, standing up to stretch their neck and peer in her direction, eager to see what was in the baskets on her arms. Those with keen eyes had already glimpsed the flour, eggs, and meat inside. Any one of those items could incite envy. It seemed the earlier rumors of Jin Xiaoyu's newfound wealth were indeed true. They had not forgotten her promise to repay their losses once she had money. This was undoubtedly the moment. However, with such a limited amount of goods, there would be little to share. Some had already rushed forward. Jin Xiaoyu noticed the ensuing scramble. While she had indeed made that promise, she was well aware that not all families in the village had suffered at the hands of Widow Zhou. She knew exactly who they were, and she had no intention of repaying now. After all, it was still winter. Repayment would have to wait until autumn next year. But if anyone dared to push her and ching her to the brink, she would not go down without a fight. Some had even voiced their thoughts aloud. Now, that Widow Zhou has money. She should save it to repay us. If she spent it all like this, how long will we have to wait? This sentiment quickly gained traction. Just a bit of money, and she is already showing off. How wasteful. Such words fell on Jin Xiaoyu's ears, provoking disdain. She could not deny that there was some truth to their claims, but their behavior resembled that of those who, having stumbled upon wealth, were uncertain of the future. Jin Xiaoyu, however, was confident that she would earn even more money in time. Moreover, the money she earned was hers to spend. Why should she be concerned about their opinions? The incessant chatter around her was akin to the buzzing of countless flies, irritating her greatly. Yet, despite her annoyance, she merely scoffed inwardly, choosing not to engage, for such matters were convoluted and would only waste her energy and time. Initially, the crowd had been united in their intent, merely waiting for someone to take the lead, but they had become so engrossed in their gossip that they lost sight of their purpose. As Jin Xiaoyu's figure receded further, Aunt Wang's displeasure became evident, her face twitching with frustration. You little vixen, let's see how long you can revel in this. There's no need to rush. If we don't get anything today, there's always tomorrow. After all, Jin Xiaoyu made her promises in front of the village chief. Someone reassured themselves and others. Aunt Wang sneered, we must act quickly. This little widow is quite despondent, and luck can change in an instant. Chao Cheng's family interjected, questioning the significance of that meager amount of money, insufficient even to fill the gaps in the teeth of their second daughter. Yet, she began to contemplate how to ascertain the means by which Jin Xiaoyu had amassed her wealth. Ever since the uproar that day, no one from the neighboring villages had come to craft cabinets, a situation that had drawn considerable ire from Chao Cheng. She needed to find a means to sustain her family. Otherwise, she would become the subject of ridicule in the village. That very evening, Jin Xiaoyu prepared braised beef for Qing'er, the rich aroma wafting far beyond their humble abode, drawing the attention of many villagers. Some had not tasted meat in half a year, while others had gone a year or more without it. They had never encountered such a spectacle. Many could no longer stomach the pickled vegetables and roots they had at home, squatting outside Jin Xiaoyu's cherished thatched cottage, inhaling the fragrant air and fantasizing about tasting a morsel of meat themselves. Adults might possess some restraint, but the children certainly did not. A few peered through the cracks of Jin Xiaoyu's door, only to be pulled away by their mothers. Good for nothing if we have money tomorrow. Your mother will cook for you too, they would say, while the children, aggrieved, would respond, but I want to eat tonight. The yearning for meat was palpable. One child even gnawed on their own arm, comparing it to the tender beef. What was meant as a scolding remark was taken to heart by the naive child, and had it not been for their mother's quick intervention, they might have truly bitten into their own flesh. Are you seeking death? The mother scolded in frustration. Did I not say so? The child retorted, feeling even more wronged. All right, stop crying. Tomorrow, your father will go to the town to find work. And with the money earned, you can have meat every day. Really? The child asked, always eager to believe. Yes, Chao's wife thought, resigned to continue the pretense. Upon returning home, Chao's wife confided her plans to Chao, who had been lethargic for half his life and was reluctant even to move. He bluntly stated, "If you want to go, go on your own. I cannot endure such hardship. You are a useless lump. No wonder your brother's life is flourishing while yours is in tatters. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have married you," she cried in anger. In her youth, she had been more enamored with Wang Dashan, who, though younger, had always held affection for her. However, Wang's cunning words had won her over, and the old matriarch had persuaded her that her eldest son was superior while deeming the younger a worthless wretch. She believed it and married Wang, only to find herself sinking into poverty. Initially, she toiled at needlework and farm labor, but the grueling effort could not support them, and she eventually ceased her endeavors. Feeling the scorn of the villagers, Wang Dashan, expelled from his home, had taken refuge with the Liu family and thrived through hunting. Within months, his fortunes had turned. Regret gnawed at her, but what good was regret when Wang had long forgotten their past? She seethed with anger and joined Wang and the old matriarch in reaping the benefits of others, finding it less laborious and often enjoying meat. Yet, each visit meant facing Liu Xiaoyu's disdainful countenance. Had she not made space for Liu Xiaoyu, would that wretched woman have anything to do with it? Chao's wife thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Chao spat in her direction, cursing, "If you don't want to be with me, go ask my brother if he still wants you. Look at yourself. I spit on you." Chao's wife had no retort. Over the years, she had become a worn-out woman, her waist as thick as a barrel, her face pale and freckled, and her hair perpetually disheveled, lacking even a decent garment. In contrast, Liu Xiaoyu, under Wang's care, still resembled a youthful maiden. The more she pondered, the more discontent brewed within her. Chao continued his tirade, and in a fit of rage, she seized his ear, tugging fiercely. Chao retaliated, grasping her hair and striking back. The old matriarch leaped up, cursing, "You shameless woman, let go of my son." Seeing that Chao's wife would not relent, she joined forces with Chao against her. Chao's wife was already outmatched, suffering greatly. With her hair torn and her face bruised, she found herself outnumbered. Yet, she was not defenseless. Even if she could not win, she managed to scratch their faces in retaliation. Soon, all three bore marks of their scuffle. Had it not been for Zhu Zi's loud shouting, they might have continued indefinitely. The old matriarch, though initially incensed, soon regained her composure, calling for a ceasefire. Understanding that their quarrels stemmed from hunger and poverty, Wang's wife saw an opportunity. If she could earn money herself, she would no longer need to rely on Wang. Wang felt similarly. If light work was available, he could rise from his bed. The question remained, who would undertake it? Why not seek out widow Zhou for guidance? We could speak kindly to her. Perhaps she would teach us, Wang's wife suggested. Though she was unwilling to approach Zhou after their previous conflict, she intended to send her mother-in-law, Wang, instead. However, Wang was even less inclined to seek Jin Xiaoyu's help, glaring at her discontentedly. "Why don't you go?" Wang glanced at her disappointing son, feeling a mix of anger and reluctance to scold him. Yet a thought struck her. "Isn't it just persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce? Jin Xiaoyu can make it. Can't we?" "Mother, you can make it?" Wang's wife exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. "You need not worry about that." The following morning, as Jin Xiaoyu began preparing breakfast, she inadvertently noticed two pairs of eyes peering from beyond the fence. One pair at the northeast corner and another at the northwest corner. Realizing their intentions, she decided to accommodate their curiosity. Returning indoors, Jin Xiaoyu retrieved fresh persimmons she had picked from a space bead the previous night, along with the recently gathered mushroom sauce. She called Qing'er to assist her, having already instructed her to play along. "Mother, are you making persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce again?" Qing'er's sweet voice echoed, quickly reaching the ears of the two onlookers outside, who perked up in anticipation. "Indeed," Jin Xiaoyu replied, stroking Qing'er's head. "Yesterday's batch sold out, so we must prepare today as quickly. Once finished, I can take them to the market to sell, earning money to buy you paper and pens for your writing lessons." Qing'er beamed, nearly bubbling over with excitement, but continued to follow her mother's earlier instructions, offering to help. "All right," Jin Xiaoyu affirmed, assigning tasks to Qing'er, instructing her to mash the persimmons and mushrooms with her feet. Once the preparation was nearly complete, they would roast the persimmon cakes over fire and boil the mushrooms in water, coating the cakes with flour and adding seasoning to the mushrooms. Wang and Chao's families understood the cues and were about to leave when they unexpectedly collided with others on their way. "Ouch! Who doesn't have eyes?" Wang scolded first. "You are the one lacking sight. Let me see who the scoundrel is," Chao's family retorted. Upon recognizing each other, they quickly grasped the situation. Since they were all there to learn, there was no need for further words, and they each proceeded toward their respective homes. Behind the two individuals, an elderly man, supported by a cane, trembled as he watched the directions in which they departed. This elder, known as Lu Lao, was a revered figure in the village, having once served as the village chief before being unjustly ousted by the current official. Despite this misfortune, he retained an aura of integrity and authority. Lu Lao was the only one to speak up for the widow, Zhou, during her time of distress. Although his assistance proved limited, Zhou held a sense of gratitude towards him, never speaking ill of Lu Lao, even when she sought food from others. In fact, Lu Lao, moved by the plight of the orphaned mother and child, had discreetly given Qing'er some eggs. Understanding that the two individuals lingering outside Jin Xiaoyu's home were likely up to no good, Lu Lao decided to knock on Jin Xiaoyu's door, advising her gently, "Xiaoyu, in your endeavors, refrain from being too ostentatious. While possessing a profitable skill is commendable, it becomes disadvantageous if others learn it." "Thank you, Lu Lao," Jin Xiaoyu replied gratefully, bowing before him, offering a plate of freshly made persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. However, Lu Lao politely declined and, with a tremor, made his way away. Observing this, Jin Xiaoyu hurriedly instructed Qing'er to assist him. This act deepened Jin Xiaoyu's respect for Lu Lao. Although the village boasted a multitude of surnames, the Lu family was among the prominent ones. Despite Qing'er not being a Lu Lao treated her with kindness, genuinely offering advice for her benefit. Resolving to honor this elder should her fortunes improve, Jin Xiaoyu felt a surge of determination. At an unspecified moment, Qing'er approached Jin Xiaoyu with a hint of worry, asking, "Mother, are they truly not a cause for concern?" "Fear not," Jin Xiaoyu responded calmly. "Their methods are fundamentally flawed, at best. Their persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce might visually resemble mine, yet the taste will be vastly inferior and excessive consumption could lead to stomach troubles." Though her approach was somewhat ruthless, she believed it necessary to prevent future troubles, especially given that the families of Chao Cheng and Aunt Wang were not benevolent. A small lesson was warranted. Several days later, at the marketplace, Jin Xiaoyu set up her stall, calling out persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce, 10 a portion, first come, first served. Sample before you buy. If it doesn't please your palate, you own nothing. Typically, her goods would sell out rapidly. Yet today, despite her persistent calls, no one approached. Finally, a customer arrived, glancing at her offerings before inquiring, "Miss, isn't this a bit pricey? Could you lower the cost?" "We shall taste first." Jin Xiaoyu smiled. "If you find it to your liking, then you may purchase. However, I cannot entertain negotiations." The woman hesitated, but ultimately decided to heed Jin Xiaoyu's advice, sampling a persimmon cake and a bit of mushroom sauce. After one bite, she was reluctant to stop and decided to buy a pound. As Jin Xiaoyu prepared her order, another individual interjected, "Annie, that person is a fraud. They sell the same items over there for only 5 a pound, even if they don't look as appealing." "Indeed, I just bought from that stall. You should hurry, or you might miss out," the person urged before departing. The woman looked at Jin Xiaoyu, appearing conflicted. Jin Xiaoyu, with a gracious smile, reassured her, "It's fine, you may go. After all, you haven't paid yet." Without further thought, the woman turned and left. Several others, having observed the exchange, pondered briefly and followed suit. What was once a bustling stall now stood deserted. Jin Xiaoyu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Knowing that the instigator was either from Chao Cheng's family or Aunt Wang's, she was curious about the quality of their persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. Logically, they should be inferior and potentially harmful. Yet, many flocked to their stall. Could it be that her own ruse had failed to deceive them? Had they discovered the authentic method of preparation? With few customers remaining, Jin Xiaoyu decided to pack up her stall and follow the crowd. From a distance, she spotted both families setting up their stalls side by side, surrounded by eager buyers. Chao Cheng and Wang De's wife were busily attending to customers, offering their goods at 5 a pound, with discounts for larger purchases. They certainly knew how to conduct business. Jin Xiaoyu approached, smiling as she addressed Wang De's wife. "So it turns out you too are the one stealing my customers." Wang De's wife, slightly taken aback upon recognizing Jin Xiaoyu, hesitated momentarily. However, Aunt Wang quickly retorted, "Ah, Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to see you here. Your words do not sit well with me. We are all from Mingjing village, and the persimmons and mushrooms grow wild in the mountains. So why should you alone be permitted to sell them?" The lack of customers at your stall surely indicates that your goods are unpalatable and overpriced. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings rather than blaming others. As she continued to call out to potential customers, come, come, persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. 5 on a pound, 3 pounds for 10 won. Many rushed to buy, and both Aunt Wong and Chao Cheng's family reveled in their profits, their faces beaming with delight. They harbored resentment towards Jin Xiaoyu for disrupting their previous livelihood, and this opportunity to tarnish her reputation was too good to pass up. You may not be aware, but this woman is from our village. Her husband died years ago, and the villagers say she brings misfortune. Who would dare eat her goods? We avoid her home out of fear of being cursed. This remark struck a chord with some, prompting them to distance themselves from Jin Xiaoyu, some even glaring at her and pushing her aside as if fearing she would bring them bad luck. Jin Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, her gaze icy as she surveyed the crowd and the two families, realizing the absurdity of their fears. Indeed, you all wish to keep your distance, fearing my misfortune. Yet, who was it that hid outside my fence for hours on end? The faces of Chao Cheng's family and Aunt Wong's grew uncomfortable. Yet they quickly masked their embarrassment with forced smiles. Nonsense. If you wish to buy, then pay up. If not, don't impede our business, Wanda interjected. Sensing her son's defense of her, Aunt Wong felt emboldened. Yes, hurry and buy, or don't waste our time. Chao Cheng's family added, Xiaoyu, step aside. Don't block our customers. Though Jin Xiaoyu felt rejected and her demeanor darkened, she quickly reassured herself that their triumph was only temporary, and trouble would soon befall them. She had initially considered purchasing from them, but upon observing the color of their persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce, she realized that even if they had cleverly mimicked the appearance, the taste would undoubtedly be inferior, and they might have added something hazardous. Let it be. This day's lack of profit would have no significant impact. She found solace in being a spectator of this unfolding drama. However, as she waited, she realized that her persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce were available for sampling, while the others were not. Additionally, her stall was situated at the forefront of the market. Those eager to buy would naturally sample from her first. Once someone directed them to cheaper alternatives, they would forsake her offerings and flock to Chao Cheng's and Aunt Wong's stalls. Cursed be those two for their cunning. Having reached this conclusion, Jin Xiaoyu resolved not to provide them with any further assistance. However, due to the prior success, their sales remained quite commendable. The following day, Jin Xiaoyu once again visited the market, only to discover that the stalls of Coch Ing and Shz had taken up prominent positions at the front, no longer adjacent to one another, and their relationship appeared less amicable than the day before. Jin Xiaoyu surmised that the previous day's profits had inflated their egos, leading them to believe that their goods were superior. Hence, they felt no need to collaborate anymore. It is well known that no one shies away from profit. Their partnership had initially stemmed from uncertainty, but now they fancied themselves capable of standing alone, even scheming to outdo each other. Jin Xiaoyu, who had come merely to witness the spectacle, decided to set up her stall nearby. Her calls were not particularly loud, yet she exerted herself to shout consistently, not for any other reason, but to create a sense of pressure for the two. Hearing their hoarse cries brought her immense satisfaction. Ultimately, Coch Ing and Shz almost sold out their wares, whereas Jin Xiaoyu's sales consisted of only a few items, primarily to her loyal customers. Once affluent individuals settle on a particular item, they seldom switch, for it is both troublesome and fraught with uncertainty. Though Coch Ing and Shz were at odds, they relished the sight of Jin Xiaoyu's sales dwindling in comparison to theirs, reveling in their perceived prowess in commerce. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu remained calm at her stall, unfazed, which left them perplexed and somewhat disgruntled. In their minds, they believed she ought to be frantic and distressed, yet they dismissed her demeanor, content that profits were still to be had. Then a woman spoke up, claiming, I bought from you, and my grandson suffered all night after eating it. Jin Xiaoyu recognized her as the lady who had sampled her goods the previous day. Just then, a burly man with a thick beard approached. Wing was incensed and prepared to confront him, but upon standing, he realized he was no match for the man's stature, causing him to feel diminutive and tremble, yet sitting back down seemed inappropriate, so he awkwardly maintained his stance. Jin Xiaoyu suppressed a smile, knowing that the drama she anticipated was about to unfold, and she crossed her arms in a poised manner. The burly man seized Wing by the neck, fuming, my son is still bettered and because of you. If you do not provide an explanation today, none of you shall leave. W&D wore a bewildered expression, instinctively about to curse, but W&Z quickly intervened with a conciliatory smile. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. Our products are good and cannot harm anyone. Look at how many customers we have. Surely, you must have purchased from someone else? She instinctively glanced at Jin Xiaoyu. Coch's stall was similarly surrounded, and upon hearing W&Z's remark, he hastily pointed at Jin Xiaoyu. Indeed, there are more than just us here at the market. She must be the one whose goods caused this trouble. Do not unjustly accuse us. Nonsense. I purchased from her yesterday, but later opted for your cheaper offerings. It is my own fault for being greedy. Otherwise, my grandson would not be suffering, retorted the lady, casting a glance at Jin Xiaoyu, then turning back to scold W&Z. Others chimed in, asserting that they too had fallen ill after consuming Coch and W&Z's products. Return our money now, or we shall report you to the authorities and have you arrested. You will cover our medical expenses. We have lost income these past few days, and you must compensate us. More voices joined the outcry, and soon the area was bustling with a crowd, becoming a striking scene at the market. Is you who are ill? What fault lies with our goods? Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely seek to extort money from us. I assert that you must have conspired with her to create this commotion. Coch bellowed. You speak nonsense. My son was well before. He fell ill only after consuming your products. Indeed, we are all in agreement. One person falling ill could be coincidence, but so many? I suspect they refuse to take responsibility. We should report them. Instantly, the crowd became agitated, pulling Coch and W&Z along with W&D and W&D's wife outward. Do not bully us. Do not assume that your numbers give you power. We are not afraid, they protested. In truth, Coch felt a pang of fear upon hearing of the authorities, but continued to feign bravado. W&Z, seeing the situation unfold, echoed, yes. Let them report us. We have done nothing wrong. The burly lady turned her back to the crowd, declaring, these people are ruffians, frauds, and murderers. Fellow villagers, we cannot allow them to leave today. Indeed, we must demand an explanation. The cries grew louder as more joined in, surrounding the stalls of Coch and W&Z. Some recent buyers also clamored for refunds, while onlookers gathered to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, another figure emerged, parting the crowd to point at Coch. It was her. She sold the persimmon cakes to my master yesterday. So it was you. Do you realize that my master has been suffering from diarrhea since eating your cakes? Poisoning under broad daylight. How brazen, declared a man dressed as a guard, brandishing a knife. Upon seeing the armed figure, Coch's resolve faltered, yet they forced themselves to shout. You are here to stir trouble. I'm not afraid. My family has connections in the county. How fortunate. Our master is the county magistrate's father-in-law. I wonder which of your family members holds such a lofty position, the guard retorted coldly. Chapter 39. Compensation. Coch's earlier bravado crumbled upon realizing the gravity of the situation. He stammered and faltered, unable to utter a word. The guard, noticing his fear, scoffed and approached to apprehend Coch, who, in terror, bit the guard's hand and fled. Yet, escape was futile. Their stall remained. And Coch, inherently honest, had learned some unsavory traits from his wife over the years, but remained the more upright of the two. What shall I do if my wife runs away? Coch lamented, stamping his foot, realizing it was too late to flee. If your wife escapes, we cannot allow you to leave. Come with us, or you must pay, the guard stated. In truth, the master had already consulted a doctor and was recovering. The guard's intent was to reclaim some lost dignity rather than seek vengeance, as dealing with such troublesome folk was futile. How much must I pay? Coch asked, bewildered, feeling as though he had attempted to steal a chicken only to lose rice in the process. Well, his wife insisted on learning thievery. He had objected, never anticipating it would lead to this outcome. Alas, he sighed internally. My master is the county magistrate's father-in-law. His status is exceedingly high. I reckon it will take no less than 100 taels to appease him. The guard cast a sidelong glance at Coch. 100 taels? Coch's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. 100 taels represented his lifetime's earnings. What shall we do? You cannot pay? Then you must accompany me to meet the county magistrate. The guard was undeterred by the prospect of Coch's refusal. Observing his attire suggested he was among the village's affluent families, and in these times, many wealthy families had accumulated considerable wealth. And there was hardly anyone who was not wary of the authorities. The dilemma of whether to provide Chao Cheng with the funds weighed heavily on his heart, tears streaming down his face as he grappled with the decision. The 100 taels he intended to save for his old age felt like a lifeline, especially as he grew older and less capable of working. With a heavy sigh, he steeled himself and finally uttered the word, "I will." The guard contemplated for a moment before agreeing. The matter concerning the county magistrate's father-in-law was resolved, but others soon emerged. Witnessing the resolution, they too expressed their grievances. "We may not be the magistrate's in-laws, yet we are human lives affected by this incident. We cannot simply let it go without compensation. Each of us demands 50 taels, and we shall consider this matter settled." Others chimed in, declaring that if they were not compensated, they would seek the magistrate's intervention, asserting that the county office was not solely under the magistrate's authority. Sensing their fear of authority, some began to mimic the intimidation tactics. Chao Cheng found himself stunned. His entire life savings amounted to only 100 taels, which he had already pledged to the magistrate's relative, leaving him with nothing to give to the others. At that moment, he realized the gravity of his situation, wishing he could find a stone to bang his head against in despair. Meanwhile, the chaos at Wang Ani's side was far from hopeful. Upon hearing that compensation was indeed forthcoming, even as much as 100 taels, she was rendered speechless. To her, even 1 tael was an unattainable sum. The crowd, however, was unconvinced and began to encircle her and Chao Cheng's wife, demanding their due. This was particularly true for the son who had suffered from a stomach ailment. "I am not to blame. I learned this method from Widow Zhou. I did nothing wrong," Wang Auntie exclaimed in a panic as the crowd grew increasingly restless, some even beginning to overturn her stall. As the situation spiraled out of control, Wang Auntie pointed at Jin Xiaoyu, declaring, "This stall is hers. We are merely her hired help. She intentionally inflated the prices to use us as a front, while ultimately, all sales go to her, and she is the one responsible. Seek her for recompense. She has the funds and will surely pay you." Wang Auntie hoped to deflect all blame onto Jin Xiaoyu, having heard rumors of merchants employing decoys of the market. She figured that as long as she maintained her stance as Jin Xiaoyu's accomplice, the blame would fall on her. Jin Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, nearly choked in disbelief at Wang Auntie's audacity. The woman whose grandson had fallen ill began to doubt her own decisions. She recalled that she had intended to purchase from Jin Xiaoyu, but was diverted by someone claiming it was a bargain. Is this truly a scam? She questioned Jin Xiaoyu directly. With a cold smirk, Jin Xiaoyu stood tall, hands on her hips, proclaiming, "I have been operating this stall for quite some time. You may inquire whether anyone has fallen ill after consuming my products. I have barely enough for my own sales. Do you think I would hire someone to insult me or sabotage my stall?" Realizing the truth, the woman quickly understood she had been deceived by Wang Auntie and was infuriated. The crowd soon recognized that Jin Xiaoyu was the original seller, while the two who had attempted to capitalize on the situation had produced inferior goods, now seeking to defame her. Wang Guntieson, known for his aggressive demeanor as a pig butcher, was now terrified, while Wang De, a notorious scoundrel in the village, was equally frightened, unable to escape the mounting tension. The crowd continued to swell, encircling both Chao Cheng and Wang Auntie. What are we to do now? Wang Auntie was utterly flustered, having never faced such a confrontation. She typically relied on her son Wang Dashan's local reputation and her own brazen demeanor to navigate disputes, but the gravity of the situation left her utterly rattled. Chao Cheng pondered for a moment before standing up and addressing the crowd. "Esteemed folks, this situation is indeed our fault. However, I must be honest. I have only 100 taels to offer. I will hand this sum over to the magistrate, and how it is distributed will be at his discretion." The guard, taken aback, was about to protest when Chao Cheng interjected, "If that does not suffice, then arrest me and take me to jail." He hung his head, adopting a posture of submission. In stark contrast, the situation at Wang Auntie's was dire. While Chao Cheng at least had some resources, Wang Auntie had nothing. Consumed by hatred for Chao Cheng, she too declared, "Then take me away as well. I have no money to spare, and my life is of little value." "Do you think we care for your life? We demand compensation. Without it, you shall not leave." Someone shouted back. The realization struck Wang Auntie like a thunderbolt. Without the means to pay, could her life truly be forfeit? Both Wang De and his wife were equally alarmed, with Wang De, in particular, contemplating abandoning his mother and wife to flee. Yet, his wife, aware of his character, held him tightly. Wang De cursed under his breath, and when someone mistakenly took offense, they retaliated, striking him across the face. In an instant, his cheeks swelled, and he noticed 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to weep, much to the chagrin of his wife. Wang De, a premature child, had been coddled by Wang Auntie, and now, witnessing her son in tears, she panicked, desperate to protect him. Yet the crowd would not allow her to approach, and in her distress, she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Back at Xiao Cheng's side, neither the guards nor the others were agreeable to the proposed compensation. The guards had initially expected 100 taels, but with the sudden turn of events, their displeasure was palpable. Others, envious of the sum Xiao Cheng had promised to the guards, dared not confront them or the magistrate's kin. Thus, all dissatisfaction was redirected toward Xiao Cheng. Jin Xiaoyu, initially an observer, felt her heart soften as the situation escalated beyond control. After all, they hail from the same village, and Xiao Cheng was not wholly wicked. Furthermore, Wang Ani's previous actions had indeed been questionable, and perhaps it was time to rectify the situation at her expense. If they were driven to desperation, it might lead to chaos that would ultimately affect her and Qing'er. Resolving to assist, Jin Xiaoyu rose and approached Xiao Cheng, who was enveloped by the crowd, comprised of both regular buyers and the magistrate's guards. The guards insisted on the previously agreed-upon 100 taels, while the buyers also sought compensation. But Xiao Cheng had only that amount to offer. After listening for a while, Jin Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to interject, "You claim to be the magistrate's kin. Where's your proof?" The guard shot her a glance, his expression darkening. "Of course, I have proof, but I do not carry it with me," he retorted. Gao Zheng, overwhelmed by the situation, was at a loss for words until Jin Xiaoyu arrived, redirecting the attention of the guard and the crowd towards her. Grateful yet confused, he looked at her, uncertain of her intentions. Could it be that this guard is an impostor, and their master is not truly the father-in-law of the county magistrate? As Jin Xiaoyu spoke, she cast a glance at the guard, who stood there momentarily dumbfounded, unable to retort. With that matter settled, Jin Xiaoyu proceeded to walk towards the opposite side. Long before she reached Xiao Cheng's stall, Wang Auntie and her family had already taken notice. However, they assumed Jin Xiaoyu was merely coming to gloat over their misfortune, not anticipating that she would immediately assist Xiao Cheng in resolving his troubles. Therefore, when Jin Xiaoyu approached, Wang Auntie unexpectedly wore a friendly expression and implored, "Xiaoyu, I beg you to help us as well." Yet Jin Xiaoyu chose not to engage, instead sauntering over to the aunt whose grandson was suffering from diarrhea. "Aunt," she began, "allow me to share a thought with you. One should show mercy where it is due. These individuals indeed made mistakes, but had you not sought to take advantage, this situation might have been avoided. As the saying goes, cheap goods are seldom good, and good things are rarely cheap. This principle holds true." The aunt found herself at a loss for words. Wang Ani's family certainly deserved punishment, yet they could not absolve themselves of responsibility. Jin Xiaoyu deemed a penalty of twice the purchase price reasonable, along with compensation for medical expenses should any of them fall ill. Anything beyond that would be tantamount to extortion. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, some visibly embarrassed, while others bowed their heads in shame. Not everyone present had indeed fallen ill. Primarily the frail, elderly, and children suffered, while most others sought to profit from the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, the aunt finally nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. They share in the blame, as do I. It seems we must not be so greedy for small gains in the future." Addressing Wang Ani's family, she continued, "For this incident, you shall compensate me with 10 won, along with 100 won for medical expenses and 51 for medicine, totaling 161. This matter will then be settled. However, should I catch you trying to deceive again in the future, I will expose you at every opportunity." At that moment, the aunt's son approached Wang Auntie, extending his hand for the 161. "Do we still have to pay?" Wang Auntie questioned, having assumed Jin Xiaoyu's intervention meant they would be exempt from such costs. Disheartened, she felt resentment towards Jin Xiaoyu for meddling, believing they would not have to pay otherwise. Yet, with no alternative, she reluctantly retrieved the 161 from her purse, her heart aching as she watched the money being taken away. Seeing Wang Ani's ungrateful demeanor, Jin Xiaoyu could not help but roll her eyes, choosing to ignore her and walking directly to Xiao Cheng's stall. "Listen to me," she urged. "Both of these families are ordinary people. Accept this settlement. Twice the purchase price and medical fees is sufficient. If you push them to the brink, you might become culpable for something far worse. Jin Xiaoyu's words were delivered with a blend of threat and admonition. This statement proved effective, as those who had remained neutral began to follow suit. However, one individual voiced his confusion. My lady, these people are clearly stealing your business. Why do you speak on their behalf? Chao Cheng, for his part, readily accepted the terms, finding the compensation manageable despite losing the earnings of the past few days. Nevertheless, he remained grateful to Jin Xiaoyu. On the other hand, Wang Ani's family failed to recognize Jin Xiaoyu's assistance. They believed their predicament was entirely her fault and harbored thoughts of revenge against her. With no savings to speak of and the dual penalties weighing heavily on them, it wasn't long before their funds ran out. Wang Ati shamelessly approached Jin Xiaoyu for a loan, but Jin Xiaoyu ignored her pleas. This prompted Wang Ati to mutter insults under her breath. Witnessing this, another individual intervened. What kind of person are you? This young lady helped you. You know nothing. She's the cause of my troubles, Wang Ati retorted angrily. The bystander, seeing her as nothing more than a shrew, chose to remain silent, making a mental note to avoid her in the future. Having failed to secure funds from Jin Xiaoyu, Wang Ani begrudgingly turned to Chao Cheng, who without much hassle, lent her the money. However, she had already resolved not to repay him, even considering that if he came looking for it, he could approach Jin Xiaoyu instead. Once the matter of refunds was resolved, Jin Xiaoyu discreetly moved to another location to continue her stall. Before long, her voice rang out again, persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. 10 won per pound, pay after tasting. If it doesn't please you, there's no charge. A crowd quickly gathered, including some who had previously received refunds, eagerly rushing to make their purchases. Jin Xiaoyu was delighted and took the opportunity to explain how to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit products. Her persimmon cakes were made with frost rather than flour, and they were sun-dried, appearing dry yet sweet. The mushroom sauce had a shelf life of 1 to 2 months in winter, though it required monitoring in summer. As any change in flavor indicated, it was no longer safe to consume. Through the process of refunds and explanations, the crowd fully recognized Jin Xiaoyu's integrity, with some even expressing a desire to recommend her to relatives and friends, affectionately calling her boss Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu happily agreed to this. Within an hour, all her goods were sold out. Jin Xiaoyu gleefully counted her earnings, planning to buy some items before departing. At that moment, a man rushed over, panting, "My lady, I finally found you. Your stall location has been changing lately, and we thought you had stopped selling. I had some matters to attend to, so I moved around a bit, but I will be back at the market entrance regularly," Jin Xiaoyu explained. "Good, that's great. By the way, do you still have persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce?" he asked earnestly. "I'm sorry, but I've sold out for today," Jin Xiaoyu replied with regret. "What am I to do? My mother has become quite fond of them. She refuses to eat anything else," the man lamented. "How about this? I will return tomorrow, and you can wait a day," he suggested helplessly. "That will have to do," Jin Xiaoyu agreed with a smile, preparing to continue packing up her stall. However, she was stopped once more by the man. "Would it be possible for you to deliver some to my home tomorrow, if I can't make it back? My house is at the far east end of the town. Just ask for the Qin family, and everyone will direct you. When you arrive, seek out Steward Shui and mention that it's from a master," he urged, his eyes filled with urgency. Initially, Jin Xiaoyu considered declining, as she had already sold enough at the market and saw no need for deliveries. However, the man insisted he would pay extra, and he appeared to be of some stature, a filial son concerned for his mother. Thus, she uncharacteristically agreed, saying, "All right, if I come tomorrow, I will certainly deliver, but there's no need for extra payment. The normal price will suffice." "Thank you, my lady," he replied, elated, and his regard for Jin Xiaoyu deepened. Little did Jin Xiaoyu know that the events of the day would open many doors for her in the future, but that was a tale for another time. Chapter 41. Confrontation. On the table lay a feast prepared earlier, consisting of chicken stew with vegetables. Qing Er, using chopsticks, took some and heated it up, covering it with a large bowl to prevent it from cooling. As she gazed at the sleeping child with rosy cheeks, Jin Xiaoyu felt a wave of tenderness wash over her, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Qing Er's forehead. The child mumbled something in her sleep and rolled over, continuing her slumber. Jin Xiaoyu savored the meal prepared by her son, feeling an immense joy. Initially, she intended to cuddle with Qing Er for a while, but she found herself preoccupied with thoughts of the space pearl, prompting her to enter that realm once more. As I gazed upon the persimmon tree, laden with vibrant red fruit, I realized that in just a few days, I would once again be able to prepare persimmon cakes. The mushrooms were also thriving, ready to be harvested at any moment. They would not spoil if left unpicked, but once harvested, new ones would sprout in their place. In truth, I still had some persimmon cakes and mushrooms from before, but the quantities I could carry each day were limited. Additionally, some were stored in the spatial bead, making retrieval somewhat inconvenient and potentially too conspicuous, which is why I had refrained from presenting them directly to the gentleman surnamed Qin. Though I had my reasons, a twinge of guilt lingered in my heart, and I resolved to deliver them to him tomorrow without fail. With this newfound livelihood, I seemed to have found a temporary solution to my financial woes, and the income flowed steadily. During my leisure time, I began sewing clothes using the fabric I had purchased a few days prior, starting with garments for Qing'er and the Xianzun, and then for myself, including shoes. I aimed to create a set for each of us. I first cut and tailored Qing'er's outfit, stuffing it with cotton before commencing the sewing process. Having some prior experience, I found myself working much more swiftly this time. By evening, I had completed Qing'er's attire, along with a pair of cotton shoes for her. Regrettably, the garments and shoes for the Xianzun would have to be postponed, as I lacked clothing and shoes for the Xianzun. I thought to ask Qing'er to fetch them for me the next day. After stretching and yawning, I prepared to lie down and sleep when Qing'er, who had napped through the afternoon, awoke and mysteriously presented me with a red fruit from her bosom. "This is a peach I picked with Uncle Ague in the mountains today. It's so sweet. Mother, try it," Qing'er said proudly. Looking at her adorable little face and remembering that this peach had been personally picked by the Xianzun, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, swiftly followed by a pang of bittersweet emotion. I was truly blessed to have such an obedient son and the favor of the Xianzun. I contemplated discarding the peach pit into the spatial realm, hoping that in a few days, fresh peaches would grace our table. Once Qing'er had fallen asleep, I entered the spatial realm and found a suitable spot to place the peach pit. After soaking for a while, I emerged feeling slightly slimmer, my heart brimming with joy. I found myself increasingly fond of this life, free from the daily pressures of magical studies and endless classes. I must have dozed off at some point, for when I opened my eyes again, dawn was breaking. These past days, I had risen early each morning to prepare meals for both Qing'er and myself. After dressing, I headed to wash my face, but as I opened the door, I noticed a shadow slipping into the firewood shed, the simple structure I had built earlier. My heart raced, and I quietly grabbed a kitchen knife, cautiously making my way toward the shed. Inside, various cooking utensils and stored grains were present. While not much to me, it amounted to a significant stockpile in this village. The intruder was startled and raised a hand defensively, but immediately cried out in pain. I gasped, fearing I'd harmed someone, instinctively closing my eyes. Upon reopening them, I found a figure had vanished. I scanned the area, relieved to see no blood, and realized my knife was held with the blade facing down. I exhaled deeply, grateful that no harm had been done. I checked around, noticing that nothing had been taken. How peculiar. What had that person intended? Perhaps they had fled upon seeing me. I dismissed the incident as a waste of energy and proceeded to wash my hands, preparing to cook. After preparing the meal, I noticed Qing'er was still asleep, so I took another trip to the spatial bead, discovering that the peach pit I had discarded had already sprouted this morning. Just as I was setting the table for breakfast, a loud banging on the door interrupted the tranquility, accompanied by shouts and curses. Qing'er jumped at the commotion, prompting me to reassure her. "It's all right. Mother is here." I stepped outside to see who was causing such a ruckus so early in the morning. "Jin Xiaoyu, you little wretch, come out here. If you can't find a man, don't come stealing mine," the woman shouted, her voice filled with venom. "Everyone come and judge. My husband, Go Hua, is an honest man. But Jin Xiaoyu has been trying to worm her way into his affections. Just look at what she did to him. It's a miracle he dodged her blade. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits." I immediately recognized the woman before me. She was a neighbor of Wang Auntie and typically had a poor relationship with her. Yet today, she stood behind Wang Auntie and the family of Chao Chung. Clearly, instead of gratitude for my intervention yesterday, they harbored resentment towards me. It was no wonder they had entered my home this morning without taking anything. They had been lying in wait for me. "Explain when I ever stole your husband or assaulted him," I retorted, hands on my hips and ready for confrontation. "Just today, look at how fresh these injuries are." Li Shi, Go Hua's wife, insisted as she tugged her husband forward to display his supposed wounds. "Oh, how tragic. Such cruelty. It could only be the work of that widow, Zhou. Isn't it true that Zhou has been involved with the Gue? Why is she pursuing Go Hua? Her appetite is insatiable. One man just isn't enough for her. How disgraceful. What a scandal. The crowd grew increasingly animated, relishing the unfolding drama, while others leaned in, eager to see how events would transpire. Qinger had been locked inside, but sensing the tension, she burst through the door, shouting, "Don't bully my mother." She stood protectively in front of me, embodying a little adult stance. Who is bullying your mother? With her character, who could possibly bully her? Li Shi Skufa. Poking Qinger on the forehead. Qinger stumbled back from the force of the jab. Seeing the mark it left on her forehead ignited a spark of fury within me. I tossed aside whatever I was holding and charged forward, catching Li Shi off guard with a punch to her nose, drawing forth a stream of blood. As she dabbed at her bleeding nose, she seethed, "You dare strike me, Zhou? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I will not bear the surname Li." Qinger watched in fear, knowing that while I was formidable in a fight, Li Shi was notorious for her own fighting prowess, even against her own husband. What if I couldn't hold my own? Noticing Qinger's anxious expression, I cast her a reassuring glance. I understood that the former Zhou had never been a match for Li Shi, yet the one inhabiting this body now was me, Jin Xiaoyu. I had never backed down from a fight. Moreover, I had yet to experience a proper brawl since arriving here. It was the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. I turned and gently patted Qinger's head, nudging her away from the chaos to keep her safe from accidental harm. "You sharp-tongued harpy. Let's see if I can knock your teeth out." Li Shi shouted as she lunged at me, aiming to grab my hair. I was equally unyielding, launching an attack aimed directly at her face, unrelenting as I scratched her cheek, drawing blood and eliciting a wail of pain from her. What ensued was a chaotic clash of hair-pulling, face-scratching, and eventually slapping each other, escalating to attempts to trip one another and pin each other down. The onlookers were entertained, retreating from the fray, yet none dared to intervene, fearing for their own safety while secretly hoping Li Shi would deliver a fitting lesson to me. A destitute individual unexpectedly flourished beyond the majority of the villagers, a sight that none wished to witness. Yet to their dismay, it was ultimately Jin Xiaoyu who subdued Li Shi. "You dare to slander me and bully my Qinga? You think Jin Xiaoyu is easily trifled with?" she exclaimed, while vigorously slapping Li Shi. The onlookers were left astounded. Although the widow Zhou was tall and stout, she was no match for Li Shi in a brawl. Even men feared her ferocity, as evidenced by her husband Go Wa's constant injuries. Seeing the situation escalate, Chao Cheng and Aunt Wang hurried to summon the village head. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Jin Xiaoyu perched atop Li Shi, whose visage had become unrecognizable, resembling something less than a pig's head, leaving everyone speechless. What a disgrace. Someone intervene and separate them. The village head bellowed, leaning heavily on his cane. Several men rushed forward to forcibly pull Jin Xiaoyu away from Li Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi attempted to retaliate against Jin Xiaoyu, but the men restrained her, allowing Li Shi to land a punch on Jin Xiaoyu's face, leaving her feeling as though her features had shifted. "Let go of me. If you don't, I will not let this go." Jin Xiaoyu, aware that she had already offended the village head, felt a surge of resentment, her face flushing with anger. In the public eye, any excessive actions could raise suspicions. The village head, cunning and calculating, exchanged glances with the men, who then released Jin Xiaoyu. As soon as she was free, she charged at Li Shi, delivering a resounding slap. The village head, now exasperated, coughed and struck the ground with his cane, demanding, "How long will you continue this ruckus, Zhou widow?" The village head's authority was no match for Jin Xiaoyu's defiance, leaving him momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Even if they have separated you, you still go up to strike her. Do you think you have a right?" chimed in the acerbic woman, Zheng Shi, the village head's daughter-in-law. Zheng Shi, having lost her husband, remained to care for her in-laws and had garnered the village head's trust. However, many in the village whispered about Zheng Shi's questionable relationship with her father-in-law, but due to the village head's status, such talk remained private. Previously, when the village head sought to expel Jin Xiaoyu, Zheng Shi had vehemently condemned her, a memory that Jin Xiaoyu had not forgotten. Jin Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "You are blind? After being separated, she still came to strike me. Do you expect me to endure that without retaliation? I am no longer the easily bullied Zhou widow." This declaration caused those who hoped to exploit the chaos for personal gain to feel uneasy. The village head had initially disdained Zhou for tarnishing the village's reputation. During a meeting in town, someone had mentioned the idle widow, which embarrassed him, prompting him to conspire to drive her away. Especially since Zhou and her son were indeed occupying land that belonged to him, which he had transferred to Zheng Shi. These matters were not meant for public discourse. Yet Zhou had insisted on making it widely known, causing him to lose face and retreat from public life. Just as he began to feel the storm had passed, he learned that Zhou had transformed. No longer extorting others, she had become self-sufficient and prosperous. Why should she thrive while he cowered like a mouse? Thus, when Xiao Cheng and Aunt Wang approached him for justice, he agreed without hesitation. Li Shi seemed to grasp the situation, and before Jin Xiaoyu could speak, she preemptively accused. It was Jin Xiaoyu who struck me first. Look at my face. How can I show my face in public again? I demand compensation for my medical expenses. She paused for effect before adding, moreover, Jin Xiaoyu attempted to seduce my Gouhua. When he rejected her advances, she assaulted him with a knife. Thankfully, he managed to block it, but look at this deep mark on my face. If I am disfigured, how can I face others? If she does not compensate me today, I will not relent. Li Shi dragged Gouhua forward for the village head and others to see. Though she was shorter than Jin Xiaoyu, her stoutness made her appear formidable, blocking the doorway like a fierce deity. You dare accuse me of seducing your man? You know his character better than anyone. Did I force him to come to my home? He is a grown man. Could I possibly bind him? Jin Xiaoyu retorted with a cold laugh, then addressed the village head. I understand you may harbor resentment towards me for the previous incident, but do not forget your position as the village head of Mingzheng. If you do not dispense justice fairly, I will take my grievances to a higher authority. After stating her case, she continued, the truth is, this morning I was heading to the woodshed to prepare a meal when I noticed a figure sneaking inside. It was evident that someone was rummaging through my belongings with intent to steal, which is why I grabbed a kitchen knife. Should I show mercy to a thief? If I let them go and they harm me, who will protect me? I even used the back of the knife out of concern that it might be a villager, and they ought to be grateful. Otherwise, where would I be standing here today? The village head, initially inclined to side with Li Shi, found himself cornered by Jin Xiaoyu's reasoning. If he showed overt favoritism, the villagers would surely take notice. Moreover, Jin Xiaoyu was fearless, and should matters escalate, his own position as village head could be jeopardized. He recognized that Jin Xiaoyu was innocent, likely a victim of a scheme aimed at extorting her. Nonetheless, he relished the thought of her being humbled. Even if Jin Xiaoyu was not at fault, her actions had been severe enough to warrant some responsibility. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally spoke. I understand the situation. There is insufficient evidence to claim that Jin Xiaoyu seduced Gouhua, yet you did strike him. So I believe you should compensate him for his medical expenses, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Indeed, compensation is necessary, not only for Gouhua, but also for me, Li Shi declared, sensing the village head support. Chapter 43. Nonsense. Jin Xiaoyu was nearly laughing in disbelief at the audacity displayed. She had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Observing that many had been swayed, she quickly intervened. So, do you all believe I should pay for medical expenses? The crowd exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement. It was only natural that she should compensate for the injury she had inflicted. Jin Xiaoyu brushed off the dirt from her clothes and smiled. Very well. Then should I not also be compensated for my injuries? When silence fell over the crowd, she continued, her tone firm. If the thief requires compensation for their injuries, then, as the homeowner, I too deserve recompense for my injuries. Or do you think I, Jin Xiaoyu, am not entitled to such consideration? As the crowd remained silent, a cold smile crept onto Jin Xiaoyu's face. Fine, if you choose to disregard me, then I shall forego my claim. However, one thing must be clear. From this day forth, if a thief is harmed by a homeowner, that homeowner must compensate for the injuries. If you find that acceptable, then I will pay. But if someone harms a thief in the future and does not compensate, do not blame me. What do you intend to do? Someone blurted out. You are well aware in your hearts that I am innocent, yet you insist on forcing me to pay for a settlement. Is it not because you are envious of my recent earnings? However, my money did not come easily. Who among you knows the hardships I have endured these past days? Very well, I shall not dwell on this. Let us focus on the matter at hand. If you are willing to sign a document guaranteeing that you will cover medical expenses in similar situations in the future, then I shall accept this. But should you refuse later on, I will take this matter to the authorities. Jin Xiaoyu will not be bullied any longer. Do you truly think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? The village head was the first to object, stating that if they agreed to this, it would create chaos in Mingzheng village. If thieves were beaten and someone else paid their medical bills, would that not be tantamount to supporting theft? Jin Xiaoyu was clearly acting unreasonably. Several wealthy families in the village also protested, exclaiming, Jin Xiaoyu, how can you speak such nonsense? If everyone is compensated, who will labor? Wouldn't they all resort to thievery? Jin Xiaoyu scoffed, replying, Indeed, but was it not just recently that someone pressured me into this? You all seemed to find it reasonable when I was the one paying. Now that the shoe is on the other foot, you deem it unreasonable. Where's the logic in that? The faces of the wealthy families fell, and one pointed at Jin Xiaoyu, demanding, How can you speak like that? Unfazed, Jin Xiaoyu ignored them. These individuals had often bullied and mocked her, calling her a lazy widow. Now, as she transformed her fortunes, they were still displeased. She truly did not know how to earn their respect and treat her with equanimity. However, she also did not care about their opinions. Jin Xiaoyu wished to live her life according to her own principles and conscience. After coming to this realization, she turned to the village head and said, If you believe I should compensate, then I shall. I will pay for the doctor now, but if that dog goes to steal from someone else and gets beaten, they must also bear the costs. Seeing the village head silent, Jin Xiaoyu smirked, determined not to relent. She continued, After all, that dog did break into my home. Although I arrived swiftly and no harm was done, as the saying goes, a widow's home is rife with troubles. A grown man dared to intrude before dawn. Who do I turn to for justice? We should involve the authorities. Otherwise, how can I, a widow, live with dignity? Indeed, she feared that this matter would spiral into gossip that could tarnish her reputation, so it was better to nip the rumors in the bud. Furthermore, she did not trust Li Shi and the dog. She needed them to admit their true motives. With this in mind, she glanced at the two behind her. The family of Chao Cheng and Aunt Wang. Report to the authorities? I say, Widow Zhou, why do you keep mentioning the officials? Do you think the county magistrate has time to deal with your trivial matters? He is quite busy, they jeered. Indeed, it would be a laughingstock for Mingjing village to report such a minor issue. Living in a poor mountain valley, although they had heard of the county magistrate. How many had seen him? The fear of the authorities loomed large, and even the incessantly scolding Li Shi was taken aback. Originally, she had only slandered Jin Xiaoyu to gain favor with Chao Cheng and Aunt Wang, but now, not only had she suffered injuries, but she also faced the prospect of being taken to court, and the situation seemed increasingly uncontrollable. She turned to glance at the two behind her. Chao Cheng's family and Aunt Wang were equally surprised by Jin Xiaoyu's obstinacy. She had even summoned the village head, displaying an audacity they had not anticipated. What was supposed to be a simple performance had turned into an unexpected predicament. Jin Xiaoyu was well aware of their schemes, but continued to intimidate them, stating, I do not wish for this, but as a widow without a man to support me, with no in-laws to care for me, and no family to rely on, if I do not depend on the government, I may have no means of survival. Everyone stood in stunned silence, recognizing the truth in her words. Yet she hardly seemed like a victim. Jin Xiaoyu continued, Since we are at an impasse, let us leave it to the county magistrate to decide. I will abide by whatever judgment he renders. If I must pay, then I shall pay. I have recently heard many tales about the county magistrate. They say he's quite just. Pausing, she turned to Chao Cheng's family and added, by the way, Chao Cheng, do you not know that the items you sold yesterday poisoned the county magistrate's father-in-law, costing you a considerable sum? Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng's face soured. Having reached this point, he felt utterly humiliated, sighed deeply, and quietly departed. As Chao Cheng left, his family simmered with anger, yet with so many witnesses, they could not retaliate. All they could do was grit their teeth and deny it, exclaiming, Jin Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting? And to everyone else, especially Li Shi and the dog, do not believe her. What kind of person is the county magistrate? His father-in-law is not someone we can easily meet. Aunt Wang chimed in, Yes, this is all absurd. I have been in town these past few days. I know nothing of what she claims. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and replied, All right, if you do not acknowledge it, then let us assume I am speaking nonsense. However, to clarify who should pay, we ought to see the authorities. She added, I have heard that the officials deal harshly with thieves. They not only face imprisonment, but also corporal punishment. The latter part was clearly meant to intimidate Li Shi and the dog. The dog, initially reluctant to participate, felt pressured by Li Shi to act. Now, hearing that they might need to face the authorities and punishment, he was already trembling with fear, discreetly tugging at Li Shi's sleeve and whispering, Let it go. I do not wish to see the officials. Li Shi was equally terrified. She had anticipated that the scheme concocted by Chao Cheng's family and Aunt Wang would successfully extort Jin Xiaoyu. But she had not expected this widow to be so articulate and unyielding. Moreover, she had heard that the county magistrate was not as benevolent as rumored. Once someone entered the government's grasp, they would face severe repercussions, risking not only their own skin, but their entire family's welfare. Some lost everything just to survive, while those without means faced far worse fates, often forced into hard labor. Jin Xiaoyu's words were not without merit. Though she did not know why Chao Cheng's family and Aunt Wang had suddenly aligned against her, it was clear they had been in town to conduct business, and evidently, they had not profited. If they had indeed offended the county magistrate's father-in-law, this could be a significant pitfall. Realizing she might have been trapped by these two, Li Shi's teeth ground in frustration. Yet, with so many witnesses present, she could not confront them at that moment. Chapter 44. Ruthlessness. The village head recognized that reaching a resolution today was futile. If this continued, he would likely become a target of Jin Xiaoyu's scorn. What he did not understand was that Jin Xiaoyu had no desire to clash with him. Her only wish was to live peacefully, free from hunger, and to thrive alongside Qing and Xinzuan. Yet, while she harbored such thoughts, others were scheming against her. Upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, the crowd fell silent, fearing they too might be implicated. Report to the authorities? Li Shi jolted, raising her head vehemently. No, we cannot involve the authorities. Is there no sense of justice left? You strike someone and then act as if you are in the right. In any case, I do not care. My family has no money. If I and the dog die because we cannot afford treatment, who will bear the cost? Li Shi resolved to remain obstinate, knowing full well the village would not turn a blind eye. Although the tone remained assertive, it was evident that there was a hint of uncertainty behind it. The turmoil and anxiety reflected in her eyes could not be concealed. Li Zheng wore a vexed expression, growing impatient with her stubbornness. If it weren't for your man's thievery at another's home, would they have resorted to violence? If you and T barged in unreasonably, would they have engaged in a confrontation? Mark my words, should this escalate to the authorities, you might find yourself liable for compensation. Li Shi had initially hoped that Li Zheng would stand by her due to their shared kinship, but to her dismay, even he had turned against her. What was she to do? Was she truly to endure this beating in vain? In an instant, Li Shi's face flushed with indignation, her breath heavy. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Believing she had come to a realization, Li Zheng let out a long sigh, saying, "Enough, everyone disperse. You should hurry and take Guo to the doctor. Delaying will yield no benefits. You speak of a doctor, yet you know our circumstances. Where we find spare coins for such?" The more Li Shi pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. How could she leave empty-handed? In the past, Zhou Widow would have been terrified into submission, readily handing over her money. He knew that his eldest daughter-in-law shared his sentiments of discontent. After some contemplation, he felt compelled to test the waters again. Who among them had spare funds to lend her? His gaze flitted across the crowd before landing on Jin Xiaoyu, clearly hinting that she should provide the money. However, Jin Xiaoyu seemed oblivious, directing her attention elsewhere, refusing to engage. Li Zheng's expression soured, and he fell silent. Yet, unable to suppress his resentment, he discreetly kicked at Jin Xiaoyu as he passed her by. Jin Xiaoyu appeared to anticipate his move, taking a small step back as Li Shi's foot approached, causing a stone in her hand to ricochet off Li Shi's knee. With a yelp, Li Shi collapsed to the ground, face down, kneeling before Jin Xiaoyu, with Guo tumbling down alongside her, landing comically. Enough, enough. I, as an adult, will not hold grudges against the petty. As long as you refrain from troubling me in the future, I shall overlook this incident. There is no need for such exaggerated gestures. We are peers, and I cannot accept it. Jin Xiaoyu scoffed, deliberately belittling Li Shi. Li Shi muttered a curse under her breath, feeling as though she had seen a ghost. How had she fallen? Seeing Guo still on the ground, she helped him up, and together they headed home. After Li Shi and Guo left, the others could not contain their laughter, having not noticed Jin Xiaoyu's actions. Assuming Li Shi and Guo knelt in fear of her reporting them to the authorities. Who could have imagined that the usually fierce Li Shi and Guo had been so thoroughly subdued by Jin Xiaoyu? Wang Duwang's wife, who had long been at odds with Li Shi and Guo, felt a surge of joy, only to be sharply rebuked by Wang Auntie. It was only then that they remembered they were in league with Li Shi and Guo, both seeking to extort from Jin Xiaoyu. However, they had anticipated that Jin Xiaoyu would emerge unscathed while Li Shi and Guo faced loss. They understood that Li Shi and Guo would not let this matter rest easily. As the crowd began to disperse, Jin Xiaoyu spoke coldly. Let it be known today, when Jin Xiaoyu spit, it is a nail driven in. I shall repay those from whom I once sought sustenance, and I will not renege on my word. But should anyone wish to make my life difficult, they shall find that I am not to be trifled with. Her tone was light, yet carried significant weight, making it clear she was not jesting. The recent events had demonstrated that Jin Xiaoyu had undergone a transformation. No longer would she be the idle and meek woman easily bullied. In that moment, they were rendered speechless, unsure of how to react. Jin Xiaoyu's fierce gaze instilled a sense of dread, making them perceive her as a formidable figure. Moreover, it was known that Li Shi and her husband had never lost a fight in the village until now, having been bested by Jin Xiaoyu. How powerful must she be to draw blood with the back of a knife? If she wielded the blade itself, the outcome could have been fatal. Entering someone's home to steal, even if it led to death, was not an egregious crime. This made those who had contemplated robbing Jin Xiaoyu shiver with trepidation. The women who had once thought to mock her now shrank back, realizing that it would no longer be prudent to speak ill of her. Provoking this widow could lead to dire consequences. As the crowd thinned, Li Zheng prepared to depart, assisted by his daughter-in-law, Zheng Shi, yet could not refrain from saying, "Zhou widow, do you truly not intend to compensate, even a little? We are all neighbors. After all, from time to time, a small loss can earn goodwill." Jin Xiaoyu shook her head. Had this been said to her yesterday, she might have found some merit in it, but today, enough was enough. If these people genuinely valued gratitude, today's events would not have transpired. Jin Xiaoyu regretted having shown kindness to the families of Chao Cheng and Wang Ani. Had she known, she would have had them report to the authorities directly, sparing herself much trouble. She vowed that in the future, anyone who dared to bully her would find themselves without an escape. As she spoke, Li Zheng seemed unsatisfied, pausing to gather his thoughts before adding, "Is it because these words were spoken by me that you deem them unreasonable?" Jin Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. "Li Zheng, I have stated that our past is behind us. As long as you do not trouble me in the future, I shall ensure your dignity remains intact. However, this matter is not open for negotiation. I confess I was once in the wrong, but I am changing. Yet that does not justify others taking advantage of me. They may have assisted us, but the sincerity of their intentions is clear to all. I have pledged to repay them 2 bags of fine rice per family. I, Jin Xiaoyu, am a woman of my word." Seeing her resolve, Li Zheng realized further discussion was futile and shook his head as he departed. Time passed, and the villagers continued to gossip. They spoke of how this widow seemed possessed, not only astonishingly strong, but also unyielding in her words and actions. One word encapsulated her: fierce. Chapter 45, A Humiliation. Jin Xiaoyu, though indifferent to the idle chatter, felt the need to devise a plan. Otherwise, future troubles loomed. Meanwhile, Li Shi and Guo confronted Chao Cheng and Wang Ani midway, demanding reimbursement for medical and damages. Naturally, Chao Cheng and Wang Ani refused, resulting in a scuffle. With their pre-existing injuries and numerical disadvantage, Li Shi and Guo ultimately found themselves at a loss. Many villagers witnessed the altercation. Realizing that it was Chao Cheng and Wang Ani who had incited Li Shi and Guo to slander Jin Xiaoyu, leading to the betrayal of her earlier kindness. They lamented that they could no longer view Zhou widow through the lens of past judgments. In Mingzheng village, news traveled swiftly, and any disturbance was known within the hour. Jin Xiaoyu's straw hut, surrounded by a fence, was not far from a gathering of gossipers, making it effortless for her to discern the unfolding events. Someone called out, "Zhou widow, they are fighting. Surely you feel a sense of satisfaction?" Jin Xiaoyu smiled faintly, but remained silent, retreating into her home. Their brawls, whether resulting in bloodshed or not, were of no concern to her. Her mind was solely occupied with her son, Qin. She carefully examined Qing's forehead, noting a bruise and a cut, likely inflicted by Li Shi. Anger surged within her. Had she known, she would have struck Li Shi even harder. Qing, sensing his mother's distress over his injury, grasped her hand and shook his head, saying, "Mother, it doesn't hurt. How could it not hurt? It's all red and bleeding." Qing, remember this. In the future, when faced with such situations, always hide behind your mother. I may allow myself to be hurt, but I will never permit my dear Qing to suffer any mishap, Jin Xiaoyu admonished. Listening to her mother's words, Qing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation as tears began to gather uncontrollably, ready to fall. In a hurried attempt to wipe them away, she nestled into her mother's embrace and murmured, "Mother, "You are truly wonderful." At that moment, her affection for her mother surged like never before. Jin Xiaoyu had mentioned that she wished to avoid seeing him recently. After much contemplation, he found himself standing outside the fence, peering in. The thatched cottage offered little soundproofing, and he could clearly hear the gentle tones of Jin Xiaoyu as she comforted Qing'er. The warmth of her words felt like a soothing balm to his restless heart, calming his agitation. However, upon learning that both Qing'er and Jin Xiaoyu had been injured, a fresh wave of alarm surged within him. Ague smiled faintly, but remained silent as he approached the thatched cottage. Just as he was about to knock, Jin Xiaoyu emerged from within, and her gaze immediately fell upon the immortal standing outside, along with the medicine he held. Curse it! Does the immortal know about my quarrel with the Li family? How embarrassing! Surely, he disapproves of this version of me. How can I explain? Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness, so much so that she momentarily forgot to open the door. Ague noticed her hesitation and felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed she still did not wish to see him. Just as he was about to set down the medicine and leave, Jin Xiaoyu's gentle voice broke the silence. "Is that for me?" Ague paused, stammering for a moment before finally managing to say, "I heard that both you and Qing'er were injured. This medicine is said to be very effective." He replied, unsure why he suddenly felt tongue-tied upon seeing her. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head and added while tried out, "I'll take my leave now, and remember to tell me when you wish to see me." As he turned to depart, Jin Xiaoyu felt a surge of urgency and opened her mouth, yet no words came forth. Ague turned back, recalling something, and hurriedly said, "By the way, the clothes and shoes are wonderful. I wore them," gesturing to show her. Suddenly, he noticed that, in his haste, he had splattered mud on the clothes and shoes, igniting a flare of frustration within him. After all, these were crafted with great care by Jin Xiaoyu. How could he have been so careless? Observing his flustered demeanor, Jin Xiaoyu wondered what had come over him. Was he perhaps in a rush? After finishing lunch, Jin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered her promise to deliver persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce to the Qin family today, but had been delayed by the Li family and Gohua. Glancing up at the overcast sky, she feared rain was imminent. In no time, she arrived in the town. Following the address provided by the Qin family and asking for directions along the way, she soon discovered that the Qin family was indeed a prominent household in the area, renowned for their filial piety and kindness, with everyone singing their praises. Feeling that her trip was worthwhile, she knocked on the door, and a drowsy figure appeared. Mistaking her for a beggar due to her coarse appearance and sturdy build, the person attempted to shoo her away. Jin Xiaoyu, feeling irked, stated firmly, "I was sent by your master to deliver these items to your steward." The steward, clearly having been informed, quickly recognized her and welcomed her inside, saying, "Please wait a moment, I will fetch the steward." After a brief wait, Jin Xiaoyu was joined by a middle-aged man who entered with the steward. Upon seeing her, the man beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Are you the one the master mentioned who is here to deliver items?" He cast his gaze at the basket in her hands. Jin Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation. The steward introduced himself as Mao, then took the basket from her, inspecting it before inquiring about the price. After learning this, he said, "I will take these to the old lady and return shortly with your payment." Jin Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. Upon entering, the steward's wife greeted her with a wide smile, saying, "Come with me. Our old lady has developed a great appetite after tasting your offerings and wishes to reward you." She took Jin Xiaoyu's hand, leading her inside while chatting amiably, likely to ease her nerves as it was Jin Xiaoyu's first time in such an estate. Jin Xiaoyu simply smiled in response. The steward's wife glanced at her, noting that despite her lack of conversation, her demeanor was composed, which piqued her curiosity. Although there had been others who had delivered items before, they were often anxious, whereas this woman, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a steadiness that impressed her. After a short while, they traversed a long corridor and rounded a courtyard before arriving at a grand courtyard. The door was ajar, and the steward's wife greeted those inside before entering without obstruction. Once inside, a maidservant approached, first greeting the steward's wife before casting a few glances at Jin Xiaoyu, smiling. "Is this the woman waiting for the reward?" "Yes, this is she," the steward's wife replied courteously, likely due to the maidservant's close relationship with the old lady. The maidservant nodded and said, "Please wait a moment," before lifting the curtain to enter the room. Before long, voices emerged from within. The steward's wife beckoned Jin Xiaoyu to follow her inside. They soon spotted an elderly lady with silver hair and a kind demeanor seated before them. though her vitality seemed somewhat diminished. The steward's wife led Jin Xiaoyu in a respectful bow before standing upright. "Is this the lady who created these heavenly dishes?" the old lady inquired. The elder nodded, her gaze landing on Jin Xiaoyu. Noticing her lack of conventional beauty, being somewhat tall and stout, with rough skin and dressed in common linen attire, she perceived a certain grace in her demeanor, suggesting she had experienced the world. "Is this a skill passed down through your family?" the elder asked. Jin Xiaoyu replied, "No," causing the old lady to ponder. "Ah, I see. You are quite skilled with your hands," the elder praised. Upon hearing the old lady's compliment, several elegantly dressed young women nearby joined in, showering Jin Xiaoyu with niceties. Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, smiling appropriately when the conversation turned to her. The old lady beamed widely, and, as the chatter continued without pause, she gestured for silence, prompting the gathering to quiet down. She then signaled to an elderly matron beside her, who produced a tray bearing 2 silver ingots and approached Jin Xiaoyu, saying, "This is a reward from the old lady." Jin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the silver, but she quickly regained her composure, bowing to thank the old lady before accepting the gift. Subsequently, the steward's wife gave a knowing glance to her maidservant, who also produced a silver ingot to present to Jin Xiaoyu. The others in attendance followed suit, each offering silver ingots in a show of generosity. By the time Jin Xiaoyu left, she had amassed 10 ingots in her possession. The steward's wife watched her with envy, remarking, "You have had a fortunate day indeed." Jin Xiaoyu understood that this was largely thanks to the housekeeper's wife speaking well of her, so she took out a silver ingot to give to her. Initially, the woman refused, but after Jin Xiaoyu expressed some kind words, the housekeeper's wife accepted it eagerly, tucking it into her bosom, her eyes crinkling into a narrow slit as she smiled, naturally revealing more information to Jin Xiaoyu. While everyone was busy praising her, Jin Xiaoyu had already scrutinized the old lady. The old lady appeared to be in her early 50s. In her realm, she was not considered too old. Yet she had a head full of silver hair. Although her skin was well maintained, it appeared somewhat pale, and her spirit seemed lacking, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she often suffered from sleepless nights and poor nourishment. Suddenly, Jin Xiaoyu halted her steps and asked, "Is it true that the old lady often struggles to sleep at night?" The housekeeper's wife replied, "Yes, it seems so. I do not serve the old lady directly, but I know that the master has hired many doctors, yet none have been able to cure her. At first, the old lady could still sleep during the day, but now it seems she can't even do that anymore, and as a result, her appetite has diminished, always complaining of a sense of heaviness in her chest." The housekeeper's wife mentioned that these were naturally things she had heard from the housekeeper, who had worried greatly over this matter. Jin Xiaoyu nodded and inquired further, "Does the old lady have any worries? Is she troubled by something?" The housekeeper's wife exclaimed, "How do you know this?" But then quickly realized her voice was too loud and hurriedly covered her mouth, pulling Jin Xiaoyu aside. "These matters are secrets of the household and cannot be spoken of outside. But what you say seems quite accurate. Could it be that you have a remedy?" The housekeeper's wife was overjoyed, thinking that if this woman could indeed cure the old lady's ailment, she would benefit as well, relieving her husband of his worries. "You see, the old lady is suffering from a malady of the heart." "A malady of the heart? You mean her heart?" "No. It is the burdens of her mind that weigh heavily upon her, causing her discontent. She is unable to let go of her worries, which leads to sleepless nights and poor eating, and over time, this has taken a toll on her health," Jin Xiaoyu explained. "What can be done?" the housekeeper's wife asked, her eyes fixed intently on Jin Xiaoyu, eager not to miss any detail. Chapter 46. Not daring to overstep, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation and lacking expertise. Jin Xiaoyu did not dare to take rash actions. After leaving the Qin family, she went to the market to purchase various necessities, such as kerosene and some food, hoping to share a meal with Qing'er that evening. Fortunately, this visit had proven to be quite profitable. She had inquired and learned that building a new house in the village required 30 taels of silver, and with the money she had earned from her previous sales, she was nearly there. Next, she needed to find an opportunity to discuss the site selection with the village head. However, there was no rush. She felt it prudent to earn a bit more, as having extra funds would allow her to procure additional items. Moreover, she had another matter on her mind. Qing'er was no longer a child and was due for some formal education. Yet, the thought of sending Qing'er to school made her feel reluctant. Sighing to herself, she mused that she was starting to feel increasingly like a true mother. "What am I thinking? I am indeed Qing'er's own mother." Upon returning home, she found Qing'er waiting for her at the stone by the door, eagerly running over to greet her and pulling her hand toward the house. Upon learning that his mother had bought him many things, he waved his hands and said, "No, mother, you should buy something for yourself. I see many women in the village around your age wearing a kind of white and red powder on their faces. You should get some too. You would look better than them." Jin Xiaoyu recognized that he was referring to face powder and rouge, but she did not care for such things, finding the idea of applying so much on her face uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she appreciated her son's thoughtful suggestion. "All right, mother will buy some to try on another day." Qing'er delighted in the snacks Jin Xiaoyu had brought, consuming them with great enthusiasm until she had to remind him that overeating was not good for him. Qing'er stuck out his tongue and immediately stopped, yet he continued to swallow his saliva. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoyu relented, "Then have another pack." Qing'er immediately hooked Jin Xiaoyu, affectionately exclaiming, "Mother is the best." At his age, Qing'er was quite greedy for treats, and although they were enjoyable, overeating had no benefit. Yet, he was a sensible child and, upon hearing Jin Xiaoyu's reasoning, decided not to indulge excessively. Each evening, she would heat water for him to bathe. Qing'er had not developed properly while in the womb and had suffered from malnutrition, making him appear closer to a 3-year-old at nearly 5. During this time, while ensuring that he soaked in warm baths, she also provided him with nutritional supplements. Though the changes in height were not yet evident, Qing'er appeared to have gained some weight and improved in complexion. Jin Xiaoyu had some medical knowledge and discreetly checked his pulse, finding the effects to be remarkable. It seemed that soon, Qing'er would be comparable to his peers or even excel beyond them. After boiling the water, Jin Xiaoyu poured it into a wooden tub, adding cold water to adjust the temperature, and urged Qing'er to hurry and undress for his bath, saying, "After you wash, we shall sleep." "Mother, other families do not bathe every day, and I feel clean enough already," Qing'er protested. Jin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "What others do is their business. Bathing is good for you." Qing'er nodded, having always trusted his mother's words, yet he remained curious about the benefits she spoke of. "Mother," he pondered, "it seems that when I was bullied by the strong boy in the village and pushed down, but yesterday when he pushed me again, I only stumbled a little and managed to stand firm. Could it be because you let me bathe?" As Jin Xiaoyu helped him remove his clothes, she stroked his head, saying, "How can a dirty body be healthy? We must wash clean for your well-being. However, you need not bathe every day. How about we do it every few days instead?" Qing'er realized that his mother did not insist on bathing him out of disdain for his odor, but rather for his health. He felt deeply touched by his mother's care, growing even fonder of her. Yet, each time, she had to boil water for a long while. And with the effort involved, Qing'er did not want her to tire herself out. Noticing his silence, Jin Xiaoyu reassured him, "I am not tired. I love cleanliness and enjoy holding my clean little Qing'er." Hearing this, Qing'er obediently nodded. After he fell asleep, Jin Xiaoyu checked his pulse again, discovering that he seemed to have grown stronger. She believed this had much to do with the water from her space. Taking the opportunity, she also soaked in the space bead and, upon emerging, looked in the mirror, noting how much she had transformed since her arrival. Yet, she was cautious not to indulge too often, fearing that the effects might become too pronounced and attract unwanted attention. Gradually was the way to go. In the dark of night, within a blackened cave to the north of Mingzheng village, a pair of figures bathed in golden light entered the cave, where a person lay sleeping. One of them wore flowing white robes with long black hair tied in a Taoist bun, while the other had silver hair cascading freely. Each held a fan, lightly swaying it as they approached the only bed in the cave, gazing down at the slumbering figure. "Chong Feng, are you satisfied with the substitute I have prepared for you?" the elder with silver hair inquired. The elder seemed displeased with the response, snorting coldly. "If you're not satisfied, you can make it yourself." With that, he turned to leave. The white-clad man stared at the figure on the bed for a moment longer, then raised his hand to infuse a beam of white light into the person before frowning thoughtfully. And then he too proceeded to exit. He nearly collided with the elder, who had abruptly stopped ahead, but deftly sidestepped, brushing past the elder and out of the cave. The irate elder soared into the air, positioning himself directly before the man clad in white. "Did you not claim to dislike it? Why then infuse your very soul into it?" he inquired. The white-clad man, however, offered no response. Instead, he deftly flickered away, ascending into the clouds to gaze down upon the diminutive human village below. The elder, incensed, swiftly followed, sharing in the lofty vantage. Soon, he discerned a stream of auspicious energy emanating from the direction the white-clad man was observing. With a surprised exclamation, he summoned the clouds to drift closer. Below lay a dilapidated thatched cottage, within which two figures, one large and one small, were soundly asleep. The smaller one was an unremarkable mortal, while the larger bore an intriguing distinction. The elder cast a sideways glance at the white-clad man, noticing that his countenance was even more grave. A beam of white light streaked forth, piercing from the fingertips of the white-clad man to the forehead of the still slumbering Jin Xiaoyu. At that moment, Jin Xiaoyu was lost in a beautiful dream, one where she donned a red bridal gown and worshipped the immortal sovereign. This dream had visited her countless times, yet it never failed to bring a smile upon waking, though she invariably roused before the veil could be lifted. This time, however, her veil was indeed lifted, and she beheld the immortal sovereign, clad in white and radiating an ethereal aura. She laughed joyfully and rushed towards him, yet in the next heartbeat, she jolted awake. Meanwhile, the white-clad man in the clouds trembled violently. Before the elder could voice his inquiry, he had already invoked a spell, propelling the white clouds to soar to heights of 10,000 miles. How peculiar it was that he had glimpsed a maiden's dream, and that maiden was dreaming of him. Why did he feel an uncanny familiarity towards this earthly girl? The elder, frustrated by the white-clad man's silence, fumed. I must have lost my wits to befriend a mute like you. Xian Wang, did you not sense something extraordinary about that girl? The white-clad man, known as Changfeng Zunjia, could not help but question his companion. Undoubtedly, she is exceptional. After all, it is not every day that the esteemed Changfeng Zunjia takes notice and even uses his powers to delve into another's dreams, the elder replied, still harboring resentment. Changfeng, however, was not angered, but rather pondered for a moment before continuing. Could it be that this girl is also a surrogate sent down by some revered figure? The elder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, do you think everyone possesses my abilities to traverse the celestial realm and send a surrogate to endure tribulations on your behalf? Changfeng contemplated this, realizing it was indeed improbable. In his millennia in the celestial realm, he had only heard of one person capable of such feats, the elder, Huiming Xianwang, beside him. He sensed a familiar essence emanating from her, one that could only belong to his homeland, Tushan. Xianwang, I must visit Tushan, he declared, convinced he needed to uncover the truth. Have you lost your mind? If others discover you have not descended for a noble purpose, but rather to indulge in idleness, what would become of you? The elder protested. However, upon hearing this, Changfeng felt an inexplicable warmth rise to his cheeks. This scene did not escape the elder's notice, who secretly rejoiced, thinking, it appears this mute is not entirely oblivious. Originally, the surrogate lacked a soul, but recently, to obscure the celestial realm's prying eyes, a fragment of Changfeng's own spirit was infused within her. If Changfeng were to remain unaware, then why did this surrogate exhibit signs of affection? It was clear that her time in the mortal realm was limited. Very well, let us depart. You must accompany me to complete our unfinished game of chess, urged the elder, who had a fervent passion for the game. It was this very passion that had led him to disregard Changfeng's hesitations and insist on elevating him to the mortal realm. Changfeng later discovered, much to his chagrin, that he had inadvertently stumbled into Tushan during his hurried descent. It seemed that a youthful disciple from Tushan had undergone tribulations and ascended, and he pondered how that young one was faring. He wondered if their encounter had any impact on that youthful disciple. They had been engaged in their unfinished game of chess for a millennium, with no victor in sight, leaving them to wonder how much longer they would play. The following morning, Jin Xiaoyu awoke in high spirits, for her recurring dream had finally progressed. She not only lifted the veil, but also beheld the true visage of the immortal sovereign. Yet, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at her own thoughts. What on earth am I thinking? She chided herself, giving her forehead a few firm taps before rising. Having earned a satisfactory amount of money recently, she no longer felt the urgency to visit the market daily. After all, rarity enhances value. Frequent visits would only lead others to take her for granted. Moreover, with the space pearl in her possession, she need not worry about the availability of fresh fruits and vegetables, and opportunities to earn more were always at hand. She occasionally contemplated whether she could also keep chickens and ducks in the space pearl, wondering if any delightful surprises might arise from such an endeavor. Thus, on days she refrained from visiting the market, she devoted herself to nurturing the vegetables she had previously planted in her home. Although they grew slower than those in the space pearl, they were still significantly quicker than usual, and she anticipated a bountiful harvest in just a few days. Additionally, she would fetch water from the back mountain, gradually irrigating her plants, which were quietly transforming under her care. By the next spring, she expected her garden to rival even the finest of lands. She had not forgotten her promise to the matriarch of the Qin family, tirelessly concocting diverse dishes to satisfy her own beloved son, Qing heir. The wealthy ladies had grown weary of extravagant feasts, yet her son was still in a phase of growth, necessitating a diet rich in meat. One day, Jin Xiaoyu held her son's plump, soft hand and asked, "Qing heir, tell mother, what would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you." Qing heir tilted his head in thought. Having experienced a variety of dishes crafted by his mother, he found himself at a loss for what to request. Observing his contemplation, Jin Xiaoyu made a suggestion. "How about I prepare some cured meat for you?" "Cured meat?" Qing heir tilted his head, seemingly puzzled by his mother's words. "It's simply pork that we bought, marinated, then cooked and dried. Because it has been seasoned with various spices, it will last longer without being greasy. What do you think, Qing heir?" She explained, leading him to the town, where they headed directly to the butcher shop to purchase 5 pounds of pork and some new spices. She had a penchant for spicy food and thus planned to prepare 2 versions, one for Qing heir without chili and the other for herself with chili. As they departed, she recalled a matter that had been on her mind and inquired further, arriving at the study. Qing heir could hardly believe it. Was mother truly planning to send him to school? Mother intends to send you to study, but she does not wish for you to enter government service. However, if you desire it yourself, mother will support you. Nevertheless, I believe you are still too young. It will be better to stay at home, where I can teach you until you are older. Then you may attend a private school if you wish. Although she did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the world, Jin Xiaoyu was aware of the darkness within the realm of officials. She harbored no desire for her precious Qing heir to venture into such perilous territory. Yet, these were merely her own thoughts. She would offer guidance, but never impose her will on Qing heir's aspirations. Her reluctance for Qing heir to attend a private school at such a tender age stemmed from her compassion. She understood that education could be arduous, and much of the knowledge imparted during this era was often rote and devoid of true application. Naturally, she would not communicate such sentiments directly to Qing heir. However, she recognized the importance of literacy. As she spoke, she had already led Qing heir into the study. The attendant within, upon seeing a village woman and a child enter, displayed no disdain, but instead greeted them warmly, asking, "Annie, have you come to purchase books?" The young attendant, having overheard Jin Xiaoyu's conversation with Qing heir, regarded her with newfound respect, for in this era, literate individuals were scarce, and literate women even rarer. A literate village woman was indeed a rarity, and he found wisdom in her words. At least she is not the type to curse like a shrew. Jin Xiaoyu, however, felt a wave of annoyance at the young lad calling her aunt. Could it be that she truly appeared so aged? After all, she had recently been a promising young fox in Tushan. Nevertheless, she found the lad's attitude quite satisfactory, and it seemed her decision to have Qing heir pursue an education was indeed a wise one. The difference in demeanor between those who have received an education and those who are illiterate is not merely superficial. Their inner worlds transform as well. Jin Xiaoyu exerted considerable effort to refrain from retorting and instead managed to muster a smile, asking, "Young man, could you recommend a few books suitable for my son's age?" The lad glanced at Qing heir and then led them to a bookshelf, retrieving several volumes to present to Jin Xiaoyu. This was the first time she had seen books in this era. As she flipped through the pages, the characters appeared familiar, though some of the writing was somewhat intricate. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly assuring herself that she could indeed take on the responsibility of enlightening Qing heir. Ultimately, under the lad's guidance, Jin Xiaoyu selected by Jia Xing, San Zijing, and Luan Yu. Additionally, she purchased some writing materials, ink, paper, and brushes. Although she had acquired some previously, she thought it prudent to have 2 sets, just in case she felt inspired to write one day. This thought reminded her of her time in Tushan, where her handwriting was often criticized. If her teacher were to discover that she might mislead the youth, he would surely weep. Sticking out her tongue, Jin Xiaoyu discreetly tucked away her thoughts. "Mother, am I right?" Qing heir inquired, noticing his mother's silence. He nodded, fearing he had misspoken, hence her lack of praise. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Xiaoyu was secretly chastising herself for deceiving the child. She hoped she wouldn't lead him astray. Thus, She resolved that if she ever found herself unable to teach him, she would promptly send him to a private school. Perhaps her son was a budding genius, and she might soon find herself the proud mother of a scholar. Returning to the thatched cottage, she immediately set about preparing cured meats. She marinated the meat in various spices for a full day and night before cooking it. Afterward, she laid it out in the courtyard to dry for several days. As the longer it was sun-dried, the better its preservation. The small courtyard was secluded, and passers-by could easily see the abundance of pork hanging about. In no time, Jin Xiaoyu's home became the talk of the town, with many claiming that she had begun to flaunt her good fortune. Which household enjoys such lavish feasts and displays so much meat in their yard? They would exclaim. Some even warned that her ostentation would eventually lead to retribution. Jin Xiaoyu paid them no mind. She simply splashed a basin of water, and they turned away. This gossip eventually reached the ears of the matchmaker, Dan Shi. When the widow Zhou was being bullied by her in-laws, Dan Shi had lent her a helping hand, and the widow had always regarded her as a rare gem. Little did she know that Dan Shi harbored ulterior motives, merely wishing to marry off the widow to profit from the matchmaking fee. Yet, Dan Shi was adept at conversation and knew how to leave room for maneuver. While others looked down upon the widow, she would feign support for her. Over the years, the widow had continued to press Dan Shi to introduce her to a suitor, hoping to escape her plight. The widow's notorious reputation had spread across numerous villages, and few decent folk were willing to take her. However, Dan Shi never spoke definitively. In truth, her own circumstances had not improved. A few years prior, she had orchestrated a match only to discover that the bridegroom was deceased. Although Dan Shi had been enticed by the generous bride price, she soon realized she had unwittingly arranged a marriage for a ghostly union, leaving the unfortunate girl trapped in a coffin. The girl's family had arrived too late to intervene, and the groom's family compensated them, leaving them with no recourse. Consequently, all the blame fell upon Dan Shi, and since then, few sought her services. Dan Shi's husband was a ne'er-do-well, and the family's livelihood depended solely on her matchmaking endeavors. After her reputation suffered, she found herself in a similar predicament to the widow's. Occasionally, when they crossed paths, they would share lengthy conversations, feeling a sense of mutual understanding. Thus, upon hearing of the widow's newfound prosperity, Dan Shi resolved to pay her a visit, bringing along her son, Do Bao. Jin Xiaoyu was meticulously inspecting the drying cured meats when she heard a loud knocking at the door. She stepped outside and, through the fence, recognized Dan Shi standing at the entrance, accompanied by her 7- or 8-year-old son. "Is there something you need?" Jin Xiaoyu asked coldly, unfazed by Jin Xiaoyu's frosty demeanor. Dan Shi maintained her customary matchmaker smile and nudged Do Bao, saying, "Do Bao, didn't you tell your mother you missed Aunt Zhou? Why are you silent now?" The boy, slightly older than Qing'er and robustly built, had eyes that darted around, stirring no fondness. Upon seeing Jin Xiaoyu, a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. Yet under Dan Shi's urging, he reluctantly greeted, "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Afterward, he muttered under his breath, "Fat woman." Previously, he had behaved similarly, but at that time, the widow had been too engrossed in conversation with her only friend to notice. However, Jin Xiaoyu possessed remarkable hearing and caught every word distinctly. Seeing Jin Xiaoyu frown and glare at Do Bao, Dan Shi hastily pushed him aside, smiling at Jin Xiaoyu. "Children speak without thinking. Don't take it to heart." Then, she playfully pinched Do Bao's arm, urging him, "Aren't you going to apologize to your Aunt Zhou?" Reluctantly, Do Bao raised his head and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Afterward, he rolled his eyes and added quietly, "You say that too?" Upon hearing this, Dan Shi's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, and she hurriedly laughed it off. "Children say the silliest things," while casting a sharp glare at Do Bao. "You really have no sense. Sister, please step aside. It has been so long since we last met. Let us talk inside." As she noticed Jin Xiaoyu blocking the entrance, Dan Shi attempted to squeeze her way through while wrinkling her nose to catch a whiff of the air, her eyes darting around. Soon, her gaze landed on the basket hanging from Jin Xiaoyu's arm, which she had yet to set down. She reached out to lift the cloth covering the basket, but was abruptly swatted away by Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu's face was ashen, utterly unwelcoming to the arrival of the two. She had delved into the memories of Zhou Guofu and gleaned some understanding of them. It baffled her that Zhou Guofu could be so foolish as to consider those who had sold her once as benevolent. Although she held no fondness for Zhou Guofu, she acknowledged that her youthful beauty was quite remarkable, ample enough to attract a decent husband. Yet, she had been wed to the short-lived Zhou Sheng. leading to such a tragic fate. Moreover, every time the Dan family visited, they would pilfer, claiming it was for Zhou Guofu's matchmaking efforts. But anyone with a modicum of sense could discern it was for their own benefit. Each visit, Dan's son Doubao would bully Qing'e, often leaving her battered and bruised. Zhou Guofu did not protect her own child. Instead, she cast blame upon Qing'e. Truly a simpleton. Dan, noticing Jin Xiaoyu's apparent lack of enthusiasm, paid it no mind, simply rubbing the back of her hand while cheerfully reminding, "Sister, I bring good news this time. Have you forgotten the matter you entrusted to me?" As she attempted to push her way in, Jin Xiaoyu turned her body, blocking the entrance. "What have I entrusted you with?" Jin Xiaoyu retorted coldly, remembering how Dan always used this excuse only to ransack the house without any follow-up. Zhou Guofu may be simple, but Jin Xiaoyu was not. Dan was taken aback by Jin Xiaoyu's direct inquiry and hesitated to respond. She had long abandoned the notion of matchmaking for Zhou Guofu and was merely concocting excuses to deceive her. Besides, who needed her services anymore? Contemplating her situation, Dan felt a wave of despondency, but she quickly rallied herself, wrinkling her nose while attempting to peel back the fabric. "Oh, what a delightful aroma. Sister, I traveled a great distance with a child, and you do not even invite me in for a cup of tea? I'm quite hungry, you know." It smells like meat." Doubao, unable to contain himself, was already drooling. Being a child, his patience was thin, and after days without a proper meal, his eyes sparkled at the sight of food, especially meat. Seizing the opportunity while his mother chatted with Jin Xiaoyu, he darted inside. Jin Xiaoyu realized it was too late to stop him, and Dan, witnessing this, silently praised her son, then forcefully pushed past Jin Xiaoyu and followed suit. Dan intended to lunge for the basket Jin Xiaoyu held, but Jin Xiaoyu grasped it tightly, sensing there was more to it than met the eye. Instead, Dan dashed to the woodshed and began rummaging. Doubao, quicker than her, had already discovered the salted meat that had yet to be hidden. Upon seeing the meat, he lunged forward, grabbing a handful and ravenously stuffing it into his mouth. Hearing the commotion, Qing'e rushed out from the house and immediately spotted Doubao gorging himself. "Stop! Didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" Qing'e cried, her voice tinged with desperation. This was the meat she and her mother had painstakingly preserved, and her mother insisted they wait a few more days before indulging. Moreover, she was determined that Doubao should not have any, given how he bullied her each time. Before Qing'e could intervene, Doubao's fist was already on its way. She dodged, but Doubao, seemingly irked, temporarily abandoned the meat, clenched his fists, and charged at her. Qing'e, being smaller and weaker, managed to evade one punch, but was no match for two. Soon, she felt a sharp pain as a blow landed on her face, causing it to swell painfully. Infuriated, Qing'e balled her small fists and swung at Doubao, but he easily caught her arm, forcing her down and starting to pummel her. "You should have kept your nose out of my business. Who do you think you are? Just a little brat. I can eat whatever I want. It's none of your concern," Doubao shouted as he struck her. "Shut up. Your mother always protects me. If you keep shouting, your mother will come and surely punish you." Doubao retorted angrily, recalling how Zhou Guofu had never dared to stand up to him. Qing'e, helpless beneath Doubao's weight, soon succumbed to tears. Her cries reached Jin Xiaoyu, who was entangled with Dan in the courtyard. Forgetting about stopping Dan from entering, Jin Xiaoyu broke free and rushed toward the woodshed. But Dan obstructed her, insisting on discussing a fabricated family, attempting to stall Jin Xiaoyu so her son could steal more. Jin Xiaoyu pushed Dan aside, who then clung to her from behind. As Qing'e's cries grew sharper, Jin Xiaoyu was consumed by panic, disregarding everything to shake off Dan. Dan, being slight of build, stood no chance against the empowered Jin Xiaoyu. Thrown to the ground, Dan cried out in exaggerated pain, claiming murder. Jin Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance, knowing it was an act. But she paid no mind and hurried to the woodshed. Upon seeing Qing'e being assaulted, her heart sank. She rushed forward, seizing Doubao and throwing him aside before enveloping Qing'e in her arms. Seeing the bruises on Qing'e's face and arms made Jin Xiaoyu's heart ache, and as she wiped away Qing'e's tears, she murmured, "My dear Qing'e, are you all right?" "Mother, it hurts," Qing'e cried, her voice breaking, intensifying Jin Xiaoyu's distress. Dan soon followed into the woodshed, and upon seeing her son sprawled on the ground with a bump on his forehead from hitting the stove, she was enraged. Assuming Qing'e was responsible, she lunged for her, intending to drag her out of Jin Xiaoyu's embrace, and shouted, "You little brat. Have you lost your mind? How dare you hit my Doubao? Turning to Jin Xiaoyu, she demanded, you must control your child. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, forget about that matter you entrusted to me. She stood defiantly, hands on her hips, determined not to relent. While Jin Xiaoyu cradled Qing'er, inspecting her injuries, she found that aside from her eye, which had been struck, Qing'er was otherwise fine. Relieved that her sight remained intact, Jin Xiaoyu's anger flared at Dan's words. What an unashamed harpy. Did she think Jin Xiaoyu was still the former Zhou Guofu, one who would betray her own child for a gluttonous wretch? Jin Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and placed her hands on her hips, ready to deliver a well-deserved lesson. Dan, having been a matchmaker for many years, had some skill in reading the room. She hesitated at Jin Xiaoyu's fierce demeanor, momentarily forgetting her purpose. Just as she prepared to smooth things over, Doubao interjected, Aunt Zhou, don't forget, without my mother to matchmake for you, your little brat would be waiting to rot. These were words Dan often repeated, and Doubao, having absorbed them, believed Jin Xiaoyu would still cower in fear. Jin Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh, bemused by the audacity of this mother and son duo. Did they truly believe everyone was a fool? Zhou Guofu had been foolish indeed, for she had always feared Dan and Doubao's threats, hastily punishing Qing'er and surrendering the precious things she had fought to obtain. As she gazed at Qing'er, whose eyes were red and filled with apprehension, Jin Xiaoyu felt a surge of compassion. Qing'er was understandably frightened. In the past, whenever they visited, her mother would indiscriminately strike her, and even when Doubao assaulted her, Zhou Guofu would side with him. Qing'er was terrified that her mother would once again favor Doubao and revert to her former self. Fear burgeoned within Qing, causing him to tremble as he gazed anxiously at his mother. Her eyes, once again, bore the same terrifying look as before, and with a quiver of his small, aggrieved lips, he succumbed to tears. Jin Xiaoyu, oblivious to Qing'er's inner turmoil, felt a pang of heartache upon seeing him cry. She enveloped him in a tender embrace, wiping away his tears and soothing him with gentle words, Qing'er, my dear, do not weep. Mother is here. No one dares to bully you. Her soft, melodious voice served as a calming balm, gradually soothing Qing'er's trembling heart, which had been ravaged by feelings of injustice and fear. Like a warm breeze, gently healing his wounds. Doubao, witnessing that Jin Xiaoyu not only refused to apologize for the pain inflicted upon him, but also glared at him fiercely, felt a twinge of guilt. Yet he persisted. Did you not hear what I said? Are you deaf? A cold smile graced the corners of Jin Xiaoyu's lips as she carefully set Qing'er down, retrieving a firewood stick from behind her. She raised it menacingly towards the shameless pair before her, declaring, I'm giving you a chance. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Panic seized Dan Shi, who hurriedly positioned herself in front of Doubao. Zhou Guofu, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you are doing? Do you still want me to help you with your matchmaking? Jin Xiaoyu retorted scornfully. Do you think I am foolish? Who still needs your matchmaking these days? Dan Shi's expression shifted to one of alarm as she attempted to defend herself. That was a prior agreement. I assure you, I have a good family in mind for you. If you treat me unkindly, I shall offer this good match to someone else. You may regret it. Do as you please. My affairs will no longer concern you, Jin Xiaoyu asserted, unafraid. Now that she had the Shinzuan, what kind of man could still capture her interest? Dan Shi, taken aback by Jin Xiaoyu's resolute demeanor, found herself at a loss. Doubao, incensed, shouted at Jin Xiaoyu, you, wretched toad, deserve to remain single. Let me tell you something you may not know. Back in the day, my mother could have married you to a wealthy family in our village. But your stinginess led her to marry Wen Xiao instead, leaving you with a sickly husband. Dan Shi was taken aback by Doubao's revelation, her composure faltering as she smacked his head and directed her ire towards Jin Xiaoyu. Do not listen to the nonsense of a child. But was it truly nonsense? Zhou Guofu, unaware of the past, knew that the village was well aware of it. Once a delicate beauty, Zhou Guofu had many suitors vying for her hand until Dan Shi, eager to play matchmaker, had arranged for her to marry a prominent family. Suddenly, a woman named Wen Xiao emerged, offering a substantial sum of money to Dan Shi, who then allowed greed to cloud her judgment. The matchmaker, with her persuasive words, painted Zhou Guofu as a woman unable to bear children, while extolling Wen Xiao to such heights that the wealthy family changed their minds. Coincidentally, a sickly man from the Zhou family sought a bride, and Dan Shi deceitfully lured Zhou Guofu into a marriage with him. Upon arriving, Zhou Guofu soon discovered the truth of her husband's ailment and sought Dan Shi for help, only to be met with feigned sympathy and empty reassurances. Zhou Guofu, naive and hopeful, clung to the belief that Dan Shi could secure a better match for her, ultimately squandering her life in the process. Though Jin Xiaoyu had not gleaned the full truth from Zhou Guofu's memories, she surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. Recognizing that Dan Shi had never intended to aid Zhou Guofu, but rather sought to exploit her naivete, Dou Bao, sensing Dan Shi's continued attempts to deceive them, adopted an attitude of defiance, choosing not to waste words with them and instead raising his stick to strike. Dou Bao, emboldened, taunted Jin Xiaoyu, "Go ahead, hit me if you dare." Despite her internal admonishments against harming a child, Jin Xiaoyu's patience waned as she witnessed Dou Bao's insolence. Dan Shi, astonished that Jin Xiaoyu would dare strike her own son, was too late to intervene when Jin Xiaoyu swung her stick towards Dou Bao's leg. "That hurts. Mother, save me," Dou Bao cried out, sprinting away in panic while Jin Xiaoyu pursued him. Dan Shi attempted to intervene, but found herself powerless to stop them, resorting to shouting in frustration. Confusion enveloped her. Had Zhou Guofu truly lost her mind? In the past, Zhou Guofu had been terrified at the thought of Dan Shi abandoning her. Yet now she exhibited confidence and even dared to strike. "Leave now, or do not blame my stick for being unrelenting. To deal with thieves, even death is not a crime," Jin Xiaoyu warned, chasing after Dou Bao while pretending to strike him. Most of her blows were merely for show, as her true intention was to expel them from her life permanently. "Zhou Guofu," Jiang Shaodan, "have you lost your senses? You are hitting Dou Bao, whom you once cherished." Dan Shi shouted at Jin Xiaoyu. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? "Are you still the Zhou Guofu we knew?" Dan Shi pondered, increasingly perplexed by the drastic change in Zhou Guofu's demeanor, as though she had been possessed. "Nonsense, I am not Jiang Shaodan. Am I a ghost? I warn you, leave at once, or I shall report you to the authorities. Burglary is a grave offense punishable by severe penalties." Dan Shi was genuinely frightened. Although once a renowned matchmaker, she was illiterate and ignorant of the law. Upon hearing Jin Xiaoyu's threat to report her, she wilted under pressure, no longer daring to boast. Yet, she could not swallow her humiliation, spitting in Jin Xiaoyu's direction before dragging Dou Bao away, cursing under her breath. Once they departed, Jin Xiaoyu hurried to examine Qing'er's injuries, which were primarily on his face and arms, particularly around his eyes, bruised and alarming in appearance, with a tuft of hair missing from his head. After the recent events, she could not bear to leave Qing'er alone at home. Fortunately, she unearthed a vial of medicine that Ague had sent previously and applied it to Qing'er's wounds. As she did so, Qing'er winced in pain, causing Jin Xiaoyu to comfort him while vowing that if she ever encountered that shameless mother and son again, she would not let them off lightly. Meanwhile, Dan Shi, reflecting on her departure with Dou Bao, grew increasingly unsettled. Initially, she had come seeking to benefit from Zhou Guofu as newfound prosperity, believing she would not return empty-handed. However, she was dismayed to find that Zhou Guofu had turned her back on their former relationship. Was it possible that Zhou Guofu had truly fallen for that foolish beggar, Ague, leading her to disdain Dan Shi? If Zhou Guofu thought she could thrive without Dan Shi, she would ensure that her life would be equally miserable. Determined to exact revenge on Jin Xiaoyu, Dan Shi resolved to gather more information about Ague. She envisioned a scenario in which Zhou Guofu would kneel before her, begging for forgiveness. The mere thought brought her joy. Yet, her stomach grumbled, drawing her attention to Dou Bao, who was quickly devouring something. That boy has been in there for quite some time. He must have eaten and taken plenty. Pausing in her tracks, she eyed Dou Bao with suspicion, demanding, "Hand over what you have." Dou Bao hastily shoved the morsel into his mouth, swallowing hard before declaring, "Mother, there's nothing left. I ate it all. I barely got a few pieces, and it was all that scoundrel Qing'er's fault. Otherwise, I would have brought you some." However, he was bored of the Dan family. How could Dan not know what her son was thinking? Not only did she not believe him, but she also began to search through Dou Bao's belongings. "Hurry up and take it out, or do not blame me for being rude," she warned. "You little rascal, do you think you could deceive me?" With a stern expression, Dan frightened Dou Bao, who, in an effort to avoid punishment, eventually revealed the last piece of preserved meat hidden in his pocket. Upon seeing it, Dan's eyes lit up, and she snatched it from him, eagerly chewing it. The taste was exquisite. It had been years since she had savored meat, and she had nearly forgotten its flavor. Yet, one piece was hardly satisfying. Her gaze returned to Dou Bao, who, terrified, quickly shook his head and emptied his pockets for her to see. Mother, Dove Bao did not deceive you. There really is nothing left. Dan wasted no time, directly reaching in to check, and indeed he was empty-handed, but she would not be deterred. Take off your shoes. Dan soon noticed that Dove Bao seemed taller than usual. Chapter 50, quite appealing with a sorrowful expression. Dove Bao was forcibly made to remove his shoes, and ultimately, the 3 pieces of meat hidden within them were discovered by Dan. She did not mind the dirt on the shoes. Upon seeing the meat, she swallowed her saliva, eagerly stuffing it into her mouth, nearly choking due to her haste. After a while, she finally managed to swallow it all, even nearly biting her tongue in her eagerness. It was simply too delicious. However, it was still not enough. Watching his mother devour the preserved meat he had intended to hide and savor alone, Dove Bao's face fell, especially when he saw her nearly gag. He hurriedly reached out, but Dan did not grant him even that opportunity. You little rascal, not knowing how to show filial piety to your mother. Attempting to snatch from my mouth. Watch me not teach you a lesson. Dan scolded him as she wolfed down the meat. Mother, I want to eat too. I haven't had much. It was that Chinger who interrupted me, Dove Bao exclaimed, feeling wronged and vowing silently not to let Chinger off the hook. After swallowing the last bite, Dan poked Dove Bao with her hand. You little rascal, if it weren't for you deriding others as fat woman and toad and exposing my old age, we would have eaten our fill today. Although Dove Bao felt resentful at the scolding, he also recognized the truth in her words. Dan was somewhat tempted, but recalling the fierce demeanor of Widow Zhou wielding a stick, she quickly shook her head, fearing the matter was not so simple. It must be said that Widow Zhou had indeed transformed. This precious meat was not to be wasted. If she did not manage to acquire some, how could she justify it to herself? Jin Xiaoyu administered medicine to Qing'er and comforted her to rest for a while before heading to the firewood room, where she found that nearly a basin of preserved meat had been ruined. Disgusted by the thought of Dan and her son being so unclean, and Dove Bao picking his nose at any moment, she felt nauseated. Despite the meat being precious, she decided against keeping it, fearing it might spoil her stomach. Thankfully, there were still 2 basins left, which would suffice for the time being. She planned to head to town in a few days to buy new meat for drying. With time to spare, she led Qing'er to inspect the back mountain, where the village head had publicly declared that a large tract of land was hers, Jin Xiaoyu, and it was documented. The land, irrigated by the water from the spatial pearl, would soon yield crops, just like any other land. As Jin Xiaoyu wandered through, she observed that at least 10 acres of her irrigation were now suitable for normal cultivation. Although she could irrigate more, she and Qing'er could only manage about 10 acres. She did not want to make it easy for others to seize her hard work. Time was on her side. Next year would suffice for now. When she had more funds, she could hire help to fill the entire mountain with crops. She meticulously divided the land with branches, planning what to plant when the weather warmed. Grain was essential, vegetables were necessary, and fruit could not be overlooked. After all, once she shed the weight, she would need to return the spatial pearl to the Xianzun. Furthermore, she could not rely too heavily on it, for if she suddenly acquired wealth, it would surely raise suspicions. However, Jin Xiaoyu had a bold idea. Since she needed to build a new house, why not construct it here? This way, all the land would belong to her, and she would not need to ask the village for land. Additionally, she could keep a close watch on her property to prevent others from coveting it. Jin Xiaoyu happily discussed future plans with Qing'er, who was equally thrilled. She had complete faith in her mother, as Jin Xiaoyu had earned her unwavering trust. Unbeknownst to them, evening had arrived. The villagers of Mingjing village saw Jin Xiaoyu leading Qing'er in the back mountain. From a distance, the harmonious scene sparked imaginations. Some noticed for the first time that Jin Xiaoyu had indeed lost weight. Her spirit lifted, and the blemishes on her face seemed to have faded significantly. This discovery quickly spread among the villagers, drawing many to watch from afar, nodding in agreement. Widow Zhou had indeed become more appealing. It is often said that beauty is nurtured by wealth, and now that Widow Zhou had money, it was presumed she had access to miraculous remedies. However, that may not be entirely true. Widow Zhou had once been quite attractive, but life's hardships had led her to neglect herself, becoming lazy and greedy. Now that she had come to terms with her situation, she began to strive for improvement, naturally shedding weight and regaining her beauty. This perspective held some truth. Regardless, Widow Zhou had undeniably changed significantly. Outside the crowd, someone stood afar, gazing at Jin Xiaoyu, who seemed bathed in golden light under the sunset. Ague felt his heart lift as he thought of the promise Jin Xiaoyu had made to meet him once she had lost weight. He wondered if this moment counted. Wait, what was he thinking? He had merely come to observe how his substitute lived in this world, yet here he was drawn to this village woman. After the soul returned to its body, Chang Feng took a moment to adjust before opening his eyes, only to find the celestial elder glaring at him disapprovingly. Chang Feng, do you look down on me? How dare you daydream while playing chess with me? Elder, how long has this game been going on? You have pondered over this one piece for more than half a month. Am I not allowed to take a nap? Chang Feng retorted, displeased. Fine. You may be better at chess than I, but you could at least let me win once, the elder huffed, puffing out his cheeks in mock anger. You always let me win, yet you still haven't succeeded, Chang Feng replied helplessly. Then let's not play. I see you look down on me, the elder feigned annoyance. Initially, the elder expected that his mock anger would prompt Chang Feng to relent, but after waiting in vain for a response, he recalled another matter that piqued his interest. Leaning closer, he asked quietly, Tell me the truth, did you use that substitute to observe a young lady? Chang Feng, I must warn you, even if you have developed feelings, do not pursue a mortal woman, or the daughter of the emperor will not spare you. The elder's warning evidently did not appease Chang Feng, whose expression took on a haughty demeanor. With a flick of his fan, he replied coolly, I assure you, I have never even considered it. Even if I did, who could possibly stop me? All right, you're impressive. I have given my warning. However, I have heard that the emperor's daughter has been searching for your whereabouts. If she learns that you have only sent a substitute, it might lead to trouble. As he spoke, the elder paused, realizing that the idea of using a substitute had originated from him. Yet, Chang Feng seemed unfazed. Hey, what's wrong with you? The elder inquired. At that moment, the remaining 6 fragments of Chang Feng's soul seemed to respond to another 2, involuntarily merging into the body of the substitute. Strangely enough, it took him a long while to realize this matter himself. Chapter 51, The Butcher. Mother, did you hear any sounds? Jin Xiaoyu perked up her ears to listen carefully. Indeed, there were faint sounds of shouting and weeping, seemingly coming from the northeast corner. In that corner lived the Wu family of the village. Among them, one household stood out, not for their wealth, but because the man of the house had been working in the town's slaughterhouse for many years, a skill said to be passed down through generations. Having a trade to rely on was certainly preferable to a lineage of farming. However, the man had become so accustomed to the brutality of his work that he instilled fear in others from afar, making it difficult for him to find a bride. By the time he reached his 30s, many were already grandfathers. Even the elder Chao Cheng and Aunt Wang were only in their 40s. Eventually, the butcher Wu Neng steeled himself, offering a substantial bride price to marry a beautiful maiden from a distant place. It was said that she was extraordinarily lovely, and when she first married Wu Neng, he cherished her deeply. However, the woman was terrified of Wu Neng and constantly contemplated escaping. Over time, Wu Neng's patience wore thin, leading him to unleash his frustrations upon her, with the sounds of abuse and weeping often echoing through the air. Jin Xiaoyu, delving into the memories of Widow Zhou, inadvertently found herself pulled towards Wu Neng's home. The house was surrounded by a fence, allowing a clear view of everything in the courtyard. By this time, a crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Wu Neng swung a club, striking his wife Yang Xiaoyu repeatedly while hurling insults at her. His strength was formidable, and he showed no signs of restraint. Each blow caused Yang Xiaoyu to tremble, yet she curled up, too frightened to move, merely sobbing quietly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Only when the beating became unbearable did she cry out, Stop, it hurts. Wu Neng, fueled by his own anger, struck harder. It seemed as though Yang Xiaoyu might be beaten to death. Unable to contain themselves, some onlookers urged, Butcher Wu, stop. You'll kill her. Wu Neng scoffed. Are you saying she won't run away anymore? What do you think? I'm not running away. I just want to go for a walk, Yang Xiaoyu sobbed, shaking her head. Nonsense. You took the money from our home, didn't you? You planned to steal from me to spend on some other man. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. Wu Neng's fury intensified, transferring fully to his blows, which landed mercilessly on Yang Xiaoyu's back. Tog Yang Xiaoyu trembled. On the verge of collapse, she remained defiantly silent, unwilling to offer further explanations. Her reactions only served to convince the crowd that she was indeed attempting to abscond with Wu Neng's money to be with another man. The only one who held a different opinion was Jin Xiaoyu. The more she witnessed, the angrier she became. However, what could she do? Even if she intervened, would it stop Wu Neng from his assault? Even if she persuaded him, turning away could easily unleash his rage upon Yang Xiaoyu again. It seemed that any external interference would only exacerbate the conflict. Moreover, Widow Zhou's reputation was not pristine. Helping Yang Xiaoyu might lead Wu Neng to suspect her even more. Yet, witnessing Yang Xiaoyu being beaten so brutally, Jin Xiaoyu felt a twinge of compassion. She reasoned that Wu Neng's anger stemmed from Yang Xiaoyu's perceived betrayal, her frequent departures. If only she could clarify the misunderstanding, might it not resolve the issue? With this thought, she quickly signaled to Yang Xiaoyu, but the latter appeared confused, unable to grasp her intent. Wu Neng seemed to notice the interaction between Jin Xiaoyu and Yang Xiaoyu and glared menacingly at Jin Xiaoyu, growling, "My family affairs do not require outsiders to meddle." These words displeased the onlookers. After all, they had not seen Jin Xiaoyu signal to Yang Xiaoyu, leading them to believe that Wu Neng was addressing everyone. Some could no longer hold their tongues and began to speak out. "Butcher Wu, at your age, finding a wife is not easy. If you kill her, you'll be a bachelor for life. Besides, if you beat her, she won't stay. I reckon she never had any affection for you, to begin with." Others chimed in, mocking, "I suspect she has someone else outside. That's why she took the money to spend on another man." Such remarks only served to stoke Wu Neng's anger, and his face flushed with rage as he continued to strike Yang Xiaoyu without restraint. Jin Xiaoyu frowned, feeling immense regret. Her attempt to help had only made matters worse. Wu Neng was already suspicious and now faced taunts that further ignited his fury. If this continued, Yang Xiaoyu would indeed be killed. Yang Xiaoyu could no longer endure the beating. Not only did her cries grow louder, but she also protested. "I didn't steal. I didn't take any money." Wu Neng retorted, "If you didn't steal, why did you run away? Where's the money?" As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and struck her harder, unable to bear it any longer. Jin Xiaoyu resolved to jump over the fence to intervene. However, before she could act, a figure suddenly leaped in, seizing the club from Wu Neng's hands. "I just passed by your house," the newcomer declared, and saw a masked figure running out with a large bundle. "Your wife was calling out for help, claiming there was a thief. She ran out to catch the thief. It was Xianzun. To think that Xianzun would come forward and take Wu Neng's club with such ease." Jin Xiaoyu felt as if she had transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, gazing dreamily at the ethereal figure in white. Upon hearing the words of a Gue, Wu Neng froze, glancing back at Yang Xiaoyu with regret, asking, "Is what he said true? Yang Xiaoyu, sniffling in distress, nodded. Why didn't you say anything?" Wu Neng, seeming to have calmed, noticed the extent of his violence, and with a tone of frustration, he questioned, "Why didn't you explain?" Yang Xiaoyu, filled with resentment towards Wu Neng, turned her head away and stammered, "I did tell you. You just didn't believe me." Wu Neng was rendered speechless, struggling to find words. Finally, he sighed deeply and squatted in the courtyard, covering his head with his hands. Observing this, Jin Xiaoyu hopped over the fence, cautiously approaching Yang Xiaoyu to assess her injuries. They were severe, and she wondered if any bones had been broken. Carefully, she encouraged Yang Xiaoyu to move her legs and body. Though she cried out in pain, she could still move, indicating that her bones might be intact. However, her skin was certainly bruised and battered. With a look of displeasure, Jin Xiaoyu turned to Wu Neng, coldly inquiring, "Do you have any medicine at home?" She shot him a disdainful glance before addressing Yang Xiaoyu. "I have some at my home. If you don't mind, come with me, and I will tend to your wounds." Yang Xiaoyu looked up at Jin Xiaoyu, who stood against the backdrop of the setting sun, a genuine smile illuminating her round face. It was the first time since her arrival that she had encountered someone with such warmth and sincerity, and inexplicably, she nodded in agreement. Jin Xiaoyu assisted Yang Xiaoyu out, and Wu Neng offered no resistance. The others remained silent, surprised to see a woman with a tarnished reputation like Widow Zhou displaying such kindness. As they exited, Jin Xiaoyu cast a lingering glance at a Gue, an unfamiliar feeling swelling in her heart. Together with the crowd, they watched as Jin Xiaoyu helped the limping Yang Xiaoyu slowly walk away. Qing'er called out to a Gue, "Uncle Gue, will you come with us?" A Gue smiled and nodded, then hurried to catch up. Chapter 52. Agitated Changfeng stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the scene of two adults and a child supporting each other as they departed. Whether it was the afterglow of the setting sun or was something else entirely, he found himself unable to tear his eyes away. Why did he so desperately wish to be part of that picture? The woman was undeniably plump and unattractive, yet he sensed an inexplicable beauty in her. Changfeng was baffled. Having lived for over 10,000 years, he had never been interested in matters of romance. Before ascending to the celestial realm, he had been consumed by thoughts of cultivation and ascension. After achieving that, life felt rather monotonous. Fortunately, he had met the Immortal Elder, and they spent their days playing chess to pass the time. Even when he received subtle glances from enchanting goddesses, he remained unfazed, let alone by mortal women. Changfeng chuckled and shook his head, convinced he must be mistaken. Perhaps it was merely the frequent contact of his substitute with that overweight woman that triggered such peculiar feelings. Thus, this substitute had absorbed 4 strands of his soul, effectively becoming a part of him, like a division of his essence. He could remain aware of everything happening to the substitute without needing to stay in a mortal realm at all times. Once this was accomplished, he soared away, only to open his eyes and behold the agitated expression of the immortal sovereign. Yang Xiaoyu was encountering the residents of Mingzheng village for the first time. Having been married to a local for 2 years, she was seldom allowed outside by Wu Gang, who locked her at home while he went to the town to slaughter pigs. She had heard Wu Gang speak of Widow Zhou, mostly in a negative light. Yet she found Widow Zhou to be quite pleasant. As she surveyed the small, thatched cottage, though modest and dilapidated, it exuded a warm cleanliness. Naturally, being a tidy person herself, she felt uneasy in the presence of Pig Butcher. However, seeing Jin Xiaoyu, who shared her penchant for cleanliness and had organized her home so neatly, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fondness toward her. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch some medicine for you," Jin Xiaoyu said. "It's fine. If he dares to come, I will chase him out with a big stick. The 3 of us are not afraid of just one man," Jin Xiaoyu reassured her, sensing her concern. Yang Xiaoyu smiled faintly and fell silent. Initially intending to apply the medicine directly, Jin Xiaoyu hesitated upon seeing Yang Xiaoyu's battered state. She pondered whether the spatial water could rejuvenate her body and wondered if it would aid in her healing. After a moment, she said to Chen, "Please boil some water. Later, we shall prepare a medicinal bath for your aunt." Qing'er cheerfully complied, filling a basin to heat on the stove. Upon hearing about the bath, Yang Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "No, it's broad daylight. It would not be proper for others to see." "It's all right. It's just me and Qing'er here." "Do you really think I would let Qing'er take advantage of you?" Jin Xiaoyu teased, then explained, "You have too many injuries. I fear the medicine might not suffice. I'll place it in the water, and you can take the opportunity to clean yourself thoroughly." Yang Xiaoyu recognized Jin Xiaoyu's intentions, but felt self-conscious, instinctively shifting further from her. In truth, she had not bathed in a long while. The last time had been during hot weather. She had felt sticky and uncomfortable, and after much pleading, Wu Gang finally fetched water for her to wash. "No, that's not what I meant. I merely believe washing would be beneficial for your injuries." Jin Xiaoyu quickly clarified, noticing her unease. She proactively poured a cup of water and handed it to her. "Drink this to soothe your throat." The water was drawn from the spatial pearl, likely beneficial for the body, though Jin Xiaoyu usually refrained from drinking it excessively. Yang Xiaoyu accepted the cup and took a sip, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you." Jin Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You're welcome. By the way, have you eaten yet? It's time for dinner." Yang Xiaoyu felt momentarily flustered, thinking Jin Xiaoyu should be the one to eat, and attempted to rise. However, Jin Xiaoyu firmly pulled her back. "Nonsense. Since you're here, how could I let you leave on an empty stomach? Rest assured, your man One T starved to death from missing one meal. Besides, he deserves to go hungry after treating you like this." Qing'er returned with the boiled water, also seizing the opportunity to bring 2 eggs, handing them to Yang Xiaoyu. "Aunt, please eat. I boiled these while the water was heating." Yang Xiaoyu felt a deep admiration for Jin Xiaoyu, recognizing her as a capable person for having raised such a well-mannered son. Jin Xiaoyu urged Yang Xiaoyu to eat the eggs before escorting her to the washroom, discarding her tattered clothing and providing her with a new garment that had never been worn. Yang Xiaoyu initially intended to refuse, but was persuaded by Jin Xiaoyu's insistence. Seeing the sincerity in Jin Xiaoyu's eyes and contemplating her own predicament, she decided not to decline further. Jin Xiaoyu called Qing'er over, instructing him to wait outside and prevent anyone from peeking in. Qing'er stuck out his tongue, silently resenting his mother's admonitions. Jin Xiaoyu reminded Yang Xiaoyu to voice any needs through Qing'er, as she would be preparing dinner. While Yang Xiaoyu utilized the washroom, Jin Xiaoyu had to make do with the simple outdoor stove, though thankfully there were ample cooking utensils. Qing'er dutifully stood guard outside, but soon heard muffled sobs from within. Understanding that his aunt was likely feeling sorrowful, he called out to comfort her. "Aunt, it's all right to cry. My mother always says that if you keep your grievances bottled up, it will make you ill." Yang Xiaoyu felt warmth spread through her heart. and she truly couldn't hold back her tears any longer, crying as she lamented, "Please don't mock me. I feel so helpless." Qing'er shook his head, thinking that Yang Xiaoyu couldn't see him, and added, "It's nothing to worry about. My mother cries often too. You mustn't tell her. But she cries in her dreams sometimes and talks in her sleep. When she has nightmares, she wakes up crying and holds me while we both weep." Hearing Qing'er recount Jin Xiaoyu's nighttime tears and her reliance on her son for comfort made Yang Xiaoyu smile, despite her sadness. Observing Jin Xiaoyu's proactive assistance today, she found it hard to believe that such a person could be frightened by Wu Gang or have nightmares that led to tears. However, after sharing a few words with Qing'er, Yang Xiaoyu felt her spirits lifting. Jin Xiaoyu had intended to prepare something special for Yang Xiaoyu and Qing, but most food was stored in the washroom. Therefore, she settled for making hand-pulled noodles, adding some fresh vegetables from the spatial pearl and a fresh egg, delicious beyond compare. The aroma was so enticing that it made one salivate. Of course, the delectable flavor was likely due to the exceptional water from the spatial pearl, Jin Xiaoyu mused. When Jin Xiaoyu finished cooking, Yang Xiaoyu emerged from the washroom, dressed and ready to help dispose of the bathwater, but Jin Xiaoyu stopped her. "Such fine water must not go to waste, even after bathing. Let it cool, and then we can take it to the back mountain to irrigate the fields, improving the soil quality." However, she refrained from divulging this to Yang Xiaoyu, as her understanding of her was still limited. Moreover, she believed it prudent not to share too much of her own affairs with others. She pulled Yang Xiaoyu to sit at the dining table, placing a large bowl of hand-pulled noodles before her. "Eat." Yang Xiaoyu gazed at the heaping bowl of noodles, feeling a warmth and gratitude swell within her. Tears began to gather in her eyes once more, yet this time, she managed to hold them back. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu." At a loss for words, Yang Xiaoyu simply expressed her gratitude and addressed her as sister. Jin Xiaoyu smiled, but said nothing. "By the way, Sister Xiaoyu, why did you suddenly change your name, and even your surname? There has been much gossip in the village, with many believing you've forgotten your roots." Jin Xiaoyu was certainly aware that she could not reveal her true name, so she said, "As you know, my reputation was rather dismal. One day I had an epiphany, realizing I could no longer continue in that manner. Thus, I decided to adopt a new name and start anew. Recently, I encountered a fortune teller who claimed that this name change would bring me good fortune." Upon finishing her explanation, Jin Xiaoyu found herself believing her own words. Yang Xiaoyu did not press further. After finishing a hearty bowl of noodles, Yang Xiaoyu's complexion improved considerably. Perhaps it was due to her gradually growing trust in Jin Xiaoyu, or perhaps it was simply the result of holding back her feelings. She seemed to wrestle with her thoughts for a moment before saying, "I never contemplated escaping, nor did I steal money. Although I did not care for Wu Gang, I have been married for 2 years, and the one waiting for me has also wed. I resolved to live my life to the fullest. I merely felt bored at home and thought to take a stroll in the village. I intended to buy some items in town, but unexpectedly, I was robbed." Jin Xiaoyu nodded, genuinely believing that Yang Xiaoyu was not the sort of person to engage in such behavior. After all, if Yang Xiaoyu truly wished to run away, she would have certainly found an opportunity. Observing Yang Xiaoyu's hasty departure, Jin Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of melancholy. She could see that Yang Xiaoyu harbored no affection for Wu Gang, yet it seemed that the women in this region lacked the autonomy to choose their own lives. However, that was someone else's plight. Jin Xiaoyu would never allow herself to be trapped in such a situation. "Mother, how can we assist this aunt?" Qing'er likely recalled the past when Widow Zhou was bullied, thus feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yang Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu shook her head. Every family has its own burdens. Many matters can only be advised upon, but true change must come from within. Chapter 53. Boldness. Qing'er understood that her mother was resolute, and since Jin Xiaoyu had voiced her opinion, he chose to remain silent. The weather grew colder, and before long, winter had truly arrived. Fortunately, Jin Xiaoyu had reinforced their thatched hut earlier and added ample cotton to their blankets. Thus, it was not as frigid as it had been previously. However, Xianzuan's cave was drafty. How could he endure such conditions? Although it seemed premature to visit Xianzuan, she could not neglect him. Jin Xiaoyu braved the biting wind to reach the thatched hut, contemplating bringing Xianzuan home. After all, in her eyes, maintaining her dignity paled in comparison to caring for Xianzuan's well-being. Yet, as she approached him, she was forcefully repelled, and his words were baffling. Boldness. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback, gazing at Xianzuan in disbelief. What had transpired? His expression was peculiar, as if he did not recognize her. Could it be that Xianzuan had suffered another memory lapse? Xianzuan, no, Ague, it's me, Xiaoyu. It's cold. How can you withstand this? She stepped forward to grasp Xianzuan's arm once more. Boldness, release me. Xianzuan flung his sleeve, throwing Jin Xiaoyu off balance. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself, or she might have fallen. Xianzuan's countenance darkened. He felt conflicted. One moment irritated by Jin Xiaoyu's touch, the next remorseful for having reacted so harshly. It was as if two entities were clashing within him, one insisting he must not allow this plump and unattractive woman to approach him, while the other admonished him for treating Xiaoyu in such a manner. Jin Xiaoyu watched in bewilderment as Xianzuan clutched his head, his expression one of torment. What was wrong with him? Ague, what troubles you? Are you unwell? She cautiously inquired. Xianzuan struggled to meet her gaze. He desperately wished to draw closer to Xiaoyu. Yet a voice within him vehemently warned against allowing this unattractive woman near him. The conflicting thoughts in his mind only served to worsen his headache and discomfort. Leave? You must leave. The voice rejecting Xiaoyu grew increasingly dominant, roaring at her. Jin Xiaoyu was incredulous, unable to comprehend what she had done wrong to provoke Xianzuan's sudden hostility. Go! The voice commanded once more. No, Xiaoyu. Ague fought to shout, but another voice drowned him out before he could finish. Jin Xiaoyu stood there, stunned, utterly confused by Xianzuan's erratic behavior. Why did he urge her to leave one moment, and then not want her to go the next? Could it be that Xianzuan had succumbed to madness? As she moved to investigate further, she was once again forcefully rebuffed. Xianzuan's demeanor had grown cold and composed, regarding Jin Xiaoyu with the eyes of a complete stranger. Bold peasant woman, how dare you covet my essence? Depart at once. Jin Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. This voice belonged to Xianzuan. Had he regained his memories? But why was he so indifferent toward her? Did he no longer harbor any feelings for her? Jin Xiaoyu stood there, aghast, her heart a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Xianzuan turned away, retreating into the cave, leaving her with a chillingly aloof silhouette. Jin Xiaoyu felt a coolness trickle down her face, and, upon wiping it away, realized it was tears. Xianzuan, he no longer cared for her. Why did his regained memories lead him to reject her? Was it due to her physical form? No, that could not be. Xianzuan was a being of profound refinement, far above being swayed by superficial appearances. Was it simply that Xianzuan disliked her, Jin Xiaoyu? Yet, what are their previous interactions? Suddenly, Jin Xiaoyu recalled overhearing Kingia streams, in which he had concocted tales to bring her and Ague together. Had Xianzuan discovered this? Did he believe she had orchestrated Qing'er's words? What to do? Jin Xiaoyu had never felt such sorrow before, standing outside the cave, oblivious to the biting cold winds. Inside, Changfeng was also in distress, possessing 4 strands of Xianzuan's spirit. He was now the dominant force within the body. He had fully assimilated the memories of this vessel, understanding the nature of Widow Zhou, and realized how foolish this vessel had been to trust a child's words. In his perception, this overweight and unattractive widow was nothing more than a shrew, lacking moral integrity. Her recent changes were overshadowed by this belief. He concluded that she must have feigned her transformation to draw closer to him. Yes, it must be so. Everything occurring with the vessel was relayed to Changfeng's true self, causing him to furrow his brow, holding a chess piece in his hand without making a move. Opposite him, the immortal elder, with profound powers, could discern his inner turmoil and could not help but advise, if you have feelings for her, why torment yourself so? Didn't you always encourage me to accept the Emperor's daughter? Why are you no longer opposing it? Changfeng reined his thoughts, finally placing the chess piece down. If you truly cared for the Emperor's daughter, you would not have allowed her to wait for you for 10,000 years. However, I find this common woman rather intriguing. Do you not sense that she bears a hint of your Fox clan's essence? Changfeng furrowed his brow again, his movements slowing. He had been puzzled when the overweight woman had called him Xianzuan. He had thought he misheard. Could it be that he did not? As a realization struck him, Changfeng set down the chess piece and rose to leave, only to be intercepted by the elder's swift motion. I have already dispatched someone to investigate the matter you seek. Sit and play chess with me without worry, the elder insisted. Changfeng did not refuse, understanding the elder's concern about attracting attention from others in the celestial realm. Thus, he decided to embrace this opportunity to remain idle. Jin Xiaoyu had lost track of time while standing before the cave, contemplating whether to deliver the items in her hand. Yet she feared the inhabitants within might ruthlessly expel her. Ultimately, she merely placed the items at the cave's entrance and departed. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, she found Qing'er already asleep. As she embraced Qing'er, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The Xianzun did not harbor any affection for her, not even the slightest, and his gaze was frightening. Jin Xiaoyu had always been optimistic, whether during her time at Tushan or after her failed ascension when she became a widow. However, the realization that the Xianzun did not favor her filled her with an unbearable sorrow. Despite her attempts to reassure herself that it was inconsequential and that she had other matters to attend to, she could not shake off her discontent. For several days, she remained despondent, to the point where Qing'er began to suspect she was ill. The once lively cottage fell silent and lifeless. On the day of the winter solstice, while every household was busy making dumplings, Jin Xiaoyu, despite her gloomy mood, did not want to let Qing'er down. She began preparing the filling early in the morning, but often found herself lost in thought, her movements considerably slowed. The filling she concocted turned out to be utterly unpalatable, and she discarded it repeatedly, trying to recreate something delicious, only to find herself further trapped in despair. From dawn until dusk, and well into the night, she wrestled with her thoughts. Qing'er understood his mother was unhappy, yet he did not know how to console her, so he stayed by her side, enduring hunger. Witnessing his mother's profound sadness, he sometimes wished she would strike him if it would alleviate her grief. Qing'er eventually fell asleep, his tears silently cascading down, dreaming of a day when his mother would regain her joy. Exhausted, Jin Xiaoyu finally fainted and, upon awakening, found herself in the space. However, this time, she lacked the desire to bathe and beautify herself. What significance did it hold for her to become beautiful if the Xianzun did not appreciate her? She lingered in the space, oblivious to the passage of time. After weeping, her tears ran dry, and she seemed to experience a sudden clarity. Was her existence solely for the Xianzun? Could she not live without him? Jin Xiaoyu repeatedly questioned herself, shouting internally. In a fit of frustration, she slapped herself, inadvertently propelling herself out of the space. Gazing at the mess of discarded filling, she belatedly realized how she had squandered the entire day, lost in her own thoughts on such a significant occasion as the winter solstice. Qing'er, beloved Qing'er. She looked around and finally noticed Qin, who had quietly remained by her side. His little face was still wet with tears, undoubtedly frightened by her distress. As she reached out to wipe his tears, he grasped her hand tightly, calling out in a dreamlike state, "Mother, please don't be sad. Qing'er wants you to be happy." Listening to his soft murmurs, Jin Xiaoyu's tears flowed once more. What had she done? The following day, Jin Xiaoyu seemed transformed, her countenance free of the shadows and resentment of the previous day, replaced instead with optimism and brightness. She resolved that regardless of the Xianzun's feelings towards her, as a former comrade of the Fox clan, she would still assist him in overcoming his tribulations, yet she would no longer harbor any illusions about him. After all, the Xianzun belonged to everyone, and she had never had the right to covet him. Since she had inadvertently become Qing'er's mother, she would shoulder the responsibilities that a widow ought to bear. She aspired to thrive, to amass wealth, and to bask in the adoration of handsome men, though she quickly dismissed the latter with a sheepish grin. Due to the previous day's upheaval, her kitchen was devoid of vegetables and meat. She had to resort to alternative options. Fortunately, there were still eggs at home, but she was entirely out of vegetables, even those from the space bead. Helpless, Jin Xiaoyu spent considerable time in the space bead. Eventually her gaze landed on the medicinal herbs within. She recalled seeing these herbs in the Fox clan's records, known to enhance the powers of immortals and prolong human life. She wondered if they would make a delicious filling for dumplings. Well, since there was nothing else available, it was worth a try. When Qing'er awoke, he found Jin Xiaoyu humming an unfamiliar tune while preparing the filling and the dough. The aroma wafting from the filling was so enticing that it ignited his appetite. "Mother, what filling is this?" he inquired. "It's Xian Shun Chao, which I bought in town early this morning," Jin Xiaoyu fabricated, not wanting to disclose its origin from a space bead. "Xian Shen Gao," Qing'er pondered, having never heard of it before. "It smells amazing. It must taste fantastic," he exclaimed, sniffing the air and smacking his lips. Together, they began to make dumplings, and the once somber thatched cottage was once again filled with laughter and joy. After boiling the dumplings, Jin Xiaoyu served a generous plate to Qing'er. "These are delicious," he said after tasting one, unable to contain his praise. "If they taste good, eat more but don't overindulge," she cautioned, recalling her discomfort from not having prepared a meal the previous day. Fearing Qing'er might suffer from overeating, Qing'er nodded and even offered her a dumpling, and the two shared a knowing smile. Although Qing'er did not understand how his mother had regained her spirits, he was simply delighted and chose not to inquire further, sensing it was somehow connected to Uncle Aguo. He was concerned that mentioning it might upset her. Over the years, it had not been easy for his mother to raise him alone, and he hoped she would find someone good to care for her. However, he was aware that the villagers held no affection for her. Regardless, he loved his mother dearly and vowed to grow up strong enough to protect her, ensuring no one would ever bully her again. For several days, the villagers had been puzzled by the silence from the thatched cottage. But upon hearing laughter and the enticing aroma wafting from within, their curiosity got the better of them. "Zhougu, what have you been doing at home? We haven't seen you out lately. What is that delightful smell? Could it be you're secretly enjoying good food at home?" A few of the gossiping women gathered at the fence to peer inside, some hoping to see if she had perished, others just wishing to catch a whiff of whatever deliciousness was being prepared, while some were simply indulging their curiosity. Jin Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and immediately spotted the three nosy villagers, who were notorious for bullying her and her child. She was not in the mood to entertain them and chose to ignore them. However, the trio, oblivious to her displeasure, boldly climbed over the fence and into the yard, drawn further by the mouth-watering scent. "Little fish, what deliciousness have you concocted? It smells divine." The most gluttonous among them inquired eagerly. Jin Xiaoyu frowned at their intrusion, brandishing a stick to block their advance. "I haven't made anything special. You all barged in uninvited, which is akin to theft. Don't you understand? Get out," she firmly insisted, shooing them away. If these individuals had not intruded uninvited, Jin Xiaoyu might have opened the door and welcomed them in. However, their intentions were clearly malevolent, driven by insatiable greed. Offering assistance would not guarantee them good fortune. They might even attract trouble. Moreover, Jin Xiaoyu was thoroughly displeased by their demeanor. When Wang Posey saw Jin Xiaoyu attempting to expel them, her mood soured immediately, her countenance falling dramatically. "Oh, now that you're living well, you forget your roots. Do not forget how you once begged us for a morsel of food. Did you not promise that once you became prosperous, you would repay us?" With the three women rendered speechless by her rebuttal, Jin Xiaoyu continued, "I, Jin Xiaoyu, am not foolish. My mind is clear. I remember who aided me. Wang Posey. I recall visiting your home that year, only to be driven away by your stick. I was so famished that I had to scavenge food from your dog, while you encouraged it to bite me. Do you not remember?" As she spoke, she bared her arm, revealing the scar from the dog's bite to Wang Posey. Left speechless by the reprimand, Wang Posey instinctively nudged Zhao Posey beside her. Zhao Posey immediately placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Wang Posey let her dog bite you, but I did not. My family is not affluent. It was never my intention not to assist you." Zhao Posey's expression quickly darkened. Jin Xiaoyu no longer regarded her and turned her gaze to the last of the trio, Li Posey. Before Li Posey could speak, Jin Xiaoyu declared, "Yes. You did give me something on your son's wedding day, but I have not forgotten what it was. It was something even a dog would refuse to eat." After making her point, Jin Xiaoyu raised her stick and shouted, "If you know what is good for you, leave now. I, Jin Xiaoyu, am no longer the widow Zhou of the past. If you think to take advantage of me, you are sorely mistaken. If you do not leave, I shall make use of this stick." Perhaps having relinquished hope in the immortal, Jin Xiaoyu no longer cared about her image, resolutely driving away anyone who dared to bully her with her stick. Seeing her brandishing the weapon, the three old women dared not linger and hastily jumped over the fence to escape. From the other side of the fence, they hurled insults at Jin Xiaoyu, who pursued them with her stick, sending them scurrying in fright. Soon, rumors began to circulate in the village about Jin Xiaoyu's character. Nevertheless, increasingly more people began to recognize her worth, as those spreading gossip were notorious village shrews. The ones at odds with Jin Xiaoyu banded together, contemplating how to sabotage her. However, after several attempts, they dispersed like birds and beasts, for no matter how devious their schemes, they could not match Jin Xiaoyu, who only turned their plots against them. Chapter 55. Returning to one's family during the winter, with no other matters at hand, Jin Xiaoyu devoted all her thoughts to the culinary arts. Among all her culinary delights, her favorite and most proficient dish was undoubtedly chicken. As a fox, her fondness for chicken was innate, and she had mastered countless methods of preparation. This time, she decided to make braised chicken. Additionally, Qing'er, being a child, had a penchant for sweet flavors. First, she prepared all the necessary ingredients. Then cleaned the chicken and chopped it into small pieces. Afterward, she placed the cleaned chicken into a pot filled with water from her space, bringing it to a boil to eliminate the blood. Once the chicken pieces were drained, she added an appropriate amount of oil to the pot. When the oil was heated, she added the seasonings, and as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, she added the chicken pieces, stirring to ensure the flavors enveloped the meat, allowing it to absorb the essence of the seasonings. She then poured in more water and simmered it over low heat. Qing'er was responsible for stoking the fire, while Jin Xiaoyu diligently stirred the mixture. The aroma of the seasoned chicken soon escaped from the tightly closed pot, filling the thatched cottage with an enticing scent. Qing'er, unable to contain herself, gazed longingly at the pot, her eyes sparkling like grapes. "Just wait a moment until the meat is tender enough to eat," Jin Xiaoyu smiled. Qing'er nodded eagerly, though she could not suppress the drool at the corner of her mouth. "Mother, it smells so good." Jin Xiaoyu, seeing Qing'er's reaction, could not help but feel delighted. When the dish was finally ready, the two of them each took a bowl, their stomachs soon full and round. Recently, she had noticed that she seemed to have lost some weight. Initially, she thought it might be due to the space water or perhaps from her frequent bathing, as its effects did not seem as potent. Yet, her skin remained as radiant as ever. Eventually, she realized that it was not that the effects had diminished or that she had built immunity. Rather, her body was gradually approaching a state of normal health. The space water only served to enhance her well-being. For instance, a person in good health would neither lose nor gain weight after bathing in the water. They would simply maintain their optimal condition. Jin Xiaoyu marveled at the miraculous qualities of the space water. Had she possessed it sooner, she would not have had to run tirelessly for more chicken during her time with the Fox clan. Nevertheless, she also understood the importance of not relying solely on the space water, as exercise remained essential. Today, someone informed her of certain matters that compelled her to consider intervening. Having been in this place for over a month, though she was not the widow Zhou, she still lived under that name. Although the Jiang family treated the widow Zhou poorly, it was somewhat justifiable, given that the elders of the Jiang family had favored Jiang Shaodan during their time. Moreover, as a niece of the Jiang family, Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt for not stepping in. After pondering throughout the night, she resolved that she could not remain indifferent and planned to set out at dawn for the Jiang family, the widow Zhou's maternal home. As dawn approached, Jin Xiaoyu took a bath in the space pearl, donned fresh, clean clothes, and awoke Qing'er from her slumber. She shared her decision with him, helped him wash up and change into new clothes, and packed some food into a basket along with a few silver coins before they set off together. Jiang Xiaotan's maternal home was approximately 20 miles from Mingzheng village. They departed at daybreak, consuming some of the food they had brought along and resting briefly before arriving at the market village where Jiang Xiaotan's family resided around midday. Upon seeing a beautiful woman accompanied by a child entering the village, the villagers were curious about her identity. Eventually, someone recognized Jin Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Isn't she the daughter of the Jiang family who married the sickly man?" Jin Xiaoyu heard the whispers behind her, but said nothing. Tightening her grip on Qing'er's hand as she made her way towards the house, she remembered. Soon, Jin Xiaoyu and Qing'er arrived at the Jiang family's gate amidst the villagers' curious glances. The Jiang family was not affluent. Their home was little better than a thatched cottage, surrounded by a fence. Through the walls, the sounds of coughing, scolding, and crying could be heard. The coughing belonged to the widow, Zhou's elder brother, Jiang Fuge. The scolding came from her elder sister-in-law, Feng Shi, and the crying was from Jiang Fugue's daughter, Jiang Zihua, who was also the widow Zhou's niece. Jin Xiaoyu had heard from the women in the same village who had married into Mingzheng village that Jiang Fugue had somehow contracted tuberculosis. Despite consuming numerous medicines, the family's already limited resources were drained, yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. Coincidentally, a family from a neighboring town sought a bride for their simple-minded son and approached the Jiang family with a proposal. It was suggested that marrying Jiang Suihua would not only alleviate the family's burden, but also provide 5 taels of silver, which might offer some hope for Jiang Fugue's recovery. After discussing the matter, the Jiang family felt this was a feasible solution. Otherwise, with their main support crumbling, the family would be doomed. Poor Jiang Suihua, in her flower-like youth and beauty, naturally opposed the idea. She had heard that the prospective groom was not only simple-minded but also prone to violence, leading her to vehemently refuse the proposal. On one occasion, she even attempted to run away, but when the Jiang family found her, They beat her severely and locked her away. However, the elder brother and sister-in-law of the Jiang family disregarded the life and death of their own daughter, resolutely accepting the bride price of 5 taels of silver, merely awaiting the auspicious day to transport Jiang Xiaoyu in a bridal sedan. This matter spread like wildfire throughout Dianji village. After the demise of the elder Jiang couple, the brother and sister-in-law hastily married off their younger sister, Jiang Xiaodan, to a frail man, and now they were marrying their daughter to a simpleton. The villagers spoke of this couple as being cruel, treating their daughter as if she were of no worth. Many proclaimed that they would never allow their own daughters to wed into the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaoyu was inconsolable, weeping day and night, and it was impossible for anyone in Dianji village to remain unaware of her plight. Some even suggested to the Jiang couple that they seek out Jiang Xiaodan, who was now living well, but they dismissed the notion, recalling a chance encounter years ago where they had seen Jiang Xiaodan begging and had deliberately avoided her. They believed it would be a miracle if Jiang Xiaodan had indeed prospered. Along the way, Jin Xiaoyu gathered much information from the gossip of the onlookers. Upon reaching the Jiang household, she paused for quite some time, hesitating to knock on the door. Inside, the sounds of coughing, shouting, and weeping grew more pronounced. As mealtime approached, Jiang Fugui called out, "Cough, I'm starving. Where's the child's mother? Cough, why isn't the meal ready? All you think about is eating. Don't you realize the state of our household? There is no rice to cook." Feng Shi, while scolding, yelled towards the adjacent room, clearly addressing Jiang Xiaoyu. "After all this time, do you not feel a shred of remorse for your father, who is on the brink of death, or for your mother and brother?" Upon hearing Feng Shi's shouts, the cries from the next room intensified. Jiang Xiaoyu sobbed, "I feel for my father, mother, and brother, which is why I toil day and night. But mother should also have some compassion for me. If I marry a simpleton, my life will be over. Have you sacrificed my entire life as well as my aunt's? Huh, your aunt was simply lacking in ambition. The man you're to marry may be a bit dull, but his family is well off, and your future father-in-law is educated. Surely, you will not be mistreated. If you bear them a son or daughter, will your life not be filled with hope? Not only you, but your father and brother will also enjoy a life of comfort alongside you. I will not marry. If anyone is to marry, it shall be you." Jiang Xiaoyu was impervious to her mother's words and began to wail loudly again, lamenting her fate. "You may cry, but as long as you do not die from your tears, you will still be taken to the bridal sedan. I tell you, had I the chance, I would have taken your place long ago. I was blind to have married your father, living a life of constant hunger. I have had enough." Feng Shi shouted, stepping outside. After a few paces, hearing Jiang Fugui's cough grow louder, she halted, scolding, "Stop coughing. You are driving me mad. You think I enjoy this? My illness is due to you. I told you not to go to the fields in that downpour, but you insisted, and now I have fallen ill. And you blame me?" Jiang Fugui coughed and managed to speak after a great effort, only to be met with Feng Shi's furious retort, "You should not speak at all. Listening to you makes me feel as though death is near." Jiang Xiaobao, who had been hiding in the corner, remained silent, but upon noticing a crowd outside, he curiously peered out and soon spotted a beautiful woman holding something, accompanied by a child. The woman seemed familiar, and he pondered, recalling his father mentioning a small aunt who resembled his sister. Could it be that the woman before him was indeed his aunt? Trembling, Jiang Xiaobao approached his mother, gently tugging at her sleeve. She cast him an impatient glance, snapping, "What do you want now? Aren't I already burdened enough? All you think of is food while the whole family waits to eat. If this continues, I will sell myself in the city just to ensure you all are fed." At that moment, someone outside shouted, "Why haven't you opened the door yet? Are you going to ignore your guests?" Chapter 56. Are there no Jiang family members left? In recent days, many villagers had come to witness the spectacle, sharing various opinions. Feng Shi had grown accustomed to the scornful remarks and hardly paid them any mind, merely rolling her eyes before continuing her search for rice to cook. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure, and she froze for a moment before turning to scrutinize the woman before her. The beautiful woman was none other than her sister-in-law, Jiang Xiaodan. Yet a few years prior, when they encountered each other at the market, Jiang Xiaodan had appeared ugly, plump, and disheveled. Seeing that her mother was also looking at the beautiful woman, Jiang Xiaobao timidly asked, "Mother, is that woman our aunt?" Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Jiang Xiaodan was dressed in new clothes, and the child beside her seemed well-fed and properly clothed. Feng Shi recalled hearing rumors recently that Jiang Xiaodan was living well. could be true. Despite this, she held no fondness for her sister-in-law, recalling how harshly the elder Jiang couple had treated her when she first married into the family. Everything good in the household had been reserved for this sister-in-law, even during her own pregnancy. Finally, after the elder couple passed away, she had seized the opportunity to send Jiang Xiaodan away, marrying her off to a sickly man in Mingjing village. In her heart, she had long wished for Jiang Xiaodan's demise, hoping she would never return. "Why don't you let me in first?" Jin Xiaoyu, sensing Feng Shi's animosity, felt an urge to turn back, but restrained herself, knowing that these were Jiang Suihua's relatives, and the child was innocent. She could not bear to see Jiang Suihua's life wasted. "Wasn't it you who insisted on severing ties?" Feng Shi stood with her hands on her hips, appearing unyielding. "Meat? Eggs?" Jiang Xiaobao's eyes widened at the thought, disregarding his mother's objections as he rushed towards Jin Xiaoyu, timidly asking, "Aunt, you are my aunt, right? Is this really for us?" Jin Xiaoyu smiled and bent down to ruffle Jiang Xiaobao's hair, then lifted the cloth covering her basket to reveal eggs and meat. "Of course, they are for you. You must be Xiaobao, right? I am your aunt, here to see you and your sister. Do you welcome your aunt?" Jiang Xiaobao was unsure what welcome meant, but nodded happily at his aunt and then ran to tug at his mother's clothes. "Mother, Xiaobao wants to eat eggs and meat. Please let aunt in." Upon hearing that Jin Xiaoyu had brought eggs and meat, Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. It had been years since she had seen such food, and now there was a whole basket full. She found it hard to believe that Jiang Xiaodan had truly prospered. But as a widow, supposedly even cast out by the Zhou family, living in a dilapidated hut, how could she possibly afford such luxuries? Was it possible that Jiang Xiaodan had found a new man? She always knew that Jiang Xiaodan was restless, bringing shame to the Jiang family. With that thought, Feng Shi dismissed her doubts, adopting a haughty demeanor as she glared at Jin Xiaoyu and Qing'er, sneering. "So, you show up to flaunt your new man? Do not say that you have brought eggs and meat. Even if you came bearing a basket full of silver, our Jiang family cannot afford to lose face." Jin Xiaoyu has endeavored to remain patient, yet the Feng family has repeatedly slandered and belittled her, and her forbearance is gradually wearing thin. She would not permit her entry, yet she herself is unwilling to enter, as if her possessions were scattered by the winds. "Very well, since the elder sister-in-law refuses me entry, I shall not enter. However, let me make it clear, if you look down upon me, I equally disdain you. You were the one who married me off to a sickly man, ruining half of my life. I need not dwell on that. I am not your flesh and blood, so naturally, you do not concern yourself with my well-being. Yet, Suihua is your own daughter. Do you truly not care about her future?" With that, Jin Xiaoyu, seething with anger, grasped Qing'er's hand and pretended to leave. In truth, Feng was reluctant to part with Suihua, but how could she marry her off without securing the family's future? If something were to happen to the man, how could she sustain the household? Moreover, Jiang Xiaobao is still young. How could she raise him alone? Unlike Jiang Xiaodan, she would not remarry, nor would she beg. Contemplating these matters, Feng steeled her resolve and retorted to Jin Xiaoyu, "This is our family affair. It does not concern you." Jin Xiaoyu, exasperated, replied, "Fine. If you say it does not concern me, then I shall not concern myself." With that, she turned to leave. Feng glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaobao, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Compared to Qing'er, her own children were ragged and malnourished, all due to her inadequacies. Noticing a slight softening in his mother's expression, Jiang Xiaobao dashed to the door and called out, Aunt, please help my sister." He then knelt before Jin Xiaoyu, seeing that the crowd remained unmoved. Jin Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she shouted, "What? Do you think the Jiang family has no one left?" Chapter 57. Provocation. Jin Xiaoyu, with hands on her hips and an intimidating stance, indeed struck a formidable figure. Some intimidated reconsidered their intent to linger, while others were perplexed. "I say, Jiang Xiaodan, have you forgotten how they treated you back then?" Jin Xiaoyu certainly had not forgotten, but she had not experienced the depths of despair that Widow Zhou had. Furthermore, she realized that those who brought up such matters were not genuinely concerned for her welfare. Otherwise, they would not have mocked her during her misfortunes. Moreover, blood is thicker than water. Familial ties are inescapable. Despite her aversion to her in-laws, for the sake of her nieces and nephews, she could not allow these people to continue reveling in her disgrace. "Whether I remember or not is irrelevant to you. Regardless, this is my maternal family, and those within are my kin." Her words silenced those seeking to sow discord and left Feng momentarily stunned. Once the crowd dissipated, Jin Xiaoyu, urged by Jiang Xiaobao, stepped into the Jiang household, and this time, Feng did not obstruct her. Jin Xiaoyu observed that Feng was merely a paper tiger, fierce on the outside but weak within. Yet she also knew that dealing with such a temperament would be challenging. Nevertheless, she devised a plan. As she walked further inside, prompted by Jiang Xiaobao's desperate pleas, she surveyed the courtyard and the house, exclaiming, "Why does this place seem even more dilapidated than when I was last here? Who said that after losing our parents, life would improve? Some people certainly speak sweetly, but their words have proven utterly false." Feng realized Jin Xiaoyu was mocking her, and the restrained anger she had just suppressed surged forth anew. "What do you think you are? Don't think I don't know where your current funds come from. You rely on a man." Feng, fearing her words might not be heard, raised her voice intentionally. Jiang Dage and Suihua inside the house caught the commotion. Jiang Dage, coughing, inquired of him, "Who has come? Is it Xiaodan?" Unlike Feng, he still held some brotherly affection for widow Zhou. Yet his innate fear of his wife prevented him from contradicting her. Suihua, worried about their parents, had overheard that Xiaodan had come bearing a basket full of meat and eggs. If Xiaodan's life had improved, perhaps her parents might listen to her. Yet she hesitated to speak, fearing her mother's wrath and regretting her past actions that had angered Xiaodan, worried that her last flicker of hope might extinguish. Feng, uninterested in Jiang Dage's inquiry, shot him a disdainful glance. "Xiaodan, it truly is you." Jiang Dage, upon realizing his sister had arrived, struggled to get out of bed, but fell to the floor with a thud, landing right before Jin Xiaoyu. His head faced her, resembling a bow of reverence to Jiang Xiaodan. This sight infuriated Feng. She rushed past Jin Xiaoyu to help Jiang Dage up, muttering complaints about his lack of progress. After supporting him back onto the bed, she turned to regard Jin Xiaoyu and Qing'e, hands on her hips, and asked with displeasure, "Now, what brings you here? Surely, not to gloat over our misfortunes or to flaunt your newfound prosperity." Initially, Jin Xiaoyu had entered for the sake of the two children, but Feng's repeated harsh remarks had begun to irk her. Noticing Qing'e gently pulling at her, clearly frightened by Feng, she quickly reassured Qing'e before straightening her back to address Feng. "Firstly, my possessions are the fruits of my own labor, unrelated to any man. If you lack capability, do not project your inadequacies onto others." Feng, stung by Jin Xiaoyu's words, was about to retort, but Jin Xiaoyu pressed on. "Furthermore, I am here regarding my elder brother's illness. Regardless of our past, we share the same parents. If you fall ill and I do not come, I would be remiss to our parents. Additionally, I wish to advise you, if you desire a better life, do not contemplate exploiting your daughter. You showed no compassion towards me, sacrificing half my life. Do you wish to repeat this tragedy with your daughter? You speak from a place of privilege. You can shamelessly beg, but I cannot allow my son to suffer such indignities. Moreover, if Suihua is not married off, how will we fund Jiang Dage's treatment? Do you expect me to provide the money?" Feng exclaimed, angrily tossing her sleeves. Breathless, Jin Xiaoyu produced a silver ingot from her bosom and placed it on the bedside. Though modest, it was sufficient to hire a doctor and procure some medicine. If necessary, she would return with more. However, let me be candid. One must seek their own means of livelihood. Otherwise, they will be looked down upon. Jin Xiaoyu understood that if she did not articulate this clearly, Feng would likely attempt to exploit both sides. Indeed, upon seeing the silver, Feng's eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. However, upon hearing Jin Xiaoyu suggest that she rescind Suihua's engagement, her anger flared once more. What can a mere ounce of silver accomplish? Your brother's ailment requires ongoing treatment. An ounce will vanish within a month, unless you can offer more. Jin Xiaoyu scoffed inwardly, realizing she had overestimated Feng. She had presumed that Feng's lofty demeanor would prevent her from accepting charity. Yet here she was, readily accepting and demanding more. Truly, did she believe Jin Xiaoyu's silver came from the winds? Very well, Jin Xiaoyu replied, nodding mockingly. First, rescind Suihua's engagement, and I assure you, I will provide for Jiang Dage's medical expenses until he recovers. Feng paused, taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Jin Xiaoyu's proposition. The essence of the matter revolves around the pursuit of monetary gain. To be candid, I have been selling goods in the town for some time and have managed to save a modest sum, approximately 20 taels. I believe this amount is sufficient to treat my elder brother's illness. However, I cannot simply part with my money without due consideration. I will grant you 1 tael out of regard for my brother, But should you desire more, you must forego the marriage of Hua and ensure that her betrothal is not treated with such carelessness in the future. Jin Xiaoyu recognized that she could not constantly monitor this family and required a concrete assurance. As she prepares to leave, she is uncertain when she might return. Given that the Feng family seeks money, she is willing to assist, yet there must be a guarantee that they will not entertain thoughts of marrying off Hua again. If you can provide me with 5 taels, I shall refrain from marrying Hua off, but do you truly possess such funds? Feng is skeptical, believing Jin Xiaoyu is merely boasting. Aware that Feng is attempting to provoke her, Jin Xiaoyu remains undeterred and reveals her money pouch to Feng. Feng is infuriated, realizing that Jiang Shaodan has ulterior motives, contemplating revenge. The notion that 5 taels could lead to the sale of her daughter is preposterous. Do you truly prefer to marry your daughter off to a fool rather than to me? Jin Xiaoyu inquires. Indeed, I would rather marry Hua to a fool than give her to you. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You claim to be here for my brother and for your nieces and nephews. Yet who does not remember how you once cursed our family to misfortune? You expect me to hand over Hua for a mere 5 taels? Who knows what fate you would impose upon her? Jin Xiaoyu lets out a cold laugh. From your words, it seems you are not wholly indifferent to Hua's welfare. If you truly care, why would you consider marrying her to a fool, knowing it might jeopardize her life? Seizing the moment, Jin Xiaoyu continues, your feelings for your daughter must take precedence. Rest assured, my intention in providing you with money is not to facilitate the sale of your daughter, but to issue an IOU. You may repay me when you have the means. However, 5 taels is too much at once. Instead, I propose 3 taels in exchange for an IOU and a commitment to cease contemplating Hua's marriage. How's that sound? Jin Xiaoyu, initially inclined to offer 5 taels, re-evaluates the situation, concerned that presenting such a large sum might lead others to believe she possesses great wealth, which could result in future complications. Thus, she opts for a more measured approach. Feng appears to waver. She does not wish to sell her daughter, yet finds herself in a difficult position. While she is skeptical of Jin Xiaoyu's intentions, the suggestion of a loan feels more credible. After some contemplation, Jin Xiaoyu adds, you know me well enough to understand that I cannot lend without some form of interest. Thus, let us agree to charge the customary interest in our village. How's that sound? Feng is furious, having previously hoped for an interest-free loan. Now, Jin Xiaoyu unexpectedly raises the issue of interest. And just as she is about to retract her offer, Jin Xiaoyu reassures her, after all, we are family. The interest will be set at half the normal rate, and I will not hasten your repayment. 1 year or 2 will suffice. If you truly cannot repay, your children may work for me to offset the interest. How's that sound? Jin Xiaoyu does not place great importance on the interest. Her goal is to alleviate Feng's doubts. Feng remains hesitant, her long, slender eyes darting about. In the adjoining room, Jiang Dalan's cough breaks the silence, and he implores, my dear wife, heed Xiaotan's words. Jiang Hua, unable to contain herself, pleads with her mother. Please listen to my aunt. I promise to repay her. Little Jiang Xiaobao, tugging at his mother's sleeve, adds, Mother, I don't want my sister to marry. Please heed Aunt Xiaodan. The family pleads earnestly, and even the hardest of hearts, like Feng's, begins to soften. Moreover, Jin Xiaoyu's proposition is indeed a sound one. Before planning Hua's marriage, she had contemplated borrowing money to treat Dalong's illness. However, the villagers are well aware of Jiang Dalong's gravely ill condition and are unwilling to lend. Now, not only does Jin Xiaoyu offer a loan, but she also proposes a lower interest rate, allowing for labor to offset the debt. Yet, she still hesitates, questioning the authenticity of the offer. Jin Xiaoyu, sensing her concerns, suggests, if you doubt me, we can have someone literate in the village draft a written agreement. Would that suffice? The Jiang family, lacking literacy, is naturally apprehensive. The village scribe is a respected figure, and if he were to draft the document, all would be well. Thus, Feng's final reservations dissipate. Initially intending to seek out the scribe, Jiang Xiaobao, unable to resist the allure of food, discreetly tugs at Jin Xiaoyu's sleeve, and, may we eat first? I'm so hungry. Not only Xiaobao, but also Feng, Dalong, and Hua are famished. Jin Xiaoyu nods at Xiaobao and tells Feng, let us eat first. I will not run away, nor will the money. With that, she encourages Feng to let Hua join them. Hua, overwhelmed with gratitude, embraces Jin Xiaoyu and weeps for a moment before assisting her in preparing the meal. Feng, wishing to avoid further interaction with Jin Xiaoyu, retreats to the room with Dalong. Aunt, please do not blame my mother. She has faced many hardships. After father fell ill, our family depended on her. In truth, she has regretted her past actions towards you, but she finds it difficult to express and fears your reproach. Moreover, our family struggles to survive, Tsuehua explains, displaying her understanding of the complexities of family dynamics. As Tsuehua helps prepare the meal, tears stream down her face, her bright eyes glistening as if washed with water. Her resemblance to Jiang Xiaodan is striking, and though she is not Xiaodan, seeing this familiar face daily creates a certain bond. Jin Xiaoyu holds Tsuehua's hand gently and assures her, "It is all right. I do not harbor resentment. I am not here for them. I am here for the continuation of our Jiang family lineage and to honor my deceased parents." Though her words are sincere, Feng is displeased. And in the confines of the room, she subtly criticizes Jin Xiaoyu. Now, she claims to remember her parents and their tragic demise, yet she quickly forgets, all for the sake of supporting an idle individual. Jiang's parents indulged Jiang Xiaodan, and when she desired to emulate a fashionable girl from the village, they toiled relentlessly to provide for her, ultimately leading to their untimely deaths. This topic serves as a thorn in Zhou's heart, and Jin Xiaoyu, inheriting Zhou's memories, feels a pang of discomfort. The atmosphere, once light and jovial, grows heavy with tension. Jiang Dalong, anxious that his sister might be driven away by the conversation, suppresses his cough and interjects, "What nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet, lest I take action against you." Feng, incensed, retorts, "And you dare threaten me? Take a good look at yourself." Jiang Dalong is furious but continues to cough, sighing heavily. Observing Jin Xiaoyu's stunned expression, Jiang Tsuehua and Jiang Xiaobao grow anxious as her smile fades. Tsuehua, in a state of distress, pleads, "Aunt, please do not take this to heart." Children often have a remarkable ability to uplift spirits, and before long, the atmosphere lightens once more. Qing'er, having endured bullying throughout her life, is overjoyed to finally have siblings. As she shares tales of delightful treats, Tsuehua and Xiaobao listen intently, their mouths watering, filled with admiration and longing for their aunt, Jin Xiaoyu. The two children listen with great interest, truly impressed by the remarkable prowess of the little aunt. Only Feng Shi maintained a sullen demeanor, frequently rolling her eyes at the wall, convinced that all of this was mere pretense to obscure how Jin Xiaoyu relied on men. In her heart, she regarded this little aunt as a lazy glutton, unable to fathom how she could have transformed into someone so extraordinary. Occasionally, she noticed Jiang Dalang attentively perking up his ears, prompting her to pinch him sharply, causing him to endure the pain quietly. Fearing the atmosphere would turn sour again, he felt gratified that his sister had changed for the better and was delighted that the home, long shrouded in gloom, finally glimmered with a hint of brightness and laughter. As the meal was prepared, Chur entered with eggs and meat, beaming as she called out, "Uncle, Annie, come eat the eggs and meat." The innocent laughter of children always brings joy, and Jiang Jiadalang happily accepted the offerings, coughing as he complimented Qing. Feng Shi, adhering to the old adage of not refusing a kind gesture, reached out and accepted the food as well. Jin Xiaoyu nibbled at her portion before turning to clean the house. Once a fastidious woman, she now found the home in a state of disarray. While tidying up, she pondered how to treat Jiang Jiadalang's ailment, having heard that considerable money had been spent to no avail. If only she could soak some water from the space beads, perhaps it would yield miraculous results. Yet, she could not suggest that he take a bath. Instead, she mused, it might be better to add some water from the space beads for herself to drink regularly. Upon noticing the empty water tank, Jin Xiaoyu declared, "I will fetch some water." Jiang Tsuehua immediately protested, "Auntie, no need for you to do that. I'll go after we finish eating." "No, I've had enough. And I'm idle anyway. I enjoy working. Otherwise, how would I shed this excess weight?" Jin Xiaoyu disregarded Jiang Tsuehua's objections and proceeded. Jiang Tsuehua observed her optimistic little aunt, always wearing a smile, feeling both moved and admiring. Hearing her mother ridicule her from inside, she felt uneasy but secretly glanced at Qing, relieved that the child was not upset and even smilingly serving her food, which only deepened her discomfort. Having finished her meal, Jiang Tsuehua remarked, "Annie, you are indeed quick. Even when father was well, he did not eat this fast." Jin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "I have been busy with my weight loss, so I become a bit swifter." She then advised Jiang Tsuehua, "Your father's illness requires him to drink plenty of water. I have added medicinal herbs to this water. You and your brother should drink some too, but do not mention it to your mother, lest she suspect I poisoned it. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, knowing her aunt spoke the truth. Her mother might indeed think so, but she had come to trust her aunt. As they conversed, a knock on the door interrupted them, accompanied by shouts of hurry up and open the door. I bring good news. Jin Xiaoyu's demeanor soured upon hearing the voice, and Jiang Xiaoyu's face reflected her displeasure, even discreetly tugging at Jin Xiaoyu's hand, seemingly fearful. Before anyone could react, Jin Xiaoyu stood up, reassuring Jiang Xiaoyu, "Do not worry, I am here." She then set down the water bucket to open the door. Without waiting for Feng Shi to respond, Jin Xiaoyu reached the door just as it creaked open, revealing the visitor, none other than Dan Shi, who had gained nothing from her previous encounter with Jin Xiaoyu and had introduced the so-called good match for Jiang Xiaoyu. Since learning about Dan Shi's introduction of this good match, Jin Xiaoyu had been eager to meet her. Her curiosity was driven primarily by her lack of understanding regarding her sister-in-law Feng Shi. Despite the fact that the villagers no longer required Dan Shi's matchmaking services, still sought her out. One must realize that the red envelope for this match was substantial, if Jin Xiaoyu were to ruin this opportunity. Dan Shi's days would not be easy either. Upon encountering Dan Shi, Jin Xiaoyu felt no fondness and, with little interest in pleasantries, bluntly questioned, "What brings you here?" Dan Shi, initially feigning friendliness, found her enthusiasm extinguished by Jin Xiaoyu's icy demeanor. Her smile fading into awkwardness as she stammered, "I naturally bring good tidings, but they pertain solely to you." Attempting to push past Jin Xiaoyu, she called out, "Feng Shi, I seek you. We have progress on the matter we discussed before." The other party consulted a fortune teller and set the 5th day of next month. "I am here to inform you and to bring you money for preparations," as they specified that it should not appear too shabby. Before she could finish, she was blocked by another figure, forcing Dan Shi to halt. "Zhou Widow, why do you obstruct me? Did you not hear me say to leave?" Jin Xiaoyu was unfazed by Dan Shi's thinly veiled anger and retorted fiercely. Dan Shi felt a twinge of fear ever since her last encounter with Jin Xiaoyu. Just as she was at a loss, she glanced up to see Feng Shi emerging, prompting her to push past Jin Xiaoyu and shout, "Feng Shi, do you still desire the money? If not, I may just offer this match to someone else." Feng Shi had intended to clarify her stance on the match with Dan Shi, but upon hearing her words, she hesitated, questioning whether her previous decision was hasty. Moreover, Dan Shi held a certain reputation in the area. She could not afford to offend her, lest she find herself in a bind when it came time for Xiao Bao's future marriage. As she moved forward to mediate, she was intercepted by her daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had long harbored resentment toward Dan Shi. If it were not for Dan Shi's suggestion, her mother would not have considered marrying her off to a fool. Initially, Feng Shi had placed her trust in Dan Shi, feeling constrained by her influence. However, now that she had Jin Xiaoyu on her side, she felt emboldened and confronted Dan Shi, releasing her pent-up frustration. "Yes, my aunt is right. If this match is so splendid, why not let your brother's daughter marry instead?" "I refuse to marry." Dan Shi quickly realized the situation had shifted. Feng Shi had previously sought her assistance, but now she remained silent. Feng Shi appeared flustered, stammering without finishing her thoughts. "What? You wish to go back on your word?" Dan Shi's expression soured, her face reflecting deep embarrassment as her gaze shifted from Jiang Jiadelang to Feng Shi, who hung her head in silence, and then to Jin Xiaoyu, whom she glared at with bitter resentment. After a few sharp breaths, she bitterly remarked, "I see. You believe Zhou Widow has suddenly come into money, do you?" With that, she spat on the ground, adding, "Humph, as if I don't know. Just the other day I visited their village. Who doesn't know where Zhou Widow's wealth originated?" Her words left the room in stunned silence. Jiang Jiadelang and Feng Shi had already found Zhou Xiaotan's sudden wealth suspicious. How could a widowed woman suddenly possess such riches, particularly 20 taels? For context, 20 taels represented several years' worth of harvest for a household with a man. Not long ago, Zhou Widow had been clad in rags, struggling to feed and clothe herself. Upon hearing Dan's words, the astonishment and bewilderment that had been concealed deep within resurfaced, particularly Feng, who, upon realizing she had unexpectedly grasped a potential weakness, hurriedly inquired about the source of Dan's wealth. How did she acquire it? With a sardonic laugh, Dan refrained from rushing to provide an answer, fully aware of how Jin Xiaoyu had come into her fortune, a fact that had become widely known. However, she had no intention of revealing this truth. Jin Xiaoyu had chosen to disregard her, and Dan was determined to ensure that Jin Xiaoyu's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, compelling her to understand the consequences of offending Dan. After tantalizing Feng and the others, Dan finally scoffed, stating that Jin Xiaoyu's riches were derived from her liaisons with men, who was unaware of the infamous reputation of Widow Zhou from Mingzheng village. This remark caused Feng to gasp, yet she quickly embraced this narrative, as it aligned perfectly with her previous assumptions about Jiang Xiaotan's means of earning money. Indeed, she was not disappointed, yet she found herself puzzled. How could a widow possess such prowess to rise to affluence? Previously, she had boasted with Suohua and Xiaobao, but now Feng's demeanor shifted, her gaze darting toward Jin Xiaoyu, brimming with insults and slanderous remarks aimed at tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Jin Xiaoyu spoke up first. Is that so? My wealth originates from such means? Yet I had no inkling of it. Dan, anxious that Jin Xiaoyu might continue her discourse, hastily interrupted, attempting to convince the Jiang family to abandon any thoughts of breaking the engagement by appealing to their sense of morality. Do you not recognize the shameful deeds you've committed? If it were not for your affairs with men, would you be enjoying your current good fortune? She elevated her voice to address the others. I visited Mingzheng village not long ago. Who among the villagers is unaware of Widow Zhou's exploits? She nearly drove the gentle wife of Hunter Wang to despair and even manipulated a foolish beggar into swindling money from the carpenter's simple daughter. Most of her wealth likely stems from such unscrupulous actions. Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, arms crossed over her chest, scrutinizing Dan with piercing eyes, contemplating how Dan had a remarkable talent for twisting the truth into something credible. Nevertheless, she was unperturbed by Dan's fabrications. Her concern lay with the Jiang family, particularly her so-called relatives and their perceptions. Jiang Suohua and Jiang Xiaobao shook their heads in disbelief, seemingly unconvinced by Dan's claims. Why should she expect these individuals to believe her? Jin Xiaoyu thought sadly. Fortunately, the heads of the Jiang household were ignorant, leaving some hope for the younger generation. Luximing, what a peculiar coincidence. And I have not heard anyone mention it. Jin Xiaoyu mused. Well, if you're not ashamed to seek her out, then go ahead. Dan was certain that Widow Zhou had deliberately instigated this situation. Jin Xiaoyu, emboldened, turned to the person behind her, ultimately focusing on Feng. Sister-in-law, you have always maintained a good relationship with Luximing's mother. Why not call her here? Feng's lips quivered slightly, yet she remained silent. Suddenly recalling that Luximing had once mentioned Jiang Xiaotan's fortune stemmed from her business acumen. The Li family in Dianji village had always enjoyed a solid reputation, and there was no reason for them to shield Jiang Xiaodan. Whom should she trust? Seeing Feng's silence, Dan raised her chin defiantly and mocked. What? Even your sister-in-law doubts your outlandish claims? Feng understood Dan's character all too well. She bore a grudge against Jiang Xiaodan. If she could just assert that Jiang Xiaotan's wealth was illicit, the Jiang family would undoubtedly tremble in fear. Feng became flustered. Although she did not recognize the name Chao Cheng mentioned by Dan, the implication that the person was formidable was clear. If she accepted Jiang Xiaotan's money, she feared it would indeed bring her trouble. Yes, she must avoid complications. Having come to this conclusion, Feng was about to address Jin Xiaoyu when her daughter Suohua interjected. Previously, Suohua had been swayed by Dan's words, but she quickly recalled her aunt's actions that day. If her aunt's money were truly tainted, why would she willingly part with it? Furthermore, her aunt's demeanor today had been convincingly respectable. Suohua could not believe her aunt was the type Dan painted her to be. Moreover, she recognized Dan's true nature. After all, it was Dan who had instigated her mother to marry a sickly man, ruining her aunt's life. Rumor had it that Dan had profited handsomely as a matchmaker, enabling her family to thrive for a time. Dan's encouragement for her mother to marry off her daughter to a fool was likely motivated by greed. If her mother were to borrow money from her aunt to withdraw from the engagement, Dan's efforts would be in vain. Thus, Dan's malicious slander against her aunt was utterly suspicious. If mother will not go, then I shall. I will summon Sister Lu to clarify the truth about my aunt and the origins of her wealth, Jiang Suohua declared, making her way to the door. Jin Xiaoyu observed Jiang Suohua, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Although Jiang Suohua's intentions were driven by a desire to avoid marrying a fool, her belief in Jin Xiaoyu still touched her heart. Very well, let Qing'er accompany you. Jin Xiaoyu nodded at Jiang Suohua, seizing the opportunity to send Qing'er along. Noticing Dan's gaze falter, revealing a hint of trepidation. She added, "However, should it come to light that someone has willfully fabricated lies to tarnish my reputation, I shall not hesitate to seek retribution." As she concluded, Jin Xiaoyu's countenance transformed, devoid of any semblance of mirth, replaced instead by a visage of threat and indignation. Strangely, a flicker of fear ignited within Dan's heart. She momentarily questioned whether allowing Jiang Xuehua to summon someone was prudent, then concluded that it must be Jiang Xiaodan's cunning scheme. As Jin Xiaoyu stepped aside to grant passage to Jiang Xuehua and Qin, her expression exuded confidence as she awaited the unfolding drama, while Dan's heart raced with anxiety. Even if Lu Xiaoming were to expose her lies, Dan could easily claim that Lu Xiaoming was merely protecting Jiang Xiaodan, having received some benefit in return. Yes, that would suffice. Before Jiang Xuehua and Qing'er could exit, Dan spoke again. "Go ahead. After all, who doesn't know how close you are to Lu Xiaoming? You often take things to her family. Can she speak the truth?" With that, Dan planted her hands on her hips. Jin Xiaoyu was nearly moved to tears from laughter at Dan's audacity. This woman was truly invincible in her shamelessness. To secure Xuehua's marriage to a fool and earn a bit of matchmaking money, Dan had gone to great lengths, even fabricating such a ludicrous lie. "Let me stop you right there, Dan. Setting aside Lu Xiaoming's character, do you truly believe I would allow you to dictate the narrative of my relationship with her?" Jin Xiaoyu interjected, casting a glance at Feng. Feng's expression wavered, revealing her uncertainty. Indeed, Lu Xiaoming and Jiang Xiaodan had never shared harmonious rapport. The Lu family had always been well off in Dianji village, while the Jiang family was merely average. However, Jiang Xiaodan had been spoiled by her parents to the point of recklessness, leading her to compete with Lu Xiaoming in every aspect, ultimately exhausting her parents. Later, Lu Xiaoming married into the prosperous family of Mingzheng village, the same family of the village head, enjoying a life that was the envy of many. It was only upon hearing of Lu Xiaoming's marriage that Jiang Xiaodan had agreed to go to Mingzheng village, believing the Zhou family was comparable to the Li family. Unfortunately, she lacked the fortune, and within a month, she had been cast aside. In those years, Jiang Xiaodan always believed that she and Lu Xiaoming shared the same starting point, both hailing from Dianji village. However, as time passed, their lives diverged drastically, leading to an imbalance in her heart, which prompted her to speak ill of Lu Xiaoming within the village. Especially when the village head failed to assist her subsequently, she unleashed all her fury upon Lu Xiaoming. Thus, who was unaware of the strained relationship between Lu Xiaoming and Jiang Xiaodan. Yet, why did Dan Shi choose to speak falsehoods with her eyes wide open? Although Dan Shi was relentless in her words, she feared the potential wavering of Feng Shi and preferred not to engage in further disputes with Jin Xiaoyu, instead focusing her attention solely on Feng Shi. Feng Shi, with a pointed inquiry, demanded to know her thoughts regarding the marriage proposal, cautioning her not to forget the signed marriage contract and the 2 taels of silver already received. Was she contemplating a reversal? Upon hearing Dan Shi's words, Feng Shi's countenance shifted. Jin Xiaoyu was also taken aback. The marriage seemed more intricate than she had anticipated. Feng Shi had indeed signed a marriage contract and accepted money, which complicated matters significantly. Jiang Xuehua, noticing her aunt's hesitance, felt a sense of foreboding, fearing that even her aunt might not be able to resolve the situation. In a state of panic, she clutched Jin Xiaoyu's sleeve, her expression pleading. Jin Xiaoyu gently patted her shoulder in comfort, signaling her not to fret just yet. Observing that Feng Shi and Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, Dan Shi felt increasingly justified in her actions. Indeed, there had been no need for debates. She should have directly referenced the marriage contract. With newfound confidence, she asserted that the marriage contract had been personally signed by them, and the silver had been personally accepted. Should they wish to backtrack, it would be their responsibility to explain themselves. She had warned them that signing the marriage contract equated to a half commitment to marriage. In reversing, it would necessitate proceedings at the county court. Moreover, they had previously agreed that should they retract, a tenfold compensation would be required. As she spoke, Dan Shi tightened her waist and cast a menacing glance at Jin Xiaoyu, inwardly musing that if she were so capable, she should continue to speak. Jin Xiaoyu, easily provoked, had seen through Dan Shi's true nature after these 2 encounters. She was merely a self-serving individual who disregarded the welfare of others. While earning a matchmaker's fee was not wrong, it was unacceptable to thrust a fine young woman into peril. She did ponder Dan Shi's claims for a moment, but soon recognized the inconsistencies. Turning her gaze to Feng Shi, she inquired whether she had indeed received the money. Feng Shi, avoiding eye contact, ultimately nodded, explaining that she had no choice as Delang's illness could not be delayed. Upon hearing Feng Shi's admission, Dan Shi snorted derisively, casting a sideways glance at Jin Xiaoyu, seemingly waiting for her to leave in defeat. However, disappointment awaited her. Jin Xiaoyu merely nodded before pressing further, asking Feng Shi if she had personally signed the marriage contract and whether there was any explicit stipulation regarding the tenfold compensation. Feng Shi was momentarily perplexed by Jin Xiaoyu's inquiries, but Dan Shi's demeanor grew increasingly hostile. It seemed that the marriage contract was merely a ruse to placate her. Fearing that Feng Shi might reconsider, and the tenfold compensation was simply a casual remark made in haste. Although Jin Xiaoyu conversed with Feng Shi, her attention frequently darted to Dan Shi, and she realized her assumptions were correct. Yet Dan Shi proved to be far more troublesome than anticipated. She quickly regained her composure. Perhaps she had overestimated Widow Zhou. After all, who did not know that she was illiterate? Could she suddenly learn to read? Jin Xiaoyu had no patience left to waste. Today, it was imperative that Feng Shi publicly solidified this marriage arrangement. Thus, Dan Shi began to raise her voice. Her loud call resonated throughout the village, drawing attention as the villagers, curious about Zhang's affairs, gathered after their midday meal. Dan Shi, sensing the crowd's presence, continued to shout, declaring that as a matchmaker for many years, she had never encountered such a situation. This was damaging to her reputation. She proclaimed that if they wished to retract, they should produce the marriage contract, which clearly stipulated that retraction would incur a tenfold compensation. If the Jiang family immediately compensated her 50 taels, she would find someone to withdraw the marriage proposal. Dan Shi was confident that Jin Xiaoyu would not have 50 taels, and she was certain that Jin Xiaoyu, being illiterate, would not comprehend the contract's contents were fabricated. Moreover, even if Jin Xiaoyu could produce the sum, she would never part with it. Thus, Dan Shi felt invulnerable. The spectators began to murmur, feeling that the Jiang family was at fault. Although everyone knew that the matchmaker had introduced a fool, the existence of a marriage contract changed the narrative. 50 taels was a sum that many would struggle to earn in a lifetime, and they doubted Jin Xiaoyu could muster such an amount. As the crowd swelled, eager to witness the unfolding drama, it became apparent that regardless of the outcome, the Jiang family would suffer embarrassment. Feng Shi, seeing the throngs gathering to witness the spectacle, was infuriated and, in a fit of rage, sat down and began to weep, cursing not Dan Shi, who had drawn the crowd, but Jin Xiaoyu, labeling her a harbinger of misfortune who had previously brought ruin upon her parents and now threatened her own family. Should her family's reputation be tarnished? She feared the future of her son Xiao Bao's marriage prospects. She was now worried that the marriage would neither succeed nor be retracted, resulting in a complete disaster. What to be done? Feng Shi, berating and scolding, drew the attention of the onlookers, who were increasingly entertained. Delang of the Jiang family coughed and sighed nearby, lamenting that he had known Dan Shi to be formidable. Alas, why had he believed Xiao Dan? He even began to shoo people away, hoping to dismiss Jin Xiaoyu and negotiate with Dan Shi, thinking there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Jiang Zuihua was terrified, fearing that she might further drag her already fractured family into disgrace. Yet, she was unwilling to resign herself to marrying a fool. The only lifeline she had was her aunt, so she felt compelled to continue placing her faith in her. But why was her aunt silent? Initially, she believed her aunt was at a loss for words, only to later realize that her aunt appeared to be angry. At that moment, she recognized that it was her parents and her aunt who had caused the ire. Jiang Zuihua fretted that Jin Xiaoyu might abandon her in anger. In a moment of desperation, she bit her lip and knelt before Jin Xiaoyu, gazing up at her with a mixture of despair and helplessness. "Aunt, I implore you, help me. I do not wish to marry. If I must, I would rather die." With that, she turned to Feng Shi and declared, "Mother, if you force me to marry, the day of my wedding shall also be the anniversary of my demise." At this proclamation, those present gasped in shock. Although they had come to witness the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement, Jiang Zuihua's resolute demeanor left them utterly astounded. Some regarded her as a spirited young woman of commendable character, while others deemed her inconsiderate for not recognizing her family's plight and employing threats of death against her parents. Jiang Zuihua ignored the buzzing chatter around her, her gaze fixed intently on Jin Xiaoyu, aware that only she could assist her in this predicament. Even if her aunt had no solutions, she surely possessed resources, and even if her aunt lacked funds, she would undoubtedly find a way. Yet, her aunt remained silent, which filled her with dread. In a moment of desperation, she charged toward the nearby water vat, not even considering whether it might lead to her end. Jin Xiaoyu had been pondering whether her visit was indeed the right decision. After all, she had consistently aided the Jiang family. Yet the disdainful attitude of Jiang's elder brother and sister-in-law was infuriating. To her astonishment, in a moment of distraction, Jiang Zuohua was on the verge of ending her own life. Jin Xiaoyu rushed over to intervene, scolding, "What is so grave that you contemplate death? Is the sky falling?" Jiang Zuohua, lost in her thoughts and resolute that she could not marry a fool, momentarily froze at her aunt's furious outburst, shaking her head vigorously and asserting, "No, no, then what are you talking about? Even if the sky were to collapse, there would still be someone to hold it up." Jin Xiaoyu, frustrated by Zuehua's obstinacy, scolded her again, then helped her to her feet and pulled her between the two other women, Dan and Feng. "You all have seen how headstrong this girl is. If you persist in this course, you may end up with nothing. You, Feng, will you truly be content if your daughter meets her demise in such a manner? If you drive her to this point, you will not only lose your daughter, but also the money you owe." Jin Xiaoyu then turned to Dan, saying, "I am well aware of your intentions. You simply wish to earn a mediator's fee." Dan instinctively began to deny this, but was interrupted by Jin Xiaoyu. "However, if you push this girl to her death, your prospects of earning any mediator's fee will vanish, and the Jiang family, along with the other family you mentioned, will certainly seek retribution. In the end, you will gain neither money nor reputation." Dan wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. She had indeed been frightened. She never anticipated that Jiang Zuehua would truly consider taking her own life. But could she let such a lucrative deal slip away? No, she could not. Besides, she had already accepted the mediator's fee, and should this arrangement fall through, what would she do? The money had already been squandered by the men in her family. She had no way to repay it. Moreover, she had waited for half a year for this marriage. If it fell apart now, how would she restore her reputation? Caught in a dilemma, Dan was uncertain when Jin Xiaoyu spoke again. "I understand your predicament. Since we agreed to abide by the marriage contract, let's produce it." Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted with varied expressions. Dan felt a surge of panic, puzzled by Jin Xiaoyu's intentions. Did she know the marriage contract was false? No, that seemed impossible. How could she possibly know? Was Jin Xiaoyu truly prepared to compensate her? But did she have such resources? Regardless, even a mere 10 or 20 taels would suffice to placate the other family, and she would still have surplus. With this thought, Dan's anxiety eased. "Very well, since you insist, we shall proceed as you suggest. Feng, you have a copy of the marriage contract. Please present it." Feng, however, was taken aback and uncertain about Jin Xiaoyu's motives. If they adhered to the contract, it stipulated a tenfold compensation for any breach, and she recalled Dan mentioning that retracting would lead to legal consequences. Jin Xiaoyu had claimed she only had 20 taels on her. Moreover, Feng doubted this mean-spirited sister-in-law would genuinely offer her anything. Even if she did, it would likely be a loan. Ultimately, it seemed that Feng would be the one at a loss. At that moment, Feng felt a profound resentment towards Jin Xiaoyu. Though Jin Xiaoyu had deliberately tried to overlook Feng's callousness, she found herself exasperated. Yet, for the sake of Zuehua, she managed to suppress her irritation, not wanting to provide outsiders with any amusement. "Go fetch it. We can discuss the rest later. If it is indeed valid, I will cover it for you." Feng was skeptical of her apparent goodwill, but seeing no other option, she resigned herself to the situation. She could not bear to watch her own daughter perish. Fortunately, with so many witnesses present, should Jiang Xiaodan retract her consent, she would have a defense. Thus, Feng cursed under her breath and went inside to search. Jiang Dalong, lacking decisiveness, valued Zuehua highly, yet 50 taels was no small sum. He could not help but cough and grumble towards Jin Xiaoyu. "If you truly regard me as your elder brother, why not provide me with the funds? What a waste." Jin Xiaoyu had initially believed Jiang Dalong to be a decent person, but witnessing his and Feng's actions today left her heartbroken. She chose to ignore his remarks. Zuehua, feeling anxious, recalled having seen the document her mother held and knew Dan was speaking the truth. Yet her aunt was unaware. She genuinely feared her aunt would hesitate to provide the necessary funds for her sake. Thus, she discreetly pulled her brother Jiang Xiaobao to kneel before Jin Xiaoyu, saying, "Aunt, please rest assured, I will certainly repay this money in the future." Jin Xiaoyu had intended to assure them that repayment was unnecessary, but suddenly felt uncertain about the sincerity of the siblings. Were they genuinely afraid she would abandon them? While their concern for her was understandable, Jin Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment at the thought of her goodwill being exploited. Naturally optimistic by nature, Jin Xiaoyu had always believed in the goodness of the people from Tushan. Despite encountering many malevolent individuals since arriving in this world, she had never regarded them as kin, thus feeling little emotional investment and, consequently, little hurt. However, the Jiang family, despite her awareness of their dubious character from the memories of Widow Zhou, had led her to believe that these two children were at least virtuous. Thus, discovering their intent to manipulate her was disheartening. Yet having taken on this responsibility, she had no intention of abandoning it midway. Therefore, suppressing her sorrow and helplessness, she nodded, reassuring them, "Do not worry, I will handle it." A weight lifted from Jiang Zuihua and Jiang Xiaobao's hearts. Feng soon emerged from the house, holding a red piece of paper densely inscribed with black characters. Few in the village could read, and they were oblivious to its contents. Dan snatched it from her, proclaiming loudly. The red paper in black ink clearly states that Jiang family daughter Zuihua has been promised to that household. Should she retract her consent, they will be liable for tenfold compensation. Otherwise, the matter shall be reported to the magistrate. Dan's proclamation was loud and assertive, and she pointed at the black characters as she spoke. The illiterate villagers, intimidated, readily believed her, erupting in a clamor. Indeed, there is a marriage contract. In this case, the Jiang family has truly made a grave mistake. 50 taels, after all, someone remarked. Didn't T. Jiang Xiaodan say she would cover this 50 taels? I am eager to see if she will indeed follow through. This commentary further inflated Dan's pride as she cast a haughty glance at Jin Xiaoyu, silently reveling in her triumph. Widow Zhou, did you think you would witness my downfall? I shall show everyone who is truly at the bottom now. Dan was brimming with self-satisfaction, and feeling it was still insufficient, she began to berate Feng, Jiang Dalong, and even Jiang Zuihua and Jiang Xiaobao. I initially offered my assistance for your family's sake, but you chose to trust this reckless woman. Very well, you must produce the money. Otherwise, do not think this matter can be resolved amicably. The townspeople began to point fingers at the Jiang family, and Feng, overwhelmed, erupted into tears, blaming Jin Xiaoyu for everything. Jiang Dalong sighed and lamented about Jin Xiaoyu, while Jiang Zuihua and Jiang Xiaobao remained silent. Yet when someone raised the possibility of the Jiang family being sold into servitude, or worse if they failed to repay, resentment towards Jin Xiaoyu began to brew in their hearts, though they refrained from voicing it. After all, they still needed her help. The crowd rallied behind Dan, collectively denouncing the Jiang family, with Jin Xiaoyu bearing the brunt of their ire. Dan Shi could hardly contain her elation as she held the marriage certificate aloft and approached Jin Xiaoyu step by step. Leaning down, she taunted, "You were so bold in demanding repayment, so let us see you do it." With that, she extended her other hand towards Jin Xiaoyu. However, in the blink of an eye, Jin Xiaoyu snatched the marriage certificate from her grasp and began to read aloud for all to hear. Ren Jichu Xing Ben Shan. Ving Vyang, Vini Vyang Yuan, Gibu Iao Yink Naidin, Iao Zi Dao Guizun. The crowd was left bewildered, unsure of Jin Xiaoyu's intentions, while only Dan Shi's expression reflected a hint of panic. What was Jin Xiaoyu doing? These words seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of something heard during her time at that household. Could it be? No, that was impossible. At that moment, someone inquired, "Jiang Xiaotan, what exactly are you reading?" Jin Xiaoyu paused momentarily before smiling at the crowd, stating, "I am reading the contents of this marriage certificate." She then turned her gaze back to Dan Shi, enunciating clearly, "Dan Shi, you claim this is a marriage certificate, yet how has it transformed into the Sanzi Jing?" Sanzi Jing? But how does Jiang Xiaotan know about it? Dan Shi retorted, "What proof do you have that this is the Sanzi Jing? Do not speak frivolously. Everyone knows you are illiterate." Jin Xiaoyu smiled slyly, thinking how Dan Shi was indeed the type who would not relent until faced with overwhelming evidence. Whether this is the Sanzi Jing or a marriage certificate, I doubt my word alone will convince anyone, but our shop in GCUN certainly has literate individuals. We need only to summon one to verify. No need to search far. The grandson of the Mao family is right here, someone shouted. Dan Shi's face grew increasingly pale, and had Jin Xiaoyu not been vigilant, Dan Shi might have already wrested the marriage certificate back. Soon, the grandson of the Mao family was pushed forward. All eyes were fixated on him as he tilted his head, scrutinizing the text for a moment before hesitantly declaring, "I cannot recognize all these characters." "I told you it was a marriage certificate." Dan Sure sighed in relief, about to speak again when the boy continued. "But I do recognize these few characters. Run, Xing 11, and these phrases seem to be those that my second uncle mentioned, which are from the Sanzi Jing." Before Dan Sure could finish her rebuttal, the boy spoke again. Dan Sure's expression shifted dramatically, yet the crowd had already begun to doubt her words. Feng Sure seized the marriage certificate and crumpled it, hurling it at Dan Sure's face, exclaiming, "You black-hearted wretch! You coaxed me into signing this marriage certificate to sell my daughter, and I have suffered in silence these days. Now you wish to extort money from my family?" At that moment, the usually timid Jiang family elder, filled with rage, stepped forward and slapped Dan Sure, shouting, "You vile creature! I could kill you for this. All for a mere matchmaking fee. How low can you go?" In no time, Dan Sure found herself pinned to the ground by the Jiang family. Their fear transformed into hatred and force. Her pleas for mercy and the truth spilled forth, stirring the hearts of the onlookers. The crowd began to condemn Dan Sure, labeling her as utterly devoid of conscience, having never encountered such a malicious woman. Dan Shure's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Jin Xiaoyu quietly gathered her things and left with Qing Er, though the promised 2 taels of silver for the Jiang family elder had somehow found their way into Jiang Chuihua's hands. In Chapter 62, he suddenly halted and looked at Jin Xiaoyu, saying, "Mother, do not worry. When I grow up, I will not allow anyone to bully you." Jin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Qing Er, the clever child, had sensed her heavy heart. Yet how could he possibly know the true reason for her sorrow? She, Jin Xiaoyu, had never feared being bullied. What truly concerned her was the treachery of the people in this place. Feng Sure, the Jiang family elder, and Dan Shure's despicable nature had long been clear to her. Yet she had believed that the seemingly kind Jiang Chuihua and Jiang Xiao Bao were merely using her for their own gain, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Reflecting on her time spent trying to alter the community's perception of Zhou Guofu, she felt disheartened by the relentless slander and schemes aimed at her. Indeed, Qing Er remained somewhat unconvinced, yet if not this, what else could it be? The ever-trusting Qing Er chose to believe in his mother, determined to uplift her spirits. He endeavored to think of a way, recalling how her laughter would light up whenever he recited his lessons. On the rural path, a woman and a child walked hand in hand along the ridge, their voices filled with youthful recitations and laughter. Observing the clever and obedient Qing Er, Jin Xiaoyu felt her troubled heart gradually find solace. Accepting her circumstances, she realized she ought not to dwell on such matters. The 2 took a detour to the town's butcher shop, purchasing some meat and ribs. As Qing Er was in a growth phase, having not eaten well in previous years, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to help him catch up. Ribs would aid his growth, and she believed that with a hearty appetite, he would surely grow tall and handsome. Qing Er bore a resemblance to Zhou Guofu, yet he was even more charming, regardless of his frail lineage. Jin Xiaoyu's discerning eye assured her that he would undoubtedly grow into a striking young man, one who would captivate countless young maidens. The thought of nurturing a heartthrob for the girls to admire filled her with delight. Upon returning home, she prepared a pot of rib soup, only stopping when Qing Er begged for mercy. In the past, she would share her culinary delights with the Xianzun, but having lost hope in that avenue, she had forgotten to do so. Unexpectedly, Qing Er still remembered, but struggled to find the right words to express it. "Mother," he said while watching her tidy the table, "I was thinking, could we send an uncle a Gue?" As soon as the words left his lips, Jin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Sensing her dismay, Qing Er quickly added, "Mother, I was just saying that if you—" "Go ahead," Jin Xiaoyu interrupted, not allowing him to finish. Though she no longer intended to pursue Xianzun, he was, after all, the supreme of the Fox clan, her ancestor, and she would certainly treat him with the utmost respect. With a determined nod, she filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to Qing Er, cautioning, "Take care on your way. The road is not easy." Hesitantly, Qing Er nodded and left at Jin Xiaoyu's urging. That day, she visited the Jiang family in Gcun, having indeed assisted them, and as long as Jiang Chuihua followed her instructions, she was confident that Jiang family elder's health would be secure. Nevertheless, she decided to return in a few days, both to check on Jiang family elder's condition and to prepare for potential complications arising from the Jiang family's newfound awareness of her wealth, which might lead them to demand money under the guise of her promise to treat him. After calming Qing Er to sleep, Jin Xiaoyu entered her space pearl. In the past, she was concerned that her rapid transformation would attract unwanted attention, leading others to perceive her as an aberration. However, she has since realized that it is unnecessary to heed such judgments, for the deep-seated biases against Zhou Guofu are not something she can alter overnight. Furthermore, she sees no reason to suppress her true self for the sake of others. She decided to indulge herself within the confines of the space pearl. She had always known that the realm within the pearl was vast. It was merely that her previous visits were fleeting, leaving no time for exploration. This time, determined to fully immerse herself, she walked along the lakeshore, traversing a towering mountain that once obscured her view of the night sky, and arrived at a place suffused with ethereal energy. Although her current form lacked magical power, she could distinctly sense a more abundant spiritual energy in this locale compared to before. The flora and medicinal herbs here were of a higher grade, and the water was pleasantly warm. While the water in her previous surroundings was not cold, it was clear that this new environment would provide a greater sense of comfort. Beneath her feet, there appeared to be luminous stones, perfectly round like eggs, which felt delightful to walk upon barefoot. With a sudden plunge, Jin Xiaoyu dove into the lake, remaining submerged for an extended period. As she surfaced, she collected some of the polished stones in her palms, realizing they were quite warm and comfortable to hold. This reminded her of a type of stone she had once heard about, one that, when placed in water, imbued it with spiritual energy and a suitable temperature. Could it be that the abundance of spiritual energy and the pleasant warmth of the water here were due to these stones? Given the chill in the air, keeping the stones close not only provided warmth, but also ensured access to warm water. The comforting water flowed gently around Jin Xiaoyu, making her feel so relaxed that she contemplated taking a proper nap within the space. Previously, she would enter the space only when sleepiness overtook her, yet within this realm, she felt particularly alert. Perhaps it was the rich spiritual energy of the spring water that inspired her to desire a restful slumber this time. She found a spot where the water was not too deep, leaned against a stone at the water's edge, and closed her eyes to rest. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Xiaoyu awakened, sensing she had experienced a lengthy dream. Although time stood still outside the pearl, she had genuinely spent a considerable duration within. There was no day or night to mark the passage of time, nor any other indicators, yet she could glean some clues. Observing a nearby medicinal herb, she recalled that it had just begun to bloom during her bath, but now it had sprouted tender shoots. According to her understanding of the space pearl, this indicated at least one full cycle, roughly 7 days. Examining the fallen leaves beside her, which were a finger's thickness, she estimated they represented 3 to 4 cycles, nearly a month. Realizing she had spent a month within the space pearl, Jin Xiaoyu suddenly became alert and quickly examined her body. The slight excess weight she once carried had vanished, leaving her skin fair, slender, and perfectly proportioned, smooth as if crafted from jade. Even the marks left by previous assaults had disappeared. Moreover, she felt an indescribable sense of well-being, as though a gentle flow of warmth and energy coursed through her. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the vitality she had experienced when she possessed magical power. With excitement, Jin Xiaoyu attempted to channel this newfound spiritual energy using the incantation she had learned, and to her astonishment, it radiated from her fingertips, striking a celestial crane soaring above. The crane, startled, descended before her, trembling as it remarked, "What has attacked me? A human? No. Such a beautiful woman must be a demon. When did Changfeng become so gracious as to bring a female demon into my presence?" Upon being labeled a demon, Jin Xiaoyu felt a surge of displeasure. In her past wanderings among mortals, she and her kind had often been disparagingly referred to as fox spirits, which had initially amused her, but later revealed itself to be a derogatory term. Since then, she had developed a strong aversion to such labels. Grasping the crane's beak, she inquired, "Who are you? From whence do you come, you demon?" "You are the demon. Your entire family is full of demons. I am a celestial crane, existing since the dawn of creation when Pangu opened the heavens. I simply prefer not to draw attention, which is why there are few tales about me in this world." "Is that so? Then why are you imprisoned here?" Jin Xiaoyu interrupted, curious about the crane's predicament, although she doubted it was related to her arrival. The crane's demeanor shifted, revealing a poignant backstory. Once, it had been the mount of a powerful being diligently serving and enjoying a life of ease. However, It had encountered another crane whose master was a female demon loathed by its own master. When the powerful being discovered that its mount had been clandestinely meeting with the demon's mount, it became enraged and ordered its subordinates to capture the crane and execute it. Having served the powerful being for many years and being a spirit creature since the beginning of time, the crane was not defenseless. However, it sought to avoid conflict with the celestial beings and tried to evade capture. Unfortunately, the relentless pursuit of the celestial beings culminated in the death of its companion. Enraged, the crane retaliated, taking down several celestial beings until only Changfeng and an elder remained. Changfeng, known for his ruthlessness, showed no mercy despite their prior camaraderie. Fortunately, the crane managed to escape using secret techniques. In its quest for vengeance, the crane devoted itself to rigorous training, only to discover upon its emergence that its former companion had attained celestial status, and the powerful being had accepted her affections. This day marked both the crane's release and the wedding of its former companion's master. The crane found this utterly absurd. Why should it, as a mount, suffer the consequences of their actions? The power to determine life and death lay in their hands. Yet it and its beloved were to perish? Disguised, the crane infiltrated the wedding banquet and, after consuming a few cups of wine, began to lament the injustices of the world, disrupting the festivities. Enraged, the powerful being ordered its capture and threatened severe punishment. Fortunately, the female celestial, recalling her own mount, pleaded for mercy, resulting in the crane's life being spared, but its imprisonment within the space pearl, with Changfeng assigned as its jailer. The crane, harboring unresolved anger, yearned for freedom. Yet the restrictions of the space pearl rendered escape impossible. It had not sensed Changfeng's presence for years, and Jin Xiaoyu was the first being it had encountered since entering. Aside from Changfeng, the crane scrutinized Jin Xiaoyu from every angle, unable to determine her true nature. There was an essence of humanity, yet also an aura of the demonic. What exactly are you? The crane could not help but inquire. Mind your own business, Jin Xiaoyu retorted, though she felt a twinge of sympathy for the crane. Regardless of what you are, if you can enter here, you must know how to exit. Tell me, and I may spare your life. Do you wish to escape? Jin Xiaoyu was puzzled, sensing the overwhelming hostility emanating from Xianhe. If it were truly released, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed. Moreover, this space or belonged to the Xianzuan, and guarding the Xianhe was the Xianzuan's duty. If she were to free it, would that not imply the Xianzuan's dereliction of responsibility? Although she had resolved to sever ties with the Xianzuan, she would not engage in actions detrimental to him. Observing Jin Xiaoyu shaking her head vigorously, the Xianhe, filled with rage, unleashed a wave of energy towards her. However, by the time it reached her, it had lost its potency and vanished with a mere flick of her wrist. Jin Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised, believing her spiritual power had returned to a formidable state. The Xianhe warned her not to be complacent, asserting that if it were not for the numerous prohibitions tied to the orb, it would not have spared her. It soon dawned on Jin Xiaoyu that her own powers had not been restored. Rather, the Xianhe's powers had diminished. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she quickly came to another realization. The Xianhe was, in fact, a pitiable being, bereft of its companion, consumed by hatred for its previous master, and now confined to an inescapable prison. She too believed that the mighty being was unjust, yet understood that anyone capable of commanding the Xianfeng Xianzuan must possess extraordinary prowess, far beyond her humble capabilities as a mere fox spirit. Furthermore, she had heard that such powerful beings held dominion over the heavens and the earth. Should her disparaging remarks reach their ears, it would spell disaster for her. Nonetheless, having encountered the Xianhe, Jin Xiaoyu could not remain passive. Thus, she endeavored to persuade the Xianhe to relinquish its hostility and embrace joy once more. Regrettably, despite her fervent efforts, the Xianhe dismissed her words as mere drivel, comparing her to hypocritical pretenders. It recounted how, in the past, the Xianfeng had offered similar counsel. If one day its beloved were to be slain, and if the Xianfeng could forgive the perpetrator with equanimity, then it might consider the matter. Jin Xiaoyu was rendered speechless by this retort and felt a vague sense of sorrow. Despite her determination to move on from the Xianzuan, the thought that he might find another beloved in the future left her feeling somewhat discontented. Noticing Jin Xiaoyu's silence, the Xianhe was perplexed, wondering if its words had struck too harshly. Oddly enough, it feared that she might cease conversing with it altogether. For years, it had been alone in this place, nearly suffocating from the lack of companionship. The pent-up anger within it sought an outlet, and now that it had vented, it was anxious that Jin Xiaoyu's departure would lead to further torment. What is the matter with you? If my words displease you, I shall refrain from scolding you today. The Xianhe said cautiously. Today? Do you expect me to endure your insults daily? Jin Xiaoyu retorted in fear. Well, if you find daily admonishments too harsh, I could limit it to every few days, the Xianhe suggested timidly. Every few days? How infuriating! Jin Xiaoyu exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips. The Xianhe's invectives were directed not only at the powerful beings and female immortals, but also at the Xianzuan. Despite her decision to sever ties with the Xianzuan, she still held him in high regard, who would willingly listen to disparagement of their revered ancestor. Furthermore, if the mighty beings were to learn of her association with the Xianhe, especially one that spoke so freely, she could be implicated. The Xianhe, sensing Jin Xiaoyu's potential departure, grew increasingly anxious, grappling with its feelings. If you would be willing to endure my scorn every few days, I could offer you treasures from this space. I have observed that, although you are neither human, demon, nor immortal, you possess considerable aptitude, albeit your spiritual power appears limited. Should you regard me as your master, I could teach you the path of cultivation. While I cannot promise much, at the very least, you would be able to roam freely in one realm. What do you desire? The Xianhe asked, a hint of resignation and plea in its voice. While I may occasionally tolerate your harsh words, you must teach me spells and assist in my cultivation, and you must sit with me during this process, Jin Xiaoyu replied, feeling a surge of compassion for the Xianhe. After all, she sought its assistance, and this was also an opportunity to alleviate the Xianhe's resentment towards the Xianzuan. You clever girl. You wish to gain my abilities without cost while simultaneously helping that scoundrel, the Xianfeng, to dissipate my anger. I am curious. What is your relationship with him? How did you come to possess this orb? The Xianhe inquired, a mixture of jest and curiosity in its tone. That is none of your concern. If you wish for my company, you must first show me the orb. I have visited here many times, yet I have never seen its entirety, Jin Xiaoyu insisted. Very well, I have boarded your ship, but brace yourself, the Xianhe replied, guiding Jin Xiaoyu to sit upon its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the air, traversing the vast expanse. As Jin Xiaoyu sat atop the Xianhe, she beheld the world below and realized the enormity of her surroundings. She had only glimpsed a fraction of it before. The Xianhe took the opportunity to provide her with a tour. Do you see that? That is Lingquan Lake, known for its remarkable properties. However, judging by your demeanor, you must have encountered it before. And over there, that is Lingquan Mountain, said to house a spring, the water of Lingquan Lake flowing forth from it. It is rumored that the spring also nurtures spiritual stones that warm the cold waters of the lake. Just like those on you. Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, mentally cataloging the Xianhe's incessant chatter. Perhaps due to the lengthy dialogue, she found the Xianhe less irksome than before and felt inclined to converse. Having heard so much, may I inquire your name? My name? I fear it may frighten you. The Xianhe scoffed. Please, spare me your bravado. Jin Xiaoyu replied dismissively. Shuayin Xianzuan, the Xianhe suddenly proclaimed. Jin Xiaoyu felt a jolt of disbelief as she gazed at the Xianhe beneath her. You mean you are the Shuayin Xianzuan? The Xianhe hesitated, recalling that it had indeed been referred to by that name in the lower realms long ago. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoyu recalled the legends she had heard about the Shuayin Xianzuan. It was said that the Shuayin Xianzuan was born into the world alongside the Emperor Lord, only to become the latter's steed for reasons unknown. Thus, the powerful being the Xianhe had cursed was the Emperor Lord, the supreme ruler of the celestial realm. No wonder the Xianfeng Xianzuan had taken action to capture the Shuayin Xianzuan. Yet, it was rumored that the Shuayin Xianzuan was considered a half-master to the Xianfeng Xianzuan. Was this true? Please refrain from cursing. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with the Xianfeng Xianzuan, she ventured. What Xianzuan? The Xianfeng is nothing more than a despicable, shameless rogue. Had it not been for this great demon's serendipitous encounter in Tushan, where I recognized its potential and imparted some teachings, the Xianfeng would merely be an inconsequential fox spirit in Tushan, the Xianhe retorted. Jin Xiaoyu nodded silently, taking note of this revelation. Did this not imply that if she mastered the Shuayin's techniques, she would be counted among the same lineage as the Xianfeng Xianzuan? The thought brought her an inexplicable joy. Every spell she would wield henceforth would have been once wielded by the Xianfeng Xianzuan, which was simply marvelous. The Xianhe, sensing Jin Xiaoyu's peculiar elation, inquired. You frequently mention the Xianfeng. What precisely is your relationship with him? What relationship could I possibly have with him? I merely admire him, Jin Xiaoyu replied. Spare me your nonsense. Speak the truth, or fear that I might tamper with the techniques I teach you. Do you not wish to learn more about the Xianfeng? Perhaps his entanglements with certain female immortals? The intricate and poignant tales of romance. Chapter 64. The most detestable is that scoundrel Changfeng. Jin Xiaoyu struggled to catch her breath, nearly suffocating in her haste. After finally regaining her composure, she turned to Shuayin and shouted in indignation, insisting that Changfeng Xianzuan had never been involved with any female immortals. Humph, little girl, what do you know? Shuayin shook his head and continued, though I cannot stand that scoundrel Changfeng. I must admit that he possesses a charm that drives countless female immortals to madness. Back in the day, as he reached a pivotal point, Shuayin cast a discreet glance at Jin Xiaoyu, but chose not to elaborate further. What is it? Jin Xiaoyu could not restrain her curiosity. Shuayin chuckled. Aren't you uninterested? Don't you wish to know? Speak or remain silent as you wish. Jin Xiaoyu recognized that Shuayin was deliberately provoking her, but she was not one to fall for such tricks. When it came to endurance, she would not yield. Yet, this involved Changfeng Xianzuan, and after a moment of internal struggle, her curiosity got the better of her. Shuayin, fully aware of her impatience, seized the opportunity to propose a deal. What do you say, little girl? Shall we make a trade? Trade? What kind of trade? Jin Xiaoyu, since she might be falling into a trap, yet willingly engaged. As in times past, she would endure months or even years of arduous training in the most difficult spells just to coax her teacher into sharing more tales about Changfeng Xianzuan. The Fox clan believed her to possess extraordinary talent, dedicated to the pursuit of immortality, unaware that her true motivation was merely to learn more about him, to draw closer to him. Jin Xiaoyu, did you not promise to abandon all hope? Why do you remain so stubborn? Yet, she was simply too eager to know. Internally, Jin Xiaoyu was at war with herself. Shuayin had already laid out the terms of their exchange. You share your story with me, and I shall tell you about Changfeng. My story? What do you wish to know? Jin Xiaoyu countered. For instance, why do you possess both celestial energy and demonic aura? Shuayin inquired. Jin Xiaoyu nodded, acknowledging that since she intended to learn spells from him, it would be prudent to clarify these matters. After a brief hesitation, she agreed, very well, it's a deal. But you must first tell me about Changfeng Xianzuan. Indeed, Changfeng was exceptionally gifted. I merely offered him a casual piece of advice, and he ascended to the heavens. The appearance of the Fox clan is already rare, and Changfeng stood out even among them, captivating the affections of many celestial maidens upon his ascension. I still recall that year when the emperor, that old rogue, held a banquet in his honor, welcoming him into his fold. Many celestial maidens gathered at the banquet, openly expressing their admiration for him. Yet, Changfeng remained stoic, unmoved by their advances. At that time, I thought he had high standards and felt pity for those maidens who had wasted their affections. Changfeng recognized me as his mentor and treated me with great respect, speaking as a junior would. However, when I pleaded for mercy on behalf of my beloved, he showed no compassion. Those people had attacked my partner, and when I implored him to let me save them, he remained indifferent. It was then I realized he was a hypocrite, wearing a mask of virtue. As Shuayin recounted this, he became increasingly agitated, harboring resentment towards Changfeng Xianzuan. Jin Xiaoyu, sensing the shift in tone, interrupted with a cough. Aren't we supposed to discuss Changfeng's romantic history? Well, let's not dwell on the past. If you wish to hear about his love stories, you must be patient. One cannot rush to savor a warm tofu. Shuayin shot her a disapproving glance and flew over a hill, continuing his tale. It was said that after his ascension, Changfeng was held in high regard by the old rogue, even helping to raise his adopted daughter. One was a revered celestial lord, the other a maiden he spent his days with. It wasn't long before rumors spread of Changfeng sharing a bed with his adopted daughter, Fu Ru Xianzi. The old rogue intended to arrange their marriage, but was outright rejected by Changfeng. Allegedly, the old rogue was furious and sought to kill Changfeng, but Fu Ru Xianzi intervened, pleading for his life, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Later, when I was captured, Changfeng volunteered to guard the spatial pearl, and after that, I remained here. As for what transpired between Changfeng and Fu Ru Xianzi, I am unaware. Having concluded his account, Shuayin's words left Jin Xiaoyu deep in thought. She had previously heard tales of Fu Ru Xianzi, said to be the bloodline of the emperor's adoptive brother, who was greatly favored by him. Furu Xianzi was also reputed to possess exceptional beauty, well regarded in the celestial realm. How could someone like her, who had spent countless years with Changfeng Xianzuan, fail to stir his heart? As for herself, a mere lowly fox, how could she ever hope to capture the attention of a celestial lord? Noticing Jin Xiaoyu's despondency, Shuayin was puzzled but pressed on. You little girl are not trying to play mind games with me, are you? I'll share my story. Shouldn't you reveal who you truly are? Who am I? Jin Xiaoyu muttered to herself, responding, I am merely an ordinary fox cub from the Fox clan, raised on tales of the celestial realm. My greatest aspiration has always been to hear of Changfeng Xianzuan's exploits in vanquishing demons. The Fox clan even enshrines his likeness. I never realized when I began dreaming of him nightly, imagining that one day I might win his favor. I thought that as long as I trained diligently and ascended to the celestial realm, I would meet Changfeng Xianzuan. Yet, to my dismay, an accident occurred during my ascension, and I found myself in an unfamiliar place, transformed into a powerless and hideous mortal. Just when I believed I had endured enough to finally see the light, I discovered that it had all been a foolish delusion, not destined to be mine. As Jin Xiaoyu sank deeper into her melancholic thoughts, her emotions surged, and tears streamed down her face, leaving only muffled sobs in their wake. The Fox clan she belonged to must be Tushan, a place of half-immortal, half-demon beings. Now, inhabiting the body of a mortal, it made sense. Who would have thought this little girl was such an ardent admirer of Changfeng? It seemed her infatuation was deeply rooted. Shuayin shook his head in resignation, contemplating how the women of both heaven and earth all seemed to share the same folly. What was so admirable about Changfeng? Hypocritical and always maintaining a facade of purity, he was nothing but a charlatan. How could he compare to Shuayin, who was genuine and full of life? The more Shuayin pondered, the more he felt these people were blind to the truth. However, as Jin Xiaoyu continued to weep, soaking his wings, he lamented his misfortune. Had he known, he would have refrained from asking. Spotting a clearing, Shuayin landed deftly, shaking his massive form to dislodge Jin Xiaoyu, then transformed into a youthful boy of 17 or 18. Jin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the adorable, kawaii visage before her. Who are you? She stammered, reaching out to gently pinch the boy's chubby cheek. How dare you? The countenance of this great demon is not for you to touch. Shuayin exclaimed, somewhat irked. He could not fathom why, whenever he assumed human form, women would treat him so casually. This was his dilemma, although he held a high status. The longevity of his kind meant that those around him, once peers or juniors, now appeared significantly older. Consequently, many regarded him as a mere child, lacking the respect he deserved. Among them, the most insufferable was Changfeng. Chapter 65. The huntress seeks a man. Jin Xiaoyu hastily followed Shuayin as he stepped inside. What place is this? Is it your residence? She inquired. Upon entering, she was immediately captivated by a portrait of an exquisite beauty, adorned with an ethereal charm that rendered her unable to look away. Despite the inherent beauty of the Fox clan, Jin Xiaoyu had encountered many enchanting women. Yet this one still managed to leave her breathless. She couldn't help but swallow hard and muse, this lady must belong to the heavens. Pausing for a moment, Jin Xiaoyu recalled Shuayin's companion and seemed to grasp something. Is she the one in your heart? Indeed, Shuayin replied. Her name is Qin Yao, my beloved. I painted this portrait with my own hands. She adored bamboo, and I once promised to craft a dwelling for her from it once we wed. Alas, she never awaited my return, and now this room can only serve to commemorate her. His voice quavered, laden with emotion. Jin Xiaoyu nodded, uncertain of what to say. She had never been adept at comforting others. She feared that any attempt to console might only deepen the sorrow of the one she sought to comfort. After a moment of silence, Shuayin, regaining some composure, turned to her. I must remind you, never let this spatial pearl fall into the wrong hands, or you will find yourself in trouble. What do you mean? Jin Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. Though this pearl confines me, it harbors many treasures. If it were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it could lead to grave misfortune. It has been stolen before, and the thief met a tragic fate. Jin Xiaoyu pondered this, resolute in her decision to keep the secrets of the spatial pearl to herself, even from Qing Er. Human nature, after all, is the most unpredictable of all. She could not ascertain whether those who acquire wealth without effort might lose themselves in the process. This conviction was part of her determination to continue working diligently for her earnings, for it is the promise of a future that imbues life with flavor. However, given Shuai Yin's evident animosity towards Changfeng Xianzuan, she felt it prudent to wait until the immortal regained his memories before taking further action. Jin Xiaoyu spent a while longer conversing with Shuai Yin, noting a stark contrast to his former self. Now he was a veritable chatterbox, perhaps due to prolonged solitude. Nevertheless, Shuai Yin fulfilled his promise, revealing numerous treasures, and through him, she learned how to enter and exit the spatial pearl at will. Furthermore, she discovered she could pinpoint specific locations within the pearl through mere thought, rather than being restricted to the entrance as before. Her spiritual energy even seemed to increase. According to Shuai Yin, while she could not yet wield spells in this human form, persistence in fasting could lead to that possibility. The mere thought of delicious food, however, led Jin Xiaoyu to abandon the notion of fasting. Foolish, Shuai Yin scolded her vehemently. Jin Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to his colorful language and dismissed his tirade with a wave, preparing to leave. When will you come again? Shuai Yin asked, clearly reluctant to part. When I find the time, she replied, waving goodbye before departing, clutching the pebbles and treasures she had gathered. To her surprise, when she emerged, it was not at the moment she had entered the space, but rather after a night had passed, no, several days. Upon awakening, she was met by Qing Er, her eyes swollen and red, rushing to embrace her. Mother, you are awake. I thought you were sick and would never wake up. Was her body left outside while her spirit traversed the space? With this question lingering, Jin Xiaoyu queried, Qing Er, how long have I been asleep? 5 days. Qing Er responded, holding up 5 fingers. I was terrified. I called for a doctor, but they all said you were just asleep. No matter how I shouted, you wouldn't awaken. You nearly scare me to death. 5 days. Jin Xiaoyu's heart sank. She felt the weight of unanswered questions grow heavier. King Ye, how have you managed to eat during these 5 days? Haven't you gone hungry? She scrutinized Qing Er, relieved to see she appeared merely fatigued and had not lost much weight. I'm fine. The cured meat and persimmon pancakes you made are still here. I just cooked a bit of rice soup to get by. Qing Er replied, before burying herself in Jin Xiaoyu's embrace once more. Jin Xiaoyu realized she had genuinely frightened Qing Er, and she felt a wave of remorse, vowing never to cause her daughter such distress again. In the days that followed, Qing Er was too anxious to sleep, fearing that her mother might fall into a deep slumber once more. Only when she saw Jin Xiaoyu well in the morning did she finally relax. To ease Qing Er's worries, Jin Xiaoyu refrained from entering the spatial pearl. With a mischievous smile, she recalled Shuai Yin's chubby, puffed-up face. Taking advantage of a moment, Jin Xiaoyu brought Qing Er to the village market, ensuring that the Jiang family remained unaware of their presence. The purpose of this visit was to ascertain whether Jiang Dalan's condition had improved. Upon confirming that it had, Jin Xiaoyu felt at ease and resolved to have no further dealings with the Jiang family, for no other reason than their complete lack of gratitude. They seemed intent on scheming to empty her pockets. Jin Xiaoyu's earnings were not obtained easily, and she was no saint. Having witnessed the Jiang family's true colors, she would not meddle in their affairs again. She would, however, continue to ensure that Qing Er bathed with the spatial water, but now with the glowing pebbles. Boiling water was no longer necessary. Jin Xiaoyu performed these tasks in secret, away from Qing Er. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that after bathing with the spatial water for days, Qing Er seemed to have grown taller and sharper. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Yet, misfortune also lurked nearby. One morning, just as dawn broke, while Jin Xiaoyu was dressing, she heard a loud knocking at the door. Startled, she opened it to find Lu Xiaoru, the huntress's wife, standing outside, visibly agitated. Upon seeing Jin Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoru paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Where is he? Where is he?" Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Without further ado, Lu Xiaoru pushed past her, rummaging through the house as if Jin Xiaoyu had stolen something from her. "Tell me, where have you hidden my Dajan?" she demanded, having found no one. "Dajan? You mean Wang Lianhu? How would I know where he is?" Jin Xiaoyu was utterly confused, and it dawned on her that Lu Xiaoru seemed different from before. Lu Xiaoru was a fortunate woman. The Lu family was well off, and after marrying Wang Dashan, she had not faced hardship. Aside from the occasional trouble with the Wang family, her life was enviable. Lu Xiaoru took pride in her appearance, always donning the finest clothing and accessories, earning the envy of the village women. She had always been a belle in the village, but after Lu Xiaoming's arrival, they seemed to share the spotlight. Later, Jiang Xiaodan, the most beautiful among them, came into the picture, and Lu Xiaoru had felt a twinge of jealousy. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaotan's glory was short-lived, as she soon fell from grace, becoming unattractive and foolish, which eased Lu Xiaoru's concerns. However, she had not anticipated Jiang Xiaotan's entanglement with her husband, resulting in a series of laughable incidents. Yet, Lu Xiaoru was unfazed. She knew where Wang Dashan's heart truly lay, and she doubted he would fall for a foolish pig. As for the rumors of suicide, those were merely a spectacle for others, only serving to further tarnish Jiang Xiaotan's reputation. It is unexpected that at some point, Jiang Xiaotan seemed to have transformed. She no longer acted irrationally and began to reason. And instead of pleading submissively, she started to stand on her own. It is said that she had even begun to lose weight and had become increasingly attractive. Initially, she paid little mind to this change, but one day, as she ventured outdoors, she caught sight of a figure from a distance and was instantly taken aback. The woman before her was no longer the despised Zhou Guofu. She was unmistakably the once beautiful Jiang Xiaotan. No, she was even more beautiful than before. Her skin was fair and smooth, appearing like the clouds in the sky from afar. Lu Xiaoru found herself staring in a daze for quite some time, until her mother-in-law approached and remarked with a hint of jealousy that if Zhou Guofu had any lingering feelings for Dashan, they would indeed be a match. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoru began to have the unsettling feeling that Dashan had not been as attentive to her as he once was. She occasionally mentioned Zhou Guofu in Dashan's presence, and the tone he used only heightened her suspicion. Dashan, I heard that Zhou Guofu has completely changed. Is it true? Indeed, she has become more reasonable and laughs more than before. The other day, I saw her from a distance and thought she was a newlywed, Dashan replied casually while eating, completely oblivious to the change in Lu Xiaoru's expression. From that moment on, Lu Xiaoru could not shake the fantasy that her man had been captivated by Jin Xiaoyu. As she pondered this at home, her unease grew. She decided to venture out and seek help in locating him, only to hear the village gossip about Jin Xiaoyu's newfound beauty. Her mother-in-law often mentioned that Jin Xiaoyu had not given up on Dashan. Lu Xiaoru, in a fit of irrational belief, became convinced that Dashan must have gone to Jin Xiaoyu's home. The villagers remarked that Jin Xiaoyu had hardly stepped outside in the past half-month, further solidifying her suspicions. Surely, Jin Xiaoyu had lured Dashan into hiding. Chapter 66. Who gave you the audacity? Lu Xiaoru did not believe Jin Xiaoyu's words, confronting her aggressively. Where have you hidden Dashan? Hand him over quickly, or I won't hold back. Lu Xiaoru, your words are quite amusing. My thatched hut is too small for someone as large as Wang Dashan. Even if I wanted to hide him, I couldn't, Jin Xiaoyu retorted, making it clear that she had no intention of concealing Wang Dashan. However, to Lu Xiaoru's ears, this was interpreted differently. You just admitted to hiding him. Hand him over. Lu Xiaoru became even more convinced and began rummaging through every nook and cranny. Jin Xiaoyu had already sensed a change in Lu Xiaoru. Now it was even more apparent. Lu Xiaoru seemed somewhat unhinged. Yet, Wang Dashan had always treated her well, and her life was among the most comfortable in the village. How could she be so disturbed? As Jin Xiaoyu observed Lu Xiaoru's peculiar gaze, Lu Xiaoru appeared somewhat flustered, trying to cover her face with her hands as she attempted to kick the door open and enter. Don't look at me. Just give me my man. But Jin Xiaoyu would not allow her to enter. Besides, Qing was still asleep inside, and Lu Xiaoru's chaotic searching had already turned the yard into a mess. There were many household items in disarray that she would have to account for. With this thought, Jin Xiaoyu blocked the entrance with her arm before Lu Xiaoru could step inside. Lu Xiaoru, her face twisted with anger, demanded, Are you feeling guilty for not letting me in? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you've lost weight and look good, you can seduce my Dashan. Not to mention that he only listens to me. Even if he were to let you in, you would still be the mistress. Lu Xiaoru shot back. Jin Xiaoyu smirked. Lu Xiaoru, am I feeling guilty? Which of your eyes saw that? I don't know what rumors you've heard or if you've developed a delusion to come here and cause a scene, but let me tell you Jin Xiaoyu was blinded before to entangle with Wang Dashan. Now, I have my own means to earn a living and make money, not less than what your man earns from hunting in the mountains. It would be foolish of me to seek to become your family's mistress. Zhou Guofu. So you don't want to be a mistress. Do you still wish for Dashan to divorce me? Lu Xiaoru misinterpreted Jin Xiaoyu's words. As she saw Jin Xiaoyu block the entrance, she racked her brain for a way to get inside for a clear view. I truly suspect your brain isn't functioning properly. Otherwise, how could you not understand simple words? Enough. I won't waste my breath on you anymore. I'll say it once more. Wang Dashan is not in my home, and you cannot enter. Jin Xiaoyu firmly blocked the entrance. Lu Xiaoru's face contorted with rage. Fine, you're quite something. Jin Xiaoyu regarded Lu Xiaoru, sensing that her words carried a deeper meaning. However, no matter the reason, if anyone could simply find an excuse to force their way into her home, how could she continue to live her life? Jin Xiaoyu was determined not to let Lu Xiaoru in. At that moment, Lu Xiaoru suddenly took a few steps back. Jin Xiaoyu thought she had hit a wall and was about to leave. Dashan, you lazy man, do you care for my brother's children or not? If you don't come out soon, I'll take the children into the mountains to feed the wolves, and you can wait to collect our corpses, she shouted, drawing attention from nearby onlookers. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoru, the crowd quickly congregated like mosquitoes drawn to blood. Lu Xiaoru, emboldened by their presence, began to wail. Zhou Guofu is trying to seduce my man. My husband may look robust, but is quite simple-minded. I am at my wit's end. The child is crying for his father. I came to find him, but Zhou Guofu won't let me in, claiming she wants to keep my Dashan for herself, even threatening me with a broom. The surrounding villagers listened and chose to believe Lu Xiaoru. After all, her reputation in the village had always been good, while Zhou Guofu was known for her misdeeds. Some even remarked that Wang Dashan was blind for not choosing the beautiful Lu Xiaoru, instead remaining with the ugly Zhou Guofu. When they looked again at Zhou Guofu, they were taken aback. Although some had mentioned her transformation, seeing her in person was still hard to believe. If it were not for the fact that she stood at the entrance of the thatched hut, maintaining her previous demeanor, it would be impossible to reconcile the graceful, fair-skinned, and exquisitely featured woman before them with the once rotund and coarse Zhou Guofu. Jin Xiaoyu was aware of her transformation, yet she was still surprised by the astonished expressions of the crowd. Could this really be Zhou Guofu? Indeed, how could the woman before them be the same ugly figure? She is truly beautiful, even more so than Lu Xiaoru, the huntress. Surely, it must be an illusion or a dream. The crowd buzzed with exclamations, each remarking on Jin Xiaoyu's beauty. Jin Xiaoyu, however, remained largely unfazed. Her beauty was merely a vessel for her own pleasure, not for the approval of others. Moreover, without the admiration of the one she held dear, her beauty felt lackluster. Lu Xiaoru, however, felt flames of jealousy igniting within her. The more the crowd marveled at Jin Xiaoyu's beauty, the more her resentment grew. Jin Xiaoyu noticed Lu Xiaoru's piercing gaze and thought to herself that this woman could not possibly be so petty. She was beautiful and should allow others to be beautiful as well, especially those who surpassed her. Jin Xiaoyu had heard of such women, who, upon seeing someone more beautiful, would become envious, even desiring to eliminate them. The thought sent shivers down her spine. If Lu Xiaoru truly harbored such thoughts, she would be quite twisted indeed. Lu Xiaoru felt a raging fire within her heart, wishing she could stride forward and tear the face off Jin Xiaoyu. Yet, she restrained herself, knowing she must maintain her composure, continue to embody grace, kindness, and gentleness. Thus, she transformed her anger into tears, allowing her tears to enact punishment upon Jin Xiaoyu, letting justice teach her a lesson. Jin Xiaoyu, have pity on me and my child. Return the mountains to us. Jin Xiaoyu could hardly believe the swift transformation of the person in front of her. Moments ago, Lu Xiaoru was seething with rage, and in the blink of an eye, she was a picture of sorrow and vulnerability. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have doubted if she had wronged this person in some heinous manner. How dare you frame and conspire against me? Haven't you heard that women like you are the ancestors of deception? Lu Xiaoyu retorted. You accuse me of hiding your man. But where's your evidence? Just let me in a search, and you'll see. Lu Xiaoru answered while wiping her tears. Fine, I will allow you to search. But what if you find nothing? Jin Xiaoyu demanded. It's impossible to find nothing. The mountains must be hidden within, Lu Xiaoru insisted. Thus, she required Lu Xiaoru to give her a guarantee. Otherwise, even if proved otherwise, Lu Xiaoru could lightly assert that it had surely been concealed elsewhere. That would be a hopeless predicament. Indeed, Lu Xiaoru's logic did not disappoint her. In Chapter 67, a fierce blow was struck to ensure compliance. Jin Xiaoyu was caught off guard and pushed back, startling the awakened Qing. As Qing rubbed her sleepy eyes, she was confused by the scene before her, only to be knocked to the ground by Lu Xiaoru. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoyu was infuriated. Just as Lu Xiaoru was about to throw the bedding haphazardly onto the floor, Jin Xiaoyu, utterly provoked, raised her hand and slapped Lu Xiaoru. The onlookers gasped at the sudden violence, rendered speechless by the shocking slap. You bully my son. Am I not allowed to strike back? Jin Xiaoyu coldly remarked, lifting Qing'er into her arms protectively, embodying the spirit of a mother defending her young. Especially Lu Xiaoru, who had not even instigated her. Even if the late widow Zhou had once provoked her, she had already exercised considerable restraint. However, the other party mistook her tolerance for weakness, and now she would not hold back. Lu Xiaoru's face flushed with anger, neglecting her composure and gentility. She reached out to grasp Jin Xiaoyu's face. Jin Xiaoyu, startled, instinctively dodged, incredulous at Lu Xiaoru's complete transformation into a shrew. Lu Xiaoru's true nature was finally revealed. She was envious of Jin Xiaoyu's newfound beauty, which overshadowed her own. Had she known that becoming beautiful would invite such troubles, she would have refrained from indulging in the waters of the space for so long. Wait a moment. Must she suppress herself just because her beauty incited jealousy and trouble? When did Jin Xiaoyu become so fearful? Her principle had always been to avoid trouble, but never to shy away from it. Especially when trouble came knocking, she would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Upon reflection, Jin Xiaoyu devised a plan to infuriate Lu Xiaoru further. She would ensure that all the unattractive women in Mingzheng village became beautiful, which would surely drive Lu Xiaoru to madness. It had long been said that a woman's jealousy was the most vicious, and today's encounter proved this to be true. If Lu Xiaoru were to see those women who once paled in comparison to her now surpass her in beauty, she would likely lose her mind entirely. Just as Lu Xiaoru prepared to strike Qing'er again, Jin Xiaoyu swiftly kicked out, sending Lu Xiaoru sprawling to the ground. I will kill you, Lu Xiaoru cried, scrambling to rise and claw at Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu wasted no time, mounting Lu Xiaoru and delivering blows. Though her strength appeared slight, the impact was akin to that of a fully grown man. It wasn't long before Lu Xiaoru's face was swollen and bruised. Fortunately, others intervened to separate the two. Lu Xiaoru, driven mad by the beating, began to lash out wildly. Wang Dashan, are you dead? Are you just going to watch me being bullied by this ugly woman? The crowd in the small room exchanged glances, clearly understanding that it was impossible to conceal anyone in such a cramped space. Yet, they all believed Lu Xiaoru could not unjustly accuse Jin Xiaoyu. Wang Dashan must be inside. Among the onlookers, someone from the Chao family, not on good terms with Jin Xiaoyu, sneered, "Oh, you've already taken over Goe, and now you're still after Hunter Wang? Can't one man satisfy you? How do you know me so well? Are you perhaps a worm in my stomach?" Jin Xiaoyu shot back. Laughter erupted around them, and the Chao family member realized she had fallen into Jin Xiaoyu's trap, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Yes, you know your own character. Just don't embarrass yourself by speaking aloud," Jin Xiaoyu teased, drawing another round of laughter from the crowd. Some spectators, witnessing the scene, felt that Jin Xiaoyu had not only become beautiful, but had also acquired an endearing charm. Perhaps people found it hard to believe that someone beautiful could be malevolent. Just as widow Zhou had become a target for scorn when her misfortunes rendered her unattractive, the crowd had assumed she was inherently wicked. When she gave up and let herself go, they felt justified in their judgments. Chao's family member was visibly enraged, trembling with fury. Suddenly, someone from outside the crowd shouted, "Hunter Wang is here." Instantly, all heads turned toward the entrance, where Wang Dashan, clad in garments made of animal skins and carrying several beasts, strode forward. Lu Xiaoru also heard the commotion and dashed into the courtyard, parting the crowd to look outside. She was taken aback. She had always assumed Wang Dashan was at Jin Xiaoyu's home, but now she had been publicly contradicted. The realization stung, especially considering her earlier outburst, where she had insisted that Jin Xiaoyu was hiding him. It felt like receiving a public slap in the face, and she wished to vanish into the earth. Yet, she had not anticipated the throng surrounding Jin Xiaoyu. Widow Zhou had always been the focus of village gossip. Surely something embarrassing had occurred again. But why was everyone staring at her? Wang Dashan, puzzled, approached Jin Xiaoyu's home step by step. As he drew near, he took hold of Wang Dashan's hand to touch her face, gasping to emphasize her pain. "Did you strike me?" Wang Dashan turned to Jin Xiaoyu, astonished to see that in just over half a month, she appeared to have transformed entirely. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoru's earlier accusation, he might have mistaken her for someone else. Lu Xiaoru noticed Wang Dashan's captivated gaze fixed on Jin Xiaoyu and felt an uncontainable rage. She stomped her foot on his, fiercely reminding him, "What, has your soul truly been stolen by this widow? If you genuinely wish to live with her, I shall not impede you and the child." With that, She released Wang Dashan's hand and turned away sharply. Is that so? Just come to inquire? Not to insult. Not to barge in and create chaos. Even disturbing children? Jin Xiaoyu remarked, observing how Lu Xiaoru had become an entirely different person upon seeing Wang Dashan, shifting blame onto others and herself. Unable to restrain herself, she called out in warning. Wang Dashan looked up at Jin Xiaoyu, savoring her words, then glanced at his wife Lu Xiaoru, momentarily uncertain of whom to believe. Indeed, this wicked woman must be dealt with harshly. Dajan, heed your wife, go inside and teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she will continue to misbehave upon your return. Aunt Wang, who had remained in the crowd, could no longer hold her tongue. Chapter 68. Isolated from the outside upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Jin Xiaoyu exhibited no fear, steadfastly locking her gaze upon Wang Dashan before sweeping her eyes over the others. I, Jin Xiaoyu, will reiterate my stance today, and this shall be the final time. Should anyone dare to spread rumors about me or seek trouble, I shall not cower. With a raised voice, she pointed at Wang Dashan, declaring, I harbor no interest in this man. While I cannot guarantee I will never marry again, I assure you it will not be him. If I hear any more gossip regarding our association, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Furthermore, she added, should anyone come up with various excuses to bully me, a widow with an orphan, I will ensure they pay dearly. As she directed her finger towards Lu Xiaoru, her voice rose again. That is the consequence. Having said this, Jin Xiaoyu grasped his hand and strode into the house, slamming the door with a resounding thud. The others stood momentarily stunned, isolated from scene. Wang Dashan instinctively turned to Lu Xiaoru, his gaze vacant. Jin Xiaoyu's words had sown doubt in his mind regarding the entire affair. Lu Xiaoru felt as if all her efforts had landed on soft cotton, rendering her powerless. Whispers surrounded them, gradually shifting in favor of Jin Xiaoyu. If she continued to incite Wang Dashan to violence, she risked being suspected of malice, and it appeared Wang Dashan was beginning to harbor doubts. Lu Xiaoru's frustration bubbled beneath the surface, yet she felt utterly helpless. Ultimately, she yanked Wang Dashan's arm fiercely, disregarding Wang Aunty's encouragement, and fled with him. Wang Aunty, exasperated and disillusioned, berated them before reluctantly departing. From that day forth, Jin Xiaoyu's life became remarkably tranquil. She enjoyed a rare period of warmth and comfort with Qing'er. Each evening, Jin Xiaoyu would carve out time to learn magical arts from the Space Pearl, sharing her experiences with the spirit within. The spirit, perhaps pent up for too long, would express its frustration with fervent gestures and at moments of excitement, would thump its chest, proclaiming, once I am free, I shall ensure those who have wronged you face dire consequences. Yet, each time after such declarations, a pall of gloom would settle, for it understood that its release was not imminent. Jin Xiaoyu took the opportunity to discern the temporal differences between the external world and the Space Pearl. Time indeed flowed much slower within the Pearl. However, prolonged stays within the Pearl would eventually reveal discrepancies. Moreover, Jin Xiaoyu's spiritual energy was restored, allowing her to traverse the Space Pearl without the need for a physical body. This discovery brought her great joy, as it implied that she could enter and exit the space at will, even while merely dozing or daydreaming, without losing much time. As the end of the year approached, Jin Xiaoyu prepared in accordance with human traditions. On the day of the winter solstice, when families customarily made dumplings, she mixed the dough and prepared 3 distinct fillings: beef, lamb, and pork, ensuring a feast of meat. Should the villagers learn of this, they would undoubtedly accuse her of extravagance. In recent days, Jin Xiaoyu had been active, frequently visiting the town to sell her wares. Thanks to the Space Pearl, her supply of raw materials was inexhaustible, alleviating any concerns about running short. In this winter season, where essentials were notably scarce, prices had surged from 10 per pound to 15. Furthermore, each time she delivered goods to the Qin family, the matriarch would reward her handsomely, resulting in a substantial accumulation of wealth. Jin Xiaoyu calculated that she had amassed a total of 50 taels. After setting aside funds for daily necessities and for Qing'e, she had 30 taels remaining. Jin Xiaoyu intended to save a bit more before approaching the village head to discuss constructing a house, as she refused to continue enduring life in the thatched hut. Additionally, the courtyard wall was excessively low, allowing even the faintest noise to be heard by passers-by. As she contemplated her plans, she lifted the freshly boiled dumplings from the pot and placed them on the dining table. The steaming dumplings filled the humble abode with warmth, making it feel all the more inviting. In stark contrast, at the Jiang family in the village of Dianji, gloom hung heavy in the air. Jin Xiaoyu had left 2 taels of silver. In accordance with her instructions, Jiang Suihua ensured her father drank from the large vat daily. Remarkably, within a few days, noticeable improvements began to manifest. Curiously enough, Feng Shi had initially intended to reserve the 2 taels for seeking a doctor for Jiang Dalong. However, upon learning that no physician from the nearby villages would attend to Jiang Dalong's ailment, she contemplated traveling further afield. Yet before she could do so, Jiang Dalong's condition began to improve. Feng Shi attributed this to divine intervention, believing that not only had her son as health improved, but she had also saved 2 taels of silver. Originally, she intended to return the silver to Jin Xiaoyu, but the sight of the glimmering coins made her reluctant to part with them. Her jealousy intensified upon discovering that Jin Xiaoyu continued to sell goods in town, consistently clearing her stock and earning more than she could store. Feng Shi, unable to contain her envy, secretly trailed Jin Xiaoyu to the market, where she observed with her own eyes as 2 baskets of goods sold out, and even saw her enter a lavish estate, emerging with a silver ingot. That single piece was worth at least 1 tael. Though Feng Shi was illiterate, she was adept at arithmetic and calculated that Jin Xiaoyu could earn 2 or 3 taels in a single day. And she had heard that Jin Xiaoyu frequented the market every few days, sometimes even consecutively. Determined, she continued to follow Jin Xiaoyu, noting that each time she sold her wares, she would purchase meat, eggs, and other fine goods, accumulating more in a single trip than the Jiang family would consume in an entire year. However, she also recognized that her relationship with Jin Xiaoyu had soured beyond repair, making the prospect of seeking her guidance a mere fantasy. Then, she glanced at her eldest daughter, Jiang Suihua, and a spark of hope ignited within her. If she could not succeed, perhaps Suihua could. Observing the bond Jin Xiaoyu shared with Jiang Suihua and Jiang Xiaobao, Feng Shi proposed her scheme to her daughter, who was equally intrigued. Their family had always depended on their father, yet even if his health improved, farming alone could yield only meager returns. Jiang Suihua envied her aunt's ability to earn silver effortlessly. She had never seen so much money in her life. Reflecting on how her mother almost married her off to a fool for 5 taels of silver only heightened her understanding of its significance. Chapter 69. The Thoughtful Mother. Thus, Feng Shi began to devise a plan. On the day of the winter solstice, while families prepared meat-filled dumplings for the celebration, the Jiang family managed only a meager meal of vegetable dumplings. Jiang Xiaobao, upon seeing the lack of meat, was immediately displeased. Why are we having vegetarian dumplings? At least there used to be a bit of meat. How long has it been since we had any? Did my aunt bring some last time? Feng Shi shot him an irritated glance, poking his forehead. Eat, eat, that's all you think about, just like your useless father. That little bit of meat has long been devoured by you and him. You think it was plentiful? Be grateful for what you have. If you don't want to eat, then starve. Indeed, the meat Jin Xiaoyu brought was not insignificant, but given that the family rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year, the sudden abundance was overwhelming. Consequently, it was not long before the meat was consumed entirely, and by the time of the winter solstice, it had long been gone. Initially, Feng Shi had intended to use the 2 taels to purchase more meat, yet considering her calculations, she set the silver aside. Why should Jin Xiaoyu indulge in luxurious meals while she had to settle for vegetarian dumplings? And you, what do you think children should eat? They're at a stage of growth. Is it wrong for them to want meat? Besides, didn't Xiaodan leave some silver last time? Why don't you take advantage of the weather and buy some? Seeing Jiang Xiaobao reduced to tears, Jiang Dalong turned to Feng Shi. Why not buy him some meat? Cast a glance at him, her expression fraught with exasperation, and retorted in anger. All you ever think about is eating. Did you not hear what your sister said? She borrowed from us and will have to repay it. Given our current circumstances, what do we have to repay with? Why are you so anxious? My health has improved significantly. By next year, I will be able to work in the fields. By then, we need not worry about repayment. Furthermore, Xiaodan has not insisted on us returning it immediately, has she? Jiang Dalong immediately countered. Humph. Sneered, you're overweight and still out of breath. When I say we must repay, we must indeed repay. Why should we? She, Jiang Xiaodan, enjoys a life of luxury, indifferent to our plight. She earns in a day what we might not earn in a year. I refuse to repay. Ruled the household with an iron fist. When Jiang Dalong was in good health, he could speak with a bit more authority, but as his health declined and the family became reliant on, she showed him less respect. At most, she would grant him a modicum of dignity in front of outsiders. But now, with the door closed at home. She showed him none. Her words could not be more cutting. Moreover, ever since Jiang Dalong learned of Jin Xiaoyu's profitable business, he had no real intention of repaying the debt. He not only planned not to repay, but even considered borrowing more or asking for more. He was aware that was contemplating sending Cuihua to learn a profitable trade. However, after mentioning it once, she ceased to bring it up, fearing it might provoke Jiang Dalong. So she remained silent. Now, seeing not only disregard his words but also grow angry, he forced a smile and said, "My dear, do as you wish. But keep your voice down. If others hear, they will mock us. It's not that I am unaware of your difficulties, but other families are savoring the aroma of meat, and the children cannot help but crave it. Besides, I too am tempted by meat. Are you not?" This struck a chord with. She had long ago devised a plan to curry favor with Jin Xiaoyu, but feared Jiang Dalong would object, which is why she had not spoken further on the matter. Today's commotion was also a test of Jiang Dalong's attitude. After all, who does not enjoy meat? Having indulged in meat recently, the lack of it felt particularly unbearable. The mere thought of its savory aroma made his stomach churn. At times, he dreamt of devouring meat buns. "Mother, Xiaobao doesn't want vegetarian fillings. He wants meat. Mother, shall we go buy some meat? Or we could visit Aunt, who surely has plenty of meat." Jiang Xiaobao was quite astute. Seeing his parents cease their quarrel and noticing his mother's expression, he quickly seized the opportunity. His face filled with a pitiful expression, his voice a soft plea. Could never bear to refuse him. She cherished her son and always reserved the best food for him. This was understandable. After all, in the village, sons were treated like precious gems. Seeing her son plead so earnestly, finally made up her mind. "Very well. There's no day better than today. We shall visit your aunt." "Wow, we're going to Aunt's house to eat meat," Jiang Xiaobao exclaimed, jumping with joy. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been considering her mother's suggestion to learn profitable crafts from her aunt, also felt elated upon seeing her mother's determination. Of course, her enthusiasm stemmed from another reason. She had secretly become involved with a young man from the village, Fu Sheng, but knew that her mother would never approve due to his family's modest means. Thus, she planned to earn some money secretly to present as a bride price for her mother's approval. After much contemplation, she realized that only her aunt could assist her. "All right, let us quickly change our clothes and set off. If we hurry, we might reach before your aunt's meal, or else we will miss out on the meat. And even if there is some left, it will be cold," instructed her delighted children. Jiang Cuihua was still lost in her own thoughts and momentarily did not respond. Observing this, instinctively scolded, "Why are you dawdling? Are you lost in thoughts of that penniless boy?" Was not entirely oblivious to Cuihua and Fu Sheng's situation. She would often make sarcastic remarks whenever she saw Fu Sheng, never missing an opportunity to express her disdain. Jiang Cuihua, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Mother, why shout so loudly?" "I'm not deaf," angrily replied, urging, "Go help your brother change his clothes." Jiang Cuihua searched for clothes for Jiang Xiaobao. Seeing her reluctance, scolded again. Raising a daughter is like raising a liability. After all the effort, she only thinks of that penniless boy. Jiang Cuihua's expression soured at her mother's harsh words. Her hands clenched in a fist hidden in her sleeves, yet she resignedly continued searching for Jiang Xiaobao's clothes and dressing him. "What is going on?" Jiang Dalong was perplexed by the sudden ire of, "Why don't you change your clothes? Going out in that attire would be embarrassing." Scolded. "Huh?" Jiang Dalong finally looked down and noticed the numerous patches adorning his clothes. Normally, it did not matter, but it certainly was not presentable for going out. He quickly smiled and said, "It seems my dear wife thinks ahead." Herself was not idle. She rummaged through clothes she had not worn in years, trying them on. Feeling the colors were a bit too bright, yet she had no other options. She then retrieved a silver hairpin from her wedding day and adorned her hair. After dressing, she looked into the water vat and found herself somewhat charmingly adorned, pleased with her appearance. In a moment of pride, she turned to Jiang Dalong and said, "This is our first visit to your sister's house. We cannot go empty-handed. I plan to return the money she lent us and bring some eggs from our chickens." "What?" Jiang Dalong was taken aback. "You must understand that one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of a child. If we do not show some sincerity, how will she be willing to teach?" Cuihua calculated carefully, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Dalong. Jiang Dalong stood in a daze. Knowing he had intended to save those 2 taels of silver for his son's future wife, and that their livelihood for the past 6 months had depended on those few chickens' eggs. Yet, he knew would never suffer a loss without reason. "All right, let it be as you say. Yes, I'm ready." Hurry up. I will check on the children. Yes, I will be ready soon. You all wait for me at the door. Did not speak further and went to the west room. Before long, the family gathered at the door, prepared to set off to Mingzheng village, which was several dozen miles away. The sun was beginning to set, and calculated that they would arrive at Mingzheng village by nightfall, so she had prepared a kerosene lamp, though she was reluctant to light it, keeping it only for emergencies. At this moment, Jin Xiaoyu had already enjoyed steaming dumplings with Qing, the two sitting on a large stone at the entrance, gazing at the sunset. Jin Xiaoyu narrated stories from her time in Tushan, making sure not to mention herself, claiming they were tales she had heard from storyteller. Yet, Qing listened with rapt attention. Jin Xiaoyu reflected on how life, though trivial, was remarkably beautiful, completely unaware that someone was on the way from dozens of miles away. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Jiang Dalong recalled the incident of driving Jin Xiaoyu from their home, feeling somewhat resentful. Do you think we should go? What if Xiaodan could not stand Jiang Dalong's timid demeanor? In truth, she was also apprehensive, which was why she had hesitated for so long before making a decision. However, now that she had resolved to go, there was no room for regret. Shot Jiang Dalong a sidelong glance and scoffed. Look at your cowardly demeanor. We are blood relatives. You are her older brother. How could she possibly drive you away? Even if she did, would you just leave? Besides, she came to our house before, and did I not let her in? She may disregard us, but she must consider the children. We are going at night. Would she really let us suffer outside in the cold? Laid Baudahad calculations. Jiang Dalong finally comprehended why Fengshe had chosen the winter solstice night for their visit. It was a premeditated decision that deepened his admiration for her. He followed her with a sheepish smile, thinking to himself how clever she was. You truly outsmart me. I never even consider these matters. And who doesn't know that our Feng family is resolute? Had I not married you, this life would not have unfolded as it has. Enough of that. Let's hasten our journey. In this biting cold, our cotton clothes are years old and offer little warmth. I noticed your sister and her child wore new garments the other day. Perhaps we might find ourselves adorned in new cotton attire as well. Fengshe mused, her lips stretching into a joyous grin. Jiang Dalong tightened his coat, the chill dissipating as he absorbed Fengshe's words, feeling as if once they reached Jin Xiaoyu's abode, everything would belong to them. The two children eagerly encouraged one another with grand promises, insisting it was not cold at all. Once we arrive at our aunt's house, there will be steaming meat dumplings, warm blankets, and clothes. Yes, let us exert ourselves to arrive sooner and claim all these delights. The family set forth merrily, greeting passers-by with enthusiasm. The Zhang family had previously become the laughingstock of the village due to their intention to marry Sohua to a fool. However, since the annulment of that engagement and the news of Jiang Xiaodan's newfound prosperity and rekindled relations with the Jiang family, they regained their confidence and held their heads high. Encounters that once felt like mockery now elicited cheerful exchanges as they acknowledged their destination, Mingzheng village, to visit their aunt. As they walked, they encountered Juzi, who had recently married. Ah, isn't this Jiang Dage and Jiang Dasha? Where are you headed? Juzi inquired. Jiang Dalong, feeling the infectious spirit of camaraderie, couldn't help but ask back. Juzi, having married a remarkably beautiful wife, had become a hot topic in the village. Fengshe, who had previously made many sour remarks, today found herself in good spirits, exclaiming, Juzi has a wife now and has matured. It is true. I have heard your wife is indeed lovely, and it is no exaggeration. Juzi, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, no one is as beautiful as Tsuwa. Many young men in our village have their eyes on her. Fengshe couldn't contain her laughter, instinctively comparing her daughter Suihua with Juzi's wife. While Juzi's wife possessed a certain charm, she believed her daughter was not lacking, merely still young. Once she matured, she would surely blossom into a village beauty. After exchanging pleasantries, the two families parted ways, one heading out of the village, the other returning within. Once they had distanced themselves, Juzi's wife whispered, aren't they the ones who intended to marry their daughter to that family? Juzi chuckled. They're quite prosperous now. I hear they have reconnected with their long-lost sister. And what of it? Wasn't that sister expelled years ago, left with nothing to eat or a place to stay? Juzi's wife remarked, recalling the gossip she had heard since marrying into the family. Juzi smiled. That was in the past. They have found success now, making a fortune in town, earning in a day what we do in a year. Juzi's wife was taken aback by the news of Jin Xiaoyu's prosperity, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yet, she pondered how they could forget the past, especially the disgrace of being cast out. Despite her curiosity about Jin Xiaoyu, she recognized the distance between Mingjing village and their home in Dianji village, along with their busy lives, leaving little opportunity for connection. Even if they met at the market, their lack of kinship would hinder familiarity. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but wonder about the transformation of Jin Xiaoyu from a despised figure to someone in demand, seemingly without holding a grudge. As Zhu Zi and his wife continued homeward, they believed their conversation was muted enough for others to miss it. However, the Jiang family had sharp ears and caught the entirety of their exchange. Feng Shi unleashed a torrent of insults once they were out of earshot, denigrating Zhu Zi's wife, now transformed in her eyes into a shameless seductress, and Zhu Zi into a worthless fool. Jiang Dalong, attempting to moderate her tone, found himself on the receiving end of her wrath as well. Jiang Cuihua, disturbed by her mother's harsh words that drew the attention of onlookers, tried to interject but was quickly silenced, her youthful sensitivity causing her eyes to well with tears. In contrast, Jiang Xiaobao remained blissfully ignorant, eagerly anticipating the delightful food awaiting them at their aunt's house. Amidst the ongoing lamentations, the Jiang family finally arrived at Jin Xiaoyu's home just as night fell. Jin Xiaoyu was about to lock up for the night when the door unexpectedly resisted, and upon opening it, she was startled by the sudden appearance of 4 individuals. After a moment of recognition, she identified them as the Jiang family. Xiaotan, I have come with your sister-in-law and your niece and nephew to visit you. Your house is truly hard to find. We inquired for quite some time, Jiang Dalong announced. Indeed, it had been a challenge to locate her, as they had only visited the Zhou family during Jin Xiaoyu's earlier days of marriage, after which she fell into disrepute, severing ties with the Jiang family entirely. Unlike Jiang Dalong's courteous demeanor, Feng Shi and Jiang Cuihua scrutinized the thatched cottage, with Feng Shi openly displaying her disdain. They say Jin Xiaoyu is thriving. Yet this hovel looks as if it could be swept away by the wind. Worse than our own home, she thought, beginning to doubt the extent of Jin Xiaoyu's wealth. However, recalling Jin Xiaoyu's entrepreneurial success at the market quelled her skepticism. With a forced smile, she nudged Jiang Cuihua and Jiang Xiaobao, urging them to call out. Why are you all standing there? Haven't you been longing to visit your aunt? Prompted by her mother, Jiang Cuihua quickly called out aunt. Jiang Xiaobao mimicked her, shouting aunt. Reluctantly, Jin Xiaoyu stepped aside to allow them entry, inviting them in. As they entered, they continued to observe the interior, while the exterior appeared shabby. The interior was surprisingly well kept. Jin Xiaoyu chose to ignore their scrutinizing gazes, welcoming them into her home and serving them hot tea. Please enjoy the tea, Jin Xiaoyu gestured, falling silent thereafter. Jiang Dalong chuckled awkwardly, striving to find a topic of conversation as he noticed Qing, nestled in bed. Have you all just finished dinner and are preparing for bed? Jin Xiaoyu nodded, casting a glance at Qing, who promptly greeted everyone. Uncle, aunt, big sister, big brother. Qing is becoming increasingly well-mannered, just like a well-educated child, Feng Shi remarked, her tone sweet as she sought to ingratiate herself. Casting a sideways glance at Jiang Cuihua and Jiang Xiaobao, Jiang Cuihua clearly disliked her mother's comparison, smiling sheepishly and lowering her head. Jiang Xiaobao, however, was displeased, exclaiming, Aren't we supposed to have meat dumplings at Aunt's house? Feng Shi's expression soured at this, yet she quickly plastered a smile on her face, directing her gaze towards Jin Xiaoyu, while secretly feeling pleased, signaling Jiang Xiaobao to remain hopeful. Jiang Xiaobao, living up to everyone's expectations, waddled over to Jin Xiaoyu, shaking his chubby little paws and calling out, Annie, my tummy is rumbling. Please make me some meat-filled dumplings. I can eat 3 plates in one sitting. In truth, Jin Xiaoyu was well aware that the Jiang family often visited at this time, primarily for food, though she refrained from mentioning it. She could dismiss the hunger of Jiang Cuihua and Jiang Xiaobao's parents, but she could not bring herself to let the 2 children go hungry, especially Jiang Xiaobao. Despite her discontent with Jiang Cuihua and Jiang Xiaobao for scheming against her like their parents, she recognized that children are, after all, children. Moreover, if possible, she wished to correct their perspectives. Ultimately, she could not remain resolute. As she walked outside, she remarked, We just happen to make dumplings today, and there are plenty left. I shall go heat some for you. Have you not had dinner? Feng Shi, having seen her plan succeed, exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Dalong and hurried to follow Jin Xiaoyu, saying, Indeed, we came just to see you. We left early this morning and have been hungry all day. Jin Xiaoyu ignored her, Although the journey from Dianji village to Mingzheng village was not short, it did not take a full day. Feng Shi was intentionally exaggerating. Jin Xiaoyu deliberately turned her back on her, while Feng Shi felt displeased but maintained her smile. Following Jin Xiaoyu into the woodshed, upon seeing 3 large plates of dumplings emitting a savory aroma, her mouth watered. Noticing the abundance of meat and vegetables in the shed, her desire intensified. Jin Xiaoyu cast her a glance and said, "Those were bought earlier and stored in the cellar, so they haven't tea spoiled." Feng Shi nodded. Some households indeed kept vegetables in cellars, which supposedly preserved them for a long time, though she had not noticed a cellar. Perhaps the darkness had obscured her view. As Jin Xiaoyu began to kindle a fire, Feng Shi busied herself as well, ignoring Jin Xiaoyu to start picking vegetables and even washing a large piece of meat for cooking. When Jin Xiaoyu saw this, Feng Shi merely smiled and said, "Your elder brother enjoys drinking, and since he is here, let us have a drink together. Don't worry about cooking, I'll handle that." Jin Xiaoyu remained silent. She would not accept any food touched by Feng Shi, even if it were discarded. In the woodshed, Feng Shi grew bolder seeing that Jin Xiaoyu did not speak. Picking nearly all the vegetables available and cutting a considerable amount of meat, behaving as if she were at her own home. Even when Jin Xiaoyu attempted to intervene, Feng Shi pushed her away. "This little bit of work is enough for me alone. You go inside and chat with your elder brother and your nieces and nephew." Jin Xiaoyu said nothing, turning to leave the woodshed. Before exiting, she glanced around, relieved to see there was not much left inside. Inside the house, Jiang Dalong was not much of a conversationalist. After exchanging pleasantries, he fell silent. However, Jiang Cuihua and Jiang Xiaobao continued to chatter with Qing'er, who was overwhelmed by their attention. Jin Xiaoyu cast a glance at her and remarked, "Your mother is busy in the woodshed," saying it's a rare visit and that there should be some snacks to accompany the drinks. She was somewhat displeased, her tone icy as she spoke. Jiang Cuihua, being a girl, was naturally more sensitive and noticed Jin Xiaoyu's discontent, choosing not to respond. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cuihua made an effort to find a topic and quickly noted Jin Xiaoyu's new attire, exclaiming, "Auntie, your dress is truly beautiful. It must be newly made." "No, it's been several years. I just haven't had the heart to wear it," Jin Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. Jiang Cuihua struggled to maintain the conversation, but Jin Xiaoyu would not engage. Jiang Cuihua felt somewhat dejected. She genuinely admired Jin Xiaoyu's dress and hoped her aunt might offer it to her, which would give her a new outfit. She hadn't worn new clothes in years and glanced at her own patched garments, feeling a pang of envy as she compared them to Jin Xiaoyu's attire, which was said to be several years old, yet looked brand new. "Auntie, your floral headpiece is truly lovely. Is it a new style this year?" Jiang Cuihua observed Jin Xiaoyu closely and realized her aunt appeared even more beautiful than the last time they met, with fairer skin and a more graceful figure, complemented by the peach-pink dress and exquisite floral adornment. "Oh, is that so? To me it looks as good as new. You are truly beautiful now, Auntie. It feels as though you have never been married," Jiang Cuihua thought to herself, perplexed. The last time she saw her aunt, Jin Xiaoyu had been warm and welcoming to her and her family. Yet this time she seemed entirely different. As she pondered this, she stole another glance at Jin Xiaoyu, noticing that after speaking, her aunt's face had lost all warmth, confirming her suspicions. She felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that Jin Xiaoyu might expel her family from her home. Could it be that her aunt knew of her and her mother's schemes? No, that couldn't be. Even though her mother often gossiped and spoke without restraint, she hadn't been out in a long time. Jiang Cuihua had never confided in anyone about their plans. Moreover, given the distance from Dianji village to Mingzheng village, how could her aunt possibly know? Yet, why was Jin Xiaoyu being so cold toward her? As silence enveloped the room, Jiang Cuihua's unease grew. She wished her father, Jiang Dalong, would take the initiative to speak with Jin Xiaoyu and break the silence. But he had already dozed off against the wall. Given that her father was not inclined to conversation, it was futile to place her hopes on him. She subtly nudged her brother, Jiang Xiaobao, with her arm, but he failed to grasp her intent and complained, "Why are you poking me?" Jiang Cuihua forced a smile, feeling frustrated with her oblivious brother. "I'm starving. Why hasn't mother finished cooking yet?" Jiang Xiaobao, preoccupied with thoughts of food, remained unaware of his unpopularity in the room. Even if he did realize, it would not concern him. "I must go check on mother," he declared, exiting without a word to anyone. Jiang Cuihua attempted to stop him, But he shrugged her off, and once he left, the atmosphere felt even more awkward. She, too, sensed that her family had perhaps overstepped their bounds, treating the host's home as their own despite the evident lack of welcome. Stealing a glance at Jin Xiaoyu, who wore a tense expression and remained silent, intensified her discomfort. After much internal deliberation, she hesitated, unsure whether to speak to Jin Xiaoyu. Observing the clear displeasure etched on Jin Xiaoyu's face, she swallowed hard, feeling increasingly reluctant to say anything. In the woodshed, Fengshe finished eating the remaining dumplings, but did not hurry to serve them. When her son, Jin Xiaoyu, entered, she eagerly urged him to eat first. Meanwhile, she continued to stir-fry vegetables, stuffing dumplings into her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing, then returning to her task. Before long, she and Jin Xiaoyu had devoured 2 large plates of dumplings. Yet, she still felt unsatisfied. Each dumpling was generously filled with meat, and she discerned not only pork but also beef and lamb within. Even the vegetarian filling was delectable, and she had not identified its ingredients despite her efforts. As she continued working, she had already stir-fried 5 or 6 dishes, utilizing nearly all the meat and vegetables Jin Xiaoyu had stored in the woodshed. Furthermore, she poured in all the seasonings Jin Xiaoyu had bought for cooking. Typically, she was stingy with oil and spices, but this time she indulged freely, shoveling food in her mouth until her stomach bulged. She only just realized that she and her son had consumed 2 plates of dumplings, leaving only 1 remaining, which certainly would not suffice for her husband and daughter. After pondering for a moment and rummaging through her supplies, she decided to steam a large pot of mantu. Once the mantu was ready, she took a bite, savoring the delightful aroma of the freshly steamed bread. What would she do if she could no longer enjoy such a treat in the future? With this thought, Fengshe's heart stirred. Glancing at Jin Xiaoyu, whose belly was already swollen from eating, she hurriedly called out, "Xiaoyu, come here, mother has something to discuss with you." "Mother, what is it?" Jin Xiaoyu, feeling sluggish after overeating, leaned against the wall, rubbing his belly. "You little rascal, come a bit closer. I have good news for you," Fengshe insisted, glaring at him. Reluctantly, Jin Xiaoyu moved closer, and Fengshe leaned in to whisper her instructions. Upon hearing her, he became intrigued. Fengshe then found a bag and filled it with the freshly steamed mantu, as well as flour and other items from the shed, instructing Jin Xiaoyu to sneak them out. However, the bag was too heavy for him to carry. Seeing his struggle, Fengshe felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, exclaiming, "You're utterly useless. Come here, let mother handle this." Jin Xiaoyu, relieved, released the bag and turned to leave, only to be called back by Fengshe. "Wait, quickly help me bring the prepared dishes inside. If your aunt asks where I am, tell her I went to the toilet. Understand?" Fengshe instructed. Jin Xiaoyu nodded, and Fengshe departed with the heavy bag. As she dragged it along, she found it quite burdensome, but summoned all her strength. In her exertion, she accidentally let out a loud fart, the odor immediately causing Jin Xiaoyu to cover his nose. Inside the house, Jin Xiaoyu had already placed the dishes that Fengshe had prepared on the dining table. The enticing aroma of the food roused Jiang Dalong from his stupor, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without needing to be invited, he sat down and began shoveling food into his mouth. Only after stuffing himself did he notice something amiss. Looking around at Jiang Tsuehua, Jin Xiaoyu, and Qing'er, and asked, "Why aren't you eating such delicious food, and you're wasting it?" Jin Xiaoyu watched him with a cold smile, saying nothing, while Qing'er felt similarly perplexed, questioning whether this truly was their home or Jiang's. Jiang Tsuehua had already sensed that Jin Xiaoyu was not welcoming her family, and now with her father behaving this way, she felt an odd discomfort. In the past, her parents had acted similarly without her thinking much of it, but now it struck her as inappropriate. Noticing her usually gluttonous younger brother Jin Xiaoyu being so reserved, she asked, "Aren't you eating? Not hungry?" "Well, I just had a large plate of dumplings with mother in the shed, all filled with meat. They were so delicious that even my burps smell of meat," Jin Xiaoyu confessed eagerly. Jiang Tsuehua's face turned crimson, and she dared not look at Jin Xiaoyu. Lowering her head, she began to realize that it was odd for mother to take so long in the toilet. Perhaps she had seen something valuable at her aunt's home and was secretly hiding it away. This thought filled her with discomfort, reflecting on how her family had intruded, treating someone else's home as their own, and taking food without invitation. She considered how she would feel if the roles were reversed. Stealing a glance at Jin Xiaoyu, she saw that the last trace of amusement had vanished from her face, which made Jiang Zuihua's heart sink. Despite being ravenously hungry, her appetite had vanished. Xiaobao, aren't you hungry? Feng Shi tapped his head and scolded. Then why not go to the toilet and eat some more? Jiang Xiaobao tilted his head, contemplating his mother's suggestion, and then slipped away without further ado. Feng Shi then turned her gaze towards Jiang Zuihua, who had remained silent and with her head bowed. What about you? Haven't you been saying you're starving? Aren't you supposed to enjoy a good meal at your aunt's? Mother, please stop, Jiang Zuihua replied, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Eat if you want. If you don't, I will, Feng Shi declared. Although she, too, was losing her appetite. She could not bear the thought of all this delicious food going solely into Jiang Dalong's stomach. So she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat once more. Despite feeling as though the food might come back up, she forced herself to swallow and continued eating. However, today, Jiang Zuihua seemed unusually quiet. Just as she was pondering this, a loud noise erupted, and Feng Shi suddenly clutched her belly and rushed outside. Regretting her unruly stomach that had begun to act up after so little food, she became increasingly anxious as she searched for the toilet. She called out into the yard. Jin Xiaoyu, where's the toilet? Oh, it hurts so badly. It's too dark, I can't see. Hurry and tell me. As she spoke, she could not hold back another loud fart, the smell potent enough to knock anyone over. Did mother eat too much and get a stomachache? Jiang Xiaobao chimed in. Jiang Zuihua felt her face burning with shame. She increasingly realized how embarrassing her family was. No wonder her aunt did not like them. Worried that Feng Shi might have an accident, Jin Xiaoyu reluctantly pointed out the way. Look, it's right over there. Feng Shi hurried in that direction, and, in her haste, released several more farts, causing Jin Xiaoyu to quickly cover her nose. Once she reached the toilet, she finally felt relief and took a deep breath. Cursing her uncooperative stomach, she lamented how it was painful when she was hungry, and now that she was full, it still hurt. Oh, you truly are a troublesome thing. After finishing up, she wiped herself with a handful of dirt, adjusted her clothes, and stepped outside. But as she did, she caught a glimpse of shadow nearby. Was someone watching her? Cautiously exiting the toilet, she stealthily approached, waiting for the right moment to apprehend the intruder. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you peep at me? I'll make sure you regret it. Feng Shi seized her opportunity and lunged forward. Help! Catch the pervert! Catch the filthy pervert! She shouted, tightly gripping the intruder's neck. Her loud cries attracted the attention of those nearby. Jiang Dalong, Jin Xiaoyu, Jiang Zuihua, Jiang Xiaobao, and Qing'er all emerged from the house. In the dim light of the oil lamp, they saw Feng Shi firmly restraining the figure behind her. As people gathered, Feng Shi quickly exclaimed, "This is the one. Just now, while I was in the toilet, this person was sneaking around, so I followed and caught him." What? Someone was peeping at you? Jiang Dalong, recognizing the intruder as a notorious local ruffian, was immediately enraged and lunged forward to grab him, ready to unleash his fury. "Isn't that Jia-san? What, back to your old tricks?" Someone in the crowd remarked. Jia-san was infamous in Mingzheng village for being a good-for-nothing who had a penchant for spying on young women, and his reputation was well known. Upon hearing Feng Shi's accusation, the crowd quickly concluded that it was indeed Jia-san who had been peeping at Feng Shi while she was in the toilet. Gasps of shock spread among them. The sight of bags of flour, meat, and manta made it evident that something suspicious was afoot. Nonsense. You must have stolen that. Otherwise, why would anyone hide so much? Someone challenged. Jia-san tilted his head and scanned the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on Feng Shi. He pointed decisively, declaring, "It is she. I may not have discerned her appearance clearly, yet I recognize the scent that clings to her. There is an unmistakable odor of foulness. Indeed, it is you. If I am wrong, I shall offer my head as a ball to kick." Jia-san was resolutely convinced. "How dare you spout such nonsense? I shall tear your mouth apart." Feng Shi, infuriated and humiliated, retaliated with slaps and bites directed at Jia-san. He howled in protest, yet persisted in his accusations. "It is you, you vile woman. I believe you have stolen from a Jin family, and then to add insult to injury, you claim to be their relative. What a disgraceful kin you are." Chapter 74. Let us speak calmly. Feng Shi's composure faltered, and she turned to Jin Xiaoyu, imploring, "Shout, Anne. Do you believe me?" Jin Xiaoyu let out a derisive laugh, but remained silent. Her scornful expression spoke volumes. Feng Shi seethed with rage, initially thinking that even if Jin Xiaoyu knew the truth, she would remain silent, as in her eyes, Jin Xiaoyu belonged to the Jiang family by right, and there was nothing wrong with her taking what was hers. Yet Jin Xiaoyu not only refused to defend her, but also betrayed her. The hatred Feng Shi felt for Jin Xiaoyu was palpable. Jiang Xiaodan, you are utterly ungrateful. Have you forgotten that after your parents passed, it was I and your elder brother who toiled to raise you? We even found you a good match. Otherwise, do you think you would enjoy your current fortune? Jin Xiaoyu was nearly amused by Feng Shi's words. You claim to have found me a good match? Feng Shi's heart sank momentarily as she recalled the sickly man, yet she gritted her teeth and continued, Indeed. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not beg you to maintain contact with us. You were the one who shamelessly came to us, offering money to have me withdraw your niece's engagement, claiming you would cover your brother's medical expenses. Yes, that was your own assertion, which is why I sought you out. I have not demanded money from you. I merely took a little something of yours. How? Is that unacceptable? In her frustration, Feng Shi inadvertently admitted to taking the item. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Upon our arrival, you greeted us with disdain. We traveled over 20 miles to see you, and you have no conscience. You have invited countless people to witness my humiliation. Do you wish to drive me to despair? The more she spoke, the more overwhelmed Feng Shi became, eventually collapsing onto the ground, wailing, My life is so miserable. I no longer wish to live. Jin Xiaoyu was driven to distraction by Feng Shi's sobs, pressing her hands against her head and admonishing, Be quiet. If you do not cease this noise, do not blame me for being unkind. Jin Xiaoyu's stern demeanor was indeed intimidating, and Feng Shi, taken aback, fell silent. She had always known her sister-in-law possessed a volatile temperament, often lacking reason. Yet after their reunion, she realized that her sister-in-law's disposition had only intensified, while somehow becoming more rational. Nevertheless, this made her even more formidable. As she wept, she gazed at Jin Xiaoyu, determined to pursue her unreasonable stance, insisting, delaying, You say that Jiang Xiaodan promised to look after us, and even provide us with money. Correct? Jiang Dalong, a timid and cowardly man, feared his wife and believed that they were a family, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Feng Shi swelled with pride, then turned to her precious son, Jiang Xiaobao, did your little aunt not say that I could take whatever I desired from the firewood room? Jiang Xiaobao tilted his head, uncertain, but the fierce gaze of his mother filled him with trepidation, prompting him to nod. Feng Shi's confidence grew, and she raised her chin. Turning to Jiang Suihua, And you, did your little aunt not promise us 5 taels of silver to withdraw the engagement? Jiang Suihua stood frozen, recalling the previous incident where her aunt had mentioned lending money to their family and had already given them 2 taels. However, that money proved useless as her father's illness had since improved. Seeing Jiang Suihua's silence, Feng Shi became agitated and raised her voice. Have you lost your tongue? Speak up. Jiang Suihua trembled in fear and glanced at Jin Xiaoyu, recalling her aunt's disdainful expression. For reasons unknown, she had intended to agree with her mother, but the words that came forth were, No. What do you mean, no? Feng Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Jiang Suihua with hostility. Your aunt said she would lend us money, but since your father's health has recovered, did you not come here to return the 2 taels she lent us? Jiang Suihua questioned, puzzled by her mother's sudden change of heart. Was it not their intention to return the money to their aunt? As Feng Shi began to throw a tantrum, Jin Xiaoyu could no longer bear the scene. After having finally extricated herself from the embarrassment, Feng Shi was now intent on creating further chaos. What misfortune was this? She feared that by tomorrow, this incident would become the talk of Mingjing village, with her at the center of the gossip. Feeling weary, she had no desire to continue witnessing Feng Shi's disgraceful antics. My family's temple is small, unable to accommodate so many grand figures. You should return whence you came. After Jin Xiaoyu departed, the others gradually dispersed. Feng Shi, seething with frustration, turned to Jiang Suihua, who stood like a statue, and in a fit of rage, slapped her across the face. You wretched child, how dare you not assist me? Mother, I... As she spoke, Feng Shi thrust a bag into Jiang Dalong's hands and limped away, dragging Jiang Xiaobao along with her. Jiang Suihua, witnessing her mother's unrecognizable face, was too frightened to approach. However, in the chill of the night, with the cold wind biting at her, she pondered where she might go. Jin Xiaoyu had just tucked Qing'er in, having removed her outer robe in preparation for sleep, when she was startled by the sound of muffled cries outside. Initially mistaking it for the wind, she soon discerned that it was indeed a human voice. She donned her clothing, lit the oil lamp, and stepped outside. The cries grew louder as she approached the door, and upon reaching it, she recognized the source. It was none other than her niece, Jiang Suihua. Had the Jiang family not departed? Recalling their shamelessness in both taking and consuming, Jin Xiaoyu instinctively considered turning away. Yet, the biting cold of the night compelled her to halt. Trembling, she opened the door and spotted a figure curled up on a large stone at her doorstep, weeping pitifully. Upon closer inspection, she found that Jiang Cuihua was all alone. "Cuihua, why have you not left?" Jin Xiaoyu hesitated before asking. Jiang Cuihua, on the verge of tears, nodded in response to Jin Xiaoyu's inquiry, sobbing, "My mother abandoned me because I did not speak up for her." Jin Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl, who was left out in the cold wind at such an hour. And considering her own involvement in the matter, her heart softened. However, recalling how Jiang Cuihua had previously manipulated her, she struggled to reconcile her feelings. After a moment, she queried, "Cuihua, tell me the truth. Did you not support your mother because you wish for me to pass on my skills to you? Or do you believe your mother's actions were wrong?" In the darkness, Jin Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed intently upon Jiang Cuihua, and she added, "Speak honestly. I can discern if you're not truthful." Jiang Cuihua met Jin Xiaoyu's gaze, feeling as though her aunt's eyes were piercing through her thoughts. Uncertain of how to respond, she ultimately revealed her true feelings. "Aunt, I do not deny my desire to stay and learn the craft from you to earn a living. But I also believe that my parents' actions are misguided. It is not just them. My younger brother and I are equally at fault. Our family has not voiced the words that Jiang Cuihua has kept to herself." Jin Xiaoyu, having taken a deep breath, grasped Jiang Cuihua's already cold hand and said, "It is wonderful that you can speak sincerely. Please come inside. We shall discuss this slowly." Chapter 75. Taking control of one's life. Jin Xiaoyu had been feeling drowsy for some time, but after the recent commotion, sleep eluded her. Once Jiang Cuihua entered the room, she adjusted the bedding for herself and Qing'er, making space for Jiang Cuihua and offering her the winter quilt she had purchased, inviting her to lie beside her. It was Jiang Cuihua's first experience of such a comfortable quilt. She pinched it softly. It was plush and bore the delightful scent of cotton, which unexpectedly brought a sting to her nose, and tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Fearing her aunt would mock her, she hastily wiped them away. Yet none of this escaped Jin Xiaoyu's notice. After pondering for a long while, Jin Xiaoyu finally spoke. "Cuihua, you are a sensitive child. I believe you can sense my discontent toward your family. Am I correct?" Jiang Cuihua silently nodded, remaining flat on her back, unsure of how to face her aunt. Previously, she had thought little of her family's actions and even harbored a certain disdain for her aunt, believing her mother's views were entirely justified. There were times when she dreaded going out, fearing judgment from others, and was even more terrified that Fu Sheng would look down upon her. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. The village's eligible young women were either married or had offended her mother. Her younger brother and Xiao Bao were only concerned with food, and her father always obeyed her mother. Had her mother known her true feelings, she would have likely expelled her from home to endure hunger. Truth be told, even if I severed ties with you, no one would speak ill of me. It was your parents who personally cast me out, and I once harbored hatred for them. I lived through years of existence that even I found contemptible. However, I eventually realized that if I continued to wallow in despair, I would only invite scorn upon myself and bring shame upon my son, Qing'er. Though young, Qing'er comprehended everything. He understood my struggles and disapproved of my former ways. I feared that if I persisted in that manner, we would both perish from hunger or cold, and no one would claim our bodies. It was then that I resolved to change. I have hands and feet. As long as I am not lazy, surely I can find sustenance. Thus, my life gradually improved. The hardships endured by Qing'er and me are known only to us. They are not merely the result of luck, as others might presume. I know what you and your mother think. The reason your mother abandoned you might indeed stem from anger, but more so, she seeks to manipulate me into softening my heart and teaching you how to earn a living. I could easily refuse you entry, yet do you know why I have welcomed you in?" Jin Xiaoyu paused, looking at Jiang Cuihua. Jiang Cuihua kept her eyes shut, unable to suppress her tears. Upon hearing this, she slowly opened her eyes and turned her face slightly to gaze at Jin Xiaoyu, only to discover a frightening coldness etched upon her aunt's face. "Aunt, I find myself choking on my words," she admitted. Jin Xiaoyu, not waiting for her to compose herself, continued, "You need not apologize. You owe me nothing. Indeed, I was displeased with your previous scheming to avoid marrying a fool by manipulating me. Yet even had you not acted thus, I would still have aided you. The faults of your parents do not reflect upon you. The only person you have wronged is yourself." Jiang Cuihua stared wide-eyed at Jin Xiaoyu. Grappling with the implications of her words, yet sensing a profound truth in her aunt's reasoning. Aware that Jin Xiaoyu had more to say, she refrained from interrupting, waiting for her to continue. I do not know how much of this you have comprehended, but I wish to convey one crucial point. If you persist in treating me as a fool, like your mother does, then I am sorry, but you must exit my world, regardless of who you are. At this, Jin Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Suihua, noting the redness around her eyes, yet steeled her resolve to continue speaking sternly. If you are truly sincere with me and open your heart, I will not hesitate to assist you. Whether you wish to earn money or pursue your own life, I will support you. However, I will not teach you my methods of making money. I assure you that as long as you are diligent and earnest, I will help you discover a path to your own financial independence. Jiang Suihua felt an overwhelming sense of shame, having already recognized the flaws in her mother's logic. From her aunt's perspective, she contemplated how she would feel if she were cast out for being married off to a sickly man. She would never reach out to others, let alone offer assistance. Yet hearing her aunt affirm that genuine change would earn her recognition, her heart swelled with hope. She promptly sat up, nodding vigorously at Jin Xiaoyu. "Aunt, I am sorry. Rest assured, I will no longer conspire with my mother against you. I promise." Jin Xiaoyu also sat upright, reaching out to wipe away Jiang Suihua's tears and nodding in agreement. "I am pleased that you can think this way, but should I discover that you merely seek to deceive me, I will not grant you a second chance." "Understood," Jiang Suihua replied, nodding in earnest. With their thoughts clarified, Jin Xiaoyu stifled a yawn. She still needed to seek out the old man Shuaijin to continue learning spells. Just as she was about to enter the spatial pearl, she suddenly felt someone grasp her hand. Turning, she found Jiang Suihua's large eyes, seemingly on the verge of speaking. "What is it you wish to say?" she asked. "Aunt, there is something I have long been uncertain about," Jiang Suihua hesitantly began. "Yes?" Jin Xiaoyu replied, suppressing her sleepiness. "I have secretly been seeing Fu Sheng from our village, but his family cannot provide the 5 taels of silver my mother demands as a bride price, and I am at a loss for what to do." Jiang Suihua confessed in a low voice. "That depends on you. If you truly wish to be with him, there will certainly be a way. Moreover, as I mentioned, I will teach you how to earn a living. Once you have made enough money to cover the bride price, it will be possible. However, this may not necessarily change your mother's mind. Knowing her, she might still feel it is insufficient once you gather the 5 taels. Now it is getting late. You should rest early, and we shall discuss this further tomorrow," Jin Xiaoyu instructed. It was not that she wished to end the conversation with Jiang Suihua, but she could already sense the old man Shuaijin berating her in her consciousness. That old man. Yet thinking of his cherubic face, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate to call him an old man. Turning over, she draped her hand over the adorable Qing'er and entered the spatial pearl. Meanwhile, Jiang Suihua lay awake, consumed by her thoughts. Listening to her aunt's deep, rhythmic snores, she refrained from disturbing her, quietly reflecting on the words exchanged that night. Each of her aunt's statements resonated with profound wisdom. In her heart, she vowed never to emulate her parents' actions again. She would become someone worthy of respect, not only in the eyes of others, but also in her own. Her life could no longer be dictated solely by her mother. She would take control of her destiny. Chapter 76. Life is beautiful thus. Jiang Suihua settled into Jin Xiaoyu's home. She willingly assisted her aunt with cooking, fetching water, washing clothes, and chopping firewood, much to Jin Xiaoyu's satisfaction. Over the course of several days, Jin Xiaoyu observed a noticeable change in Jiang Suihua, allowing her to accompany her to the town to sell persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. The proceeds were shared, and Jin Xiaoyu would often buy Jiang Suihua small gifts. However, Jiang Suihua would refuse, insisting, "Aunt, it is already a great favor for you to let me stay and provide for me. I cannot take any more from you. This is what you deserve. After all, you have helped me carry things along the way and assisted in selling at the market. Thanks to you, many young men purchased more," Jin Xiaoyu replied. Jiang Suihua smiled shyly, no longer refusing. The two women strolled along the rural path, engaging in light conversation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Suihua could not resist catching up with her aunt, inquiring, "Aunt, when I last saw you, you were as plump as a fat pig, and as unattractive as a toad, weren't you?" Jin Xiaoyu seemed to anticipate Jiang Suihua's question, laughing as she interjected. Jiang Suihua felt a bit embarrassed and fell silent, aware that such remarks were inappropriate. However, to her surprise, her aunt not only remained unperturbed but wore a continuous smile. "You need not feel embarrassed. It is simply the truth. Over the years, many have criticized me both to my face and behind my back. If I were to be upset, I would have long since perished from anger. Jin Xiaoyu continued with a laugh. Jiang Zihua nodded, eagerly awaiting her aunt's further words. What method did you use to maintain your skin? At this point, Jiang Zihua could no longer contain her curiosity, as she had long desired to ask. She instinctively touched her own rough skin, reminiscing about her once flawless complexion, rosy and fair. Yet in recent years, she had been plagued by persistent red pimples on her face, which seemed to multiply, particularly on her forehead, where she typically concealed them with bangs. Recently, she had felt that even her bangs could no longer hide them. She envied her aunt's skin immensely, wishing her own could be as radiant. Jin Xiaoyu, noticing her thoughts, paused to appraise Jiang Zuihua carefully, even pretending to lift her bangs for a better look, only to be stopped by Jiang Zuihua. Aunt, please don't. It's too ugly. But if you truly wish to know how I achieved my skin, how can I assist you without a proper examination? Jin Xiaoyu countered, brushing aside Jiang Zuihua's objections to inspect her skin. Upon seeing the inflamed pimples, she was taken aback, recalling her own struggles when she first arrived in this place. Observing her aunt's intense gaze, Jiang Zuihua felt a wave of discomfort and hastily pushed Jin Xiaoyu's hand away, lowering her bangs, pleading for her not to look. It's all right. My face was 10 times worse than yours, Jin Xiaoyu said with a smile, attempting to lift Jiang Zuihua's spirits. Hearing her aunt's words, Jiang Zuihua felt a bit more at ease and quickly grasped her aunt's arm, playfully asking, Aunt, how did you cure your skin? Please teach me. This is my secret formula. If I were to share it with you, it would no longer be a secret, Jin Xiaoyu teased. You need not share the formula. Just help me heal, I beg you. Aunt, you do not understand. I no longer dare to go outside for fear of being seen, and you are too shy to see your beloved. Am I right? Jin Xiaoyu jested. Jiang Zuihua blushed and covered her face with her hands, pretending to flee. Hearing that you are willing to help me with my skin makes me incredibly happy, she declared. Jin Xiaoyu, not wishing to compete with her, took the opportunity to prepare a facial remedy for Jiang Zuihua. To prevent any suspicion, she procured an egg, separated the yolk, and combined the egg white with some water from her space before calling Jiang Zuihua over. As she applied the mixture to Jiang Zuihua's face, she explained, Egg whites will help maintain delicate skin, but it should not be overused. I have also added some other beneficial ingredients. With continued use, you will see results. Jiang Zuihua remained skeptical, but eggs are quite expensive, aren't they? Jin Xiaoyu's words were always convincing, and after hearing her, Jiang Zuihua felt that the cost of the eggs seemed trivial. Of course, this was also due to Jin Xiaoyu's confidence in her ability to earn money. If it had been her mother, she would have likely been met with a scolding. Remembering her mother's indifference to her skin troubles, Jiang Zuihua felt a deep appreciation for her aunt, who was willing to expend an egg for her sake. Jin Xiaoyu encouraged Jiang Zuihua to rest while she prepared dinner. Jiang Zuihua felt slightly embarrassed, but was firmly guided by Jin Xiaoyu. All right, I must keep active. Otherwise, what will I do if I gain weight? Besides, if I do not cook this meal, there will be another, and I shall always have a chance to impress you. Jiang Zuihua nodded in agreement and settled down. Qing'er sat nearby, reading a book, while Jiang Zuihua closed her eyes, savoring the sounds of reading, the aroma of food, and the comforting sensation of the treatment on her face, feeling that life was exceedingly beautiful at that moment. After the meal was prepared, Jin Xiaoyu, considering the time, instructed Jiang Zuihua to wash off the mixture on her face and handed her a pristine white handkerchief to dry. Upon inspecting her own face, Jiang Zuihua noticed that while the pimples on her forehead had not entirely disappeared, there was a discernible improvement. Is there still more to come? She asked Jin Xiaoyu, her excitement evident. Silly girl, we've only done this once. It cannot be that apparent yet. If it were, I would have become a living goddess, Jin Xiaoyu chuckled. Jiang Zuihua recognized her impatience, but still rushed to the water's edge to examine her reflection, gently touching her skin. Doubt crept in, but she felt as though there was indeed some improvement. Thus, her trust in Jin Xiaoyu deepened. Although she had faced many challenges, this issue with her skin had troubled her for quite some time. She longed for the pimples to vanish so she could confidently reveal her forehead. When she had secretly met Fu Sheng before, he had even wanted to kiss her forehead, startling her into fleeing. If her skin improved, she would have no more worries. With that thought, a smile crept upon her lips. Observing her flushed cheeks and her contented demeanor, Jin Xiaoyu could guess what was on her mind and playfully remarked, Before long, you will be even more beautiful, and your beloved will surely be delighted. Jiang Zuihua blushed and laughed. "Aunt, you speak nonsense." Yet, the joy on her face was unmistakable. Jin Xiaoyu silently thought to herself how fortunate she was to know that egg whites could rejuvenate the skin. Otherwise, her secret would have been revealed. To ensure Jiang Zuihua believed that she had invested considerable effort into helping her, Jin Xiaoyu contemplated other methods. After all, what is easily obtained is often taken for granted. The following day, after selling her wares in town, Jin Xiaoyu took Jiang Zuihua to a pharmacy to purchase some herbal remedies beneficial for the skin, intending to mix them with the special water for Jiang Zuihua's facial treatment. Jiang Zuihua felt a pang of guilt seeing her aunt spend money on her, but she understood that her aunt would insist regardless of her objections. So she refrained from refusing, secretly cherishing this kindness in her heart. Jin Xiaoyu noticed Jiang Zuihua's reactions and recognized that she had genuinely changed in recent days. It was akin to removing the bad spots from an apple to create a delectable dish, filling Jin Xiaoyu with a sense of satisfaction and comfort. After some thought, she decided to slow her pace. During leisurely moments, Jin Xiaoyu would take Jiang Zuihua and Qing on strolls through the woods, hoping to encounter some medicinal herbs like lingji or ginseng, not for any other reason, but to teach Jiang Zuihua that the path to prosperity is not achieved overnight. It requires steady, diligent steps. Jiang Zuihua was hardworking and receptive to the lessons Jin Xiaoyu imparted. It was evident that Jiang Zuihua possessed an inherently good nature. Furthermore, Jin Xiaoyu ensured that Jiang Zuihua took regular baths, explaining that maintaining cleanliness not only prevents illness, but is also beneficial for the skin, keeping unpleasant odors at bay. Your face has improved significantly, but to maintain this, you must pay attention to hygiene. It is not enough to wash your face only in the morning. You must also cleanse it at night and wear a hat when the sun is glaring. A hat? Jiang Zuihua seemed perplexed, for in this era, men commonly wore hats. But she had never seen women donning them. Jin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then seized Qing's paper and brush, sketching a diagram on the spot. She addressed Jiang Zuihua, stating that this was the general concept. During winter, it was inconsequential, but in summer, it could shield one from the scorching sun and mitigate tanning. Jiang Zuihua scrutinized the drawing, finding it utterly bewildering. "Aunt, how do you conjure such peculiar ideas? I have never even heard of them before." "Nothing much. Just a pastime born from the monotony of life. By the way, I've heard that pearl powder can whiten the skin and diminish scars. Tomorrow, let us inquire in town whether it is available for purchase." Jin Xiaoyu mused, contemplating how the pearl powder could hasten the fading of the acne marks on Jiang Zuihua's forehead. As she washed and combed Jiang Zuihua's hair, she noted that the locals possessed thick, lustrous black hair, seemingly untrimmed since birth. Yet, she found maintaining such length to be quite cumbersome and inconvenient for washing and grooming, especially in an era where firewood was scarce, making daily baths a nearly impossible feat. If the hair could be trimmed slightly, it would ease her burden. Unsure of Jiang Zuihua's acceptance, she cautiously inquired, "Zuihua, would you mind if I trim some of your hair?" "Trim some?" Jiang Zuihua exclaimed, gazing at Jin Xiaoyu in surprise, baffled as to why her aunt would desire her hair. Though she cherished her locks, she thought it acceptable to comply if her aunt wished. "But aunt, could you leave me a little?" she hesitantly added, feeling it might be improper to appear before others with less hair. Jin Xiaoyu momentarily froze, realizing Jiang Zuihua had misunderstood her intentions. She hurriedly clarified, "Aunt does not lack hair. While I admire your tresses, I have my own. I merely believe that if your hair is excessively long, it becomes hard to manage. Trimming it a bit would not detract from its beauty and would make maintenance easier. Not to mention it would be less inviting to lice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuihua comprehended Jin Xiaoyu's good intentions. Although her mother had once said that one's body and hair were gifts from their parents and should be cherished, she recognized her aunt's concern for her well-being. Nodding in agreement, she said, "I will listen to you, aunt." Delighted, Jin Xiaoyu instructed Qing to fetch scissors and proceeded to snip away some of Jiang Zuihua's hair, tying it with a scrap of cloth. Once Jiang Zuihua had washed and dried her hair, Jin Xiaoyu fashioned a new bun for her. With less hair, the bun appeared less heavy and cumbersome, and Jiang Zuihua felt significantly lighter. However, gazing at the severed locks nearby, she found herself momentarily dazed. After a long pause, she hesitantly asked, "Aunt, may I keep the hair?" "I wish to. You want to secretly hide it, don't you?" Jin Xiaoyu seemed to understand Jiang Zuihua well. Realizing she could not conceal her intentions, Jiang Zuihua nodded. To her surprise, Jin Xiaoyu shook her head in refusal. Confused, Jiang Suihua questioned why not. Suihua, I understand that many people say we should cherish our bodies and hair as gifts from our parents, and that they hesitate to cut their hair unless absolutely necessary. However, I wish to convey that while this saying holds truth, hair is akin to nails. It does not diminish one's appearance. Yet, if it becomes a burden affecting our lives, it should not be retained. You contemplate secretly gifting this large bundle to Fu Sheng, which, while a romantic gesture, raises the question of where he would carry such a significant amount. As she spoke, Jin Xiaoyu took the scissors again, snipping a small lock from the bundle and tying it with a red string, adorning it with a lovely bow before handing it to Jiang Zuihua. You can present this to Fu Sheng the next time you meet him. Jiang Zuihua gazed at the beautifully embellished lock of hair resting in her palm, joyfully nodding at Jin Xiaoyu. Yes, I will heed your advice, Sant. Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, gathering the remaining bundle of hair. It seemed a waste to discard such a substantial amount. Crafting it into a wig appeared to be a more prudent choice. She couldn't help but reflect on how her youthful escapades in the human realm had endowed her with a plethora of practical skills. Chapter 78. New business. Jin Xiaoyu was a woman of action. Once she set her mind to something, she pursued it with fervor. That very evening, she lit a kerosene lamp and began to devise her plan. However, she pondered, in this era, everyone had long hair, rendering wigs unnecessary. But if wigs could be crafted alongside other items, it might make more sense. Thus, she revisited the wide-brimmed hat design she had previously sketched, making suitable adjustments by adding 2 braids on either side. Upon examination, she found it to be quite innovative. In the bewildered gazes of Jiang, Zuihua, and Qing, she commenced her crafting. Both were not accustomed to staying up late, and soon succumbed to slumber. Only Jin Xiaoyu, brimming with enthusiasm, toiled away, dedicating roughly 2 hours to complete the hat. She then fashioned 2 braids from the hair, securing them with red strings and stitching them onto the sides of the hat. Jin Xiaoyu tried it on, convinced that it would provide ample shade from the sun on hot days. Exhausted, she lacked the energy to delve into the spatial beads for further magical practices, inciting the irritation of the handsome Shui Jin, who scolded her for a considerable time. Nevertheless, he eventually relented, allowing her to retire for a much-needed rest. Days slipped by, and Jiang Zuihua's acne had entirely vanished, leaving only a few marks behind. Jin Xiaoyu noticed her cousin's growing anxiety over the remnants of the acne. Although she hesitated to hasten Jiang Zuihua's recovery, she recognized the nature of human desire. Just as Jiang Zuihua had once wished for her blemishes to disappear, now she longed for the absence of scars. The universal yearning for beauty, it seemed, was never satiated. Considering Jiang Zuihua's recent compliance, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to take her to the town's cosmetic shop for a leisurely exploration. Initially intending to seek pearl powder, she was taken aback by its exorbitant price. Even if she were willing to invest, Jiang Zuihua adamantly refused, insisting on leaving the shop. Zuihua, it's all right. The purchase wouldn't solely benefit you. I wish to use some myself, Jin Xiaoyu assured her, speaking truthfully. Relying solely on water from the spatial beads was not a sustainable solution. She needed to explore additional remedies. But it's far too expensive. Just a small amount costs a whole tael of silver. I know you're currently earning well, but we cannot guarantee that this will always be the case. Qing'er's younger brother is still small, and we will have many expenses ahead, Jiang Zuihua explained. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback by Jiang Zuihua's maturity. In truth, she had brought Jiang Zuihua along partly to gauge her understanding. After all, no matter how effective pearl powder might be, it paled in comparison to the efficacy of the spatial water. She merely wished to determine whether Jiang Zuihua had changed. As it turned out, Jiang Zuihua did not disappoint her. And I actually wanted to tell you that I have seen this kind of product before, but I'm unsure if it's the same as what you mentioned. Jiang Zuihua had contemplated for quite some time before finally voicing her thoughts to Jin Xiaoyu. You have seen it? Jin Xiaoyu found this hard to believe, considering that pearl powder was typically reserved for the affluent, and many in the village had never even heard of it. After a considerable search, the two finally arrived at a secluded courtyard, where a foul stench wafted through the air from a distance. Jiang Zuihua discreetly led Jin Xiaoyu to a corner of the backyard, clearing away the weeds obstructing a doghouse. She attempted to slip inside, but was halted by Jin Xiaoyu's grip. Seeing Jin Xiaoyu shake her head, Jiang Zuihua understood that it was inappropriate to intrude. However, recalling her promise to Jin Xiaoyu, she explained, "Xiao Gu, I do not intend to steal anything. I merely wish to retrieve some items from the nearby refuse area to show you. After Jiang Xuehua's repeated assurances, Jin Xiaoyu reluctantly acquiesced, remaining outside to wait for her return. Before long, Jiang Xuehua emerged, her hands gleaming with a handful of lustrous pearls. Although they were irregularly shaped and small, with some still bearing noticeable grit, they were indeed genuine pearls. Jin Xiaoyu examined the pearls, her joy evident as she embraced Jiang Xuehua and planted a fervent kiss on her forehead. "Xuehua, you have truly accomplished something remarkable," she exclaimed, already concocting a brilliant idea in her mind. In truth, the ancients lacked understanding of pearls, unaware that regardless of their quality, their composition remained largely the same. These seemingly irregular pearls could yield superior pearl powder. Moreover, this endeavor would surely prove more lucrative than selling persimmon cakes or mushroom sauce. Such pearls could also be crafted into exquisite ornaments that could fetch a handsome price. Jin Xiaoyu found herself bemused by her newfound obsession with profit. After all, she was a fox spirit dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. Perhaps her prolonged stay in this world had led her to adapt to its harsher realities. Yet, she felt no discontent, as her current life was far more joyous than during her time with the Fox clan. With Qing'er and Xuehua by her side every day, her happiness knew no bounds. However, she realized that she could not always send Xuehua to sneakily acquire items from questionable places. Being caught was never a good outcome. After much contemplation, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to pursue a legitimate path in this matter. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young servant boy emerged. Jin Xiaoyu hurriedly approached him. "Young sir, may I inquire about something?" "What is it?" The boy, a shy lad of 16 or 17, flushed at the sight of the two beautiful young women standing outside. He could hardly believe that these stunning girls would approach him. "It is said that you possess certain items. I wish to know if you still require them. If not, might you part with them?" Jin Xiaoyu held up a small pearl for the boy to see. Recognizing it as a discarded pearl from their courtyard, the boy wondered why this beautiful woman had it. After a moment's thought, he replied, "This is from our courtyard, is it not? We specialize in retrieving pearls for the nobility who have high standards. They deem such pearls worthless. If you desire them, I can give them to you, but may I ask what you intend to do with them?" "Thank you, young sir," Jin Xiaoyu replied. "It is no trouble. I will keep them in my clothing." Jin Xiaoyu readily agreed, then hesitated before producing a few coins. "I do not possess much, but please accept this as a token of gratitude." The boy, taken aback by the unexpected payment, felt his cheeks flush with happiness as he eagerly accepted the coins, counting 5 in total, his day's wages. "In the future, could I trouble you to collect any discarded pearls for me? I will pay you the same rate," Jin Xiaoyu suggested, knowing that 5 coins was a modest sum, but wary of raising suspicions. "Of course, I would be delighted to," the boy responded eagerly, pleased by the prospect of continued earnings. Having agreed upon the arrangement, Jin Xiaoyu took the pearls and left with Jiang Xuehua. On their way, she shared her plans with Jiang Xuehua, promising to split the profits equally, as these pearls were indeed her contribution. Jiang Xuehua, pleasantly surprised to have unwittingly aided her aunt, felt a surge of joy. Upon returning, they found the door of the thatched cottage locked, likely because Qing'er had sneaked out to play. Jin Xiaoyu, having forgotten her key, planned to climb over the wall, grateful that the fence was not too high. As she prepared to scale it, one leg already over, she was suddenly reprimanded from behind. "Who are you? What are you sneaking around for?" It was the voice of a young girl. Notably, the girl was wearing a hat that Jin Xiaoyu had hastily crafted the previous night. After putting it away, she had not shown it to Xuehua or Qing'er. How could the hat be on this girl's head? Jin Xiaoyu's first instinct was that the house had been burglarized, and the thief was none other than the girl in front of her. The girl recognized Jin Xiaoyu as Qing'er's mother, but, being somewhat shy, did not know what to say. Just as she was about to run away, Jin Xiaoyu seized her wrist. "You little rascal, learning to steal like this. I just finished making this hat, and you've taken it." Jin Xiaoyu admonished the girl, concerned she would follow a bad example. Instinctively, she reached to remove the hat, but the girl, frightened, screamed and bit Jin Xiaoyu's arm. "Ouch, you little rascal." Jin Xiaoyu gasped, feeling a sharp pain. She attempted to chase after the girl, but the latter dashed away in an instant, disappearing from sight. Jiang Xuehua rushed forward, noticing that Jin Xiaoyu's arm was bleeding from a bite, and felt a surge of irritation. "Whose child is this? Let's find her parents." "Let it go. She is just a child," Jin Xiaoyu replied, not wishing to dwell on it. The girl's face seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not recall whose child she was. Furthermore, the girl did not appear to be inherently bad. Jin Xiaoyu began to believe more in her aunt's words. Wearing such a hat while working in the fields during summer would surely prevent sunburn. Jiang Cuihua focused intently, raising her hand to point at the girl hiding behind Qing. You little thief, I was just looking for you. You stole someone else's belongings and even bit someone. Whose child are you? The girl, looking frightened, timidly hid behind Qing. Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Cuihua exchanged puzzled glances. Qing'er produced a key and opened the door, leading the girl inside. Mother, please don't blame Yin'er. I gave her the hat you made, Qing'er explained. Yin'er's mother cut her hair, and it looks particularly unattractive. Seeing her cry, I thought of your hat, so I gave it to her without telling you. If you're upset, blame me instead. Mother, could we give the hat to Yin'er? Qing'er's eyes sparkled with hope. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback to see her dear Qing'er display such compassion at such a young age. Although she had not seen Yin'er's haircut, she could tell the little girl was likely to be vain. And after all, it was just a hat, nothing of great consequence. Very well. Since you've shown such kindness at your tender age, I shall not hold it against you, Jin Xiaoyu agreed. I knew you would understand, Mother, Qing'er exclaimed joyfully, rushing to embrace her mother, only to be met with a whiff of saltiness. Let me show you something, you clever little girl, Jin Xiaoyu said, opening her outer robe to reveal it brimming with pearls. Qing'er gasped in astonishment. She pulled Yin'er over, and while the little girl did not speak, her delight was evident. Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Cuihua exchanged knowing glances. No girl could resist such treasures. Mother, these are so beautiful. Qing'er marveled. Yes, I bought these from someone to make into face powder for selling, to earn money for you to marry a good husband, Jin Xiaoyu joked, glancing at Yin'er. Truth be told, the little girl, though only 5 or 6, was already a charming beauty. The young girl Qing'er is indeed a perfect match for her family. However, I sincerely hope she does not stray from her path. Observing the little girl lost in thought while gazing at the pearls, Jin Xiaoyu contemplated gifting her a few for play. To her surprise, Qing'er had the same idea. Mother, can you give some to Yin'er? Qing'er looked at Jin Xiaoyu with eager eyes. Jin Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Her beloved son seemed to think only of another girl at such a tender age of 5. Noticing Jin Xiaoyu's apparent discontent, Qing'er lowered her head and sighed. Alas, children grow up too fast. Yet, she quickly added, Mother, you are the best. Qing'er embraced Jin Xiaoyu and planted a kiss on her cheek. Yin'er timidly followed behind Qing'er, her little face flushing at the sight. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback as she watched Yin'er hastily flee, realizing that the voice calling out belonged to Lu Xiaoyu, the wife of Hunter Wang. Suddenly enlightened, Jin Xiaoyu understood why Yin'er seemed familiar. She was indeed the child of Hunter Wang and Lu Xiaoyu. It was no wonder the child appeared frightened upon seeing her, recalling the incident when Widow Zhou had caused a stir at the Wang household, presumably frightening the poor girl. As Qing'er assisted in washing the pearls in water, Jiang Cuihua and Jin Xiaoyu busied themselves preparing a meal. However, the dishes consisted solely of meat, which was excessively greasy. There were some vegetables in the space pearl, yet it felt inappropriate to take them out in front of Jiang Cuihua. After finishing the steamed buns, Jin Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to sneak outside. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she retrieved some vegetables from her space, only to be caught by the old man Xuan, who scolded her for a long while. These vegetables were grown from seeds she had previously purchased, including radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Where did you get these, little aunt? Jiang Cuihua, not suspecting anything amiss, helped Jin Xiaoyu in picking and washing the vegetables. Jiang Cuihua assumed Jin Xiaoyu would prepare them as she had done before, sought ing them in oil, but Jin Xiaoyu halted her. Today, let's create a new dish. Cuihua, please shred the radishes, and bring me some flour, Jin Xiaoyu instructed. Cuihua was puzzled about Jin Xiaoyu's intentions, but complied nonetheless. Although Jin Xiaoyu had never made radish balls before, she had tasted them and had a rough idea in her mind. Once Cuihua prepared the ingredients, Jin Xiaoyu began her creation, first dicing the radish shreds, then preparing accompaniments such as chopped green onions, minced meat, eggs, and other seasonings. She placed the radish cubes in hot water for a brief moment, then removed them to cool. After mixing in the accompaniments until the desired consistency was achieved, she heated oil in a pan and carefully shaped the mixture into balls, frying them until golden and crisp, exuding a delightful aroma. Jiang Cuihua was astonished. She had never seen anyone cook in such a manner before. Moreover, she could hardly fathom using so much oil and ingredients for a single meal. However, When the balls emerged from the pot, golden and fragrant, she could barely contain her appetite, wiping her mouth with her sleeve in a hurry, only to discover that Cuehua had already been drooling as well. The two women exchanged amused glances. The tantalizing scent soon drew Qing'er over. "Mother, what is that smell? It is so delicious. Only your greedy little nose would notice," Jin Xiaoyu teased, having used only half of the radish. Jin Xiaoyu thought it best not to let go to waste. She recalled another dish, slicing the radish into strips, seasoning it with salt, sugar, garlic, and the previously mentioned ingredients, mixing them to create a refreshing cold dish. With plenty of oil remaining, she decided against wasting it, filtering it and pouring it into a bowl for future use. Although she intended to prepare another dish, Jiang Zihua insisted that she refrain. Jin Xiaoyu laughed. "Well, that is perfectly fine. I couldn't ask for more." However, Jiang Zihua made a valid point. In these times of scarcity, one ought not to be wasteful. As they conversed, the little glutton Qing'er could no longer resist and dove into the food, her face smeared with grease. Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Zihua merely laughed at her antics. Jiang Zihua yearned to remain in her little aunt's home forever, feeling as though she were living in a dream. Chapter 80. Unfazed Jin Xiaoyu, a plate of golden, fragrant balls accompanied by a dish of crispy radish strips and freshly steamed white buns delighted the trio as they ate and laughed together. Qing'er had initially thought her mother would refuse to give the hat to Yen'er, especially considering Yen'er's mother had recently caused a scene at their home. To her surprise, not only did her mother agree to give the hat to Yen'er, but she also promised to give her pearls. Qing'er felt immense gratitude towards her mother, thoughtfully urging Jin Xiaoyu to eat more. "Mother, you have worked hard. Please eat some more. You little rascal. Are you suddenly so nice to your mother because you want her to give Yen'er something?" Jin Xiaoyu teased. "Mother, I did not." Qing'er replied, "Slichty embarked." The little girl was indeed charming, and she matched well with their Qing'er. Jiang Zihua remarked playfully. "Sister, why is Qing'er blushing like a monkey's bottom? She looks as if her face could merge with a bowl of rice." "All right, I shall cease teasing you," Jin Xiaoyu said, recognizing Qing'er's sensitive nature and quickly changing the subject. "Qing'er truly believes you are capable and beautiful, mother. Not only does Qing'er think so, but Yen'er feels the same. She really likes the hats you make." After a moment, Qing'er added, "Is that so? Then she must have good taste," Jin Xiaoyu replied, basking in the praise. Who doesn't enjoy being complimented? "Now, are you concerned about me disliking your friendship with Yen'er?" Jin Xiaoyu, aware of her son's thoughts, guessed his hesitance. Qing'er paused momentarily before quickly lifting his head. Jin Xiaoyu continued, "Qing'er, your mother is not a petty person. Even if her own mother were to come, I would not bear a grudge against her, provided she does not provoke me. If she were to slander me as before, I would not allow her to bully me. Yes, if anyone bullies you, I will protect you, mother," Qing'er declared earnestly. "All right, you say that now, but when you grow up and marry, who knows how you will treat your mother?" Jin Xiaoyu teased. "Mother, I won't," Qing'er exclaimed, panic rising in her voice, as if on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoyu quickly reassured her, "I was only joking. Why are you so anxious? I believe my little Qing'er is the best and will treat me well when she grows up." "Yes," Qing'er confirmed, pursing her lips tightly in earnestness. Jiang Zihua observed the interaction between mother and son, utterly mesmerized. She had never imagined a family could converse in such a way. Unlike her own home, where her parents always seemed dejected or scolded one another incessantly, their meals often descended into chaos over who had eaten more. She realized that all of this was thanks to her little aunt. Reflecting on her experiences since arriving, she felt compelled to praise her aunt. Although she had thought about doing so many times before, she had never found the courage. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Zihua finally spoke. "What is it?" Jin Xiaoyu looked at her, noticing the flush on her face. She instinctively reached out to check if she felt unwell. Yet, Jiang Zihua grasped Jin Xiaoyu's hand and spoke earnestly. "Actually, I think my little aunt is wonderful. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, speaks well, and knows how to earn money. In short, my little aunt is perfect. I want to recognize you as my mother." Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had not expected her niece to hold back for so long, merely to express her affection. Though it felt flattering, she reminded herself not to become too proud. She gently patted Jiang Zihua's shoulder and sighed deeply, stating that it was nothing, merely her duty. "No, Annie, you are truly wonderful, though you may not realize it," Jiang Zihua replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Jin Xiaoyu felt somewhat lightheaded, as if walking on clouds, completely engulfed in bliss. Yet, She understood that she must not indulge in such feelings in front of the two innocent children. Thus, she endeavored to suppress her soaring emotions and spoke earnestly, "Silly child. What are you saying? We are aunt and niece, akin to mother and daughter. Besides, regardless of your mother's shortcomings, she gave you life, and you must not think of her in such a manner." Jiang Zuohua nodded, overwhelmed with emotion, feeling that her aunt's words carried profound wisdom. Seeing Jiang Zuohua in tears, Jin Xiaoyu hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, thinking it only right to reciprocate for all the kind words directed at her. "After we finish our meal, I will grind some pearls into powder for you to apply on your face. I assure you that after no more than 3 applications, the blemishes will vanish." Jiang Zuohua nodded gratefully. A wave of warmth surged through Jin Xiaoyu's heart as she recognized how thoughtful the child was. It made her feel somewhat petty in comparison. Suddenly, she recalled that Jiang Zuohua seemed quite fond of a particular hat, one that would complement her hair beautifully. "If you like that hat, I shall make you another one. I have even prettier fabric, and I can sew on some pearls, which will surely be more beautiful than the previous one." Jiang Zuohua was so touched that she could hardly find words to express her gratitude, simply nodding in agreement. Qing'er, observing her mother and sister, quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Mother, you must make me one too. I like it as well." Jin Xiaoyu's mouth fell open in surprise. "Dear child, that is a hat for girls. What would a boy like you wear it for?" Jiang Zuohua laughed through her tears. "Why not? Why can only girls wear it? Can't I wear it too?" Qing'er did not understand. Indeed, why should it only be for girls? Why can't our Qing'er wear one? Jin Xiaoyu pondered the depth of Qing'er's question. After a moment's reflection, inspiration struck her as she grasped the hands of Jiang Zuohua and Qing'er, exclaiming, "I have an idea. Zuohua, how about I make a different kind of hat that you both can wear? If we had yarn, it would look even better. And we could line it with cotton to keep your ears and face warm during winter. Oh, and we could add ear flaps. I suddenly have so many ideas for making money." Jin Xiaoyu continued to speak excitedly, only to notice that Jiang Zuohua and Qing'er appeared bewildered. She quickly asked Qing'er to fetch some writing materials and sketch her ideas. Jiang Zuohua seemed to grasp that her aunt was considering a type of fabric made from cotton. "Yes, but it must be thicker and warmer," Jin Xiaoyu clarified, recalling that every household in the area possessed a loom, yet the threads were predominantly made of hemp. While hemp could suffice, it was not particularly comfortable against the skin. Jiang Zuohua, mulling over Jin Xiaoyu's words, eventually concluded, "I understand now. You mean the kind of thread made from cotton? That is easy to arrange. We can buy some cotton and spin it into thread." "Exactly. And we must dye it in various colors," Jin Xiaoyu added with a smile. "That is not difficult. There are dyes available in the market. I learned this from my mother. I can handle it." "Zuohua, you truly understand my intentions," Jin Xiaoyu thought to herself, increasingly convinced that keeping Jiang Zuohua around was an excellent decision. However, she admitted to herself that she lacked the skill to knit. Her hands, clumsy like a fox's paws, were not adept at such tasks. Yet, she had observed how women in the human world knitted. "Oh, and we must remember to drill small holes in the pearls for sewing onto the hats. But that one T pose a challenge, as I can simply take them into the space and have the handsome boy assist me. He is practically idle in there." With her mind made up, Jin Xiaoyu began to devise a plan with Jiang Zuohua and Qing'er, but they would have to wait until the next day to buy cotton and dyed fabric to proceed. The immediate priority was to apply the pearl powder to Jiang Zuohua's face. She ground the pearls into a fine powder, mixed it with water from the space to create a paste, and evenly applied it to Jiang Zuohua's face, observing the remaining mixture in the bowl. She also had Qing'er apply some to her own face. After about half an hour, she rose to wash it off, only to find Jiang Zuohua still asleep, while Qing'er had dozed off at some point as well. She then made her way to the backyard, reflecting on her earlier decision, and began digging a cellar. To her surprise, she uncovered it much quicker than expected, astonished by her own speed and finding it not tiring at all. Within an hour, she had excavated a cellar. She gathered some firewood to secure it and brought some vegetables from the space to store inside. This way, she would have to worry about Jiang Zuohua's suspicions. Moreover, she felt that the temperature inside the cellar was quite warm. After some thought, she placed a few river stones inside, having learned their benefits over the past few days. Not only did they emit warmth when placed in water, but they also provided warmth when kept indoors. She often placed them against her chest, which kept her warm even when outdoors. Once she finished, she took out some seeds and planted them in the cellar. watering them with the space water, which visibly made them sprout. It seemed this space water not only promoted the growth of skin and plants, but also enabled vegetables to thrive in areas with insufficient air. Delighted, Jin Xiaoyu gently touched the little sprouts before stepping outside. After washing her hands, she returned to the house, where Jiang Suhua had awakened. Jin Xiaoyu quickly urged her to wash her face. Then, she took out the copper mirror she had purchased earlier, and as Jiang Suhua examined her reflection, she felt that her complexion appeared even fairer than before. She was utterly captivated. Annie, this is truly miraculous. The results are remarkable. If we sold this, we could certainly earn a handsome profit. Of course, but we mustn't rush. We cannot directly sell this at the market. We should first try at a beauty supply shop, and we will need some boxes for packaging. Alas, tomorrow we must visit the town. Though the idea had seemed splendid at first, Jin Xiaoyu found herself confronting numerous challenges when it came time to implement it. For instance, the boxes for the powder would likely be costly. In summary, selling such products would be far more difficult than selling persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce. Yet, she was determined not to be deterred. That evening, Jin Xiaoyu took all the pearls into the space, instructing the handsome boy to help her drill tiny holes in them. He was quite irate, but when she threatened to never bring him back into the space if he continued to scold her, he reluctantly surrendered. You are quite cunning. Always taking advantage of this old man, he grumbled. Old man? You look younger than I do, Jin Xiaoyu retorted. His irritation flared up as he protested her lack of respect. Jin Xiaoyu approached him with a smile. What's wrong? Don't you like your current appearance? Would you prefer a face full of wrinkles and the demeanor of an elderly person, gasping for breath after a few steps? Besides, with that face of yours, you can charm countless young maidens. Do you think they would prefer your youthful visage or an elderly one? His anger diminished slightly as he considered her words, though he could not resist asking, but does this face of mine not captivate you as well? In comparing Ben Yao and Chang Feng, whom do you prefer? This indeed leaves Jin Xiaoyu in a quandary. It also reminds her of the Xianzun. Ever since learning that she could never elicit the Xianzun's affection throughout her life, Jin Xiaoyu has completely lost hope in him. Yet, she still aspires to earn money, hoping to alleviate the Xianzun's hardships in the mortal realm. However, she has been exceedingly busy lately and has little time to spare. Moreover, the Xianzun may not even wish to see her. Remembering her last visit when the Xianzun regarded her with a cold expression, as if she were a stranger, brings a wave of sadness to Jin Xiaoyu. Shuaiyin, noticing the look of grievance on Jin Xiaoyu's face, realizes that she must be missing Chang Feng again. Alas, what can he do? After all, he is more handsome, appears younger, and seems more amiable than Chang Feng. Yet, in her heart, Jin Xiaoyu ponders, why does he look more easily bullied than Chang Feng Xianzun? Nevertheless, she is not foolish enough to let Shuaiyin know her thoughts, as she still needs to rely on him for her tasks. Shuaiyin, in his true form as a celestial crane, has cultivated to such a level that his beak resembles an impenetrable fortress. With a gentle touch, he can shatter pearls. Angered, Jin Xiaoyu exclaims, Hey, didn't we agree to create a hole the size of a needle's eye? What will we do now that you've shattered everything? Why are you shouting? I was merely testing my skill. If you think you can do better, why don't you try? Shuaiyin retorts, feeling that Jin Xiaoyu is becoming increasingly presumptuous, attributing it to his own excessive leniency towards the younger generation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he resolves to create a perfect hole for Jin Xiaoyu to see. However, to his dismay, he ends up shattering yet another pearl. Jin Xiaoyu, her mouth twisted in frustration, jumps up to point at Shuaiyin. Can you even do this? Of course I can. How could Ben Yao possibly fail at such a trivial task? Shuaiyin is equally exasperated, recalling his past prowess across the three realms, and wondering how such a minor task could confound him. Yet, time and again, he finds himself disappointed, ultimately succumbing to failure. Jin Xiaoyu stares at her basket of pearls, now reduced to powder scattered on the ground, realizing she had been overly naive. Step aside. Don't touch my things anymore. What kind of great demon or deity are you? She exclaims. Give me another chance. I promise to compete with myself this time. Shuaiyin pleads. But I still need to save some for later. Jin Xiaoyu quickly snatches the basket and protects it behind her. Well, since you mentioned kneading powder, why not just turn these into powder? Shuaiyin suggests. You make it sound easy, but how am I supposed to collect it? Jin Xiaoyu huffs. You usually seem quite clever, yet now you appear rather dim, Shuaiyin remarks. Jin Xiaoyu, upon his reminder, suddenly realizes that while she cannot use magic outside, it does not mean she cannot utilize it within the space pearl. Shuayin promptly teaches her a spell, and after some practice, she successfully gathers the scattered powder from the water and air. Once she has an epiphany, everything else seems to fall into place. Not only was she short on cotton thread, but there also happened to be a type of plant in space. With a bit of magic, she conjured bundles of cotton thread, along with dye that would not fade. As for the porcelain jars and boxes, she found some clay in space, molded it into various shapes, and with fire magic, turned them into exquisite porcelain pieces. Initially, she felt regret over the waste, but realizing that these materials could regenerate infinitely, her sense of loss dissipated. The remaining half-basket of pearls was effortlessly resolved with her magic. Unexpectedly, what should have taken several days was accomplished in a single night. Had she not feared that Jiang Chuehua would be startled the next day, she could have even crafted a hat right there in the space. However, relying solely on magic felt devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Although she achieved these tasks through magic, Jin Xiaoyu gradually felt that nothing compared to the fulfillment of solving problems through her own efforts. She now increasingly understood why she could find joy in this remote place. It was likely because she had to exert effort to effect change. A fulfilling life brings joy, while days spent relying entirely on magic inevitably become mundane. She also comprehended why her teacher at Tushan had insisted on practical lessons and repeatedly taught them to avoid using magic for tasks they could accomplish themselves. Henceforth, Jin Xiaoyu resolved to refrain from using magic in such matters. Even though she had acquired the porcelain jars, boxes, cotton thread, and dye, she ultimately did not take them out of the space. This decision resonated with Shuayin as well. Girl, you have finally seen through it. In truth, being a deity lacks any intrigue. It is far more interesting to be human, Shuayin remarked, his words imbued with an infinite yearning. Observing his contemplative expression, Jin Xiaoyu knew he was likely reminiscing about his beloved. Not wishing to see him continue in sorrow, she playfully poked him and said, "All right, old man, I must take my leave. I will come to see you tomorrow." With that, she exited the space pearl. Shuayin's irritated voice echoed within the space pearl. "Jin Xiaoyu, I am not an old man." Jin Xiaoyu chuckled softly, ignoring him as she drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Jiang Chuehua awoke to find the finely ground pearl powder and the pearls that had been drilled with perfect holes, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "Auntie, did you do this last night?" "Yes, I couldn't sleep last night, so I finished it," Jin Xiaoyu replied, feeling somewhat sheepish under the child's adoring gaze. If others knew she had used magic, her value would diminish significantly. Resolved, she decided that she would handle such small tasks herself in the future. "But auntie, how did you manage to accomplish such a difficult task? Each one is just the right size," Jiang Chuehua exclaimed, examining a pearl that was neither too big nor too small, perfectly proportioned. "Well, that's my secret technique, a mystery," Jin Xiaoyu replied, evasively, unsure of how to explain. Chapter 82. A minor incident. Jiang Chuehua nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After breakfast, the two set out, as usual, to sell their wares in the town. Jiang Chuehua shared this sentiment, and they quickly came to an agreement. However, an unforeseen incident occurred at the market that day. Having sold their goods successfully day after day, Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chuehua had attracted considerable attention from other merchants. Yet, they did not believe that the success stemmed from the quality of Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chuehua's products. They thought it was merely the allure of the two women's beauty that drew customers. This disdainful view led several vendors to conspire and push Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chuehua into a narrow corner, limiting their original stall space. Even when customers did arrive, they were unable to reach the stall due to the obstruction. Jiang Chuehua, witnessing their aggressive tactics, grew anxious as potential buyers were dissuaded from approaching and ultimately left in frustration. "Auntie, look." Jin Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze calculating how to resolve the situation. She empathized with the struggling vendors, knowing how difficult it was to support a family, and did not wish to make things difficult for them. Additionally, she had already planned to change locations. She signaled Jiang Chuehua to pack their things, intending to move to another end of the market. However, unbeknownst to her, her intent for peace was not reciprocated. "What are you doing, young lady? Where do you think you're going?" A vendor to her left seized the opportunity to occupy her spot, refusing to let her leave. "What do you want?" "We were planning to change locations," Zhang Duqiua exclaimed anxiously. "Your words are slanderous, young lady. What have I done to you? I merely want to say that since we've met, you could at least say goodbye before leaving." The merchant was a young man in his early 20s, peddling fish that he had salvaged from the river. Prior to the arrival of Jin Xiaoyu, his business had thrived, but for reasons unknown, it had recently fallen into neglect. He, in his naivety, attributed all his misfortunes to Jin Xiaoyu and Jin Xiaoyu. Furthermore, he had long coveted their beauty and, upon learning of Jin Xiaoyu's marital status, directed his affections towards Jin Xiaoyu. He had even made overtures to win her favor. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu responded to him with palpable disdain, which fostered a sense of resentment within him. Seeing the two women silent, he brazenly approached his filthy hands. Recently sullied from handling the fish, reaching towards Jin Xiaoyu. Startled, Jin Xiaoyu turned pale, instinctively glancing at Jin Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, Jin Xiaoyu seized a basket and flung it toward his face, swiftly positioning herself to shield Jin Xiaoyu. When the man, seemingly enraged, attempted to retaliate, she delivered a swift kick to his leg, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a bone snapping, causing him to collapse to the ground. With a cry of pain, the man glared at Jin Xiaoyu, his expression twisted with anger, clenching his jaw in frustration, as if he yearned to exact vengeance upon her. By this time, a crowd had gathered around them. Seizing the opportunity, he proclaimed, "Come, let us resolve this matter. I merely sought to assist them with their belongings. Yet I have been met with violence. I am aware of my lowly status, but does that render me guilty? How can you be so despicable? It pains me. I feel as though I might perish from the agony." The street vendor clutched his knees and lamented incessantly. Many began to point fingers at Jin Xiaoyu and Jin Xiaoyu. Both possessed striking beauty, distinguishing them from the other vendors in the area. Jealous individuals had long whispered unsubstantiated rumors, suggesting that the two were from disreputable backgrounds. Consequently, the number of customers had dwindled significantly in recent days. Jin Xiaoyu was oblivious to this, yet Jin Xiaoyu was acutely aware, her mind as clear as a mirror. She had chosen to endure rather than escalate the situation, wishing to maintain her peace of mind. However, she did not anticipate that her desire to avoid trouble would lead to it finding her instead. "If you continue to slander and demean, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Jin Xiaoyu pointed at the vendor and shouted in anger, determined to grant him one final chance. "Can everyone see this? Look at how arrogant they are. They strike others and yet dare to threaten me. Do they truly believe I am afraid? I still do not believe it. What can you possibly do to me?" The vendor resolved to teach these two individuals a lesson, compelling them to acknowledge his presence, particularly ensuring that Jin Xiaoyu could no longer disregard him. Only in this manner could he hope to gain the affection of the delicate flower that is Jin Xiaoyu. His ultimate weapon would be his eloquence, as the market's patrons are easily swayed. If he could convince them that Jin Xiaoyu and Jin Xiaoyu hailed from unsavory backgrounds, there would undoubtedly be those who would rise in their defense. After all, most men toil at home, while the majority of shoppers are women, who harbor a particular disdain for those seductive sirens who entice men. I am aware that you have support behind the scenes. Yet have you ever considered the discomfort of the one left alone at home? Since you have engaged in this, why must you pretend to be ordinary individuals here? Who can discern whether you're peddling goods or something else?" exclaimed the vendor. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Zuihua could no longer endure the situation. Her face flushed crimson, particularly with the incessant pointing and whispering of those around her. She was on the verge of tears, fearing that if her aunt were not present, she might have succumbed to her emotions. Jin Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed as she regarded the vendor. She was at a loss as to what had provoked his ire. However, she had already extended him an opportunity, which he had squandered, and thus she no longer felt obliged to consider his plight. The vendor, intimidated by Jin Xiaoyu's unwavering gaze, felt a twinge of panic within. How could this individual exhibit such fearlessness? This method of mine is infallible. Allow me to share my thoughts. Had it not been for the uproar today, I would have preferred to remain silent. Have you ever considered that a well-dressed young lady would not willingly venture into such a noisy marketplace? It was indeed a stroke of fate that day when my uncle's wife reported her nephew missing, causing a flurry of concern within the family. Subsequently, his wife discovered that their money had vanished, leading her to suspect that he had fallen prey to some enchanting temptress who had lured him away and absconded with their funds. I too ventured into that unsavory place to take a look, and you won't believe whom I encountered there. Everyone's attention was captured by his words. and they eagerly awaited his continuation. Observing this, he arrogantly lifted his chin and, after feigning profundity, pointed towards Jin Xiaoyu and Jin Xiaoyu, declaring that they were the ones. At that moment, I was taken aback, for I could hardly believe that these two were the same young ladies who had been selling goods alongside me at the market, and their usual attire did not seem to belong to such company. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that these two were quite renowned within that circle, even regarded as top tier, commanding several taels of silver for their services. Upon hearing the mention of several taels, some individuals instinctively gasped. Among them was a particular woman whose husband squandered their household finances in such establishments daily. Despite her protests and confrontations, her efforts proved futile. She harbored a profound disdain for the wretched souls associated with such places, seething with indignation. In that moment, she wished fervently to rend the likes of Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu apart. The vendor, observing her reaction, smirked with satisfaction and continued his discourse. It eventually dawned upon me that these women were not merely selling goods. Rather, they were utilizing the guise of a market stall to entice men. It was no wonder that the matrons approached to purchase items, as these women offered no smiles. Yet, when men arrived, their eyes sparkled with mirth. I had no intention of voicing my thoughts, yet I could no longer bear witness to this. This marketplace is a venue for commerce, not a hunting ground for women of their ilk to lure customers. You possess the means to earn a decent living through honest trade. Why stoop to such degrading conduct? Are you not aware of the countless families that have been torn apart by women like you? The vendor grew increasingly enraged, as if to champion the cause of all women. Indeed, many have been incited by his fervor. The woman from earlier, already seething with indignation, suddenly attempted to confront Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu, her hands poised to seize them. Fortunately, Jin Xiaoyu had anticipated such an action, thwarting her intentions. Yet, this woman was not one to easily relent. She hastily gathered nearby items and hurled them towards the two. Jiang Xiaoyu, petrified, stood frozen in place. But Jin Xiaoyu swiftly raised her basket to shield them from the flying fish. The vendor, realizing his fish had been transformed into instruments of conflict and witnessing them being trampled, was consumed by fury, directing all his wrath towards Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu. The vendor was on the verge of tears, for by the time he raised his voice, Jin Xiaoyu had already scattered all his fish across the ground, fiercely trampling them underfoot. If she was not the one responsible, then she would certainly demonstrate it to him. You will pay for this. The vendor wept in anger, yet her eyes brimmed with even greater hatred. You wretched creature, seek your demise, and this elder shall accompany you. Compensation? Jin Xiaoyu entrusted the basket to Jiang Xiaoyu for safekeeping, then rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward, genuinely incensed. Here she was, conducting her business in good faith, only to be slandered by others. Did they truly believe Jin Xiaoyu to be a pushover? What do you expect me to do? You did not say that I am the sort of woman from such a place. Indeed, I am, so rest assured, I have destroyed your stall and assaulted your men. I shall compensate you. After all, you know where to find me, so just go ahead and demand it. Jin Xiaoyu resolutely embraced her rogue side. She then seized several foul fish from the ground and relentlessly pelted the vendor. Oh, it hurts so much, the vendor exclaimed, cradling his head with both hands. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu delivered a kick to his leg. Help! Help! Do not strike me any further. The vendor hurriedly called out, hoping that the onlookers would come to his aid. However, the spectators were fickle, swayed by the prevailing winds. When Jin Xiaoyu remained silent and the vendor had the upper hand, they were willing to join in the shouting. Yet now, confronted by Jin Xiaoyu's fierce demeanor, they dared not utter a word. You strike me. Do you still wish to sell your wares here? The vendor shouted loudly, fully aware that Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiaoyu were not the type of women he presumed them to be. In secret, he had been tracking them and had learned that Jin Xiaoyu was a widow, which prompted him to deliberately bully her, thinking he could intimidate her into marrying Jiang Xiaoyu off to himself. Of course, if that plan failed, Jin Xiaoyu would suffice as well. However, he had no desire to be a cheap stepfather. He needed to rid himself of her little brat, as he estimated that child could fetch a handsome price. Alternatively, having both women by his side would not be a misfortune. Yet in that moment, all of these schemes and daydreams were cast aside. He pleaded incessantly, but under Jin Xiaoyu's violent assault, no one dared to intervene. Even the woman who had previously hurled insults and threatened to beat Jin Xiaoyu was now cowed into silence. The strong fear the brutal, and the brutal fear the ruthless, a timeless truth. Exhausted from the confrontation, Jin Xiaoyu hurled a foul fish at the vendor and, panting with rage, demanded, "Will you clarify your intentions, or shall I take you to the authorities?" The vendor, in physical agony, could not comprehend the implications of Jin Xiaoyu's words. "Speak," she insisted, denying him any time for contemplation. "If you refuse to speak, then we shall visit the magistrate. Slander is a grave offense." "What? A grave offense?" The vendor was struck dumb, staring incredulously at the fierce expression on Jin Xiaoyu's face, as if he were gazing upon a ghost. "If you refuse to speak, we shall see the magistrate. Look at you. You will be bound for the journey. Suehua, fetch the ox cart. We leave now, and we should arrive at the county office before nightfall," Jin Xiaoyu commanded. Suehua nodded, her lips curving into a smile. No, we shan't go to the authorities. I will speak." The vendor is truly frightened. People like him tremble at the sight of an official bearing a knife, especially when told they are headed to the county office. "I lied. You're not the sort of woman to frequent such places. It's all my fabrication." Chapter 83. Resurgence from death, then why concoct such fabrications? Jin Xiaoyu pressed on. The vendor stammered, struggling to articulate a response. He glanced up at Jin Xiaoyu, but remained silent. Jin Xiaoyu continued, "Have you not noticed the foul stench emanating from your fish?" As she spoke, she picked up a fish from the ground and hurled it at the vendor, continuing, "Do you think I enjoy being next to your stall? It is you who follows me wherever we go, pretending not to notice. You merely wish to take advantage of our customers, hoping they might buy your rotten fish. Why do you not consider addressing the root of your problems instead of targeting us? And you all, each of you, have conspired to pressure me. I have endured your antics not out of fear, but because I believe we all strive to make a living. However, if you perceive my forbearance as weakness, then I assure you, I'm not to be trifled with." Jin Xiaoyu declared resolutely, grasping Jiang Suehua's hand and attempting to leave. It was blocked by a woman who had previously attempted to assault her, and Suehua, showing no signs of remorse. Jin Xiaoyu halted, glaring at the woman. "I know you. Your husband frequently indulges in brothels, leading you to despise those women. Have you ever considered that they are not inherently wicked? If given the choice, would any of them willingly choose such a life? You transfer your hatred for your father onto these women, and even onto beautiful women. Is being attractive a sin?" Seeing the woman remain silent, Jin Xiaoyu pressed on, "You are a woman too. If you could enhance your beauty, would you not desire to be more beautiful? So, does my niece and I being attractive render us deserving of your scorn? What kind of reasoning is that?" Jin Xiaoyu was baffled by her own escalating anger, as if a long-suppressed emotion had finally found its voice. This world, despite its virtues that allowed her to thrive through her own efforts, was marred by the ignorance of its people, who often sought to undermine her with their flawed logic. She decided to voice her frustrations all at once, scanning the gathered crowd. You and you. Just yesterday, you praised my goods for their delightful taste, relishing the opportunity to indulge. Yet now, upon hearing a few derogatory remarks, you indiscriminately cast blame upon me. Have you ever contemplated how it would feel if one day you found yourselves in my position, surrounded by accusations? Would you still believe you were blameless? Ah, so you deem my niece and I to be disgraceful women, unworthy of selling to you? I shall cease my business. I refuse to believe that without this trade, I would starve." With that, Jin Xiaoyu attempted to drag Suehua away. The individual she had chastised stood speechless, unable to muster a response, and instinctively parted to allow her passage. Although they had been scolded, they found themselves at a loss for retorts, a peculiar sensation of guilt gnawing at them, as if they had committed some grievous misdeed. As they gradually exited the crowd, an elderly woman with a cane, frail and white-haired, tremulously approached, calling out, "Young lady, wait." Hearing this, Jin Xiaoyu paused and turned to face the elderly woman. She remembered her well. This woman had previously purchased her persimmon cakes, claiming they were for her picky grandson, who refused to eat anything but Jin Xiaoyu's delicacies. Once, Jin Xiaoyu had even given her an extra half-pound. Just moments ago, she had spotted the elderly woman, though her demeanor had altered. Jin Xiaoyu cast a cold glance at her, unwilling to show leniency due to her age. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "Young lady, I apologize. But if you stop selling, where shall I buy for my grandson?" The elderly woman's age made her more susceptible to coughing when anxious, and in the past, Jin Xiaoyu would patiently wait for her to recover. Now, however, she showed no concern. "That won't do. You cannot be so selfish." The elderly woman blocked Jin Xiaoyu's path. "You are a businesswoman. How can you refuse business when it presents itself? Besides, we were misled by that man's words. You have not suffered significant loss. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, can't we resolve this? Are you suggesting that I must endure your insults and physical threats, and when the misunderstanding is resolved, I should continue to treat you with respect? Jin Xiaoyu regarded the elderly woman with cold amusement, her logic almost comical. Am I not allowed to decide whether I wish to sell my own goods? How rude of you, young lady. Do you not see my age? I am speaking to you civilly, yet look at your attitude. It is no wonder you are slandered. With such a temperament, you will continue to be defamed. One day, you may not be so fortunate. The elderly woman jabbed her cane into the ground, creating a deep mark in the mud. I call you grandmother out of respect for your age, but do not presume to use your age to manipulate me with your absurd words. First, how have I been disrespectful? Have I struck you or insulted you? Second, according to your reasoning, do you suggest that the slander against me is justified? Third, given your earlier curse upon me, do you still expect me to sell to you? Jin Xiaoyu scoffed. The elderly woman, already burdened by her age and struggling to breathe, found herself further agitated by Jin Xiaoyu's words, losing her breath as her face flushed with exertion. Apologies, esteemed elder. I acknowledge my mistake and extend my sincerest apologies. I fear that should you suffer any misfortune, I would be unable to absolve myself, even in the depths of the Yellow River. Therefore, in light of your venerable age, allow me to bestow upon you a token of goodwill, and let us not dwell on this matter. Although Jin Xiaoyu was indeed vexed, she wished to avoid further complications, for the elderly are a precious demographic. In her time, many elders forsook the tranquility of their homes to engage in deceitful schemes. Despite their lack of justification, they often presented their age as a form of entitlement. Thus, she resolved to steer clear of trouble. However, just as she was about to deliver the persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce to the elder, a piercing scream erupted. The elder, having failed to catch her breath, collapsed to the ground. Murderer, you have literally frightened an elder to death. The vendor suddenly sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at Jin Xiaoyu. Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Had she truly caused the elder's demise? As she bent down to examine the situation, the vendor shoved her aside. What? You think you can scare someone to death and then desecrate the body? You are truly infuriating. Step aside. I possess some medical knowledge. Perhaps I can assist. Jin Xiaoyu pleaded. Who knows what intentions you harbor? I have no faith in your deceitful words, the vendor retorted angrily. Not only that, he continued to incite the crowd to prevent her from leaving. Before long, another individual approached, and upon seeing the elder on the ground, rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what has happened to you? Weren't you just going to buy something for little Bao?" It was her. She is the one who frightened this poor elder to death. The vendor hastily accused. What? It was you? You have killed my mother. I will kill you. The newcomer, a menacing figure, advanced towards Jin Xiaoyu, clearly not a man of virtue. Jin Xiaoyu, who was petrified, having sold goods alongside her aunt, she had never encountered such hostility. What should she do? Would her aunt be in danger? As the man lunged towards Jin Xiaoyu, Jin Xiaoyu, who, fueled by an unknown courage, stepped in front of her aunt, resulting in the man seizing her by the throat. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and she began to tremble violently, but she harbored no regrets, for her aunt had always treated her with kindness. To her astonishment, Jin Xiaoyu was shocked and elated at Xiaoyu's bravery. Yet, she quickly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to the man's leg. He yelped in pain, releasing his grip, and Jin Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to rescue Jin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, you foolish child, are you all right?" she anxiously inquired. "I'm fine, Aunt," Xiaoyu gasped, taking deep breaths. After confirming that the red mark on her neck posed no real danger, Jin Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief. She then turned her attention to the man, who was crouched on the ground, wailing, "Let me make it clear. Regardless of whether this person is your mother, if she has died, I will pay with my life. If she lives, I will provide care. However, if this is a ruse, I will not let it slide. I am willing to risk it all. Can the heavens be deceived by the likes of you?" Although she had not observed closely, she had noticed the exchange of glances between the man and the vendor. Such complicity was evident. Furthermore, she had seen the elder blink, albeit fleetingly, and she was convinced she had not been mistaken. With that, she produced a short knife from her pocket, a precautionary measure from her previous visits to the market. She had never anticipated this would be the moment she would need it. "What do you intend to do?" the vendor exclaimed, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. "You will soon find out," Jin Xiaoyu replied with a cold smile. She approached the elder, crouched down, and raised the dagger, poised to strike. "Are you truly going to commit murder in public? Do you not fear for your own life?" The vendor shouted in desperation, drenched in perspiration. Gasps rippled through the crowd. At that moment, the elder, who had been feigning death, suddenly sat up, trembling and ashen-faced, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I almost died." The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 84. No charge, so she wasn't dead after all. Jin Xiaoyu, who suddenly realized, but quickly pieced together the truth. Pointing at the elder, "Were you pretending to be dead?" The crowd erupted in disbelief. Even the elder was aware of the deception. What a world we live in. This elder had no grievance against Jin Xiaoyu. Why would she wish harm upon her? "Ah, but I did witness the elder conversing with the vendor earlier. Could they be acquaintances? Are you suggesting that the elder was helping the vendor take revenge?" As the murmurs of the crowd edged closer to the truth, the elder, the vendor, and the burly man could no longer contain themselves. First, the elder exclaimed, "What nonsense! I did not know him at all. I was not pretending to be dead. I nearly suffocated just now, but now I feel unwell. Oh, my chest hurts." With that, the elder clutched her chest and began to wail, simultaneously pointing at Jin Xiaoyu. "It was you. You tried to kill me." Jin Xiaoyu, who had been about to sheath her knife, tightened her grip once more and advanced towards the elder. "You wish for me to kill you? This is the first time I have encountered such a request. However, I have always respected my elders, and since you insist, I cannot simply ignore it." With that, she aimed the knife at the elder, causing her to collapse to the ground, nearly losing her wits. "Murder! Help!" the elder screamed, drawing the attention of half the market. Witnesses were perplexed. Wasn't this young lady selling persimmon cakes and mushroom sauce? I have purchased from her before. What has transpired? Hush! This elder is no saint. She was just pretending to be dead to slander the young lady. I believe she is merely trying to frighten her. Indeed, it must be a ruse. As the elder overheard the crowd's discussions, she seemed to regain her confidence, sitting up straight and defiantly challenging Jin Xiaoyu. "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Just know that with so many witnesses, if anything happens to me, you will face the consequences." Jin Xiaoyu, however, merely curled her lips into a smile, maintaining her gaze on the elder. "Everyone, bear witness. This is a request she made herself." With that, the knife fell, the sharp blade pressing against the elder's throat. Gasps resonated through the crowd, who had assumed it was merely a threat, only to discover that Jin Xiaoyu was indeed resolute. The elder was horrified, feeling the cold steel against her skin, and she could almost sense the blade slicing through. She froze in fear. "What are you doing?" The vendor and the burly man shouted in alarm. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu barked, "If you dare to advance, I might lose my grip on this knife. Do not move. Do not move." The elder shouted, frightened into compliance. Upon her command, the vendor and the burly man ceased their movements. Jin Xiaoyu, astonished, regarded the two men. "Oh, you truly are obedient. When told not to move, you actually complied. Do you know each other?" "No, we do not know each other," the elder hastily denied, realizing she had been outsmarted. "Oh, is that so?" Jin Xiaoyu's knife began to tremble as it grazed the elder's skin, warm blood oozing forth. The elder's face paled, her lips quivering as she pleaded, "My dear young lady, let us discuss this amicably. Please lower your knife. Please clarify your intentions. I harbor no grievances against you. Why then do you assist them in confronting me? If your reasoning remains unclear, I shall be compelled to wield my blade. Over time, shall my vigilance wane? Oh dear, your advanced age renders your veins quite prominent. A mere incision could lead to unforeseen consequences," Jin Xiaoyu remarked with a cold smile. As she feigned trembling, the blade lightly grazed the old woman's neck, instilling terror within her. I shall speak," the old woman stammered, yet Jin Xiaoyu did not withdraw the knife, encouraging her to continue. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It became evident that this entire affair had been a conspiracy orchestrated by the trio, and we nearly fell victim to a grave injustice against the young lady. Indeed, I had remarked upon the suspicious demeanor of the vendor, whose shifty eyes suggested nefarious intent. Were it not for the young lady's insistence on extracting the truth from the old woman, we might have been deceived. These three are truly despicable. I propose we deliver them to the authorities. Yes, to the authorities. The clamor for justice grew louder, leaving the old woman, the vendor, and the burly man pale with fear. However, Jin Xiaoyu took Siyuhu's hand, intending to depart. Yet before they could leave, they encountered a familiar figure emerging from the crowd. It was none other than Qin Dahu, whom they had previously met. Earlier visits to the Qin residence had been facilitated through the steward, and Jin Xiaoyu had not anticipated encountering him here. Qin Dahu directed his gaze at Jin Xiaoyu, evidently approaching her. Recognition dawned upon the crowd, and someone shouted, "Master Qin, how can such malevolence exist within your territory? It demands severe punishment." His territory? Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was not this marketplace communal? Yet, the accolades for Qin Dahu multiplied, leading her to believe the situation bore an element of truth. "My dear lady, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am aware of the circumstances. How shall you proceed? I am at your service." Qin Dahu inquired directly of Jin Xiaoyu. For a moment, she was taken aback. Her intention had merely been to compel the truth from them and absolve herself of any wrongdoing. As for whether to report them to the authorities or what other measures to take, she had not contemplated deeply. Given that this was Qin Dahu's domain, it seemed proper to defer to him. Thus, Jin Xiaoyu replied, "I entrust the matter to you, Master Qin." Qin Dahu nodded and signaled his steward, who promptly dispatched individuals to escort the three miscreants away. He then addressed the onlookers, urging them to resume their activities, warning that anyone else exhibiting similar behavior would not be spared. The crowd dispersed, expressing their compliance. Qin Dahu approached Jin Xiaoyu, "My lady, I apologize for the distress you have suffered today. It is regrettable." Jin Xiaoyu reflected on his words, recognizing that the situation had indeed been her concern. Yet, she pondered why she should be overly concerned. Qin Dahu's gaze shifted to Jiang Siyu, who had caught his attention. He admired her bravery in defending Jin Xiaoyu against the knife, wishing he had someone equally valiant by his side. Seeing Qin Dahu's unwavering gaze on her niece, Jin Xiaoyu hastily made the introduction. "Master Qin, this is my niece, Siyuhu." "Siyuhu, have you not yet greeted Master Qin?" Siyuhu nodded, acknowledging him. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened. Her aunt sold her goods for 10 coins, while this gentleman spoke of silver in terms of 1 tael. Considering her aunt's inventory, that would amount to several dozen taels. However, Jin Xiaoyu shook her head. "Master Qin, please accept this as a gift. As for payment, let it be." Chapter 85. The village chief's granddaughter. This revelation astonished not only Jiang Siyu, who but also left Qin Dahu perplexed. "My lady, why do you refuse such a generous offer?" "Master Qin, I am grateful for your assistance today, and whenever I have delivered goods to your estate, your family has always rewarded me handsomely. This is merely a token of gratitude for you and your family. Moreover, this may be my final opportunity to sell these items this year," Jin Xiaoyu explained, attempting to clarify her position. "My lady, are you still troubled by earlier events? Rest assured, this marketplace is under my protection. I shall expel those troublemakers, and you need not fear further disturbances. Those individuals pose no threat to me. My true concern is that I have exhausted my stock of persimmons and mushrooms, and I fear I must wait until next year to replenish my supplies." Jin Xiaoyu scratched her head, knowing these words were fabrications. The persimmon trees in her spatial pearl bore fruit abundantly, and the mushrooms continued to yield harvest after harvest. She refrained from drawing attention, aware that constant sales would raise suspicions. Not only would outsiders question her, but Siyu, who might also find it strange. Furthermore, if she intended to embark on new ventures, she needed to concentrate her efforts. Qin Dahu pondered for a moment, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. "I see, what a pity," he sighed. "However, I do have some persimmons at home. Should the matriarch wish for more, she may simply inform me, and I shall deliver them to her." Jin Xiaoyu politely responded, "That is quite generous, but I fear we have already provided ample quantities. The matriarch should be able to enjoy them until next year, and such provisions cannot last indefinitely." "Then I thank you, my lady, but I must insist on compensating you. If you are unwilling to sell at high price, let us agree on a fair market rate," Qin Dahu proposed, signaling his steward, who began to prepare payment. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu waved her hand in refusal, smiling as she said, "Master Qin, I truly insist on not accepting any payment. There is one more matter I would like to ask of you, which could serve as compensation. Pray tell, what assistance do you seek?" Qin Dahu inquired, intrigued. Jin Xiaoyu outlined her intended endeavors and the resources she required from Qin Dahu. Rather than floundering about aimlessly, it was wiser to leverage his capabilities. She instinctively felt that Qin Dahu was not a malevolent figure. After all, A man of his stature would not stoop to compete over such trivial matters. If he truly harbored ill intentions, he would have coveted her persimmon cake and mushroom sauce recipes long ago, yet he had not. Thus, she placed her trust in him. My lady, I'm unfamiliar with these items, but my steward should be well aware. Allow me to have him escort you to procure what you need. How does that sound? Jin Xiaoyu offered, clearly not well-versed in his household ventures. The steward promptly affirmed, the Qin family possesses similar enterprises. It should not be difficult. Even if we lack the required items, we can inquire with other merchants who do business with us. We shall surely find a solution for you, my lady. Then I am most grateful to you, Master Qin, and to your steward, Jin Xiaoyu replied, stepping back and bowing to both men. Jin Xiaoyu smiled and stepped forward to assist Jin Xiaoyu. The steward, visibly flustered, exclaimed, My lady, you humble me. You are someone our master holds in high regard. These matters are merely my duty. Jin Xiaoyu smiled, but said nothing. She felt somewhat embarrassed, having relied on others and taken their carriage. Yet, Jin Xiaoyu insisted on dismounting, leaving the carriage for Jin Xiaoyu and Jiang Siyuhu. The steward reassured her, Do not worry, my lady. Another carriage will soon arrive for the master. Jin Xiaoyu nodded and followed the steward through the town. It was Siyuhu's first experience in a carriage, and she felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, frequently peeking through the curtains to gaze outside. Although Jin Xiaoyu had ridden before, this was her first journey in this world, and it was certainly less taxing than walking. She silently vowed to acquire a grand residence akin to the Qin family's and to travel in a carriage as well. However, she mused that as a servant, one need not have so many attendants. Otherwise, the constant presence of others would be quite bothersome. With the steward from the Qin household, Jin Xiaoyu's challenges were swiftly resolved. The containers for the pearl powder and the divine water were swiftly resolved. As for the wool and dye, although suitable options have yet to be found, the steward assured that they would be addressed promptly and delivered to Mingchenken. Originally, Jin Xiaoyu intended to collect them herself. However, the steward insisted, leaving her with little choice but to acquiesce. Along the way, Jin Xiaoyu learned from the steward that the workshop where she previously purchased pearls was also under the auspices of Lord Qin, which filled her with both surprise and joy. Upon discovering that Jin Xiaoyu had acquired pearls from that workshop, the steward immediately offered to send her any unused ones in the future. However, Jin Xiaoyu felt that this would incite resentment from the young servant involved, and thus insisted that the steward should give the discarded pearls to him while she continued to purchase from the young man, even willing to compensate the workshop partially. The steward, however, rejected this, stating that it would only lead to reprimand from his master. The pearls in question were deemed unwanted, but since the young lady appreciated them, it was only fitting that they be put to good use. Furthermore, he believed that his master would not object upon learning of this. The steward also noted that the young man with a birthmark on his face was, in fact, a distant relative of his. His family was indeed struggling, which explained why he had recently found a means of earning money, a fortunate turn of events attributed to Jin Xiaoyu's kindness. The young lady was taken aback by the serendipity of the situation, realizing that the place where she purchased pearls belonged to the Qin family, and even the marketplace was theirs. The young servant she encountered was a relative of the steward. They ultimately agreed to withhold payment from Lord Qin for the time being, but would continue sourcing goods from the young man, allowing him to earn some money for his mother's medicine. Jin Xiaoyu promised that if she eventually profited, she would repay Lord Qin. The steward smiled, but remained silent, understanding Jin Xiaoyu's intentions. He had contemplated suggesting they sell her items at the Qin family's cosmetic shop, but as he was merely a steward and uncertain of the quality of her products, he refrained from voicing that thought. Regarding Jin Xiaoyu's comments about the hat, he also found them rather dubious, and thus chose to keep his counsel. He sensed that his master was keen to learn more about this young lady. Soon, their carriage arrived at Mingchenken. Before entering the village, it caused quite a stir. In the expansive Mingchenken, the granddaughter of the village head was marrying into a prominent family, rumored to be a concubine of a wealthy household. Although a concubine, the family's affluence indicated that her fortune was indeed a blessing. Some had already informed the village head's family, and the elderly village head, supported by his sharp-tongued wife, accompanied by family, went to greet the arrival at the village entrance. The village head, spotting the approaching carriage, felt a surge of excitement, having instructed his family to wear smiles upon greeting. He had yet to meet the husband chosen by his granddaughter, as the steward had handled the arrangements for the wedding. Many villagers gathered in an open area at the village entrance, eager to witness the spectacle surrounding the granddaughter of the village head. This overshadowed any curiosity they previously held about Jin Xiaoyu, as her newfound beauty and wealth paled in comparison to the prestige of the wealthy townsfolk. After all, the granddaughter of the village head had married exceptionally well. Some villagers recalled the grand wedding of the village head's granddaughter, which had been adorned with a red carpet from the village entrance to the village head's home, where she was escorted, bedecked in gold and silver, onto the carriage. Furthermore, it was remembered that the village head's granddaughter had a contentious relationship with Jin Xiaoyu, and those who previously held a grudge against Jin Xiaoyu secretly hoped for a confrontation with the village head's granddaughter. Among them, Aunt Wang, the family of Chao Cheng, and Lu Xiaoru, the wife of Hunter Wang, were particularly fervent. Sui Hua, inadvertently lifting the curtain to look outside, was struck dumb by the scene at the village entrance, prompting her to tug at Jin Xiaoyu to draw her attention. Jin Xiaoyu, perplexed, wondered what celebration or welcome was taking place. She certainly did not presume it was for her. As the names were called out, the carriage brushed past, raising dust that settled upon the village head's face. The second daughter-in-law, the granddaughter's aunt, turned pale and whispered indignantly, questioning the meaning of this insolence. The villagers were left speechless, as the carriage showed no signs of stopping. Whispers circulated, speculating that perhaps the young lady had forgotten her roots after marrying into a wealthy family, disregarding even her grandfather and mother, which seemed excessive. Others countered that the village head's family was known for their strict upbringing, making such behavior unlikely. The discussion swirled among the villagers, and the village head felt a knot of concern tightening in his chest, his sagging wrinkles quivering with distress. The carriage meandered through the village before eventually stopping at the thatched cottage. It was only upon arriving at his own doorstep that he expressed surprise, rising to protect his family and demanding to know who they were and their purpose for visiting. He initially assumed they were intruders, akin to the village ruffians seeking to steal in his absence. Jin Xiaoyu, hearing the youthful voice of her son, smiled and, after exchanging a word with Sui Hua and the steward, disembarked from the carriage. Qinger, upon seeing his mother, gasped in astonishment and rushed to embrace her. Jin Xiaoyu gently patted his head, only then recalling that she needed to retrieve money from the steward. However, by the time she thought to do so, the carriage had already departed. The steward understood his master's character well. Since their first meeting, his master had shown great enthusiasm towards the young lady. The steward smiled, recognizing that his master's concerns were beyond his comprehension. His role was merely to diligently execute every task assigned by his master. Chapter 86. Expulsion. The news of the carriage arriving at Jin Xiaoyu's thatched cottage quickly spread, leaving the village head perplexed. His eldest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Zeng, suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming that her daughter must have learned of Jin Xiaoyu's mistreatment of her mother and had gone to confront her. She had always raised her daughter to be sensible, and it was a stroke of fortune that her daughter was both beautiful and well-married. Although she had only one daughter, she believed her worth equaled that of two sons. This assertion was largely directed at her second daughter-in-law, Mrs. Lu. After marrying into Ming Chenkin, Mrs. Zeng had been widowed not long after, raising a son and daughter amidst great hardship, relying on her relationship with the village head to manage household chores and make ends meet. The villagers speculated about the inappropriate closeness between the young widow and her father-in-law, particularly since Mrs. Lu often expressed discontent over the village head's favoritism towards Mrs. Zeng, frequently jabbing at her with pointed remarks. This led to an ongoing feud between the two women, marked by private altercations. It wasn't until Mrs. Zeng's daughter married into a wealthy family in the town that she regained some pride. Reflecting on this, Mrs. Zeng felt increasingly pleased with herself. Mrs. Lu, though discontented, remained silent, as she was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with her niece to secure a good education for her grandson. Moreover, she harbored resentment towards Jin Xiaoyu, believing that if her niece could properly discipline Jin Xiaoyu, she would be more than pleased. With Mrs. Lu's comments, others became convinced that Li Shaoling had indeed gone to seek retribution from Jin Xiaoyu. The village head nodded, realizing that, as the village head and an elder, it was inappropriate to remain standing on the road. He began to feel anxious. He declared that there was no need to wait, as he had seen the carriage leave Jin Xiaoyu's thatched cottage and it was unlikely to return. What? Li Zheng was unable to remain seated on his grand chair, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, many at the village entrance had witnessed the incident. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted, visibly displeased. If Li Zheng were to express disappointment in Shaoling, It would render life even more difficult for himself and his son within the Li household. I understand now. It must be that Jin Xiaoyu who has driven Xiaoling away. Yes, it has to be that way. I shall confront Jin Xiaoyu immediately, said Zhang Shi. Her words momentarily stunned both Li Zheng and Lu Shi. Despite the family's ongoing conflicts, Jin Xiaoyu remained a common adversary. Thus, they ultimately resolved to seek answers from her. Jin Xiaoyu had not handed the money to the steward, nor did she take it to heart. The steward had promised that he would deliver the yarn and dyeing supplies when he found them, and at that time, she could simply pay him. Jin Xiaoyu calculated that she had spent 20 taels of silver just on the porcelain vases and boxes, which indeed made her heart ache. This was originally intended for her house construction. Initially, she had planned to purchase less and produce fewer items as a trial, but the steward had placed a large order. And since it was already offered at a discount, she did not wish to complicate matters for him or miss this opportunity. Thus, she steeled herself and accepted it. She took out all her savings, totaling 60 taels, which meant a third was gone in one fell swoop. How could she not feel pained? Moreover, she still needed to buy yarn and dyeing materials. If the steward delivered a large quantity, how much would that cost? Jin Xiaoyu held the silver for a long moment in silence. Qing Er and Shui Hua looked at Jin Xiaoyu, both perplexed. This was the first time Shui Hua had seen her aunt's savings, and the sheer amount nearly overwhelmed her. Yet, she understood that this was earned through her aunt's hard work and talent. Despite her envy, she would not covet it. Furthermore, she believed her aunt would earn even more in the future and had promised to share her fortune with her. The thought of one day being as wealthy as her aunt filled her with hope for the future. In recent days, she had noticed significant changes within herself. Previously shy, she recalled her first visit to the market when her aunt had urged her to call out to people, but she had been unable to muster the courage. Now, she could easily call out as she wandered through the market. She increasingly enjoyed this life of hard work and earning money. Once, she had thought a few taels of silver was a considerable sum. Later, she believed her aunt's savings of several dozen taels was astronomical. However, upon witnessing the grand display of wealth from the Qin family patriarch, she realized that there were always greater heights to aspire to. She believed that with effort, nothing was beyond reach. The inhabitants of the thatched cottage each harbored their own thoughts, yet all were eager to embark on a grand endeavor. Meanwhile, Li Zheng's family had arrived at the door. Before Li Zheng could speak, those from a village who depended on his family began to knock and shout, "Jin Xiaoyu, come out quickly." Jin Xiaoyu paused momentarily at the sound, quickly stowing away her silver, instructing Qing Er and Shui Hua to open the door while she hurriedly concealed it in her space. She reminded Shua Ying not to pilfer anything before adjusting her attire and stepping outside. Upon exiting, she was met with a crowd surrounding the fence, with Li Zheng's family prominently among them. Hadn't these people just been at the village entrance? Could it be that a significant matter had transpired in the village that she had missed, prompting them to come and inform her? The spectacle seemed rather excessive. The crowd, upon spotting Jin Xiaoyu, could hardly contain themselves, shouting, "Jin Xiaoyu, speak the truth. What did you say to Li Zheng's granddaughter, Xiaoling? Why did she cry and leave, coming to find you instead of going to Li Zheng's home, only to turn away?" Jin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Xiaoling? She recalled that Li Zheng indeed had a granddaughter named Xiaoling, the daughter-in-law of Zheng Shi, who had a poor relationship with widow Zhou. However, she had yet to delve deeply into widow Zhou's memories. Vaguely, she remembered that Xiaoling had married 2 years prior into a prominent family in town, albeit as a concubine, which was still considered a topic of envy in the village. After all, in this impoverished and backward place, merely securing food was a challenge. Marrying into a wealthy family was no small feat when had Xiaoling come to seek her out. Jin Xiaoyu felt confused. As she opened the door and saw Li Zheng's family, Zheng Shi immediately began to berate her. "Jin Xiaoyu, tell me what you said to my daughter Xiaoling. Why did she leave in tears?" Jin Xiaoyu was even more bewildered, just as she was about to respond. Lu Shi interrupted, "Does it need saying? You must have insulted Xiaoling. Everyone knows how sharp-tongued that widow Zhou is. Xiaoling is sensitive and was surely driven away by your words." As soon as Li Zheng spoke, those villagers who were allied with Li Zheng or the Li family began to hurl accusations at Jin Xiaoyu, unleashing a torrent of unsavory remarks. Jin Xiaoyu crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips as she regarded them, still in a state of confusion yet already condemned. She perceived these individuals as troublemakers. As the vitriol continued, she sensed that she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by their spittle. and some were already furiously preparing to rush in and wreak havoc. Realizing that she needed to speak up quickly, she took a deep breath and commanded, "Enough. Even if you wish to condemn me, you must clarify your words. I have not seen Xiao Ling in years. When did I insult her and drive her away? When did I prevent her from seeing her mother? You still deny it? Was there not a carriage that came to your home today?" Zhang Shi spat as she spoke, and Jin Xiaoyu hurriedly covered her face with her hands. A carriage? Was that not from the Qin family? Jin Xiaoyu nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. This was the crux of the matter. The carriage belonged to a wealthy family, and the only connection to such a family within the village was her daughter, Xiaoling. "What further excuses do you have?" Zhang Shi growled, confirming her suspicion that Jin Xiaoyu was indeed the cause of her daughter's distress. At this moment, Jin Xiaoyu finally understood the sequence of events. The Li family had mistaken the Qin family's carriage for Xiaoling's. No wonder so many had been waiting at the entrance of the village when she arrived, and Li Zheng had been chattering incessantly. "You dare to laugh, you wretched woman!" Zhang Shi shouted, furious at the sight of Jin Xiaoyu's smile, and she attempted to strike her, but Jin Xiaoyu firmly grasped her arm. "Let go of me!" Zhang Shi cried, unable to break free, hopping in frustration. "I shall inform you that today's carriage did not belong to your Xiaoling. It carried me and my niece. As for whose it was, that is not for you to know," Jin Xiaoyu replied coldly, unwilling to prolong this farce. "Nonsense. You are not worthy of riding in a carriage." "What a joke!" Lu Shi sneered. "Indeed, you speak absurdities. It must have been my Xiaoling in that carriage. She departed in one on her wedding day." Zhang Shi shouted in return. "Regardless, I have made my position clear. You may create a ruckus if you wish, but do not do so in front of my door. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. I am busy and have no time for this." She was preoccupied and unwilling to engage further. "You think you can hide? Today, we cannot let you off the hook," Zhang Shi insisted, pushing the door only to be firmly resisted by Jin Xiaoyu. She turned to Li Zheng, saying, "Li Zheng holds great authority in the village. With a single word, the villagers would demolish Jin Xiaoyu's dilapidated thatch cottage. Moreover, the cottage did not belong to Jin Xiaoyu. It had once been owned by another family who perished from a plague years ago. After being expelled from the Zhou household, Jin Xiaoyu had nowhere else to go, which was why she had taken refuge there. As the ownerless house belonged to the village, a single command from Li Zheng could render her homeless. Many villagers who envied Jin Xiaoyu were eager for the opportunity to teach her a lesson, believing that expelling her would be a fine outcome. Unspoken yet understood among them, they all had a plan.